Luckily I came here by chance, otherwise I would have thought someone else had taken the corpse away. Who would have thought it was eaten by these insects? Lin Shen was thinking, but he saw a strange scene. Chapter 252 Stone Statue. After the insects ate all the bodies, the blood-faced worm suddenly flapped its wings and flew. Lin Shen originally thought it was going to leave here, but who knew it was only floating in the air, and the other insects flew up and rushed towards the blood-faced insect at high speed. What does this mean? After eating, I'll be swearing inward? Is this not full, and I'm going to eat the same kind? Lin Shen was surprised. What surprised him even more happened. After the black bug hit the blood-faced bug, it actually stacked it with the blood-faced bug. Lin Shen had no way of describing what kind of state it was, as if two insects overlapped. The insects hit the blood-faced worm and kept stacking together, looking weird and magical. After a while, the number of worms that were so numerous that they were countless disappeared, leaving only a blood-faced worm. The blood-faced worm flapped its wings and flew shakingly in one direction. What is the situation? Are those black bugs the clone skills of the blood-faced bug? The blood-faced bug will shadow the clone? That's not right. The clone phantom has no entity, so how can it eat the corpse of the green crystal warrior? And with so many corpses, all the clones it made out of one insect were swallowed. How did it digest it? Lin Shen's heart was full of questions. After thinking about it, Lin Shen quietly followed the blood-faced worm, wanting to see where its nest is and to clean it up next time he has the chance. The blood-faced worm flew staggeringly in front, and Lin Shen followed from behind from afar, not daring to get too close, for fear of being discovered by it. A crystal-based creature that can create tens of thousands of clones is even more terrifying than some ascending creatures. Fortunately, the blood-faced pattern on the back of the blood-faced worm has been glowing, and it can be seen clearly even if it is farther away, so it is not afraid of losing it. Now Lin Shen is afraid that the blood-faced worm's nest is too far away from here. It is an hour and it has not returned to the nest yet, so he feels a little depressed. Fortunately, that didn't happen. With more than 10 minutes left before the countdown, the blood-faced worm fell down in one place and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Lin Shen quietly approached and was surprised to find that there was a human-shaped stone statue where the blood-faced worm disappeared. It is said to be a human-shaped stone statue, but it is just a bit like a human-shaped figure. In fact, it is similar to the snowman that a child has piled in winter, with only one head and body, and not even 4 limbs. If you don't look carefully, you will think it is a long stone pillar. It is said to be a stone statue because it does have facial features and is obviously not formed naturally. Lin Shen didn't dare to get too close, so he looked at the stone statue from afar. The stone statue was only 2 meters high, and his facial features were very exaggerated. The place where the blood-faced worm disappeared should be where the stone statue is located. But Lin Shen looked at it for a long time and didn't see where the blood-faced worm was. Lin Shen looked carefully for a while and guessed where the blood-faced worm went. There was really a hole in the ear of the stone statue. Lin Shen estimated that the blood-faced worm should have penetrated into the ear hole. How come there is a stone statue in this place? How could the blood-faced worm be regarded as a nest? Could it be that someone deliberately raised this blood-faced worm here? Lin Shen's various guesses in his heart. Just as I was thinking, I suddenly heard people's voices and hooves coming from not far away. Soon, I saw a team of people coming towards this side. When I saw them from afar, Lin Shen thought they were from the Super Burning Legion because they were all riding big black bulls, wearing battle helmets and battle suits. When you look closely, you will find something is wrong. It should be a human-based transformed person. Their figure is obviously a few sizes smaller than the Super Burning Clan and there are no horns on their heads. Lin Shen also wore a battle suit and a battle helmet, but his battle suit and a battle helmet were both red, which was higher than those of them. When I was wondering who these people were, I heard them talking. Hearing their voices, Lin Shen immediately knew who these people were. How did they come here? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He was very familiar with these people, namely the Qi family and the Wang family at the Suanio base. The two leading people are undoubtedly Qi Shuhong and Wang Tian'er. Concubine Bai Shen was just taken back to the Bai family, so she probably wouldn't go to the Suanio base, right? Without the Suwanio and concubine by Shen's hand, how did they find Hulu Mountain and come in? Lin Shen thought for a moment and thought of a possibility. It is very likely that Qi Shuhuang and Wang Tian'er did not go out again after following concubine by Shen in the last time and stayed on the world of Wangxing to hunt. It seems that their gains are quite good, and they have even obtained so many super burning battle helmets, battle suits, and pet mounts. Lin Shen estimated that Qi Shuhuang and Wang Tian'er might have been promoted to the crystal base, otherwise, with the ability of a few of them, they would not be the opponents of ordinary soldiers of the Super Burning Legion at all. What a broken place. It's been a desert after running for so long. I can't get out of it. I haven't even seen the shadow of a basic creature. It's really unlucky. Lin Shen heard Wang Tian'er's complaining voice from afar. I have seen Zhou Qinglong and the others visit this desert before, but there is a huge frost tree in the desert where they are, but there is nothing here. I don't know if it is the same desert. Qi Shuhuang's voice also came. Lin Shen felt a little strange when he listened to their conversation. There should be many crystal-based warriors nearby, but according to their intentions, they didn't even meet crystal-based warriors along the way, which is a bit strange. Can it be said that after the Six-Path Phoenix killed so many crystal-based warriors last time, they scared the crystal-based warriors and all fled from this area? Lin Shen thought about it and found it unlikely. But if it weren't for this reason, why didn't Wang Tian'er and the others meet the Jingji warrior? It's okay if you didn't meet the mutant warriors, but they didn't meet any of them. It's very unreasonable. It can't be because of that blood-faced worm. Lin Shen thought of a possibility and couldn't help but feel trembling. If it was really because of the blood-faced worm that so many crystal-based warriors disappeared, the blood-faced worm would probably be even more terrifying than he thought. Wang Tian'er and Qi Shuhuang's group, I don't know if they were too lucky or bad, but they ran towards the position of the stone statue. There is a stone statue over there. Qi Shuhuang and the others discovered the stone statue. They were quite careful. After studying it for a while, they even put their pets over to investigate. As a result, they found nothing. They thought the stone statue was safe, so a group of people were preparing to go to the stone statue to see what it was. There is almost nothing artificial on the King of Realms except the King of Realms. There is a stone statue here suddenly, so they will naturally be curious, what if it is a good thing? Chapter 253 No One Living. Seeing Wang Tian'er and Qi Shuhuang heading to the stone statue, Lin Shen couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Shen didn't care about their life or death, but the Lin family only had a few guards and yards left at the Suwanio base. If the Wang family and Qi family also collapsed, the Suwanio base would be empty soon and there would be no one left there again. A base without popularity, no one will stay there all the time. There are really only some lonely elderly people who are unable to get out, and they no longer have the ability to clean up nearby base-transformed creatures. The Suwanio base will soon become a dead city. Forget it, keep them guarding the Suwanio base. Lin Shen thought to himself and summoned the big red bull, rode the big red bull up the sand dune, and stood in a conspicuous position. Wang Tian'er and Qi Shuhuang indeed saw him, and quickly stopped their mounts and looked at Lin Shen's location. That person seems to be the big red bull knight, right? Wang Tian'er looked at Lin Shen's outfit and whispered to Qi Shuhuang. Not necessarily, the person who now has the big red bull mount and the red suit and helmet is not just the big red bull knight. Qi Shuhuang pondered. No matter whether it is the Red Bull Knight or not, if you can have that set of equipment, this person's strength is definitely not ordinary. We are not the opponent. His appearance here is probably related to the stone statue. It seems that he is stopping us, so let's go. Wang Tian'er was unwilling to take the risk. The most important thing is that they are all black households who come in from Hulu Mountain and do not want to be discovered by others. Okay. Qi Shuhuang looked at the big Red Bull Knight on the dune and agreed to Wang Tian'er's decision. With their strength, they have gained a lot of money in the world of Wangxing until now, mainly because they are stable enough. The group turned around and went back without even saying a word on the scene. Lin Shen originally thought about how to persuade them to leave without revealing his identity, but he didn't expect that he would turn around without saying a word, which was a waste of time. Wang Tian'er and others walked out not far away, and suddenly there were sounds coming from the distance. They turned around and saw groups of green crystal warriors rushing from the desert on one side, which scared them all. After a closer look, I realized that the green crystal warriors were not coming for them, but heading towards the direction where the Red Bull warriors were. They couldn't help but stop and watch the groups of green crystal warriors running towards the place where the Great Red Bull Knight was, but when they looked at the location where the Great Red Bull Knight was just now, the figure of the Great Red Bull Knight was missing. Hey, where are others? Wang Tian'er and others felt a little confused. Soon they discovered that the green crystal warriors were not going to the Great Red Bull Knight, but rushed to the place where the stone statue was. Soon, groups of green crystal warriors rushed to the vicinity of the stone statue. Before they could attack the stone statue, countless black beetles flew out of the ears of the stone statue. Wang Tian'er and the others saw an unforgettable scene in their lives. Hundreds of green crystal warriors were shrouded by black beetles that covered the sky. In just a moment, there was no slag left. Wang Tian'er and others were shocked and dared not stay there. They frantically destroyed their mounts away from the stone statue. The big Red Bull Knight appeared there just now, probably warning us not to get close to the stone statue, right? Qi Shuhuang slowed down the speed of his mount and said in surprise. It should be so. If he hadn't stopped us and hadn't been left with the scum that was gnawed by the black beetles, they wouldn't have been those crystal-based warriors. Wang Tian'er was also scared, and they would have been dead. This is such a life-saving kindness. I have to thank others for the chance in the future. I used to hear radio anchor boasting that the big Red Bull Knight is the guardian of humanity, but I even sneered. Today I realized that I used to be superficial. Whoever says that the Red Bull Knight is not a human being in the future, I will be anxious with him. Everyone survived the disaster and were very grateful to the Red Bull Knight, but unfortunately they could no longer see his people. Lin Shen also saw the scene of those black beetles devouring green crystal warriors, and found that the flight speed and power of those black beetles were actually top-notch, and they should have a speed and power of 40. Moreover, they were almost immortal. An amethyst warrior beat the black beetle to pieces, and the black beetle quickly recovered as before. Lin Shen guessed that if you want to kill these black beetles, you may have to kill the blood-faced beetles first. It is useless to kill only the black beetles. The time he had already set was already coming, and he returned to the stone house of Giant Ring Star. The room was still pitch black. I took out a flashlight and took a photo. My elder sister was still lying on the bed and sleeping, and nothing was wrong. There are 6 phoenixes on my elder sister, and even if you ascend to the sky, Lin Shen is still very relieved about this. Turn off the flashlight, there was no light in the room anymore. I subconsciously glanced at the wall, and there was no dim light coming through. After listening for a while, I didn't hear the woman singing anymore. I guess I'm already asleep. Lin Shen sat on the stone and began to practice the Eternal Sutra. He survived this night first. In recent times, Lin Shen has no plans to go to Wangxing for the time being, so he will first gain a firm foothold in the Giant Ring Star. There is more time in the future. Every night comes, he can go to the King of Realms, and no one can discover it. Because the night was too long, Lin Miao drank another bowl of medicinal soup in the middle, and his condition was getting better and better. The high fever had subsided, and there was still a little low fever, and the dark spots on his body had not subsided. The sky with giant rings is also very sudden and it is all bright at once. There is no such thing as the sky gradually getting brighter. When Lin Shen heard something was happening outside, he pushed open the door and went out and saw many people coming out of the stone house. Some people are packing up their things, while others are already ready to leave the small village, and it seems they are going to go out to hunt down the genus creatures. Lin Shen took a look at the room next door. The door was open and there was no one inside. That woman is so diligent and left so early. Lin Shen said in his heart. Just as he was about to go to Shiman Swordsman's room to check it out, he saw Shiman Swordsman staggeringly walking out. It seemed that the high fever should have subsided, and the dark spots on his body were not as dark as before. His recovery was even better than Lin Miao. What are you doing? Lin Shen stopped him and asked when he saw the Shiman Swordsman staggeringly and was about to walk outside the village. Hunting the basic creatures and making money, said Shiman Swordsman. Your body is like this. How can you hunt a basic creature? Let's take a few days off first and take good care of your body. Lin Shen said. I don't have money, I'm not qualified to rest. Shiman Swordsman said and walked outside, ignoring Lin Shen. Your friend is very stubborn. Old Yu walked over and said with a smile. Is it dangerous nearby? Lin Shen asked Lao Yu. With more than 10 miles nearby, as long as you don't go up the mountain, most of them are steel and alloy creatures, which are not very dangerous. However, your friend's physical condition should not have much combat ability, right? Lao Yu said. I'll go and see it later. Lin Shen thought of the woman next door and asked casually, Lao Yu, who was the woman next door yesterday? Woman? What woman? Old Yu was slightly stunned. It's the woman who lives in that room. I heard her singing next door. Lin Shen pointed to the stone house and said. No one lived in that stone house yesterday. Lao Yu's face turned a little unfavorable. Chapter 250 for the Giant Ring Star Heavenly Man. Lin Shen was also stunned, but then he thought about it and said with a smile, that may be because I heard it wrong. He felt that it might be that woman who secretly lived in Lao Yu's stone house. If he insisted that there was a woman living in it, Lao Yu found the woman and asked the woman for rent, that would be not good. Lao Yu nodded and reminded Lin Shen again, after darkness, don't go out no matter what happens outside. Okay. Lin Shen returned to the room and saw that his elder sister had woken up, so he could sit up. I took a bottle of base liquid for my elder sister to drink, and she also drank some, unlike what I drank yesterday. Sister, you have to rest first. I'll go out for a walk. If I don't come back, don't open the door if anyone tells me. Lin Shen said. Your sister, I have been traveling around the world for so many years, do you still need to teach me? The sister gave him a blank look and said, you can first figure out the situation here, especially the situation of food, clothing, housing and transportation, and various materials. I know, sister. Lin Shen knew that sister was a person who couldn't rest and must want to do business here again. After leaving the stone house, Lin Shen was about to go to the direction where Shiman Swordsman left, but Lao Yu called him. There is a nearby map here, which marks the distribution of basic creatures within a radius of hundreds of miles, and also marks some dangerous areas. Only 1 Tian coin is needed. Are you interested? Lao Yu said with a piece of paper and smiled. Can you take credit? Lin Shen asked. Of course it's okay. When you hunt good things in the future, just take them back and settle the accounts. Lao Yu gave Lin Shen readily the map, and took out a small notebook and recorded it. Lin Shen has only been here for a day and has already owed Lao Yu more than a dozen coins. Lin Shen glanced at it and found that the map was hand-painted, but simply marked several areas. What basic creatures are mainly found in each area, which area is more dangerous, etc., are all handwritten information. The place where this small village is located is a mountainous area, with many mountains nearby, and after the village it is a canyon. There are base-transformed creatures on the mountain and in the canyon, and there are some steel creatures in the canyon, so there should be no threat. There are crystal-based creatures and alloy creatures on the mountain, but with the physical condition of Shiman Swordsman, his body probably couldn't stand it when he went up the mountain, and he probably walked along the canyon. Lin Shen summoned the evil dragon and prepared to ride the evil dragon to see how Shiman Swordsman is now. Flying crystal-based pet, you actually have a flying crystal-based pet. Lao Yu, who was originally busy in the village, saw the evil dragon summoned by Lin Shen outside the village, his eyes lit up and he ran out. Brother Lin, why didn't you say this good thing earlier? Are you interested in cooperating with me and delivering some goods to me? I'll give you 10 days of money for each trip. Lao Yu touched the scales on the evil dragon's body and said excitedly. Where to deliver goods, and what goods? Lin Shen originally wanted to refuse, but when he thought of what his elder sister asked him to inquire, he asked casually. Of course I sent it to the sky, otherwise how could you need your flying pet? Lao Yu stretched out his finger and pointed to the sky. Brother Yu, you're a bit of a joke. The star belt is far away from the giant ring and star, and you need to rush out of the atmosphere. I don't know how many days it takes to get back and forth, so you will only give 10 coins? Lin Shen said with a lip. It's a lot. If there weren't too few flying pets, it wouldn't be your turn to work. Let's do this. I'll add another one for you, one trip with 11 days of coins. Lao Yu said with some pain. Forget it, I'd better go and hunt the biology by myself. Lin Shen said and jumped onto the back of the evil dragon. Brother, let's discuss it again. Lao Yu didn't want to give up. I'll go and see how my friend is doing first, let's talk about it when I come back. Lin Shen didn't say anything to Death, but dragged it out first. Then let's talk about it when you come back. Remember, you must come back before dark and you must not stay outside overnight. Lao Yu repeatedly reminded him earnestly. Lin Shen originally thought that Shiman Swordsman's physical condition should not go up the mountain. Who knew that the boy actually chose the way up the mountain? Fortunately, there is an evil dragon in the deep forest that can fly in the sky, otherwise it would be really not easy to find him. Shiman Swordsman rode a gray crystal triangular sheep. The guy was walking on the flat ground on the steep mountain road, running very fast. Shiman Swordsman's physical condition was too bad. He sat on it and swayed, and he was almost thrown off several times. When Lin Shen rode the evil dragon to catch up, Shiman Swordsman met a giant ape that was as white as jade. Originally, Lin Shen thought that Shiman Swordsman would use pets to deal with giant apes, but who knew that he actually jumped off the back of the gray crystal triangular sheep and rushed towards the giant ape shakingly. Is this guy crazy wrong? Lin Shen was ready to go up to support him at any time. Unexpectedly, the crystal-based giant ape could not do anything to Shiman Swordsman in such a bad physical condition. Shiman Swordsman's grasp of strength has indeed reached the point of perfection. The entire battle process was leveraging the force, and he almost did not exert any force. Seeing the giant ape's claws pierced into its own chest, Lin Shen knew that his previous worries were indeed a bit redundant. After killing the giant ape, Shiman Swordsman sat on the ground. Even though he used the force to fight, he didn't exert much force, but his body was too weak. Such a little combat intensity had already made him breathe. Lin Shen, let me say it again. I killed the Ascensioners of the Wan family not to help you, but just want to try my abilities. It has nothing to do with you. Don't follow me anymore. Shiman Swordsman had already discovered Lin Shen, sat on the ground and looked at him, and said coldly. I know, I have no other intentions, I just forgot to give you this. Lin Shen jumped off the evil dragon's back and handed the map to Shiman Swordsman. No need. Shiman Swordsman didn't connect to the map at all and said coldly, Lin Shen, I'll say it again. There is no relationship between you and me. Don't think that a little favor can buy me. If I have the chance in the future, I will still rob you. It doesn't matter. Can't you just think that I am satisfying my hobby of helping others? Lin Shen bounced the map directly into the hands of Shiman Swordsman. No. Shiman Swordsman did not hesitate and threw the map to Lin Shen again without even looking at it. Lin Shen reluctantly put away the map and was about to leave when he suddenly saw a glowing thing coming here in the sky at an extremely fast speed. Heavenly Man! Shiman Swordsman also discovered the luminous object moving at high speed. Soon he saw that it was a very cool aircraft with various streaming light lines on it. The aircraft came close to them, floating next to the cliff, the upper cover open like a sports car, and there was an angel-like woman sitting inside. She was wearing a shiny armor, which was a bit similar to the Super Burner suit, but it looked more technological and more beautiful, at least it had a styling style, not a simple tight style. Human, your pet looks pretty good. I want it for 1,000 days of coins. The Heavenly Man floated in the air and looked at the evil dragon beside Lin Shen. Chapter 255 Tianshuan. Shiman Swordsman's eyes were slightly condensed. The giant ring star was the territory of heaven and man. If he offended a heaven and man here, no one would know what the consequences would be. He looked at Lin Shen, wanting to know what Lin Shen would do to deal with the current situation. Lin Shen stared at Tianrun in a daze, as if he was scared and didn't know how to deal with this situation for a moment. Human, I'm talking to you, haven't you heard it? The woman of the celestial being frowned slightly, and was already a little dissatisfied with Lin Shen's rude behavior that had been watching her. 1,000 days of coins cannot buy my pet. Lin Shen said. The reason why he looked at the celestial woman was not because he was scared or had any other intentions, but because he did not see clearly what the celestial woman looked like. He only saw a mosaic group. For Lin Shen, the celestial woman wrapped in mosaics is more attractive than any peerless beauty. There are actually living people with fire, and they are also a celestial race. Will the fire on her body be related to the rebellious nature? Or is it another brand new fire? From the beginning of seeing this celestial woman, countless thoughts have flashed through Lin Shen's mind. This is the first time he has discovered a fire outside his mother planet, and it is also a fire on a living person. This forced Lin Shen to overturn his previous speculation that there is also a fire outside his mother planet. 2000. The woman of the celestial man actually doubled the price. This action made Lin Shen realize that the heavens and man can communicate, at least the woman in front of him can communicate, and did not directly snatch it. Sorry, this pet has special significance to me, no matter how much it costs. Lin Shen shook his head again. Seeing Lin Shen rejecting, Shaman Swordsman nodded secretly, thinking that Lin Shen was still a little bit backbone. 4000. The woman of the celestial being continued to increase the price as if she didn't hear it. I have said just now that no matter how much it costs, even if it is 40,000 and 400,000, I will not sell it. For me, it is no different from my relatives. Will you sell your own relatives? Lin Shen said calmly. When Shaman Swordsman saw the woman of heaven frowned, he couldn't help but relax his fists. When others are about to take action, they will clench their fists, while when Shaman Swordsman is about to take action, on the contrary, he will let go of his clenched palms and try to relax himself. However, if you want it, I can give it to you. Lin Shen couldn't see the expression of the celestial woman, so he continued directly without waiting for the celestial woman to react. But his words made Shaman Swordsman and the Tianran woman stunned for a moment. It seems you know who I am. A smile appeared on the corner of the woman's mouth. If you are willing to tell me your name, I will know who you are in the future. Lin Shen said with a smile. Don't you know me? The woman of the celestial being was a little surprised. I want to know you. Lin Shen said. You don't know me, why do you give me your pet? The celestial woman looked at Lin Shen with interest. She was wondering whether Lin Shen really didn't know her or was pretending not to know her. Do you want to hear the truth or lies? Lin Shen asked replies without answering. Like lies. The smile on the face of the celestial woman disappeared. She had seen too many such methods. She had no interest in such a man. She even thought that Lin Shen would praise her for being beautiful next. When she asked Lin Shen what the truth was, Lin Shen would say that she was more beautiful. I want to marry you. Lin Shen's answer stunned the woman of the celestial being. This seemed a bit different from what she thought. Where is the truth? The celestial woman asked with her eyes blinking. The truth is a bit offensive, so I won't say it. Lin Shen said, taking back the evil dragon, turning it into a capsule state, and then throwing it to the woman of the celestial being. Give it to you the pet, can you tell me your name? As a punishment for offense, it cannot. The woman of Tianran took the pet capsule, showed a sly smile on the corner of her mouth, and drove away directly in the aircraft. Lin Shen watched the woman of heaven leave, and did not feel sorry for the evil dragon sent out. Compared to the fire seed on women, what is a mere dragon pet? This is an investment and you will get the money back in the future. It seems that your thoughts are in vain. Shaman Swordsman said with a sneer. Shaman Swordsman originally thought Lin Shen was a character, but Lin Shen's actions today made him look down on him. Men can be bad, cheap, and cruel, but they cannot lick. This is the principle of Shaman Swordsman. It's not in vain. At least she has no malicious intentions to us now, so it's convenient for future contact. Lin Shen didn't think about that at all. Now he was thinking about how he could get the fire from the celestial woman. Is the fire on her body 1/10 of the same as the one who is against the will of heaven? I wonder how her strength is, whether it is a basic change or a soar. Is there a chance to tie her up and have a sleep? Lin Shen was considering various possibilities. Stop dreaming. The heavenly beings are powerful people in the universe. In her eyes, humans are no different from pets or slaves. After saying that, Shiman Swordsman turned around and left, ignoring Lin Shen. Lin Shen knew that he had the ability to protect himself, so he stopped caring about him. He looked at the map and headed in another direction. Shiman Swordsman is right. It is normal for the celestial race to look down on humans, so under normal circumstances, it is impossible for this celestial woman to have a sleep with him. The most effective way is to tie her up, but you must first figure out the identity and strength of this celestial woman to avoid causing big trouble. A celestial woman likes pets. Lin Shen thought to understand her details first and then use other pets as bait in the future. It should not be difficult to find an opportunity to start. I think the level of the celestial woman should not be too high, otherwise she would not be interested in crystal-based pets. With this preparation, the woman of the heavenly man should not be too cautious about him. As long as the design is well designed, it should not be difficult to find an opportunity to get along with him alone. Of course, the premise is that there will be no big trouble if the woman in the celestial world is tied up. He doesn't know how long he will stay in the giant ring star, and he cannot leave himself without a foothold in the giant ring star. This is part of the reason why the evil dragon was given up. If you offend the gods and people as soon as you came, your life will be difficult. Lin Shen planned to figure out the situation nearby first, and hunt some basic creatures and go back to pay the bill for Lao Yu. The woman of the celestial being drove the aircraft and came directly to the small village where Lin Shen lived. Master Tianquan, why are you here in person? Lao Yu seemed surprised to see the woman of heaven sitting in the aircraft, and hurried forward to perform the etiquette of heaven and man. Are you newcomers here recently? Tianquan asked casually while playing with the pet capsule in his hand. Yes, 3 newcomers are here, 2 men and 1 woman. Lao Yu did not dare to hide it and told Lin Shen and the other 2 in detail. He secretly felt suspicious in his heart. How could a big man like Tianquan come to such a place in person to ask about Lin Shen and the other 3? This is no less than the lord of a country. One person ran to the slums on the remote border to ask about the situation of the poor. Chapter 256. Fortunately, I didn't do it. After hearing this, Tianquan ignored it and drove away directly in the aircraft. She just passed by and did not intend to come here. Tianquan passed by here and asked those 3 people, was it intentional or intentional? Lao Yu's expression changed. Theoretically, Tianquan should not be able to pay attention to the 3 human fundamental changers, but if it is an unintentional coincidence, why did she not pass here early and late? But when she passed here at this time, she also asked about the newcomer's situation. Does those 3 people have any background? Lao Yu secretly speculated in his heart. Without the evil dragon, Lin Shen could only change to a mount that could not fly. In this mountain range, it is indeed inconvenient to move without a flying mount. After walking around the neighborhood, there are indeed many basic creatures here, but the number of mutated creatures is far less than that of King Kong. Instructor Mu is right. He should develop on the King of Realms first. Lin Shen killed several crystal-based creatures, collected the base liquid, and dragged their bodies back together. These 2 snow apes are of good quality. You are counted as one of the heavenly coins. The rest are all ordinary people. Let's count as one of the heavenly coins together. Lin Shen took the prey to allow you to pay the bill, but unexpectedly, he only received 2 coins in total. Lin Shen initially thought that Lao Yu cheated on him, but when other basic changers came to sell things, the price was about the same. The heavenly coins are more valuable than I imagined. If you live in a stone house for a day, you need 1 heavenly coins. This is a bit too expensive. Lin Shen originally thought that those things were just 1 heavenly coins, and it didn't seem very expensive, but if you really count it, it's really not cheap. However, Lin Shen didn't care about these things. As long as Lao Yu's service is in place, spending some money is nothing. Lao Yu, did a celestial being come to the village today? Lin Shen seemed to ask casually. What are you asking about this? Lao Yu looked at Lin Shen and asked back. That's because I've been here. Lin Shen sighed depressedly. I didn't agree to you that I planned to use my flying pet to deliver goods to you. Who knew that I met that celestial being today and the flying pet was gone? Lao Yu was stunned when he heard this, and then he suddenly realized it. He patted Lin Shen's shoulder and said, "Brother, it would be great to save his life. Do you know who the celestial beings you met?" "I don't know." Lin Shen shook his head. "In this giant ring star, the heavenly beings are absolutely not allowed to provoke. 3 of them have the power of life and death for everyone. One is the heavenly being in charge of the earth, the other is the celestial 117, which controls the ocean, and the last is the Tianquan who controls the star belt." Lao Yu said, "It's just a pet, and it's gone. If you offend her, you won't even know how to die. And 117, she 118, why is the name of the god so strange?" Lin Shen said with a smile. "You probably haven't dealt with the Tianran before, right?" Lao Yu lowered his voice and said, "The angel has only 3 surnames, Shi, Tian, and An. Among these 3 surnames, only the Tian surname has its own name. Shi and An surname are both ranked by strength. And 117 means that his strength ranking in An's family is 117, and Shi 118 is the same as the same. Ranking 117 and 118, what kind of strength is that?" Lin Shen felt something was wrong. How can we know such a big man? But those who can guard a planet must be powerful nirvana. Lao Yu said. So, Tianquan is also nirvana level? Lin Shen secretly broke into a cold sweat for himself. Unexpectedly, Tianquan, who was interested in crystal-based pets, turned out to be a nirvana-level existence. Thinking about it, I was thinking about tying Tianquan before, but fortunately he didn't take action, otherwise the fun would have been great. Absolutely, so you have a big life. If a pet is gone, it's enough. You'll have a life. Lao Yu sighed, it's a pity that you can't do this delivery errand. How could she be a powerful nirvana man like my pet? Lin Shen was still a little puzzled. Although the evil dragon is good, it is no different from garbage in Nirvana Man. Who knows, we don't understand the affairs of heaven and man, so don't ask randomly. Lao Yu seemed to know something, but he refused to say it. Nirvana level, that's trouble. Lin Shen was slightly depressed. Originally, he thought that even if Tianquan was an ascensioner, with his strength, he would not have no chance, so he would find some ways to tie her up and sleep and take away the fire from her body. As a result, he was at the nirvana level, so Lin Shen dared not to tie her up, so he could only temporarily strangle this idea to death. My elder sister's condition is getting better and better. Today I drank 3 more bowls of medicinal soup. I basically didn't have much fever, and the dark spots on my body seemed to have faded a little. Lin Shen told the elder sister all the information she had found and the situation nearby. The Tianquan coins of the Tianqin are much higher than those of our mother star. With the level of our siblings, it should not be difficult to make money here. The eldest sister has already started planning how to build her business empire here. Sister, we are here to take refuge. Making money is second to you. You should try to be as low-key as possible. Lin Shen quickly interrupted his elder sister's imagination and let her continue thinking about it. I'm afraid she is already thinking about how to make money to buy giant Huanqing. She really dares to think about it. The eldest sister suddenly became a little depressed and said weakly, then you have to make some money to live. You can't work for Lao Yu every day, right? That's right, the conditions here are too poor, it's best to have a more comfortable place to live. Lin Shen thought of the woman who sang last night, so he asked his elder sister, Sister, did you hear the woman next door singing last night? I was so uncomfortable yesterday that I was so confused that I could hear anything. Lin Miao said suddenly, his eyes lit up, is there a woman next door? How do you look? How old is she? Are you married? Sister, what are you thinking? What are we doing now? Do you still have these thoughts? Lin Shen knew what the elder sister was thinking, and was a little amused. The older generation said it well. Start a family first and then start a career. Although the conditions are a little harder now, no matter how hard it is, you cannot delay your partner. Besides, it is not tiring to work with men and women. In this terrible place, there is a beautiful girl who works with you. Isn't it better than you alone? Tell me about what the hell is like. How can I know how? I have never seen her before, But I just heard a woman next door humming at night. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Live next door to us. Then there are many opportunities in the future. I will wait for you to see if my sister is good. If the conditions are good. Lin Miao's eyes began to shine. Lin Shen was speechless and ignored her. He packed up his things and prepared to welcome the arrival of darkness. Something went wrong with the computer, and the last chapter was later. Chapter 257 The Non-Existent Woman. Shimon's swordsman came back late and brought not much prey. When he passed by Lin Shen's gate, Lin Shen even greeted him. But he ignored Lin Shen and closed the door when he returned to the stone house. The night suddenly came, because there was no place to charge, and Lin Shen was reluctant to use it even though he had flashlights. The two were chatting in the dark, making plans for the future. Although the environment of Giant Ring Star is harsh, the ascension resources here are much better than those of the parent star. Lin Miao means ascending as soon as possible. Her basic variation rate has already reached 100%, and she is only one ascending egg and can ascend directly. Lin Shen thought of the mutated pterosaur egg on the crater planet. There have been too many things happening during this period and have never had time to get it back. If the eldest sister wants to ascend, she can use the mutated pterosaur egg. The problem now is that ascending eggs need to be processed before they can be used by ordinary base changers. You can also drink the liquid in the ascension egg directly, but that risk is too great, so it is best to use it after processing it. I don't know if there is anyone here who can make ascension eggs into oral liquid. Even if there are, Lin Shen is not at ease to hand over the mutated ascension eggs to outsiders. It's hard to go out. After discussing with his elder sister, Lin Shen decided to slow down first, and then consider taking back the mutated ascension egg. My eldest sister is still in poor health and is very tired easily. She falls asleep in a short while. Lin Shen sat on the stone and rested. After a while, he heard the faint humming sound coming from the next door again. That woman secretly lived in Lao Yu's house again. How could Lao Yu's greedy nature not discover her? Lin Shen was a little confused. But this is someone else's business, and he is too lazy to meddle in other people's business and continues to close his eyes and rest. When my elder sister's health is good, I can take her to the world of Wunxing in the dark. The night here is too long, and normal people can't sleep that long. Apart from the Giant Ring Star's night, Lin Shen didn't think it was any different. The woman seemed to be in a good mood, and she kept humming unheard songs. There was only one song back and forth, and the melody was the same. After listening for a long time, it is inevitable that people are a little upset. Lin Shen wanted to shut up and stop singing, but he thought it was inappropriate. In the middle of the night, when he shouted, wouldn't everyone hear it? Lao Yu would also find that this woman had stolen his house. Fortunately, after the woman sang for a while, there was no sound, and the glimmer of light from the wall disappeared. Lin Shen continued to practice the Ageless Sutra, and it was easy to get through it overnight. After dawn, Lin Shen immediately left the door and planned to say to the woman next to her and tell her not to sing at night. When Lin Shen came out, no one came out of this row of stone houses. But when he came to the stone house next to him, he found that the door of the stone house was open. He looked inside and found that there was no one inside. It's strange. I came out just as dawn. Why is that woman faster than me? This makes no sense. Lin Shen frowned slightly. Brother Lin, why is it so early? Lao Yu, who lives in the first room in this row, pushed the door out and was slightly surprised to see Lin Shen coming out so early. Lao Yu, was anyone living in this room last night? Lin Shen frowned and looked at Lao Yu and asked. No, there are only a few people here, all of them have fixed rooms, only you three newcomers, and there are no one else. Lao Yu seemed to think of something, looked around, pulled Lin Shen aside, stared at Lin Shen, lowered his voice and asked, What do you mean? I didn't tell you the last time, I heard the sound of a woman singing next door, and I heard it again last night. Lin Shen said. Lao Yu's face turned very ugly. Brother, you can't say this. I really heard it. Lin Shen was very sure that he would never hear it wrong. On the first day, he saw that woman. Seeing Lin Shen so affirmed, Lao Yu's expression changed. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, it's good that you know me. Don't go out and talk nonsense." "Why?" Lin Shen was a little puzzled. "Don't ask, don't say, I'll waive the rent of your room. Also, don't think about going to the stone house next to you at night, and don't even leave the door." Lao Yu seemed afraid that Lin Shen would continue asking questions, so he left directly. After a while, Lao Yu took a big lock out of his own room and locked the door of the stone house next to Lin Shen. Lin Shen asked him what he wanted, but he refused to say anything again. In a short while, more people came out, and most of them went out to hunt. The situation of Shiman swordsman is much better than yesterday. At least when riding the gray crystal triangular sheep, it will not stagger. The two looked at each other, Lin Shen smiled and greeted him, and Shiman swordsman turned his face directly and left the village without looking back. Lin Shen didn't care, so he went to Lao Yu to inquire about the news. Lao Yu was still a little patient at first, but later he learned that Lin Shen was not asking about the woman, so he immediately changed into a smile. "One message is a day's currency," Lao Yu said with a smile. Lin Shen asked some questions about ascension and ascending eggs, and Lao Yu said it very clearly. "If you want to make ascension eggs into oral liquid, there is no equipment on humans. Most humans will choose to leave the giant ring star and ascend to another planet. If you have to ascend to the giant ring star, you can only find help from the heavenly beings or the advanced races living in the star belt." Lin Shen had to temporarily give up the idea of helping his elder sister ascend. He dared not take the mutated ascension egg to the heavenly beings and those high-level races. Isn't that equivalent to handing over a large piece of gold to the thief to deal with? The humans here rarely communicate with each other, and can even be said to be quite indifferent. Except for Lao Yu, it seems that everyone is trying to avoid communicating with others. During the day, there were no one left in the entire village. I heard from Lao Yu that most of the people who come to Zhuangxing have unyielding reasons. Who would come to such a ghost place? After Lin Shen packed up his things, he prepared to go to a faraway place. If there was nothing to gain, he would be ready to find a place where no one was and teleport to the King of Realms. Before I could walk out of the village gate, I saw a bright light flying in the sky. "Is it Tianshuan?" Lin Shen frowned. He wanted to make Tianshuan's idea before, but now he doesn't have that kind of mind. At least he doesn't have that ability yet. Sure enough, the aircraft landed in front of Lin Shen, and after the upper cover was opened, a mosaic figure appeared. "Come up." Tianshuan opened the passenger's door and made a gesture to get in the car. Chapter 258 Starbelt. Lin Shen did not hesitate at all and sat on it. Anyway, he is not Tianshuan's opponent, and this is Tianshuan's territory, so there is no need to be scheming. There were not many people in the village, only Lao Yu saw this scene, and the boss opened his mouth and didn't close for a long time. "I'll go. Can you say that the boy is lucky and is attracted to by Tianshuan?" This is not true. The boss of the Tianrun tribe can fall in love with a human base transformer. Lao Yu felt that he was really old and couldn't understand it. If Tiansun wanted to find Lin Shen's trouble, or if there was something to find Lin Shen, she didn't need to come to find Lin Shen in person, and it would be even more impossible for a human base changer to get on her aircraft. This Lin Shen is not simple. Lao Yu secretly thought in his mind whether he should have a good relationship with Lin Shen in the future. After Lin Shen got on the aircraft, Tianshuan rushed to the sky with the aircraft. "Don't you ask why you are looking for you?" Tiansun was a little curious when he saw Lin Shen sitting honestly and not talking. "Isn't it because I told you to settle the score with me?" Lin Shen looked surprised. "Of course not." Tianshuan rolled his eyes. "Now do you know who I am?" "I understand." Lin Shen nodded. "Do you still want to marry me?" Tiansun said, looking at him with a smile. "Think." Lin Shen nodded seriously. "Think about it, but if you don't want to die, you will close your mouth." Tiansun curled his smile and said while driving the aircraft, "There is something you need to do. After the matter is done, you will be given an identity and let you live on my paradise island." "What's the identity?" Lin Shen looked at Tiansun in surprise and asked. "What identity do you want?" Tianshuan asked with a narrowed eyes. "Everything is okay." Lin Shen looked at the nose and the nose looked at the heart. He didn't dare to say anything bold. He knew what it means to stop at the right time. In a few days, my little nephew is coming to Zhuangxing. I plan to give him a small gift as a meeting gift. That thing is on a floating island in Xingjie. I can't go to the island. You go to the island and take out the things. I will give you a permanent residence on Paradise Island. Tianquan told his purpose. A place you can't even go to. Can I, a small basic transformer, complete this difficult task? Lin Shen couldn't help but frown. With your courage, do you still want to make an idea for me? Tianquan mocked, don't worry, there is a Nirvana creature on the floating ring island. It is very unfriendly to the heavenly man race, but very friendly to humans. You just need to go up and get something. Unless you seek death yourself, you will provoke it when you go to the Nirvana creature's nest, otherwise there will be no danger. As he said that, Tianquan returned the evil dragon capsule to Lin Shen. I can't be too close to that place, nor can it find that you were with me, otherwise you will be dead when you go to the island. You have to go over the last part of the road by yourself. I'm sure there's no danger? Lin Shen took the capsule and asked again. Do you think that with my identity, I would waste time on such small things? Tianquan was already a little dissatisfied. I have another sister. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. 2 permanent residence rights. Tianquan was not stingy. Can you tell me the details of the island? I always have to know where to go to the island to get something? Lin Shen thought for a while, but he still felt that it would be okay to know more. There is only that Nirvana creature on that island, named Hell Gatekeeper. It is more repulsive to people from other races, but it is more friendly to humans. After you go to the island, don't commit suicide, and there will be no trouble. After you go up the island, you go up the steps, with many corpses, wreckage, various spiritual foundations, etc. You can search there is a sword-shaped spiritual foundation, and take it back. Tianquan pressed it, and a holographic image of a big sword appeared on the light screen of the aircraft. The hilt of the sword was an angel shape, and the angel's spreading wings were the sword's guard. The sword body is like white jade, and the holy light flows in it, like a holy spring surging. After reading it, Lin Shen asked nothing, and was surprisingly quiet, which surprised Tianquan. Don't you ask the origin of this sword? Lin Shen shook his head and said, it doesn't matter, it's not for me anyway. The sword of the 10-turn spirit-based archangel. Lin Shen didn't ask, but Tianquan wanted to say it. It's so happy to be your nephew. Are you still missing a nephew? Lin Shen sighed. Tianquan couldn't help rolling his eyes again. If you don't want to die, you can only take away the archangel's sword. Don't touch other things, even a thread and a needle, otherwise don't blame me if you die. I understand, I'm not greedy. Lin Shen suppressed the curiosity in his heart and did not ask why the 10-turn archangel sword was thrown there. However, even without asking, Lin Shen could probably guess something. It is very likely that the celestial race had encircled and suppressed the Nirvana creature on the island, but failed. Instead, many celestial beings died there, and even the spiritual foundation could not be taken back. That place must be very dangerous, but it is certain that God is looking for him to go, otherwise there is no need to waste time and energy. What's the danger? Lin Shen has a teleportation device in his hand, but there are some ways to save his life. As the two of them were talking, the aircraft had already rushed out of the atmosphere and was getting closer and closer to the star belt. The star belt is much larger than Lin Shen imagined. The closer it is to the star belt, the more it feels that the star belt is extremely magnificent, as boundless as a galaxy. Looking back, I could see the whole picture of the superplanet. It was a green planet. Most of the planet was covered with green plants, and only a small part of it was a blue ocean. Because there is no reference, it is impossible to tell how many times the giant ring star is larger than the human parent star. As the distance from the star was closer, Lin Shen discovered a problem. The star belt is indeed composed of countless floating meteorites of all sizes, but between the meteorites, there seems to be a layer of transparent objects like yarn and fog connected. What is really shining is those things. Countless meteorites of all sizes, like pebbles and rivers, were immersed in the light belt that looked like veil and fog, and it looked magical and magnificent. It was hard to describe how shocking that scene was. "What is the glowing?" Lin Shen asked curiously. Starring, the reason why the giant ring star is called the giant ring star is because of the existence of the star ring. Tianquan said lightly, "It's almost done, I can only send you here. The floating ring you want to go to is there, and the rest of the road depends on you. Within the star ring, you don't have to worry about not being able to breathe. The star ring is very friendly to life, and the environment here is much better than the inside of the giant ring star." Lin Shen looked in the direction of Tianquan's finger, and after just one look, he knew which floating island that Tianquan was talking about was. Because the floating ring is too big, if it weren't for looking at it here, Lin Shen thought it would be more appropriate to call it a planet. Lin Shen personally thinks that the size of the floating island may be larger than that of the human parent star. Chapter 259. Leave it to someone who is destined to be. Lin Shen rode an evil dragon and flew in the star belt. As expected, as Tianquan said, humans can survive very freely in the star belt, breathing very smoothly, which is much more comfortable than being inside the giant ring star. The feeling in the ring is very wonderful. The wonderful substance that makes up the ring seems to be between water and air. He could sense some resistance and viscosity of it, but he couldn't really grasp it. He breathed warmly and felt very comfortable. If there was a bed here, Lin Shen would probably be able to fall asleep immediately. There are huge floating islands everywhere. The big ones are comparable to planets, and the small ones are as big as real islands. There are dense plants growing on each suspended ring island, which are very colorful and beautiful. The floating island that Tianquan refers to is the largest, covered with flowers and plants of all colors, like a huge sky garden. Strangely, there is a clear area above the floating island, which looks like a long scar on the planet, with no plant growth on it, ugly and lifeless. What should be a trick there? Isn't going to take this path to consume people's vitality and lifespan, so Tianquan asked me to go there, right? Lin Shen did not really believe in Gui Tianquan since the beginning, but he just didn't have enough strength to reject her. He has the theory of evolution and is not too afraid of these special environments. Let's go down and take a look first. Lin Shen rode the evil dragon into this huge floating circle. Unlike giant ring stars, the floating ring is itself immersed in the rings and is not protected by the atmosphere. Lin Shen easily entered the roundabout. His fingers kept pressing the button on his watch. If there was any slightest movement, he would immediately teleport to escape. As the distance was closer, Lin Shen could see clearly that the ugly scar was actually a stone stairway in the mountains. The stone steps are lined by bare mountains, so they look that way in the sky. When I fell at the starting point of the stone steps, I immediately saw a lot of bones on both sides. Some of the clothes on the bones were not damaged yet. Many of them were very high-end battlesuits, much higher than the super-burning battlesuits. Most of the bones have winged bones, and it is guessed that they should be the celestial race. There are also many spiritual foundations scattered beside them, all kinds of which are covered with thick dust, so I can't see clearly what they originally look like. Some skeletons are obviously not the celestial race, and have various strange characteristics. It seems that it was not just the celestial race who surrounded and killed the gatekeeper of hell. Lin Shen walked up the stone steps, looking down at the information on his watch from time to time. His theoretical life limit has not changed, which shows that he has thought too much before. At least this path will not consume his life. Because the body does not feel uncomfortable, and the theory of evolution has not been activated, this path is unexpectedly easy to walk. Lin Shen was looking for the Archangel's sword while walking. The sword had not been found yet, but the various bones and things he saw surprised him. Almost every short distance, you can see many skeletons and broken spiritual foundations. At that time, I don't know how many ascendants die here. He had just walked such a little road and saw less than 1,000 skeletons. Tianquan, who was far away on another island, has been using the equipment on the aircraft and is paying attention to Lin Shen's every move remotely. Fortunately, he was not greedy to get those spiritual foundations, but this is not a real test. It should be coming soon. After seeing such things, can he still control his greed? Tianquan observed Lin Shen with interest. She didn't care about Lin Shen's life or death. When Lin Shen died, she could find other humans to get it. There was always someone who could get the Archangel sword back. As long as she was not greedy, it was not difficult. Under Tianxuan's gaze, Lin Shen walked to a place damaged by stone steps. The stone steps in this section were seriously damaged, and there were almost no complete stone steps. The mountain walls on both sides collapsed on a large area, forming two huge pits on both sides. There are also many falling rocks on the stone steps, and Lin Shen can only climb up with both hands and feet. The main reason is that I don't know where the Archangel's sword is. Tianxuan also reminded him that after climbing the stone steps, he will not be able to fly with his pets, and it is best not to use other pets. Suddenly, Lin Shen found that there was a man sitting on a big rock in the pit next to him. The reason why it is said that it is a person, not a skeleton, is that it has a complete shell on it. He was wearing a purple jade carapace, sitting cross-legged on a large piece, like an old monk entering into meditation, without any dust on his body. There were no scars on his shell, and he didn't look like a dead person no matter how he looked. It's a pity that Carp wrapped his entire body in it and could not see his true face. Can the dead still maintain the shell? Lin Shen had never seen a dead person who could maintain the shell, but in his tone, there should be no living people here. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw that there was a purple egg between the man's hands. Lin Shen had never seen such an egg. The egg was like a deep small universe, with countless stars flowing inside, the stars flashing and disillusioning, and countless galaxies rotated and sped, with an indescribable mystery. I don't know what kind of egg it was. Lin Shen just took a few glances and was about to continue walking up. Lin Shen stopped again when his eyes swept across the big rock under the man. There were a few lines of words engraved on the big stone, which were still common human words that Lin Shen could understand. My friend, the king of slaughtering people, is here, and the Nirvana egg and devours the divine beast is left for fate. Do not take it if it is not a human race, otherwise you will suffer a sudden disaster. I'll go. Is that a Nirvana egg? Lin Shen widened his eyes in disbelief. After staring at the egg of the god-eating beast for a long time, Lin Shen was really moved. The value of Nirvana egg is simply unimaginable. The resources received by this one alone are more than enough to ascend Lin Shen 10 times, and it also says that it is not allowed to take non-human races. After staring at Nirvana egg for a long time, Lin Shen took a deep breath, withdrew his gaze and continued to climb up. Things are good things, I'm afraid I'm not going to live with them. Lin Shen murmured to himself. If the Nirvana egg is really so easy to take, how could it be left here without being taken away? The heavenly man race is not a fool. It is not difficult for Tianxuan to find tens of thousands of humans to come here. If he can be taken away, he should have been taken away long ago. It is still here now, which only means that no one can take it away. Lin Shen always believed that life is more important than anything else. If it weren't for the lack of the ability to refuse, he wouldn't have agreed to Tianxuan to come here to get the Archangel's sword. I held back all this, my heart is pretty good. Tianxuan was quite pleased to see Lin Shen not touching the Nirvana egg. At least it can prove that she has a good vision and has not found the wrong person. He was just relieved. Lin Shen, who hadn't walked out, actually retreated, staring at the body of the Butcher King. Chapter 262 Eight Fist. Tianxuan's eyes twitched and he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. I knew that men are unreliable, both celestial beings and human beings. The reason why Lin Shen came back was not because of the egg of the divine devouring beast, but because he thought of something else. His eyes were not looking at Nirvana egg, but the lines below. My friend, the king of the slaughter, is it here? The meaning of this sentence is that a friend of him slaughtered a king of humans and finally sat here? Or is his friend called the king of the slaughter? According to the normal way of thinking, it should be the latter. There are few humans surnamed Tu, who can rush out of the universe and have some achievements. I seem to have heard of one family. The one Lin Shen was thinking about in his heart was naturally Tu Xiaodao's slaughter. If this king of slaughter is really a human, then the possibility of his origin in the slaughter family is extremely high. Lin Shen took out his small notebook and pen with him, intending to draw the king of butchers and show it to Tu Xiaodao in the future if he was from their family. If it was really a member of the Tu family might have the chance to take away the egg of the god-eating beast. Lin Shen's memory is relatively average and not a very important thing. He can't remember it clearly after a long time, so it is more reliable to draw the details. Unfortunately, he didn't learn how to draw well when he was a child, and his painting skills were not even in the entry-level level, which is the level of a stickman. Fortunately, I just compare the details and don't need to have too high painting skills. Tianxuan, who was peeping remotely, was a little confused by Lin Shen. He didn't know what Lin Shen was doing and why he wanted to draw a dead person. As he was painting, Lin Shen suddenly discovered a problem. There were some strange patterns on the shell of the Butcher King. It is normal to have patterns on the shell. Many advanced evolutionary techniques will have various shapes and patterns after practicing. The problem is that this pattern does not seem to be naturally made of the carapace, but was carved later. Because the shell itself has patterns, these later carved patterns are mixed between the natural patterns, and the techniques used are very similar to natural patterns, so it is generally difficult to find that some of the patterns are later carved. Lin Shen wanted to draw the patterns so that the two family could identify them. When copying them, he found that some patterns were carved later. He didn't see it from the marks, but the edges and corners of the patterns, which made him feel uncomfortable when drawing, and felt a little out of place. How could anyone carve patterns on the shell? Did he carve these patterns when he was alive or after he died? Lin Shen was very curious and turned the book one page and drew the carved patterns on the new page. As he was painting, Lin Shen felt that these patterns were a bit like human body movements, but the painting was relatively abstract, and it was even simpler and more abstract than the style of stickman. At first, Lin Shen was a little unconfident. He tried to imitate the movements of these patterns, and it was really a coherent movement. What are these actions used for? How could they be carved on a person's shell? Lin Shen tried to do it, and suddenly felt that the power of the base change actually flowed with the movement in his body. This thing can also mobilize the power of the fundamental transformation. Lin Shen was even more surprised. Lin Shen was surprised here, but he didn't know that Tianxuan was even more surprised on the other side. How could my friend's 28th fist? Tianxuan looked at Lin Shen in disbelief. The postures Lin Shen made her feel incredible. Lin Shen's understanding of that sentence is somewhat deviated. The meaning of that sentence is not that a human named the King of Slaughtering is here, nor is his friend who slaughtered a King of Slaughtering is here. The name of this person is my friend. The man-king he slaughtered is not a person, but a nirvana creature. Lin Shen never thought that someone would have a name called Woyo. Of course, my friend is not a human, but an alien race. If Lin Shen could see his face, he would not have thought he was a human. Unfortunately, he was blocked by the shell and Lin Shen could not see it. What's going on with this person? Where did he learn the 28th fist? Is it true that he has something to do with my friend, and he came to Zhuangxing for this? No, right? He is a human. How could my friend teach his 28th punch to a human? Not to mention humans, even if it is a big clan like me, he has always disdained him. Tianxuan knew very well what the saying not to take a non-human race means. The human race in it does not refer to humans, but all human races. But if he had nothing to do with my friend, how could he have 28 punches? Could it be that he learned it now? Tianxuan felt a little incredible. How could anyone learn 28 punches from the dead? My friend's body has been seen by many celestial beings and people from other races. Many people even wanted to try to take away the god-devouring egg, but the ending was very miserable, and even the ashes could not be left behind. No one noticed that my friend left 28 punches when he died. If so, he would have been discovered long ago. What did that guy do? Tianxuan looked at Lin Shen in surprise. She could naturally see that Lin Shen's actions were indeed unfamiliar and must have just learned them. But how did he learn 28 punches from a dead man? Tianxuan couldn't see what Lin Shen painted on his notebook, so he couldn't guess it. Can humans practice 28 punches? If humans can practice 28 punches, can I also practice 28 punches? Tianxuan couldn't help but feel moved. Although the name of her Bakwun seems to be a bad guy, Tianxuan knows how terrifying her Bakwun is. Back then, my friend used the 28th fist to traverse the universe and suppressed almost all the Nirvana powerhouses of his generation. The 28th fist cannot be regarded as an evolutionary technique. To be precise, it is more like a way to use power. It can play a magical role like a talented skill, but it is not a talented skill, and it can be regarded as a skill that has been trained after birth. Being able to practice 28 punches is theoretically equivalent to having one more skill than others, and it is also a very terrifying skill. Compared to the Archangel Sword, the 28th fist is millions of times more precious. With this discovery, Tianquan no longer cared about the Archangel Sword. The 10-turn spiritual foundation is not difficult for her to find, and she can also give other gifts to her little nephew, but the 28th fist is a unique universe treasure. Since my friend's transformation, the 28th fist has disappeared in the universe. I didn't expect that I would see the 28th fist again on Lin Shen today. However, Tianquan is still not sure whether Lin Shen imitated the same appearance or really learned the 28th punch. If it's just an action, it's useless. Tianquan now wished she could pull Lin Shen back and ask clearly, "Don't get any angel's sword," but unfortunately she couldn't go to the island, so she could only endure it and wait for Lin Shen to come back. Chapter 261 The Sword of the Archangel. Lin Shen practiced according to those abstract movements, and actually triggered the flow of basic transformed power in his body, which felt very incredible. However, he had practiced this kind of basic transformation technique that could activate basic transformation power by relying on movements, and he was not too surprised. However, the main practice of stepping on the immortal court is the legs and body movements, while the movements are the arms. Of course, it is not just the arms, but the whole body will be activated, but the ultimate flow of strength is the arms. When all the strength in his body was led to his arms, Lin Shen felt an urge to swing his arms and fists, and he felt a little unhappy. Lin Shen subconsciously punched, and then something incredible happened. The power in his fist actually broke out and rushed out of the fist like a missile. Bang! Lin Shen was more than 10 meters away from the dead man, and his punch hit the body at a distance of more than 10 meters. Tianquan was really shocked and angry when he saw this scene. What was shocked was that Lin Shen actually practiced 28 punches, but what was angry was that the boy was looking for death and dared to hit my friend's body. Not to mention a mere fundamental change, even if a Nirvana dares to touch my friend's body, he will definitely bring disaster. It's over, that kid is dead, he deserves to die, but that 28 punch. Tianquan felt blood rushing in his brain, and he wished he could slap Lin Shen to death with a slap. Lin Shen didn't know that his fist power would break out and hit the corpse more than 10 meters away. Isn't this scientific? Not to mention the basic changer, even the Ascensioner cannot exert punching out of thin air. Long-range attacks rely on the basis of life. There are also some talented skills that can act remotely, but those talented skills are mostly light skills, and most of them are not direct damage skills. Most of them are illusion techniques, and the more common ones are illusions. A talented skill like the Bloody Lord that can bind enemies from space is already a very rare ranged skill. A pure power-based long-range skill like Lin Shen is even rarer. It cannot be said that there is no such thing as it is difficult to see anyway. The corpse was hit by the force of the air, and the corpse gradually turned into countless particles in front of the eyes. In a moment, the corpse disappeared without a trace, and there was not even a single ashes left, only the Nirvana-level divine-eating beast egg rolled down. Lin Shenrun was stunned. How could he have thought that his punch would actually kill the body? It's over. If this is really the body of the elders of the Tu family, I will kill this punch. How can I explain to Tu Xiaodao in the future? Lin Shen's face changed. When Tianquan saw this scene, his face was also changing. Now she was sure that Lin Shen learned the 28 punches from my friend's body, and this was also the inheritance of the 28 punches that my friend deliberately left behind. Even Lin Shen's last punch hit my friend's body, which was calculated by my friend. Otherwise, if this punch hits my friend's body, the one that disappears will not be my friend's body. Moreover, the gatekeeper of hell has not appeared, which means that this is what my friend himself means, otherwise the gatekeeper of hell will definitely appear. My friend, it's really easy to plot. Your 28th fist has been passed down after all. But did you expect that the only one who inherited your 28th fist is a human being? Tian Sun's expression was complicated. A human being actually inherited from the 28th fist. As long as his talent is not too bad, even if he uses resources to smash it, as long as he hits it to the nirvana level, he will definitely be able to shock the combat power of the universe in the future. Although I may not be able to suppress my contemporaries like my friends, no matter how bad it is not much worse. What Tian Sun is thinking now is whether he can learn the 28 punches from Lin Shen. With her talent and ability, as long as she can learn 28 punches, she may be invincible at the same level. Lin Shen was stunned for a while, shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly, put away his notebook, turned around and continued to walk forward. Although it was not his intention to lose the body, it was already here. If this person was really an elder of the Tu family, then he could only confess to Tu Xiaodao. Lin Shen did not take the eggs of the divine devouring beast. He remembered what Tianquan said. Anyway, he would not touch anything except the Archangel Sword, and he would save his life first. Tianquan was already a little amused when he saw Lin Shen turning a blind eye to the eggs of the divine devouring beast. There are really people who are so cowardly, and they don't even have any thoughts on Nirvana egg. If you don't take the non-human race, is he really not moved at all? Lin Shen had his own thoughts in his heart. Although he didn't know what level the Slaughter King was, he had a Nirvana egg and others couldn't take it away. It was probably also Nirvana level. All Nirvana levels died here. You can imagine how terrifying the gatekeeper of hell on the island is. He must not lose his life because of money. As we walked up, there were fewer bones and various items, but the quality seemed to be better than the previous ones. With all kinds of glowing armor and pet launchers of various types, Lin Shen actually saw a pet launcher that looked like Gatlin. Lin Shen wanted to take the thing over, but in the end he held it back. I looked up and saw that the road was still very long, and the distance between the bones appeared was getting longer and longer. Sometimes I could only see a bone after walking about 10 miles. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a corpse. It was not a skeleton, but a real corpse, a fresh corpse, a clot of blood clots on the corpse, which looked fresh. Human. Lin Shen looked at the human being who died next to the steps. He was lying there, holding something in his hand, holding it tightly, his body covered with wounds, and it looked like he was slashed on his body with a knife. He was cut countless times but did not kill him. In the end, he died of blood. Lin Shen felt a stern, knowing that this person was probably the one whom Tianquan had found to take the sword of the great angel before. For some reason, he was unable to withstand the temptation in the end. He reached out to grab the thing next to the steps and finally died here. After looking at him, Lin Shen stopped paying attention to him and continued to move forward. He doesn't know whether others can live, he must survive. He accelerated his pace and continued to move forward. He didn't know how long he had walked, but he finally saw the Archangel Sword. The Archangel's sword was inserted on a rock, and half of the sword body was embedded in it. However, from the exposed part, it is very certain that it is the Archangel Sword. Next to the rock, there was a skeleton of a celestial being. He leaned against the rock and died. I don't know if he had inserted the Archangel Sword into the rock before he died. Lin Shen took a deep breath, walked to the front of the rock, stretched out one hand to hold the hilt of the Archangel Sword, and placed the other hand in his pocket of his clothes, holding the mechanical watch inside. As long as there is anything wrong, he will teleport away immediately. Fortunately, the expected danger did not appear, and Lin Shen pulled out the Archangel's sword with a little force. This sword was surprisingly light, so light that it seemed to have no weight. It was obviously a big sword, but it was like a feather without weight. Chapter 262 Regret. After seeing Lin Shen get the Archangel Sword, he turned around and came back without a trace of hesitation. Tian Sun could only sigh that Lin Shen was too stable. Lin Shen ran back all the way, and after walking out of the stone steps, he summoned the evil dragon again and rode the evil dragon away from the island. From beginning to end, he didn't see the gatekeeper of hell, nor did he want to see him. Fortunately, I'm not disgraced. Back in the aircraft, Lin Shen handed the Archangel Sword to Tianquan. Very good. Tianquan didn't care about the Archangel Sword, but just put it aside. What were you doing next to my friend's body just now? Tianquan asked without starting the aircraft. That person's name is my friend? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. Tianquan's words immediately made him realize that he seemed to have thought it was wrong before. Don't you know? Tianquan didn't seem to be fake when he saw Lin Shen's expression. He knew that her previous guess was correct. There was no relationship between Lin Shen and my friend, and he didn't even know my friend. A human who has nothing to do with my friend actually learned 28 punches from my dead friend. Is this guy's understanding really so good? Tianquan's expression was a little complicated. She has also seen my friend's body many times, but she has not seen anything. Isn't it said that Lin Shen's talent is better than hers? I don't know, I haven't heard of it. I thought his name was King of Slaughter. Lin Shen explained. You don't know him, what are you remembering there with a small notebook? Tianquan asked with his eyes fixed on Lin Shen. I have a friend whose surname is Tuesday. I thought that corpse was called Tu Runwang, and it might be his elder, so I wanted to draw it. When I go back in the future, I asked him to see it. If it was his elder, it would have done a good thing. Lin Shen said as he took out his small notebook and showed the image of my friend he drew for Tianquan. Tianquan took a look and found it was true, but Lin Shen's painting skills were really rough. If she had never seen the real object, just looking at the image of Lin Shen's painting, she would not be able to imagine what the original real object looked like. However, if you compare the portrait with the real object, it is really a bit similar. You won't tell me that you have understood the 28th fist because you drew his portrait, right? Tianquan's voice was a little cold. What 28th fist? Lin Shen pretended to be confused, and then immediately realized, you said those actions, I saw them in him, so he gestured them a few times. Lin Shen knew that his every word and deed were under the surveillance of Tianquan, and he would definitely not be able to hide it. He did not intend to hide it from Tianquan, and opened the next page of the small notebook, and handed the small notebook to Tianquan. When I was painting, I found that something was wrong with the patterns on the shell. Some patterns were not naturally generated, but were carved later, so I drew these patterns. Later, I found that these patterns looked like human body movements, so I tried to imitate them. I didn't expect that they were really human body movements, and I didn't expect that these movements could actually hurt people from the air. It was really unexpected. Lin Shen did not hide it, and what he said was the truth. Tianquan could not see the flaws, so he began to look at the patterns painted by Lin Shen. Lin Shen's painting technique is a bit abstract, and the patterns drawn are much simpler than the original patterns, and the main theme is a similarity. Tianquan really can't tell what the relationship between these patterns and human body movements. This made Tianquan doubt his IQ and comprehension ability. Is it true that this human's comprehension ability is really stronger than mine? Tianquan looked at Lin Shen for a long time, but said nothing. He directly started the aircraft and took Lin Shen through the star belt. Where are we going? Lin Shen found that Tianquan had no intention of sending him back to the village. This road was wrong. Go to my place and let's talk about these actions. Tianquan said. It's okay, but before I go, can I let me go back first? It's almost dark now. If I don't go back, my elder sister will be worried. Lin Shen took more than 50 hours to go back and forth, and when the aircraft went from the village to the star ring, more than 60 hours had passed. In less than 20 hours, it would be dark again. If he hadn't gone back before dark, Lin Shen was afraid that his elder sister would go out to find him at all costs. Don't worry, I've asked someone to pick up your elder sister, and you will meet soon. Tianquan said while driving an aircraft like a flying vehicle. As long as the eldest sister is fine, Lin Shen thought in his mind whether Tianquan could silence him. Although Tianquan did not show it, Lin Shen could see that she attached great importance to the 28th fist. Lin Shen didn't mind giving her the picture of the 28th fist, and it would be fine to let Lin Shen teach her personally. What Lin Shen was afraid of was that after Tianquan learned the 28th punch, he would kill him, who could 28th punch. Is 28 punch very powerful? Lin Shen asked tentatively. Of course, it's very powerful. Tianquan had no intention of hiding it. He drove the aircraft and said, that's a boxing skill that has amazed an era. Lin Shen suddenly felt a sudden slap in his heart when he heard her say this. With such a powerful boxing technique, doesn't that mean that she has a higher chance of silence? There must be many people who have learned such powerful boxing skills, right? Lin Shen continued to test. Originally, only my friend knew it, but now it has been revealed. Maybe you are the only one in the universe who knows 28 punches. Tian-sun had seen through Lin Shen's thoughts and said with a smile. Lin Shen sighed lightly, didn't ask anything more, closed his eyes and leaned on the back of the chair to rest. Now he regrets it a little, so he shouldn't have meddled with other people's business and painted images. If he doesn't paint, he won't find those special patterns. He shouldn't have imitated the patterns at the time when he found them. Anyway, curiosity killed the cat. Seeing Lin Shen's bitter melon-like expression, Tian-sun burst out laughing. This person is really timid. Tian-sun said with a smile, do you regret it? It's a pity that it's too late. Now you are the only person in the universe who can do 28 punches, so I can only kill someone to silence me. You won't. Lin Shen closed his eyes and said relaxingly. Oh, do you think I can't? Tian-sun's face turned cold, and his eyes were even colder. You haven't learned it yet, what if you can't learn it? If you can't learn it, would you still be willing to kill me, the only person who knows 28 punches? Lin Shen said calmly. Do you think I can't learn it if you don't teach it? Tian-sun said coldly. I will not only teach, but also teach seriously and carefully. If this happens, you still can't learn it? Lin Shen opened his eyes and looked at Tianquan and said. Chapter 263 No Magic Tricks. What if I have mastered it? Tian-sun was already a little angry. What Lin Shen said clearly was looking down on her, which was simply a direct insult. If you have mastered it, I, Lin Shen, will be willing to follow you and let you do it for the rest of your life without any complaints. If you cannot master it, I will not ask for anything else. I just hope to give me a chance to pursue you. Lin Shen said righteously. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Tian-sun was angry and laughed. You think it's pretty? No matter whether I can practice it or not, you can survive. This abacus is jingling the entire universe. Isn't this possible? Lin Shen sighed. Of course not. If I practice it, I will chop your head. Tian-sun snorted coldly. Can you not cut it? Lin Shen asked helplessly. It's okay. Some people expected Tianquan's answer. Then just say a word. Lin Shen said immediately. A word is certain. If I practice it, I will keep the head above you and the one below you will be cut off. Tian-sun said, pretending to be plain. Then you better kill me. I haven't yet developed a family for my family. That's even more uncomfortable than killing me. Lin Shen sighed. I'm not sure, how can I break my promise? You'd better pray that I can't practice now, otherwise. Tian-sun didn't finish his words, but he understood everything. Lin Shen didn't say anything, wondering if Tian-sun was really scaring him. However, even if it is really played, Lin Shen is not completely unsuspecting to win. The reason why he said that Tianquan could not practice was not purely exaggerated. He had practiced treading to the immortal court before and knew that this kind of evolutionary technique was not something he could practice after doing the right movements. The key point is to understand the word enlightenment. If you cannot understand the momentum, no matter how standard the movements are, you will not be able to practice it. There are also a few prefaces to explain its artistic conception, which is of great help to understand its momentum. The 28th fist only has movements, and there is no other prompt. The key to practicing the 28th fist is all about the momentum contained in those patterns. Now the original patterns have disappeared, leaving only those patterns drawn by Lin Shen. But his paintings were too rough, which was already quite different from the original version, and there was no such thing as it existed. Just looking at the patterns he drew, it is probably difficult to understand the power of the 28th fist. He can teach Tianquan all the standard movements, but without the artistic conception, it is really hard to say whether Tianquan can practice it. Lin Shen did not pray that Tianquan could not practice the 28th punch, because he knew in his heart that whether he could survive was not whether Tianquan could practice the 28th punch, but whether Tianquan wanted to kill him. Even if he bet he won, Tianquan wanted to kill him, there could be 10,000 different reasons to kill him. So during this period, what Lin Shen had to do was not to win the bet, but to make Tianquan give up the idea of killing him. Paradise Island is not smaller than the circle of the island I visited before. Compared with the giant ring star, the environment on the island can indeed be described as paradise. The castles, gardens, statues, and the islands are filled with artistic buildings, which is in sharp contrast to the village where Lin Shen lived. The beautiful celestial girl plays the piano next to the fountain, and the celestial warriors wearing gorgeous armor lined up to patrol the island. When the aircraft descended, a dome like a palace in the castle was automatically opened, which directly allowed the aircraft to land in the building, and the dome automatically closed. Lin Shen came out of the aircraft and looked at the various ornate statues and murals in the building, and even the pillars were carved with amazing reliefs. Lin Shen has only seen such a gorgeous building in video recordings. Such buildings could have been possible before the arrival of the basic creatures and at the height of human beings. Today, human architecture is all practical, with various solid metal fortresses, which are completely different from previous architectures. There is not even a single person in this huge palace-style building. Your elder sister has been sent to the guest room, you can now talk to her. Tianquan received a message, turned on the call mode directly, and gave the communicator to Lin Shen. Lin Shen saw the image projected by the communicator, which was the eldest sister Lin Miao. The two of them talked a few times, but it was not convenient to say too much. Lin Shen just comforted his elder sister and asked her to stay at peace first. Now let me see how difficult your posture is. Can I learn it? Tianquan pulled a chair in this hall and sat down, supported his chin with his hands, and said to Lin Shen. Lin Shen nodded. He wanted to practice the whole set of movements directly, but found that he could not remember them completely without looking at the movements on the notebook. Well, can you return my notebook to me? I have to look at the memories. Lin Shen said helplessly. You can't even remember the movements? Tianquan frowned slightly, and she felt that Lin Shen was playing tricks on her. How could a genius who can comprehend the 28th fist not remember the movement? Isn't this a necessary ability for geniuses to remember without remembering it? I know it's hard to believe, but I can only ask you to believe me. My memory is really average and I don't have the ability to remember it. I just imitated it with those patterns, and I really didn't remember it. Lin Shen really found it difficult to explain this problem. He also wanted to have extraordinary memory, but unfortunately he didn't have that kind of talent. Tianquan saw Lin Shen didn't seem to be a fraud, but it was still hard to believe that humans with such average memory would have such strong comprehension. However, Tianquan thought for a while and returned the small notebook to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the small notebook, opened the patterns he drew, and imitated them according to the movements on the patterns. He imitated while watching. Sure enough, the basic transformation power in his body was mobilized again, and he punched out with the last punch, and another punch was blown out. The force of the fist hit a metal pillar, leaving a fist mark on the metal pillar. Seeing his awkward movements, Tianquan felt even more confused. Is this 28 punch really so simple and easy to learn, so that you can learn it in this way? This is the movement. Let's try it. I will teach you one move at a time. Lin Shen said. Tianquan ignored him and directly followed Lin Shen's movements. I have to say that Tianquan's memory is indeed too strong. She watched it remotely before, and now she has watched it again. She has only read it twice in total, and she can practice it with good movements. Not only is the movement correct, but it is also smoother and more beautiful than Lin Shen used it, as if he had practiced it countless times. But until the last punch was shot out, there was no force on her fist. Have you practiced 28 fist before? Lin Shen looked at Tianquan in a daze and asked. No. I haven't practiced it before, why are you so proficient? Lin Shen asked again. You mortals like you cannot understand. Tianquan's mouth curled slightly and said lightly, the action is not wrong, tell me the magic trick. Magic tricks? What magic tricks? There are only these patterns and no magic tricks. Lin Shen shook his head and said. Chapter 264 The Devout Seraph. If you think you can threaten me if you don't tell me the magic tricks, then you're wrong. Tian Sun's eyes turned cold, making people unsurprising that as long as Lin Shen dared to say that there was no magic trick, she would scrape Lin Shen thousands of swords. I think you have seen that person's body many times. If there is really something like magic trick, would you not see it? Lin Shen turned out the image of his friend who was painting and handed it to Tianxuan and said, although my drawing is not good looking, the details should be there. Do you think there can be magic tricks on it? Tianxuan took it and looked at it. It was indeed the same details as she remembered, and with her memory, she should not remember it wrong. But she had no way to believe that it was unreasonable to practice 28 punches by relying solely on these movements. I just imitated these actions and naturally activated the basic transformation power in my body. There is really no magic trick. Lin Shen paused and continued, I feel that this kind of evolutionary technique does not require magic tricks. Just understand the artistic conception in these actions, which can trigger the basic transformation power in my body. Unfortunately, the person's body has been destroyed. If you look at the original carapace carvings, you should be able to feel some artistic conception. Lin Shen expressed his understanding, which could be considered unreserved. Tian Sun was skeptical, and he also felt that what Lin Shen said was indeed reasonable. There are really magic tricks or something, and she can't see them. It seems that there are really no magic tricks. Tian Sun pondered for a moment and tried again. This time her movements were even more silky, and she even had a certain momentum that was difficult to describe in words. However, the last punch was shot out, and there was still no force in the air. You have to believe me, I won't joke about my life, why don't I demonstrate it again? Lin Shen quickly demonstrated it again. But because he didn't read the notebook, after doing more than a dozen movements, he couldn't remember the following movements, so he had to pick up the notebook and watch it practice again. Sure enough, the last punch was hit and the air force was hit again, and this time the air force seemed to have become stronger. The fist marks left by the fist force on the metal pillar were a little deeper than before. After reading it, Tianxuan didn't say anything, and he did it again, but it still had no effect. Before Lin Shen could speak, Tianxuan tried it several times, and even imitated Lin Shen's movements specifically, making her own movements not look so smooth and exactly as clumsy as Lin Shen's. As a result, there was still no movement at all, and she could not use the power of the punches from the air. You are playing tricks on me, right? Tian Sun stared at Lin Shen with beautiful eyes. She felt that her IQ was insulted by Lin Shen. She is a genius of the heavenly man race. She only took 30 years to turn nirvana and achieve the body of great nirvana. She is the youngest great nirvana person in the heavenly man race in recent hundreds of years. Its talent is also a rare existence among the powerful families in the universe. Even she couldn't practice 28 punches. Lin Shen, a human who couldn't even remember the movements, just practiced 28 punches casually. She firmly believed that Lin Shen concealed the 28 punches, not because she lacked talent. I know you won't believe me no matter what I say now, but there really is no magic trick. Even if you kill me, I can't make up a magic trick for you. Lin Shen said helplessly. There is no need to kill you, I have my own way to let you tell the truth. Tian Sun said, and countless holy white light particles rose from his body. The white light particles condensed in front of her, and in a blink of an eye, a six-winged angel mission base with a scepter in hand and a halo on her head condensed. This is my life foundation, the pious seraph. Tianxuan looked at Lin Shen, and the seraph raised the power in his hand high, and the gems at the top of the power exuded a holy halo. The halo was like ripples of water, rippling in circles, covering the entire hall with halo-like halo. What's your name? Tian Sun suddenly asked. Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't know what Tian Sun meant. He didn't feel anything strange in his halo. Do you want to kill me? Tianxuan continued to ask. I don't want to. Lin Shen replied cautiously. This answer made Tian Sun slightly stunned, as if he didn't expect it to be such an answer. A strange thing flashed in Tianxuan's eyes, and then he asked, Do you want to sleep with me? Think. Lin Shen originally wanted to say something else, but when it came to his mouth, it turned into a word of thinking. Lin Shen was shocked and probably guessed what Tianquan was doing. His pious seraphic mission base actually had the ability to make people unable to lie. Oh no! Lin Shen said in his heart that it was not good. Tianquan continued to ask this. If he asked some fatal questions, he would be dead. The only thing that is thankful now is that he really didn't have the intention to kill Tianquan, and he accidentally escaped a disaster. This is not really how noble Lin Shen is, nor is he trying to repay his grudges with kindness, but he knows that he is not Tianquan's opponent at all, so he never thought about killing Tianquan to solve the problem. Is there any magic trick for the 28th fist? Tianquan did not care about Lin Shen's rude answer just now, and asked the question she really wanted to know. No. Lin Shen's answer was very straightforward. This answer was completely beyond Tianquan's expectations. She didn't believe that Lin Shen had practiced 28 punches without magic tricks by relying on those movements. Tianquan has begun to wonder if there is something wrong with the pious seraph and her skills are not effective. Why are you here in Giant Ring Star? Tianquan continued to ask. Although she did not believe that a human base changer could resist her life base ability, she was even more unwilling to believe that this human could easily become the 28-fold that she could not practice. Lin Shen knew that he could not resist Seraph's ability, so he wanted to say it simpler and conceal the important information without telling lies. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he actually dragged out all the causes and consequences of his visit to Giant Ring Star. He could not delete anything he was thinking in his heart, nor could he lie. Lin Shen wanted to control his mouth, but no matter how much he resisted or struggled, he still couldn't control his mouth. Through Lin Shen's resistance, Tianquan already knew that Seraph's ability did not fail to him, and he told the truth and did not lie. In fact, even if you don't observe, Tianquan knew that a mere fundamental changer could not resist the ability of Seraph. You actually offended Catherine? Tianquan was also a little surprised after hearing the consequences. The Heavenly Man and the Emperor Barbarians can be regarded as mortal enemies, and Tianquan naturally knows how terrifying that woman Catherine is. Is Catherine the Emperor and Barbarian Princess? Lin Shen asked back. Yes. Tianquan replied. I don't want to do it either, but there is no way. Lin Shen said. The 6 Paths of Phoenix Spirit Foundation on your sister really has an independent consciousness? Tianquan seemed to be interested in the 6 Paths of Phoenix Spirit Foundation. Lin Shen didn't want to answer, but he couldn't control his mouth. The theory of evolution has begun to operate, but it takes time to strengthen and mutate his body. He still can't compete with the ability of Seraph. Yes. Lin Shen replied with difficulty, his eyes were covered with blood. If I want to take away your sister's 6-Path Phoenix Spirit Foundation, what are your plans? Tianquan continued to ask. I will pretend to surrender to you first. When my strength is strong enough, I will kill you to regain the 6 Paths of Phoenix Spirit Foundation. Lin Shen blurted out uncontrollably. Now, do you want to kill me? Tianquan continued to ask. Chapter 265 I really can't practice. Think of it. Lin Shen still couldn't lie. Tianquan looked at Lin Shen, and she believed in her heart that there was indeed no magic trick for the 28th fist. But she still couldn't accept it. She couldn't practice the 28 punch that Lin Shen easily practiced. You demonstrate the 28th fist again. Tianquan did not continue the question just now and said instead. Lin Shen began to demonstrate 28 punches, but after more than 20 moves were demonstrated, he could not continue to demonstrate, so he could only read the book again. Tianquan's expression was very strange. Now she could be sure that Lin Shen had never lied, but how he practiced 28 punches with such memory was simply unreasonable. Lin Shen imitated according to the book and used the 28 punch again, which was exactly the same as the previous few times. Finally, he exerted the power of the air fist. This time the air fist became stronger. What do you feel when you use 28 punch? Tianquan didn't believe that he could not practice 28 punch, and thought that something must be wrong in the middle. Lin Shen explained in detail his feelings about practicing 28 punches. After Tianquan finished listening, his mind moved, and the devout seraph stopped using his skills and turned into countless particles and returned to her body. Catherine wants your life, so I want you to live. You can stay in Paradise Island. If you have any questions, I will find you again. Go. After Tianquan finished speaking, a maid from Tianran walked in and guided Lin Shen to the guest room where Lin Miao was. I don't believe that I, Tianquan, can't practice the 28 punch that even a human base transformer can practice. Tianquan could not accept this result, picked up the pattern drawn by Lin Shen, compared the patterns in his memory, and tried to practice the 28 punch again. As a result, Tianquan became even more unacceptable. No matter how many times she practiced, she had no reaction. What's wrong? Tiansun fought hard, but still couldn't figure out the problem. Lin Shen met his elder sister in the guest room. Before he could ask questions, he searched the room first, but no monitoring equipment was found. In case, Lin Shen lowered his voice, using only 2 people to hear the voice, and explained the cause and effect of the matter in detail. Sister, do you think we can still stay in Zhuangxing? Lin Shen asked at his elder sister. We have no other choice if we can stay here or not. The eldest sister pondered for a moment and said, Tianquan didn't attack you just now, nor did she take away the 6 phoenixes. She shouldn't have the intention to kill us for the time being, but if she practiced 28 punches, it would be hard to say. The eldest sister thought about it and continued, but if she can't practice 28 punches, then your chance will come. What opportunity? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. Do you believe in the eldest sister? The eldest sister seemed a little excited and stared at Lin Shen and asked. You are my real sister. If I don't believe me, who else can you believe? Lin Shen felt that my elder sister's words were a bit redundant. Women know women the best. I think Tianquan is still interesting to you. Taking Tianquan can save your life and spread the branches and leaves for my Lin family, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, said the eldest sister. Sister, when is it now? Are you still making such a joke? Lin Shen was a little amused and crying. It's not a joke, you forgot to remember the sad things. The eldest sister said seriously. Although I don't mind being soft-hearted and can accept intermarriage with aliens, I am not sad after all, and I don't have the capital to be soft-hearted. Lin Shen felt that my elder sister's idea was not reliable at all. Wan Meng'an said that was the man who had cultivated the 6 phoenixes. The emperor and barbarian princess were interested in the 6 phoenixes. He had no 6 phoenixes in Lin Shen, so why should he take over Tianquan? Why don't you have no capital? You have practiced 28 punches. Can't she practice it? Isn't this the capital? Women know women the best. I believe that you will definitely have a chance. The eldest sister is very sure. Lin Shen still thinks it is unreliable. The 6-path phoenix can be inherited. The 28th fist is a technique, but it cannot be inherited. There is no need for intermarriage at all. Of course, Lin Shen said he didn't mind, but in fact he still felt a little unacceptable in his heart to intermarry with aliens. He still liked human women in his heart. My elder sister wanted to say something, but suddenly she heard footsteps outside the door, and then there was a knock on the door. Who? Lin Miao asked at the 2 of them. It's going dark soon. Guests are asked to go back to their rooms. Please do not leave the guest room before dawn. The voice outside was a little familiar, which was guiding Lin Shen to come here. Sister, take a look. Lin Shen walked out of the room and returned to his own room next door. If Tianquan wants to deal with their siblings, he cannot prevent it, and Lin Shen will no longer guard his elder sister. When he returned to the room, Lin Shen was lying on the bed, and soon the windows suddenly became dark outside. There were lights in the room, but the lights seemed to be gone together, and I couldn't see my 5 fingers. This place should be short of electricity. Why did it even break when it gets dark? Lin Shen pressed the switch of the light several times, but it was still dark and there was nothing to see. Lin Shen thought of something and took out the flashlight and tried it, but found that the flashlight was no longer on. It seems that it's not that there is no electricity, but that after it gets dark, the lights have also lost their function. Lin Shen suddenly thought of a question. Since the lights are useless, where did the lights on the woman come from when he lived in the stone house? It's strange, what's going on with that woman? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out and didn't have the time to think about anything more. Lin Shen had to prepare for the rain. If Tianquan suddenly wanted to kill them one day, how could he save his life? Lin Shen felt that the method the eldest sister said was not reliable at all. The best way is to leave Giant Ring Star immediately, but Tianquan probably won't let them go. Forcibly leaving will only arouse Tianquan's murderous intention. Fortunately, they have a watch teleportation device on their hands, which can be teleported away from the Giant Ring Star at any time, which is the greatest guarantee. However, the main body of the teleportation device is controlled by the Tianren tribe. After teleportation, you have to find a way to escape the Tianren tribe's sphere of influence. Fortunately, these are all operational. You can choose a time that Tianquan doesn't know to transmit it, such as a dark night like now. They are teleporting out now. After dawn, Tianquan finds that they have left, and there is a time difference of dozens of hours. If they use it well, they may be able to escape from the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Man race. Of course, if it is not absolutely necessary, Lin Shen would not want to take this path. At the same time, offending the Heavenly Man and the Emperor and Man tribes will have a hard time in the future, and it is not certain whether they can escape from the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Man tribe in such a short time. Even if you want to leave, you must plan your retreat first. Lin Shen felt that the eldest sister said nothing wrong, and Tianquan should not have the intention to kill them for the time being. Chapter 266 Tianhai Island. Lin Shen was considering various possibilities and pros and cons when he suddenly saw a light coming. Turning his head and looking out the window, I saw a red light and shadow dancing in the distance in the dark night sky. Lin Shen couldn't help but walk to the window and watch carefully. He saw the red light and shadow appearing faintly, light up and disappearing again, appearing in different places, giving people the illusion that it seemed to teleport or invisible. Because darkness makes people lose the sense of distance, it is difficult to judge how far it is from here, but it just feels very far. The red light is like a beautiful phoenix, playing and dancing in the night sky. Why do you look familiar? Lin Shen looked at it for a while and then remembered why he looked familiar. When I went to Hulu Mountain before, I saw a strange light and shadow that looked like a phoenix, but the light and shadow were orange, which looked a little different from this red light and shadow. But apart from the color, the two look very similar. The outer circle of the body is light and shadow, but the inside is like a black hole. Lin Shen couldn't be sure whether the two were really the same, because it was too dark here and only the red light and shadow could be seen, and the others were not very real. The phoenix-like light and shadow became closer and closer, and soon afterwards it flew past the sky. Lin Shen felt more and more that it was very similar to the light and shadow that appeared in Hulu Mountain. Is there the same creature on different planets? Lin Shen secretly wondered. There is only one window in the guest room, and the light and shadow fly to the other side and you can't see it, and the outside is falling into darkness again. Lin Shen pulled the curtains and began to recall all the movements of the 28th fist. Because there were too many movements, he only remembered part of the notebook. It was in Tianquan, and he couldn't practice it if he wanted to watch it. Lin Shen could only practice the movements he remembered first. There were many movements that he couldn't remember in the middle, and the order of some movements was also confused. It was already like this, and Lin Shen felt that it would definitely not work. Unexpectedly, the basic transformation power in his body began to move again, which scared him to stop quickly. If you punch a fist in the guest room and break something, it would be bad. This 28th punch is not that difficult. It lacks so many movements and can still be used. Why can't Tianquan practice it? Could it be that because of the theory of evolution, my talent has also improved? Lin Shen thought for a while, thinking that it should not be the reason. Although evolution theory is magical, it is not as magical as it can enhance learning ability. If he had such ability, his memory would not be so mediocre. It's not because of evolution. Is it just because I've seen the original pattern and felt the artistic conception above? Lin Shen felt that part of this should be the reason, but it seems that it is not entirely true. Unable to figure it out, Lin Shen simply stopped thinking about it. He now wanted to know whether this kind of boxing power can be used in conjunction with acupoints. If it can be used, there is no need to approach the opponent's acupoints. Also, how far can this kind of air-fighting force be able to hit? If the distance is far enough, he will not suffer that when fighting with the Ascensioner. I wanted to go to Wangxing to try it now, but I was afraid that I was being monitored by Tianquan, so I finally gave up this idea and slept with an honest sleep. After dawn, Lin Shen got up and opened the curtains. He saw people coming and going in the yard outside. Servants of all races were busy with something, as if they were laying out the yard. Lin Shen even saw a person who looked like a toad, and he didn't know what race it was. After washing up, I left the room and was about to knock on my elder sister's door, but my elder sister also pushed the door and walked out. The two looked at each other and walked downstairs tacitly, finding that no one restricted their freedom of movement. As a maid with antlers walked past, Lin Shen called her and asked, "Is there any celebration today?" "I don't know." The antler maid seemed to know nothing, shook her head and said something and left. Lin Shen remembered that Tianquan had said before that her little nephew was coming in a few days. The Archangel Sword was a gift that Tianquan brought to her little nephew. It was estimated that the arrangement outside should be used to welcome her little nephew. The two of them walked into the yard, and no one paid attention to them, which made both of them secretly relieved. Tianquan did not restrict their personal freedom, and it seemed that he was not ready to do anything to them for the time being. "Mr. Lin, Master, please have breakfast together." A celestial man who dressed very carefully came to Lin Shen and Lin Miao and said gracefully, "Is I the only one?" Lin Shen asked. "Yes, please come with me." Tianran turned around and left. "I'll take a look around first, you go." Lin Miao waved his hand and signaled Lin Shen to go first. Lin Shen followed Tianran to the palace-like building yesterday and saw Tianquan in a huge restaurant. Her dining table was longer than a multi-person conference table. Lin Shen felt that she was sitting opposite her and had to shout when she spoke, otherwise she would be afraid that she would not hear it. There are all kinds of food on the table, and the styles are very beautiful. Fortunately, there is a design similar to a rotating hot pot on the table, otherwise you have to run over to grab something if you want to eat. "Is it okay to have a rest last night?" Tiansun held the cup gracefully, took a sip of liquid that didn't know its name, and then asked softly after putting it down. She studied it all night but still couldn't practice the 28th punch. "It's not bad." Lin Shen paused and asked, "If nothing else, I want to go back to the giant ring star to hunt down the basic creatures." "What do you want to do?" "That's your freedom, and you don't need to report to me." "But if I were you, I wouldn't go back to the giant ring star again," Tian Sun said with a smile. "Why?" Lin Shen said in his heart, "I said I don't limit my freedom, but the result is not the same. The environment and basic transform resources of the star belt are much stronger than those in the giant ring star. It is almost difficult to see mutant creatures below. It is relatively easy to find mutant creatures on the suspended ring island here." Tianquan took a sip of the liquid and continued, "And you are a resident of my paradise island now. You are hunting in the giant ring star. There is a jurisdiction of An's family. It is also inappropriate to be discovered by An's people." Tianquan said, projecting a map with a communicator, which was densely filled with various hanging islands. Tianquan stroked a few times with his hands, and an island was selected and the image was enlarged. "Let's do this. This Tianhai Island is one of the islands I usually use for vacation. It has a vacation house I have lived in before, so I will give it to you siblings as a residence. There are also some basic transform resources on it, and there are also mutated creatures. There are also a large number of basic transform creatures on some nearby islands, and you can hunt there. And there is a close distance from my paradise island. When I practice 28 punches, if there is any problem, I will ask you for advice." Tian Sun seemed to be smiling, as if he had some ideas. Chapter 267 Cosimo. Lin Shen didn't say much, and he didn't expect Tian Sun to really let him go. Being able to leave Paradise Island is already very beneficial for Lin Shen. At least when they used their watch to teleport away, it was difficult for Tianquan to discover it at the first time. Tianquan didn't say anything else. After breakfast, he asked someone to send Lin Shen and Lin Miao to Tianhai Island. Tianhai Island is naturally much smaller than Paradise Island, but it is already big enough. There is an inland sea on the island, and Tianxuan's vacation house is built on the beach by the sea. The sea water here does not move tides. When there is no wind, it reflects the sky like a mirror, as if the heaven and earth are integrated. I have to say that Tianxuan will enjoy it, and the environment here is too beautiful. Because the inland sea occupies the vast majority of the island, the land area is pitifully small, with only a circle of mountains on the edge. The basic biological resources of Tianhai Island are all in the sea. Lin Miao and Lin Shen are both land ducks and do not know the nature of water at all. It is obviously difficult to go into the sea to hunt down the basic creatures. Although Lin Shen has the ability to float on water, that ability can only allow him to walk on the water, and he cannot go into the sea to catch turtles. Lin Miao was very satisfied with the environment here. The villa by the sea was built like a princess's small castle, which was very consistent with her aesthetic. Lin Shen had no requirements for where to live. After settling down, he planned to hunt down the basic creatures. Of course, hunting basic creatures is not the main thing. Lin Shen mainly wanted to try it out, how powerful the 28 punch is. Originally, he was not going to go into the sea, but then he thought that if Tian Sun was peeping at him in the dark, he could just avoid her surveillance in the sea. Although Lin Shen can't swim, he can hold his breath and just walk under the sea, and he doesn't need to know how to swim. When Lin Shen was about to go into the sea, he suddenly saw an aircraft landing and parked on the beach. Lin Shen originally thought it was Tianxuan, but the aircraft was not Tianxuan's one, and the person who came down from it was not Tianxuan. Human? Lin Shen was a little surprised. What came out of the aircraft turned out to be a real human. However, he was wearing glowing armor, with long golden hair and green eyes, except that he had no wings, and was very similar to the one he was born in the Heavenly Man tribe. Are you Lin Shen? The visitor looked at Lin Shen, with a bit of condescending smell. Who are you? Lin Shen was a little unaware of his attitude. Kazimo, the Maidiki family. The man proudly said a name, as if this name represents glory. I have to admit that Lin Shen has really heard of this family. The Maidiki family is also a super family, but their center of gravity has long been transferred to the universe. There are not many people who stay in the parent planet, but they are still very powerful forces on the parent planet. Is there something to ask me for? Lin Shen was a little confused. How could this Kazimo know that he was in the giant ring star? Are you Lin Shen who offended the Wan family? Kazimo asked again. What's wrong with you? Lin Shen frowned. It seems that it's you. I heard that a human named Lin Shen joined Paradise Island. I thought it happened to be the same name and surname. It turned out to be you. Kazimo looked at Lin Shen and said, since you are here, follow me in the future. Why should I follow you? Lin Shen was already very upset. This person was simply inexplicable. You may not know your current situation. Kazimo said lightly, escape from the parent star is only a temporary avoidance. If the bill proposed by the Heigongwen cannot be passed in the Supreme Hall, you may have to wander in the universe all your life. Now the Heigongwen has less than half of the votes, and with the influence of my Maidiki family, you can decide the right to vote for at least 20 seats. So what? Lin Shen said to Kazimo. Of course, it doesn't matter if you want to wander in the universe, but the planets you can go to have some influence. For example, on this giant ring star, if I want you to live, you can live well. If I want you to die, you won't see the light of tomorrow. Kazimo always had that high-ranking tone. After saying so much, what do you want me to do? Lin Shen had already guessed why Kazimo came to him, and was not angry and said slowly. Is it the Paradise Island that Lord Tianxuan personally brought you to join? Kazimo seemed to think Lin Shen was already his subordinate and asked domineeringly. Yes. Lin Shen nodded and replied. Did you get the Archangel sword back from Hell Island? Kazimo obviously knew something. Not bad. Lin Shen admitted directly. Very good, follow me in the future. Kazimo said as he headed to the villa by the sea. What are you going to do? Lin Shen reached out to stop Cosimo. The environment here in Tianhai Island is pretty good, I will live here from now on. Cosimo said naturally. I didn't invite you to live here, right? Lin Shen's face darkened. It seems that the lesson of the Wan family has not made you realize the reality, so I will teach you again. Cosimo said, and suddenly moved, and came to Lin Shen like a phantom, and grabbed Lin Shen's head with a big hand. The person who used to take the Sword of the Angels on behalf of Tianquan to take over Hell Island was from the Maidiki family, but unfortunately he failed. Cosimo thought that Tianquan gave Tianhai Island to Lin Shen just because he took back the Archangel Sword. Tian Sun would not care about such people, and this was a matter between their human race. With Tian Sun's temper, he would not care about it. Moreover, the Maidiki family has been attached to the Tianren family for a long time, and has been very close to Tianquan in recent years, and has a very good relationship. Otherwise, Cosimo would not have come to a planet like Giant Ring Star that has just been developed for a while. Maidiki has put in so much manpower and material resources to help Tianquan develop the Giant Ring Star. The Giant Ring Star itself has the second most, mainly maintaining its relationship with Tianquan. The Maidiki family even hopes that Cosimo can gain Tianquan's favor and make the cooperation between the two a step further. In the eyes of the Maidiki family, Tianquan, a genius who is rare in a century, has great potential in the Tianren tribe in the future, and the return on investing in her will inevitably be huge. However, the Tianren tribe is different from the Emperor Barbarian tribe. The Tianren tribe rarely intermarries with alien tribes, so it is much more difficult. Fortunately, Tianquan is a little different from the ordinary celestial race. Perhaps because she is not a pure-blooded celestial race, she is very rare mixed-blood celestial race, so she is not as repulsive as a pure-bred celestial race, and even has a somewhat rebellious personality. She deliberately approaches the foreign race, and this is why the Maidiki family has that idea. Tianquan has excellent talent, but because of the mixed race, he is always excluded and suppressed in the clan, otherwise it would not be the turn of the Maidiki family to cooperate with her. Chapter 268 Take advantage of the issue in play. Lin Shen had been on guard against Cosimo for a long time. Almost at the same time as he took action, Lin Shen's carapace had already wrapped around his body. Cosimo's movements were extremely fast, and he should have been flying and upgrading. Lin Shen originally wanted to avoid this attack by stepping on the immortal court, but he saw a familiar aircraft appearing in the sky at the corner of his eyes. Almost in an instant, Lin Shen gave up the idea of dodging and punched Cosimo in the palm of his hand. With the blessing of the powerful and infinite contract, Lin Shen's power is close to 60, which is not inferior to ordinary ascenaries. Even if he does not use his talent skills, ordinary ascenaries cannot do anything to him. Just the moment his fist collided with Cosimo's palm, Lin Shen felt a huge force coming, and that power was not something he could compete with. Lin Shen had not used his strength to do it, so he immediately took advantage of the situation and flew backwards. It looked like Cosimo had slapped it for hundreds of meters and fell directly into the sea. Unfortunately, Lin Shen did not use the skills of undressing force. Cosimo was too strong, and his whole arm almost seemed to be broken. He grinned in pain. That guy Cosiman must be a high-turning assassinator. If I knew the technique of using force to relieve power like Shiman swordsman, I would not have suffered such a loss. Lin Shen thought in his mind. Fortunately, he had super recovery ability, and the injuries on his body would soon recover. Lin Shen also knew that in addition to the skills he practiced by Shiman swordsman, the skills he used to leverage and remove power must also be blessed by basic transformation talents, otherwise it would not be so perverted. It would not be possible to practice purely. Cosimo punched Lin Shen out, and he also felt something was wrong in his heart. But before he could figure out something was wrong, he saw an aircraft landing and parked not far from him. Seeing the aircraft, Cosimo suddenly knew that Lin Shen was hit by him on purpose, and he was secretly annoyed in his heart. What a sinister and cunning thing. The door of the aircraft opened and Tianquan walked out of it. Star Lord. Cosimo wanted to say something, but was stopped by Tian Sun. Only the Lord of the planet is qualified to be called the Star Lord. Tianquan is actually not the real Star Lord. The giant ring star is in the process of clearing the land, so she only has control over the star belt. In order to show respect for her, Cosimo directly used the name Star-Lord. Tianquan looked at the sea, and saw Lin Shen swayingly crawling out of the seawater. His clothes were soaked, and a trace of blood remained on the corner of his mouth. When Cosimo saw Lin Shen's situation, his face turned green. He knew that his palm should have hurt Lin Shen, but no matter how much he was injured, the shell on his body should be there. Lin Shen was shocked for a moment and had no shell on his body. This was simply an open act, and he wanted Tianquan to see his miserable situation. This sinister thing. Cosimo now only regretted that the palm just now had no intention of killing, and did not use all his strength to kill Lin Shen. If he knew that the blood pressure on Lin Shen's mouth was not produced by him, but was produced by biting his tongue, he would probably be even more angry. Lin Shen walked out staggeringly, then fell to the beach and struggled for several times but could not stand up. You play again. Cosimo looked at Lin Shen coldly. He didn't think Lin Shen could do anything to him. No matter how much the Maidiki family is, it is Tianquan's partner. Tianquan cannot be able to get along with the Maidiki family for his wrecked dog who escaped from his mother star. Lin Shen, what happened here? Tianquan asked knowingly. Star-Lord. Cosimo spoke again, but was stopped by Tianquan's eyes and swallowed the words back. Star Master, I don't know what happened. This person will seize the island you gave me when he arrives here. I don't want to, so he will kill me. Cough cough. Lin Shen said while coughing up blood. Unfortunately, he bit his tongue a little bit. There is no blood flowing out at all, and he can't cough out no matter how hard he coughs. Cosimo, is that true? Tianquan looked at Cosimo again and asked. Star Master, he is lying. As a fellow tribe, I just came to see him and talk about his hometown. For the sake of the fellow tribe, I gave him some care. I didn't expect that he would be rude. I just taught him a lesson. Cosimo said. The Star-Lord Mingjian. Cough cough. On the island circle you rewarded me, I was beaten like this. Cough cough. Please ask the Star-Lord to make the decision for me. Cough cough. Lin Shen coughed desperately, regardless of whether he could cough or not. The atmosphere was set in place. Cosimo wanted to say something, but was stopped by Tianquan. Tianquan said lightly, Cosimo, no matter what reason you have, this is not your roundabout, and the injured are not you. Star-Lord. He is a guest I invited, and I also rewarded him with the roundabout. Are you slapping him in the face or slapping me in the face? Seeing that Cosimo wanted to defend himself, Tianquan's face turned cold. Cosimo's face changed drastically, and he quickly saluted, Prince Star, please don't misunderstand. The Maidiki family has always been loyal to you and dare not have any offense at all. It's really just a misunderstanding. Is it a misunderstanding? You are injured by everyone? You owe him an apology. Tianquan said coldly at Cosimo. Cosimo's face looked extremely ugly, and he couldn't accept it no matter what. What? My Tianquan's guest, I can't be an apology from your Maidiki family. Tianquan's face no longer had an expression. Seeing that Tianquan seemed to be so angry, Cosimo did not dare to say anything more. He turned to stare at Lin Shen and said, Lin Shen, I'm sorry, I misunderstood just now. I didn't mean it. I just want to make any compensation. Is this how the Maidiki family teaches you to apologize? The Tianran tribe does not have such etiquette. Before Lin Shen could say anything, Tianquan's cold voice sounded again. When Cosimo saw Tianquan's eyes, he felt astern and did not dare to do anything perfunctory. He gritted his teeth and bowed to Lin Shen and bowed, I'm sorry, I was wrong. You go, don't set foot on Tianhai Island again in the future. Tianquan waved his hand to signal Cosimo to leave, as if he didn't even want to look at him again, as if he felt a little disgusted. Cosimo didn't dare to say anything else. After saluting, he turned around and left, and got on his own aircraft. Before leaving, he looked at Lin Shen, with absolutely no kindness in his eyes. Everyone is gone, what are you still pretending? Tianquan glanced at Lin Shen, who was still sitting on the sandstall, and said with a curl. Is the Star-Lord here to find me for the sake of the 28th fist? Lin Shen had no choice but to stand up and pat off the sand on his body. "Why, I'm helping you like this, don't you even say thank you?" Tianxin said to him with a smile. "You helped me, but this hatred fell on me." Lin Shen didn't know whether Tianxuan took the opportunity to suppress the Maidiki family, or deliberately made Cosimo hate him, forcing him to follow Tianxuan, and there was no other way to go. No matter what the situation is, Lin Shen feels that he doesn't seem to need to thank Tianxuan. "Are you afraid?" Tianxun was not angry, but laughed instead when Lin Shen pointed out his thoughts. "I'm really a little scared. You know, I escaped because I couldn't survive in the human mother planet. Not long after I arrived at Giant Ring Star, I offended the Maidiki family, which is no weaker than the Wan family. I am really afraid that I will never have a foothold here in the future." Lin Shen said. "As long as you follow me wholeheartedly, you don't have to be afraid of anything," Tianxun said lightly. Chapter 269 Angel Rebirth. Why is it considered one-on-one? Lin Shen felt much more at ease when he heard Tianxuan say this. At least it means that Tianxuan wanted to recruit their siblings, not to kill people to silence them. "Don't you want to pursue me?" "I'll give you a chance, it depends on whether you dare," Tianxun said with a smile. "What opportunity?" Lin Shen was slightly stunned. He didn't believe that there would be a good thing that would fall from the sky. "If you kill Cosimo, I will seriously consider giving you a chance." Tianxuan's words were beyond Lin Shen's expectations. "The Maidiki family isn't your partner?" Lin Shen was a little confused. "Doesn't Tianxuan do this mean to cut off his right hand?" "The Maidiki family is indeed my partner, but unfortunately they have been a little too inflated in recent years and can no longer be placed in their position. You have just seen that I asked him to apologize for a mere ascensioner of the Maidiki family, and I have to say so many times. When you are a dog, you must have the awareness of being a dog. Dogs who do not listen to their owners should teach you a lesson," Tianxun said lightly. Lin Shen probably understood what Tianxuan meant. The Maidiki family and Tianxuan cooperated, but they took themselves too seriously. Tianxuan wanted to teach them a lesson, and wanted the Maidiki family to continue to serve her, so she couldn't do this with her own hands. It just so happened that Lin Shen and Cosimo had a conflict, and Tianxuan added another fire. With the current inflated attitude of the Maidiki family, Cosimo probably would not let Lin Shen go. As long as Lin Shen can make good use of this opportunity, he can kill Cosimo with justification. Lin Shen understood what Tianxuan meant, but he did not agree. "First of all, I don't know how powerful Cosimo is. I guess he can't kill Cosimo. Secondly, he was afraid that Tianxuan was just using him. After using it, he would use him to vent his anger on the Maidiki family, and then he would have become a sucker." "It seems that you are not wholeheartedly following me." Tianxun saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and said with a cold face. "I also want to kill Cosimo, but unfortunately I am just a basic changer, not even an ascendant, so how can I kill Cosimo? He is at least an ascendant of more than 5 revolutions, right?" Lin Shen said tactfully. 9 turns ascend, only 1 turn is perfect. Tianxuan said lightly, "Since I ask you to kill him, I will naturally not let you die in vain." "It depends on whether you dare or not. If you dare not, I will not make things difficult for you. However, even if the previous bet is even, it has nothing to do with me whether you die or live in the future." "What bet?" Lin Shen didn't react for a while. "I promised you that if you can't practice 28 punches, you will give you a chance to pursue me. Now I really can't practice, you won. So I give you a chance. If you dare not ask for it yourself, then I won't blame me," Tianxun said with a smile. Only then did Lin Shen understand what the bet Tianxuan was talking about was. It was not that he was forgetful, but that he had never thought that Tianxuan would take the bet seriously, and he did not expect that Tianxuan would admit that she had lost. "You always have to let me know, is there any way to kill Cosimo, right?" Lin Shen thought for a while, thinking that even if he did not agree to Tianxuan kill Cosimo, then Cosimo would probably not let him go. He still had to face the Maidiki family. It would be better to listen to what Tianxuan has plans first. "What is your basic change rate now?" Tian Sun asked. 17%. Lin Shen answered truthfully. I will give you the advanced base liquid essence, so that you can make the base rate 100% within 2 days, and then give you a ascension egg to reach the flying upgrade, and then teach you how to kill Cosimo. If you have 28 punches in your body, the chance of success is very high. Is the 28th punch that powerful? Lin Shen didn't think the 28th punch was that powerful. It was just a skill that could transform strength into long-range punching power. If it were just a 28th punch, it would be able to ascend in 1 turn and kill in 9 turns. Lin Shen didn't believe it. That's because you don't know how powerful the 28th fist is. Tian Sun glanced at Lin Shen with some resentment. She really couldn't figure out why Lin Shen could practice 28 punches, but she couldn't. My friend was almost hit by Nirvana's invincible hand with the 28th fist. Do you know why the 28th fist is called 28th fist? Tian Sun asked. Lin Shen shook his head and said he didn't know. He had never heard of the name 28 Quan before. When my friend was against the enemy, no matter who he was on the other side, he always needed only 2 punches to resolve the battle. Why are 2 punches? Shouldn't a real strong man be killed with 1 blow? Lin Shen asked curiously. 1 punch will persuade you to retreat, 2 punches will be dead. 1 punch may kill you because your strength is just that, or it may be luck. 2 punches will kill you, that is to tell you that you can take your life at any time. What does that 8 mean? When he punches the second time, the enemy will probably be dead. Fortunately, there is still a 20% chance to survive. Yes, that chance of survival is already given to you when you first punch. Tian Sun smiled and said, my friend's boxing technique has no name. The name of 28 punch is also called by others. It has been passed down over time. So it's such a 28 punch. Lin Shen was even more confused, but I don't feel that this 28 punch is that powerful. It's just that it can punch through the air. That's why you've just started and haven't been able to truly exert the power of 28 punches. Don't worry, you can practice slowly. 3 days should be enough for you to figure out the threshold. You can use it to kill Cosimo, and it's enough for you to get started. Tianchuan said. Lin Shen was still a little hesitant, not hesitating whether to kill Cosimo, but hesitating whether to use the ascension eggs given by Tianchuan. He was still waiting for Wei Wufu to send him the original egg. If he ascends with the original egg, he will have 2 life bases. This benefit will naturally be gone using the ascension eggs given by Tianchuan. If you are afraid, let's give up this matter. Tian Sun was already a little unhappy when he saw Lin Shen still hesitating. I have already set the ascension eggs used for ascension. It is not convenient to change them to other ascension eggs. Can I wait for a while and wait for my friend to send the ascension eggs to me and then attack Cosimo after ascension? Lin Shen had no choice but to say. There is no need to wait any longer. No matter which ascending egg you were planning to set before, it should not be better than the ascending egg I gave you. It is the ascending egg of a mutated ascending creature that only exists on the mother planet of our Tianrun. After using it to ascend, your life base will be able to obtain a special life base talent. That kind of life base talent is also an important part of your turn in killing 9 turns. Without that kind of life base talent, even if you know 28 punches, it will be difficult to complete it if you want to kill 9 turns. Tianchuan directly rejected Lin Shen's request. What kind of life base talent is so powerful? Lin Shen was really curious. Angelic rebirth. Whenever your power is exhausted, the angel rebirth can directly restore your body to its peak state, as if you are reborn. This ability is very important to you. The 28th punch consumes a lot of money on your body. After 1 punch, you will almost lose the power to fight again. Only by cooperating with the angel rebirth can you use the 28th punch continuously. These 2 are perfect matches, and they are also the basic conditions for you to kill 9 turns with 1 turn. Tian Sun said slowly. Chapter 270 Basic Change Pool. Lin Shen was a little moved when he heard this, but then he thought that his Superbase article provided him with almost enough energy in actual combat, and he could always absorb the power of the world to supplement his body's consumption. Without waiting for the power to be exhausted, it was more convenient than rebirth of the angel. There was really no need to get another angel rebirth skill. Of course, it is better to have this ability, but it is not worth exchanging it with the Life Foundation. I still hope to ascend with my predetermined ascension. Lin Shen thought for a while, but rejected Tianxuan's proposal. You have to think clearly. I don't have time to wait for you to ascend. Within 3 days, you must kill Cosimo. You only have this chance. If you can't kill Cosimo, you may not be able to protect yourself in the future. Tianxuan thought Lin Shen retreated, turned around and prepared to leave. Can't you kill Cosimo without ascending? Lin Shen's sudden words made Tianxuan stop leaving. Who do you think you are? The killing 9 revolution ascension, dies was not so arrogant when the killing give level. Tianxuan felt a little ridiculous and looked at Lin Shen and said, you may have killed a few garbage ascensions on the human mother planet, and you think it is not that difficult to kill the killing give level. However, none of the ascensions who can reach the 9 revolution are lucky, and they are definitely not a member of the killing give level. Don't be whimsical. The rebirth of the angel and the 28th punch are your only chance, and it's just an opportunity. Whether you can succeed depends on how you operate. I don't know who dies is. I also know that it is difficult to kill the 9 turning ascensioner, but giving me a chance, there is no loss for you, right? I killed Cosimo, your goal has been achieved. I was killed by Cosimo, and you also have an excuse to deal with him. Whether it is success or failure, you are a winner, it's just a matter of how much you win or how much you win. Lin Shen's words stunned Tianxuan slightly. She looked at Lin Shen as if she was looking at a madman. I'm a little curious now. What is the ascension egg you have set? It's worth your life to take risks. No, it should not be said to be adventure, but to lose your life. Tian's son looked at Lin Shen and said. There are 3 days left, maybe it's time. You can save such a rare and precious mutant ascension egg, but the base liquid still needs to be given. If my friend can reach the giant ring star within 3 days, maybe I still have a chance to ascend. Lin Shen said. Yes, if you can kill Cosimo with the body of a fundamental change, you can omit it to pursue that step. I will directly upgrade you to my little lover. Tianxuan smiled charmingly and opened the passenger's door. Come on, the essence of those advanced fundamental change liquids must be used with me, as well as Cosimo's information and my plan, you must remember them all. Lin Shen got on the aircraft and came to Tianxuan's palace-like building again. This time, the aircraft that landed in the building actually descended again, and the ground turned out to be a lift that penetrated the ground. Sitting inside the aircraft, watching the elevator sink through the sunroof. When the elevator stopped, Lin Shen was probably underground at a depth of 10,000 meters. Tianxuan pushed the door and walked out of the aircraft. Lin Shen also got down from the other side and saw that there was a semi-artificial and half-natural cave outside the elevator. In the cave, there is a black pool with very sticky black liquid inside, and there are hot and bubbles, which is a bit like melted asphalt. Is this the essence of base liquid? Lin Shen looked at the black liquid in the pool and asked uncertainly. Yes, this is the secret technology of the heavenly man race. It is called the base change pool in the clan. All the materials used in this pool are crystal-based mutant base change liquids. After special treatment, the dregs are removed and the essence is retained, and other ingredients are added, which can greatly improve the absorption and conversion efficiency. In 2 days, it is enough for your base change rate to be 100%. How to use this? Can you drink it directly? Lin Shen looked at the pool of asphalt. It was really hard to imagine how to drink them. No need to be so troublesome. You take off your clothes and jump in and soak it in. These are the essences in the essence, and skin contact is enough. If you drink it, the body of the basic transformer may not be able to bear it. Tianxuan looked at Lin Shen and said, you don't have much time, why are you still standing there? You haven't entered the pool yet. Can you please go out first? Lin Shen's skin was not yet at the point where he could take off naked in front of an unfamiliar woman. I want to watch you here. If something happens to you and your body can't bear it, you can still fish you out. And time is tight. After you enter the base transform pool, I will tell you about Cosimo's information and other things. Tiansun looked at Lin Shen with a smile, with no intention of leaving at all. At least please turn around. Can I turn my back to me before I enter the pool? Lin Shen said with a wry smile. I don't mind a woman. What are you, a man, doing mother-in-law and mother? Tiansun said this in his mouth, but he turned his back to Lin Shen. Lin squatted by the pool, and first put his finger into the base pool and tried it. The temperature was not as high as expected. Although it was not low, it was not enough to cause harm to his body. Just the finger contact made Lin Shen feel a little strange energy transmission into his body, which is similar to the feeling after drinking the base liquid, but it is more pure, and the theory of evolution also automatically operates. Lin Shen no longer hesitated, took off all his clothes and jumped directly into the base pool. The whole body was soaked in a viscous black liquid, and a large amount of pure energy penetrated into the body, and the theory of evolution immediately started to run wildly. Tianxuan did not look back at Lin Shen, but sat down on the stone platform next to him, and said with his back to Lin Shen, Cosimo is also a stunning figure among you humans. The evolutionary technique he practiced is called Divine Emperor Technique. It was created by a peerless powerful man from my celestial race. The entry level is extremely high, and the entry is starting from the crystal foundation, without the previous part. Lin Shen knew why there was no previous part. Most of the children of the Tianran race were born as crystal foundations and did not need the previous part at all. Their starting point was crystal foundations. After the Meidiki family obtained the Divine Emperor art, after years of research and testing and completion, no one was able to practice the Divine Emperor art. Until the appearance of Cosimo, he actually practiced the Divine Emperor art, which is a big miracle. Tianxuan continued, as far as I know, Cosimo's innate abilities are the arrival of the gods, the crown of the kings and the imperial killing fist. The arrival of the gods is an ability to improve his quadratic attributes in a short period of time. It can probably double his quadratic attributes, and the duration is about 10 seconds. It can be used once in the 24 universe. The King's Crown is an ability to enhance the strength of the carapace. After using the King's Crown, it is difficult for the same level to break his carapace. It lasts about 1 minute and is also used once in the 24 universe. The Imperial Dao killing Dao has a certain amount of strength, but this is not important. Even if his power is not enhanced, you cannot withstand his attack. It should be noted that the Imperial Dao killing fist has tear damage. With your body and shell strength, you may just hit him with a punch, and your body and shell will be torn apart directly. Chapter 271 It's a little hard to kill. Lin Shen was a little surprised. Cosimo's talent abilities were indeed outrageous. If it weren't for other plans, Lin Shen wouldn't want to challenge Cosimo at all. These are not the most deadly. Cosimo's life base is a god's scepter. Its ability is God's imperial power, which can form a halo area. In the halo area, except himself, everyone's quadrilateral attributes will be greatly weakened. Even Nirvana, if they do not have the corresponding ability to crack it, they will be weakened by the god's quadrilateral attributes, but the influence is not that serious. You are just the body of a base changer, and the maximum circumference attribute is only 41. Within the halo of the God-given imperial power, you may not even have half left. Now do you still think that you can kill the 9-turn Cosimo with the body of a base change? Tiansun looked at Lin Shen with a smile. The reason why she chose to tell Lin Shen this now is to let Lin Shen give up such ridiculous thoughts and use her ascension eggs to ascense, and rely on the angel rebirth and 28 punches, coupled with her careful layout and design, she can succeed. Lin Shen in the pool was also shocked by his tongue when he heard it. Cosimo was indeed a bit outrageous. Every time the Assassinator reincarnates, the surrounding attributes will be enhanced by 10% on the native attributes. The enhanced part will not be enhanced repeatedly after reincarnation. In other words, if Cosimo's basic attribute is 80 points, then the 9-turn enhances the attributes of 80%, and his current real attributes may be close to 105. If we add the enhancement of the arrival of the gods, Cosimo's combat power can be said to be unimaginable within those 10 seconds. In addition to the weakening effect of the God-given imperial power, even if you want to kill such a Cosimo, no matter how strong the base changer is, there is no hope. His 3 basic transformation talents are also very strong. The arrival of the god is a bit similar to Lin Shen's supermagnetic and Wei Wufu's Phoenix academic basic transformation. The arrival of the gods is a direct double of the 4 circle attributes, which does not require any price, but the duration is relatively short. Lin Shen's hypersynthetics are also strengthened by all the properties around him, but it requires a lot of energy to be consumed. If his energy is enough, hypersynthetics can double the properties, or even be stronger. However, under normal circumstances, Lin Shen's energy itself is not enough to support the hypersynthetic double attribute. In addition, the power of the world absorbed by the Superbase article cannot reach that level. Unless the environment at that time was extremely special and could absorb the power of the world in a large amount, it would be possible to double the attributes. Wei Wufu's Phoenix secret is the talent skill he obtained when he was promoted to the crystal base, and it is also a talent skill that enhances the surrounding area. It is also a skill that can double the strength of the surrounding area, and it is very long-lasting, not as short as the duration of the god's arrival. It is not as unstable as Lin Shen's Superbase article, and it also requires a certain amount of energy as a price, but it does not require as much energy as the Superbase article. However, the Phoenix Mystery also has its shortcomings. Once the Phoenix Mystery is used, you must fight to the end. No matter how powerful the opponent is, once you have a heart of retreat, the Phoenix Mystery will backfire, which is fatal. Wei Wufu was able to kill Zhu Keiling, who had 3 turns, and the Phoenix Mystery accounted for most of the credit. It's good that the gods come to you, that there is no need to pay any price, but the duration is short, but it is enough to end the battle at critical moments. With the addition of King's Crown and the Emperor's Killing Fist, it is theoretically impossible for the base changer to kill Cosimo with all his skills. Of course, the reason why Lin Shen thinks that he has the opportunity to kill Cosimo is not really relying on his own strength alone. Since he came to this planet, the halo of sacrifices often prompted the increase of sacrifices. It is estimated that the Tianren tribe's Land Reclamation Legion continued to die in battle during the process of land reclamation, and all of them became sacrifices for the halo of sacrifice to the sky. Calculated according to the date of the giant ring star, it only took 3 or 4 days, and the attributes of the sacrifice halo for him blessing exceeded 100 points. If you continue at this speed, in 3 days, the attributes of the sacrifice halo for him blessing should be at least 150 points, or even more. With his original attributes, his power can exceed more than 200. Unfortunately, the increased attributes of the sacrifice halo and the strengthening effect of hypersynthetics can only enhance the properties that Lin Shen originally had. I originally thought that with such a tribute blessing, it would be not difficult to kill Cosimo, who was in the 9 turns. After all, it was also of similar attributes at the beginning. It easily killed 10,000 water flows of 7 revolutions. 9 revolutions were only 20% stronger than 7 revolutions, and the chance should be very high. But after Tianquan said this, it is probably not that easy to kill Cosimo with such attributes. After all, Wanchuilia does not have the perverted attribute enhancement skills such as the arrival of the gods, and does not have the ability to force the explosion. The sacrifices of the halo of sacrifice are enhanced. The higher the attributes, the more sacrifices you need. When you start adding a little attribute, you may only need an ordinary steel-level sacrifice, and the last 10 crystal-based sacrifices may not be able to add a little attribute. If a few Asinators die, or a Nirvana-level sacrifice, the attributes of the aura of sacrifice can be greatly improved. Lin Shen had accumulated a halo of sacrifice to the sky for so long, and then experienced the Battle of Tianxingpo, and only accumulated more than 150 points. It only took 3 or 4 days for the giant ring star, and the attributes of the giant ring star's halo have exceeded 100, which shows how cruel the giant ring star's destruction is. Unless the attributes of the sacrifice aura can be greatly improved within the next 3 days, it is really not easy to kill Cosimo. If one blow fails, then I can only teleport away from the giant ring star to take refuge. Lin Shen thought to himself. Have you considered it clearly? Do you still insist on killing the 9 revolution flying as a basic transformer? Tiansun saw that Lin Shen didn't say anything for a long time, turned around and looked at Lin Shen and asked with a smile. You are the lord of the giant ring star. You should know how the giant ring star is now renovating, right? Lin Shen thought for a while and asked. I can only be considered 1/3 of the Star Masters. The Star Belt is managed by me. On the other side of the land, and family is renovating the land, and on the ocean is renovating the land. They probably know a little about the land reclamation situation. Why are you asking about this? Tianxin said in confusion. I'm just a little curious. Are there many people who died in the destiny? Lin Shen said casually. Tianxuan was wrong and said lightly, I won't let Cosimo go even if I open up the land. They are all cannon fodder aliens. If I can use this excuse, why bother so much? Let's go around such a big circle to get you started. Lin Shen knew that Tianxuan misunderstood his meaning, but he did not explain and continued to ask, what are the levels of those alien cannon fodders? How many people are there? Are there many people who die every day? Most of them are basic transformers, and it's hard to say how many of them are. Once a group dies, they will add another group. Now each family has more than 100,000 basic transformers. There are also some ascensioners, but not too many. As for how many deaths, it depends on what is happening in the open area. If the unknown nirvana creatures are disturbed, they may be completely destroyed at once. If they encounter a relatively large number of ascension creatures, some people will die. Tianxuan didn't know what Lin Shen wanted to do. Isn't this all by luck? Lin Shen was speechless. If the cannon fodder's luck is too bad, disturbing the nirvana creatures and destroying them all, the aura of Lin Shen's sacrifice to the sky will take off immediately. If the land-opening legion does not encounter any danger within these 3 days, it is hard to say how many attributes the aura of sacrifice can increase. Chapter 272 Tianxuan Plan. No matter how Lin Shen calculates, it is not easy to kill Cosimo under normal circumstances, unless he can get rid of his talent skills first. Of course, this is also very difficult. It is not a critical moment of life and death. Cosimo will not use the gods to come by casually. After using the gods to come, he probably will not give others any chance. Tianxuan did not ask Lin Shen to use her ascension egg to ascend, but in her opinion, Lin Shen had no other way to choose, and in the end he had to follow her plan. In addition to Cosimo's own strength, the teleportation device in his hand is also a problem. He can teleport away from the giant ring star at any time, so if you want to kill him, you still need to solve this problem. Tianxuan continued. How to solve this? Lin Shen then remembered that there was a watch teleporter on the giant ring star, and it was not just himself who could escape at any time. So, you can only kill him in a special place. There are several places in the star belt, and the teleportation device cannot be activated, such as the Hell Island you went to before. Only then did Lin Shen realize that the Hell Island could not teleport. Now he was a little scared. Fortunately, there was no big danger on the Hell Island. This is also the first time Lin Shen knew that the transmission device would be restricted and he had to make another calculation in the future. You want me to kill Cosimo on Hell Island? Lin Shen frowned. Of course not. When you fight on Hell Island, the biggest possibility is that you are all killed by the gatekeepers of Hell. Besides, Cosimo will not go to Hell Island, which is also a dangerous behavior for him. After a pause, Tianxuan continued, the place you arranged is not far from Tianhai Island. It is a suspended circle named Fanya Island. There are many basic level Fanya beasts on the circle, which look like wild boars and porcupine variants. The mutation rate is very high, and there are also several flying and upgraded Fanya beasts. After many explorations, no advanced creatures were found on Fanya Island, and there were no other abnormalities. But there are two restrictions there, one is that it is not able to fly, and the other is that it is impossible to use the teleportation device. You gave me Tianhai Island. Have you planned everything from the beginning? You didn't mean that Cosimo knew about the news of my joining, right? Lin Shen suddenly figured out a lot of things. I didn't hear any news, but I brought a human to my residence. As long as I am interested, I shouldn't know. Tianxuan said with a smile. Will Cosimo go to places like Fawn Island? Lin Shen felt that if he had been, he would not have been to go to places like that to cause trouble for himself.
You don't know Cosimo, nor the Maidiki family, they can't stand you.
Of course, the premise is that Cosimo is 100% sure to kill you, and he feels there is no risk.
If you ascend to the 9 revolution, kill you one by one, the concerns will be much smaller.
Of course, if you are still a genitalist, then he doesn't need to worry at all.
Fawn Island is the best place to kill you, and you don't even have the chance to teleport and escape. Tianchuan thought Lin Shen could no longer have the idea of killing Cosimo with the genitalist.
Lin Shen is no longer considering whether to kill Cosimo as a fundamental changer, but considering whether to continue this plan.
On Fawn Island, Cosimo couldn't run, nor did he run.
Lin Shen didn't like this kind of battle without a way out. And if you want to kill Cosimo, let alone his current strength, even if he ascends, it will be difficult to kill.
The key is that there is no way out.
This kind of battle is suitable for Wei Wufu, but not for him, who is responsible for the heavy responsibility of scattering his branches and leaves.
Lin Shen was thinking in his heart, how could he terminate this plan without angering Tianchuan?
I'm careless. Lin Shen sighed in his heart.
There was no good idea after thinking about it.
Only then did he realize that he was a little too dependent on the halo of sacrifice to the sky. If he had not had the halo of sacrifice to the sky, he would not have considered Tianchuan's proposal at all, and it would be even more impossible for him to agree. People will inevitably have times of inflation, and it is no wonder that the Maidiki family will inflate. Lin Shen secretly decided in his heart that when considering problems in the future, he must exclude the halo of sacrifice to the sky, otherwise if this continues, he will suffer a loss sooner or later. As if seeing Lin Shen's intention, Tianchuan continued, you don't have to worry too much.
I have made complete preparations for this battle.
The secret enhancer of the heavenly man race can greatly strengthen your body in a short period of time, and its strength and speed can be greatly improved. The side effect of this enhancer is that it will make the body very weak after use, but with the rebirth of the angel, this side effect can be ignored. I have also prepared a special set of celestial armor for you. The defensibility of this set of armor can allow you to withstand a full-strength attack from Koshi. Tianchuan continued, in addition, I have prepared a weapon for you. With your power, even if there is no god coming, you cannot break the reinforced shell of the king's crown under the weakened state of God's imperial power. With this weapon, you have the chance to kill Cosimo.
Didn't you say that 28 punch is the key to killing Cosimo? Why do you have to use weapons again?
Lin Shen was a little confused. Yes, 28 punch is the key to killing Cosimo, but your level is too low.
28 punch is just a first-hand entry and has not learned the real essence. So you must have a security.
The weapon I prepared for you is a boxing glove, which can enhance your boxing power. After Tianchuan said this, Lin Shen understood that there was such a weapon.
Why must I kill Cosimo within 3 days? Isn't it possible in the future?
Lin Shen heard Tianchuan's plan and felt that he had a chance to kill Cosimo. The problem is that this plan is based on the premise that Lin Shen used her ascension eggs and ascend to obtain the rebirth of the angel. Because 4 days later, a Nirvana from the Maidiki family is about to come to Giant Ring Star. After staying at Giant Ring Star for a while, he will take Cosimo with him.
Do you want to kill Cosimo under the nose of Nirvana, or do you want to chase them? Tian Sun said with a smile.
Lin Shen wanted to stop the action even more after hearing this. The Nirvana-level powerhouse came soon.
He killed Cosimo first. Isn't this knocking his neck into someone's knife? Will Tianchuan really protect him then? Lin Shen doesn't want to take his destiny into the hands of others.
Lin Shen has now begun to find time to escape from the Giant Ring Star. At worst, he can go to the world of Wangxing, adjust the time to the highest level, and hide for a while before talking about it.
Are you scared? Tian Sun seemed to see Lin Shen's thoughts and said indifferently. I'm really a little scared. That's a powerful Nirvana man.
Killing me is not much trouble than pinching an ant to death.
Lin Shen looked sincere. Tianchuan burst out laughing, you are so scared of death. Aren't you just afraid of becoming a scapegoat? I'll give you a guarantee. Tian Sun stood up and reached out to unbutton the first button of his shirt. Chapter 273 The Spiritual Gem. The Tianquan that Lin Shen saw was just a human-shaped mosaic. This tempting action did not seem to be particularly special in his opinion.
Tianquan originally wanted to tease Lin Shen, but when he saw that Lin Shen had no reaction at all, his eyes seemed to be no different from looking at the air, he felt a little uncomfortable for some reason. Originally, she only needed to unbutton the first button, but she unbuttoned two of them, revealing a large area of snow whiteness and an unfathomable gully. Unfortunately, this beautiful forest is deep and has no blessing to appreciate, and it is all mosaic. Tianquan saw Lin Shen's eyes changed at all, as if this was not the most beautiful snow-capped mountain scenery in the world, but like pork, which made her feel a little urge to kill. With the anger in his heart, Tianquan's fingers slashed across his sexy collarbone. In the middle of the collarbone on both sides, a strange crystal grew in the snow-white skin, as if blood was condensed. Lin Shen couldn't see the strange crystals on Tianquan's body, and didn't know what she was doing, and looked at her blankly. Tianquan, who had no smile on his face, had a very cold expression. He reached out and grabbed the blood-red crystal from her own flesh. The crystal clearly grew in the flesh, but after it was dug out, Tianquan's flesh was intact. I have one half of the spiritual bloodline. This one is my spiritual gem. Do you know the spiritual gem? Tianquan's fingers played with the blood-colored crystal, deliberately letting the blood-colored crystal spin in front of the snow-white on his chest, and the blood and white formed a sharp contrast. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's eyes were still clear like an ice spring on the snowy mountain, without any impurities. I just left my mother planet and don't know much about the races in the universe. Lin Shen was a little helpless. His conclusion of the universe came from Tianqin and Wei Wufu, and he didn't know much about it. There are countless races in the universe, and he has never heard of the spiritual race. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. If you ask someone, you will know. Tianquan held the soul gem and made a wish, saying, I made a promise with the soul gem. Within 3 days, if Lin Shen can kill Cosimo, I will save his life. If my heart is carried away, his spirit will be broken. As Tianquan said, blood light beating like a heart in the soul gem, and the light became stronger and stronger, condensed into a light core. Tianquan threw the soul gem to Lin Shen, who raised one hand and caught the soul gem. It was obviously just a gem, but the moment Lin Shen came into contact with it, he seemed to hear its heart. The promise that Tianquan had said echoed over and over again in the soul gem, as if it was the whisper of an ancient god. The soul gem is left with you. You can go and inquire about the promises made by the spirit clan with the soul gem. What will happen if they violate it? Tianquan buttoned the buttons on the top and said expressionlessly. Lin Shen could guess without asking. Since Tianquan did this, the soul gem must have great binding force on her. Now Lin Shen has basically believed in Tianquan's sincerity, but even if Tianquan doesn't use him as a scapegoat, how to kill Cosimo is still a difficult problem. Lin Shen originally wanted to use this reason to terminate his cooperation with Tianquan, but with Tianquan like this, Lin Shen didn't even have the opportunity to refuse. Let's see how much the sacrifices can be increased in the past 2 days. If it is not enough, I'm afraid I can only fly with the mutated ascension egg from Tianquan. Lin Shen thought that even if he lacked a life base, he could not take his life on his own risk. If it really doesn't work, he could only follow Tianquan's plan. I'll do my best. Lin Shen sighed. Okay, let's study the 28th boxing now. Although I can't practice the 28th boxing, I still have some understanding of the 28th boxing. You have just learned the 28th boxing now and have not been able to exert its power directly. I will tell you about the 28th boxing I have seen, which should be of some help to you to understand the 28th boxing. Tianquan began to tell the 28th boxing she had seen. Cape Base. A man in a sweatshirt and work pants walking on the streets of Cape Base. He lowered his head, put his hands in his pockets in his pants, walking very slowly, as if he was shopping. But he never raised his head, and kept looking at the road under his feet, walking forward slowly, and didn't know what was good about the road. On the road ahead, a little girl was riding an iron horse and walking carefully on the road. The little girl rode very slowly. It can be seen that she had just learned how to ride an iron horse. Although she had mastered the skills, she was not so confident, so she seemed cautious. When she reached the intersection, the little girl confirmed that the signal light in front was green, and then rode forward. But at this moment, a big black bull on the left ignoring the red light and rushed over and directly hit the iron horse. Fortunately, the iron horse walked slowly, and the little girl tried her best to let the iron horse avoid it, but she was unable to avoid it completely. The head of the iron horse was hit, and the iron horse was taken to the ground, and the little girl also fell down. The big black bull also threw the knight on the cow's back because he bumped into the iron horse. Do you have eyes? Why are you riding? If you don't know how to ride, don't come out to harm people. The middle-aged woman got up and cursed at the little girl. I think it was the green light that went forward. The little girl said in a low voice. You go forward just by green light? Don't you know how to look at people? What are the use of eyes? Are you angry? The middle-aged woman pointed at the girl's nose and started scolding again. It was you who ran the red light just now, how could you blame the little girl? A young man passing by could not stand it anymore and stood up and said. What's wrong with me running a red light? Can she not have eyes when I run a red light? It's obvious that she is deliberately blocking the road and striking the car. You are from the same group. Do you want to cheat money? I tell you, there's no way to cheat me. The middle-aged woman jumped and shouted. Several passers-by came over to reason with her, but they were scolded by the middle-aged woman and couldn't even say anything. The middle-aged woman was cursing her so much that she suddenly saw a tall figure walking to her side. One more, okay, you are all in the same group, bullying me, a woman who has no support, right? I tell you, I'm not afraid. If you hit me, I don't believe that no one can care about you trash at the Cape Base. The woman pointed at the tall figure and shouted. Suddenly, the tall figure stretched out a big hand and pressed her head. The middle-aged woman's eyes suddenly widened and wanted to say something, but before she could say another word, she felt a huge force pressing down. Bang! The middle-aged woman's head was pressed to the ground and exploded directly, blood splattered everywhere, and all the sounds quieted for a moment. The weird man stopped and stood up, without looking at the corpse on the ground, and continued to walk forward. Everyone watched the weirdo leave, but none of them made a sound. Soon, the basic transformers who maintained the security of the Cape Base rushed over. One of the basic transformers wanted to stop the weird man, but were stopped by his companions. Don't do it. I seem to have heard of this person. We can't deal with it. Go and invite the owner. Najibian said as he looked at the weirdo. But soon they discovered that the weird guy was heading towards Haegongwan. Chapter 274 Maidu Star. Hai Dashio received the news and immediately came outside the gate. She had also heard about this weird guy, but she didn't expect that the weird guy actually came to the Haiko base, and it seemed that he was still coming to Hai Mansion. Are you here to find me? Hai Dashio asked as she saw the weird guy stopping in front of the door. Where is Lin Shen? Asked the weird man. Do you have a grudge against him? Hai Dashio asked with a frown. He took something like me, the weirdo replied. He is not in Haegongwan, he went to Ishing. Hai Dashio did not hide it. Lin Shen went to Ishing, and all the major families in the Supreme Hall knew about it. The reason why the Wan family did not send a large number of Ascensioners back was that they knew that Lin Shen and Lin Miao were not on their home planet. Which planet? The weird man asked again. I don't seem to have a reason to tell you. Hai Dashio said slowly as she stared at the weirdo. After hearing Hai Dashio's words, the weird guy said nothing surprisingly, turned around and left. I killed someone at the Cape Base. Do you want to leave without giving me an explanation? Assassinator beside Hai Dashio directly sacrificed a spiritual sword, flew towards the monster like lightning, and stabbed the monster's back. The monster seemed to have eyes on his back, and he grabbed the spiritual sword with his backhand casually. With just a slight grasp, the spiritual sword turned into countless pieces in his hand, and fell all over the ground. The assassinator's face suddenly turned pale. He is now glad that he did not release his life just now, but just used a spiritual sword. The second turn spiritual sword did not use any talent and ability, but was just empty-handed and crushed it. This power was already very terrifying. The monster slowly turned around and did not look at the Ascensioner, but looked at Hidashio and said slowly, "His life is another message." The Ascensioner was furious when he heard this and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Hidashio.
"Do you want Lin Shen's life?"
Hidashio asked directly.
"Just take back what belongs to me," said the weird man. "He is in the heavenly man race, I can only say this."
Hidashio pondered. The weirdo stared at Hidashio for a while, then turned around and left. He seemed to be walking slowly, but in a blink of an eye, he disappeared at the end of the long street.
The owner. What else did the Assassinator want to say?
Hidashio looked at him coldly and said, "If you want to die, just go find him, I won't stop you."
The Ascensioner was stunned. "Is it even the owner of the museum that you are not his opponent? You have too many words."
Hidashio ignored him after saying that, turned around and walked back to the mansion. The weird man headed south and returned to the flower path near the Suwaneo base. He walked through the flower path and the canyon and came to the Evolution Road. Without the Suwaneo leading the way, he could see Hulu Mountain, so he went straight up the mountain to climb the top and came to the cave Lin Shen had been to before. The weird man glanced at the cave, walked to a corner of the cave, stretched out his palm, and inserted it directly into the rock. The extremely hard rock was easily inserted into it like tofu under his palm. It was lifted up casually and the rocks on the ground split into pieces, revealing a bottomless hole. The weirdo jumped down without hesitation, and kept falling in the dark cave, and finally disappeared.
Midu Star.
Tianxin was in a very bad mood today, so he parked the aircraft on the side of the road to eat something. When he came back, he found that his aircraft was blocked by another aircraft.
There was no contact information on the aircraft yet.
What's even more disgusting is that when he was looking at whether there was any contact information on the aircraft even rang, which was the sound of locking. This proves that the owner of the aircraft is nearby and must have seen him, which is a provocation. If this is not the Mido Star, one of the main stars of the Tianrun, the Star Master here is not very good at dealing with their family, and with Tianxin's temperament, he would directly smash the aircraft.
Bang!
Someone helped him do something that Tianxin wanted to do but didn't do. A weird man wearing a sweatshirt and a hat covered most of his face. He slapped the aircraft blocking the way with one hand and directly patted the aircraft's top.
Tianxin stared at the monster in a daze, and the monster kicked the flat-smashed aircraft into the open space beside it.
"Friend, who told you to meddle in other people's business?" Tianxin glanced at the Tianrun, who was walking out of the shop next to him, curled his lips to the weirdo and said, "I don't like people who meddle in many people's business the most, and I especially don't like others to meddle in my business." After saying that, Tianxin jumped up and stepped on the aircraft that was almost turned into garbage, turning it into real garbage, and the parts scattered all over the ground.
"Come up." Tianxin turned around and returned to his aircraft.
While starting the aircraft, he opened the passenger door and shouted at the weird man. The weirdo glanced at him, but didn't say anything, and sat up directly.
Tianxin drove the aircraft to the sky.
When the Tianrun rushed over with his wings, he could only curse the aircraft facing him in the air.
"You are a human, why do you do when you go to Midexing?" Tianxin asked while driving the aircraft. "Look for someone."
The weird guy replied.
"Address? He is in the Heavenly Man."
"Of course I know that he is in the Heavenly Man race, otherwise what would you do when you come to Midexing?"
"Isn't this nonsense? I'm asking you his detailed address."
"I don't know, I only know that he is in the Heavenly Man." "What you mean is that the person you are looking for may not be in Midexing, do you only know that he is in the territory of the Heavenly Man?"
"Yes." "Then you find a hammer. There are tens of thousands of planets under the Heavenly Man race. You can find people with 2 legs and a mouth. It's a ghost to find them."
Tianxin thought for a while and said, "What's the name of the person you are looking for?"
"What race is it?" "Lin Shen, human."
The weird man replied.
"Lin Shen, which Lin Shen, is that guy nicknamed the Second Ancestor?"
Tianxin's eyes widened, turned to look at the weird guy, and almost hit the aircraft flying in front of him.
"Yes. If you don't go to the human mother planet, how could you run to the Midu planet? Could it be that Lin Shen has come to the Tianrun race?" Tianqin said, his eyes lit up. Yes. The weird man nodded. Are you his friend or enemy? Tianqin asked again. He took my stuff and I'm going to get it back, said the weirdo. It's something that bastard can do. Follow me, I'll take you to find him. He also took my things, and I'm looking for him. Tianqin misunderstood the weirdo's meaning, thinking that he was also robbed by Lin Shen, and suddenly developed a sense of hatred for the enemy and said, gritting his teeth. How to find it? The weird man asked slowly. I dare not say anything else. I still have some friends in the territory of the Tianren tribe, so I will leave it to me. Tianqin suddenly felt better and even felt a little excited. In the realm, Wang Xing is not Lin Shen's opponent, and he was cheated by Lin Shen. Unexpectedly, Lin Shen actually came to the Tianren tribe, so that would be easy. As long as Lin Shen is found, Tianqin vowed to steal all the things on Lin Shen, and not even keep his shorts. Lin Shen, wait for me, don't let me find you, otherwise even if you call Dad, I won't let you go. Tian Xin even began to fantasize about how to humiliate Lin Shen after finding him. Chapter 275 Lin Shen's Advantages. Tianqin has seen the 28 punch with his own eyes. According to what she said, after using the 28 punch, the first punch was ordinary and nothing special. The second punch hits the body but has a momentum of nirvana, as if everything will be destroyed by it, not just the body, but even the soul will be smashed together. Tianqin had seen my friend use 28 punches to kill a nirvana. He was shocked and his soul was almost damaged. Tianqin told her detailed feelings about watching 28 punch so that Lin Shen could learn more about 28 punch. Lin Shen felt very strange after hearing this, because the 28 fist he practiced was not as powerful as Tianqin said. Not to mention anything else, Tianqin said that she was just watching the battle from a distance and her soul was almost damaged, but Lin Shen did not feel that the 28th fist had the ability to shock the soul. Tianqin firmly believes that the 28th fist is a boxing technique that combines energy, and spirit. It not only can hurt people from a distance, but also greatly improves its strength and has the ability to damage the soul. She thought Lin Shen was just able to understand the true meaning of 28 punches, so she felt that 28 punches were just like this. Tianqin has seen the 28th fist with her own eyes. With her level and knowledge, it should be logical that she would not read it wrong, but apart from the effect of long-distance attack, I did not feel the power increase and the ability to damage my soul. Lin Shen carefully recalled the process of using the 28th fist, and there was indeed no these two effects. Tianqin left the underground cave and let Lin Shen understand the 28th punch himself. After his basic change rate reaches 100%, he only needs to press the switch on the wall and Tianqin will come to pick him up. Lin Shen's watch has a prompt of +1 in base variation every once in a while. If he continues at this speed, he may not be able to use it for half a day, and his base variation can reach 100%. After thinking for a while, he couldn't understand what was special about the 28th fist, so Lin Shen had to give up first, and finish the essence of basic change rate, and practice to see if he could practice the effect mentioned by Tianqin. Although he failed to understand the essence of the 28th fist, Lin Shen thought of another thing. The 28th fist can attack from a long distance, and this ability is not even a soarer. The Assassinator's long-range attack depends on the life-based flight ability. Fawn Island is forbidden to fly, and neither Ascendant nor the life base can fly. Although Lin Shen can't fly, he can jump. The jumping is not within the restriction range of Fawn Island. With the ability to climb the ladder, wouldn't he be able to stay in the air for a long time? This means that he can fly on Fawn Island and attack from a long distance, while Cosimo has no ability to fly in long-range attack, so he can only be passively beaten. When Lin Shen thought about it this way, he found that he still had some advantages. However, this advantage is not enough to make him achieve decisive results. After all, Cosimo can run if he can't beat him. As long as he runs out of the range of Fawn Island, he can fly. Lin Shen needs to kill him, not just gain an advantage. Although it is not enough to transform into a winning momentum, with this guarantee, you can take the initiative to a certain extent. Lin Shen had a little more confidence in killing Cosimo, and felt that there was still something to do about this matter. During this period, the number of sacrifices increased by a few was only a few. It seems that the Legion of the Desert has not yet taken large-scale operations,
or has not encountered any danger.
This is what Lin Shen is most worried about.
It has no decisive attributes, and it is too difficult to kill Cosimo.
The 28th fist is all empty.
Lin Shen does not think that the 28th fist is in his own hands, and there will be the power that my friend uses. Lin Shen even suspected that the reason why 28 punch is so strong may not be that 28 punch itself is strong, but that my friend is strong. Anyway, I am idle, so Lin Shen first sorted out his useful abilities. Pointing acupoints is his biggest killer move now. If his strength is not enough to kill Cosimo, he will have to rely on pointing acupoints at that time. The 7 steps of Gangu seems useless at the moment, but Lin Shen thought of an idea that might make the 7 steps of Gangu come in handy, and it is also a very important function. If Lin Shen still can't kill Cosimo in the end, he plans to let Tianquan shoot him. This shot may be the key to his turn of defeat. In the eyes of others, Tianquan's shot was hitting him. But for Lin Shen, as long as the pet capsules produced by Tianquan enter his 7-step range, he can get faster than the pet capsules. Lin Shen had tested this before, because he was worried that the Tinder ability of the 7 steps Ganj would backfire him, so he tried it a few times. The explanation of the 7-step Ganj is that the gun is faster than 7 steps, I am faster within 7 steps, and I am indeed faster within 7 steps, but if someone shoots outside 7 steps, will it be faster than him?
Wouldn't that mean that as long as someone shoots him 7 steps away, he will definitely not be able to avoid it?
Because of this, Lin Shen tried it many times and found that it was not the case. Others fired outside of 7 steps, as long as the bullet entered his 7 steps range, his speed could still be increased.
After reaching this conclusion, Lin Shen was completely at ease.
With this fire ability, it would be difficult to hit him as long as it was a gun weapon. According to this principle, as long as Tianquan hits him with a Nirvana-level pet gun and the pet capsule enters his 7 steps, his speed can soar to the level of Nirvana level. Using the speed of Nirvana level, you can directly click the Cosimo's acupoint, which is a must-win game. We must make good use of it.
This is my magic weapon to win. But how can we talk to Tianquan?
She must not know the ability of the 7 steps of Gang, and she has to think of a way. Lin Shen was thinking about how to mention this matter to Tianquan. In addition to these 2 skills, falling on Fang Island is also useful, while floating on the water is useless. Just as I was thinking, I suddenly saw dead powder coming out from the clothes I took off. Has it been digested? Lin Shen was overjoyed. Most of his skills were on the dead fans. Without the dead fans, half of the skills he learned were useless. The dead pink's belly had returned to normal.
He flew to Lin Shen and actually plunged into the base transform pool. Is this guy a foodie reincarnated? Why do you want to swallow any good things?
Lin Shen quickly pulled out the dead fans. This guy has already started to swallow the essence of the base liquid in the pool. Who knows whether it will swallow the essence of this pool, so there is no way to explain it to Tianquan.
Turn the dead powder back into the capsule state so that it will not make any more fuss.
After taking a look at its attributes, Lin Shen was surprised to find that Dead Fan actually had another skill.
Super the Eye of the Prison King, this is the Bloody Prison King's life-based talent.
Lin Shen was overjoyed, and he didn't expect that the Dead Fan could actually convert the life-based talent into its own talent ability.
Chapter 276 The Eye of the Prison King.
Good guy, this is okay. Lin Shen felt ecstatic after carefully looking at the eyes of the Dead Fan's Super Prison King. The Eye of the Super Prison King, convert the power into the Prison King's eye, and the conversion efficiency is 12% to 100%. The Prison King's eye can bind the opponent, and the effective distance between the eyes is 1,000 meters. The effective distance of the Bloody Prison King's eyes was not as far as 1,000 meters, and the conversion efficiency was definitely not 102. This ability was obviously enhanced to the Dead Fans. When the Dead Pink ascends to the future, every time he reincarnates, the effect of the Prison King Eye will continue to be strengthened. The only pity is that the Dead Fan's current power attribute is relatively low, and it's okay to bind some low-level creatures. When facing high-level creatures with powerful power, the binding effect of the Prison King's eyes is a little worse. But no matter how bad it is, it can have some impact. It's like being tied up by a rope. No matter how strong the rope is, it still has some impact. In the moment of life and death fighting, a slight accident may lead to different results, so the eyes of the prison king are still useful, but the influence is relatively weak, and it is useless at no critical moments. Lin Shen was still very happy. This was a rare long-distance skill, not to mention an effective distance of 1,000 meters. Lin Shen asked the dead fans to show the eye of the prison king, and saw that a blood-colored eye was opened on the top of the dead fan's head, making it look a little weird, which originally had no eyes. The eyes were like flashlights, and the area they were illuminated was not very large. This was also expected by Lin Shen. The bloody Lord King had countless eyes in his palm, and after using the eyes of the Lord King, the range was relatively large. The dead pink only has such a one-eyed one, which is understandable that the range is small. It is not a big problem to bind a single creature, and it is enough. The eyes are small, no wonder the effect has become stronger. Lin Shen put the dead pink back into the angel revolver. I just got a foodie here. The fat guy who woke up there crawled out of his backpack at some point and stretched his neck to peck into the base pool. He poured the base liquid essence into his stomach like drinking water. Lin Shen hurried over and held it down. We are under someone's roof now, so don't be so arrogant. Seeing that the fat boy looked at the base liquid in the pool unwillingly, he was still eager to try it. Lin Shen had to feed it the remaining mutant base liquid in his bag, which made it honest. After eating, Fatty returned to her backpack and went to sleep. Apart from sleeping and eating, your sister is all living ancestors. Lin Shen returned to the base pool and felt a little tired. The time when the base variability rate reached 100%, it was earlier than Lin Shen expected. Lin Shen came out of the Jichang pool, put on his clothes, and pressed the button. After waiting for a while, he didn't see the lift coming down. He guessed that Tianquan might not have expected him to come out so soon. Maybe he had gone out and didn't have time to rush back. Time is tight, and Lin Shen doesn't want to waste time, so he starts to think about practicing 28 punches. What made him a little depressed was that Tianquan did not return the small notebook with the 28-foot punches to him, and he couldn't remember it completely, so he could only practice the movements he remembered. After practicing these movements, I finally exerted the power of the punches from the air. Lin Shen hit the air fighting force deep into the underground hole and found that the 28th fist's fist was very special. Theoretically, no matter what kind of power it is, there will definitely be losses in the process of passing through space. The 28th punch seemed to have no consumption at all. After the punching force was hit, the destructive power of the punch was exactly the same, as if it was not consumed at all. It should be impossible that there is no consumption, right? Lin Shen tried a few more punches, but the result was the same, and there was no consumption. It's really a ghost. The 28th fist is indeed something. Lin Shen suddenly felt energetic. Although he did not discover the advantages of Tianquan's statement, this characteristic of the 28th fist made Lin Shen think of another possibility. When I use the stacked wave force, the momentum I can only slowly stack, and the efficiency is not very high. The 28th fist can actually achieve no loss and can also attack from a long distance. If the 28th fist can be added with the effect of stacked wave force, wouldn't it be stronger? Lin Shen did it as soon as he said, he was a master who likes fresh and exciting and whimsical. However, it is obviously not an easy task to attach the folding wave force to the 28th punch. The folding force itself requires unique skills and postures to create wave after wave of force, and these cannot be changed. Just like shooting archery, you must have a bow and arrow to be able to shoot archery, and it is impossible to shoot archery with empty hands. Those skills and postures are bows and arrows with folding wave power, and they must be able to activate folding wave power. The 28th fist also has its moves and postures, but it does not seem to be so rigorous. Even if it lacks some moves and postures, it can still exert the power of the punches from afar. So Lin Shen began his path of deletion, trying to find out the movements that can be coordinated with the folding wave force, and then reduce the folding wave force posture as much as possible, hoping to integrate the two into one. As he practiced, Lin Shen suddenly realized that he didn't need to be so troublesome. Isn't it enough to just combine the Stephen Fairy Court with the 28th fist together? Stephen Fairy Court is body technique, and the 28th fist is boxing technique. Combining the body technique with the boxing technique is exactly a complete set of combat skills, and the conflict should not be that big. After really trying, I found that the combination of the two was not easy. Lin Shen could only find the points that did not conflict, and then use these points as breakthrough points to find the parts that could be integrated. Anyway, Lin Shen is not a perfectionist, so he abandons the movements and techniques that he cannot use. He only needs these characteristics to be enough, perfect or not. Let's talk about it later. Time passed by minute, and Lin Shen devoted himself to this interesting creation. He has integrated the Immortal Court and the 28 Fist together, but because both have been deleted and modified too many parts, the fusion technique seems particularly rough, and can even be described as full of loopholes. Although it is very simple, this technique does have the characteristics of stepping on the Immortal Court and the 28 Fist, the elegant and mysterious body movement, the continuous superposition of strength, the external power and the characteristics of non-consumption. The 28 Fist, which had supreme explosive power in Tianxuan's mouth, became unrecognizable in Lin Shen's hands. No. 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 Lin Shen suddenly discovered the problem. Why did he always feel that the two were out of place, and he felt a sense of not being very happy. He was indeed practicing the 28 punch incorrectly. The 28 punch he has been using is controlling the strength, and the real 28 punch is actually an explosive punch. Because it was in a dense cave and was afraid of damaging things, Lin Shen was very restrained when practicing and did not dare to release his strength with all his strength. Stepping on the same body as the Immortal Court is also a very wild technique. If you use it constrainedly, you will lose that artistic conception. After Lin Shen figured out this, he understood why he had always felt awkward. Chapter 277 Fusion into One. The space of the dense cave is limited, so Lin Shen can only study how to combine the two first, and wait until the sky is found, and then find a place with a wide enough practice. Tianxuan did go out, and in 117 and she 118 invited her to attend a meeting. And 117 found a very special area on a mountain in the giant ring star. He suspected that there were mutated nirvana creatures on the mountain and wanted to invite Tianxuan and she 118 to go up the mountain to explore. However, there were many restrictions on the mountain, and they were unwilling to take risks now. After discussion, they decided that the three parties would jointly send a deforestation army to first figure out the many restrictions on the mountain and what the creatures above were in. When the time was ripe, it would not be too late for them to go up the mountain. The three parties each sent some basic transformers and ascendants to form a corps of 30,000 people, divided into 10 teams, and launched an exploration action on the mountain. The reason why in 117 invited 2 people in advance was that he was unwilling to consume too much of his own deforestation legion. After all, there are still large areas that require manual development and cannot be consumed in this one place. In recent years, the development of giant ring star has consumed a lot of human resources, and the subsequent supplements are almost unable to keep up. When Tianxuan received Lin Shen's information, he was holding a meeting to study this matter and was unable to rush back as soon as possible. After the result was achieved, Tianxuan rushed back to Paradise Island as soon as possible. He sent the message so quickly. Was something wrong? Tianxuan frowned slightly, not knowing what was going on. She didn't think Cosimo had the courage to break into her residence and kill Lin Shen, but other than that, she really couldn't figure out why Lin Shen sent a message so early. After she entered the secret cave, she found that Lin Shen had come out of the Jibin pool, dressed in neatly, and squatted on the ground and wrote and painted, studying what she was studying. Why did you come out so soon? Tianxuan asked with some displeasure when he saw Lin Shen was fine. The basic variability rate has been completed. Lin Shen stood up and said. Tianxuan glanced at the things that were drawn on the ground in the deep forest, which were all pictures like stickman's, and couldn't help but curl his lips. Lin Shen's painting skills are really unsatisfactory. So fast? Lin Shen's absorption speed was unexpectedly fast, which surprised Tianxuan. You have bought some time for yourself. I'm going to get the ascension egg now, so you can ascend here. Let's wait a little longer and find a place first. I need to practice 28 punches. Can I return my little instinct to me first? I can't remember some of the movements. Lin Shen said. It's okay. Tianquan didn't mind, thinking that Lin Shen wanted to wait for his companion to send the ascension eggs over. Anyway, there is not much time left, and Lin Shen will still choose her ascension egg. There is a martial arts training ground inside this palace-like building, and the specifications are very high. Tianquan usually does exercises and research here. You practice, I'll give you guidance. Tianquan stood aside confidently, intending to give Lin Shen guidance. Although she couldn't practice 28 punches, her knowledge and realm were far superior to Lin Shen, so it shouldn't be a problem to guide Lin Shen. Lin Shen nodded, flipped through the notebook first, looked at the movements that he couldn't remember, and thought for a while before he started practicing the combat skills he had just developed. What are you practicing? Tianquan looked at it for a while and felt something was wrong. This is not a 28 punch, it should be called a 37 punch. No matter how much it is just a random punch. Lin Shen's boxing practice is really full of flaws, and he is not as domineering as the 28th boxing. 28 punches. Lin Shen smiled. You are so domineering in the 28th boxing style, and you practiced the same as the female boxing. Can you have some momentum? And your movements are not right, how can you practice it in a mess? Tianquan said. Don't worry, I think it's not easy to use some parts of the 28 boxing. I changed it a little, but I'm not proficient yet. Lin Shen's answer made Tianquan speechless. Who do you think you are? You have to change the 28th punch. It would be great if you can practice it. Tianquan thought that Lin Shen had a trick in his mind. The 28 punches created by a character like my friend cannot be changed by others just by saying that they can be changed. Lin Shen is simply fantasy. Lin Shen doesn't think so. The 28th punch is powerful in my friend's hands, but others may not be powerful after learning it. It is more important to suit yourself. Just like shooting, the standard shooting posture is indeed very beautiful and also helps improve the shooting percentage. But there are some people whose shooting posture is very strange, but their shooting percentage is high. If he uses the standard shooting posture, his shooting percentage is not good. Lin Shenkai didn't care whether the 28 box was a high-end technology or not. As long as he thought it was useful, he would just take it out and use it, regardless of where it should have been used. I understand. Lin Shen replied, but he had no intention of repentance and continued to practice. He found that simply using the movements of the Immortal Court and the 28th fist could not make up for those loopholes. After all, two completely irrelevant techniques are combined together, and the actions themselves are not matched, so it is strange that there are no loopholes. Lin Shen simply gave up the fusion of those actions, but retained the compatible parts. With the core unchanged, he began to study the adaptive posture. Lin Shen's idea is, don't care how I invest, how I feel comfortable, as long as I can achieve my goal. The appearance of the Immortal Court and the 28th fist being changed by Lin Shen was beyond recognition, or it had already broken away from the original rules and regulations and formed a new system. In Lin Shen's opinion, his research was very successful. But in Tianquan's opinion, what is Lin Shen doing? Why is it getting more and more outrageous? Where is the shadow of 28 punches? No, you are too soft, tough, focused, domineering. Tianquan corrected Lin Shen at first, but when he saw that Lin Shen didn't listen at all, he was just a stubborn guy who didn't hit the wall and didn't look back, so he simply stopped talking and looked at him coldly. Lin Shen studied trial and error over and over again, trying to find the attitude that is most suitable for the core of the present, and then exert the true power of this core. At the beginning, there must be frequent errors, and I can only push them back and start over again and again. Tianquan really had no eyes to see it, so he went back to rest and let Lin Shen practice there himself. When he couldn't practice it himself and knew he was wrong, it would not be too late to give him some advice. Anyway, Lin Shen had also won this time himself. While Lin Shen was practicing, Cosimo's face looked extremely ugly. Cosimo didn't know that Lin Shen was practicing boxing in Tianquan's palace. He only knew that Lin Shen did not come out again after entering Tianquan's palace, and was actually stayed by Tianquan. Unlike the previous guest room, this is where Tianquan lives. The Maidiki family has paid so much just to strive to become a family with Tianquan. Cosimo even regarded Tianquan as his prey in his heart, and how could he tolerate others being involved?
Lin Shen, you're dead. Cosimo was extremely angry, and the cup in his hand was squeezed out by him. His expression looked very similar to the man who found that the rich woman he had with him had a new favorite. Chapter 278, Stepping on the Wave Fist. In the martial arts training ground, Lin Shen punched out, and the force of the fist was like an angry thunder, and a terrifying energy hit the training pillar, making the training pillar buzz. After a punch, Lin Shen felt that his body was drained, and even his legs became weak, and he couldn't help but tremble. It's finally done, but my full-strength attack couldn't even leave traces on the practice pillar. What material is this practice pillar made of? Lin Shen sat on the ground, staring at the practice pillar in a daze. After all, his power is close to 60 now, and the power of this punch is probably close to 100. Combining the full-strength attack of the Immortal Court and the 28th Fist does have a terrible blessing effect on the power. This kind of blessing mainly comes from the 28th Fist. Using the 28th Fist requires you to give all your money without any reservation. Only by putting it to death can you explode the real power of the 28th Fist. So without the rebirth of the angel, the 28th Fist can only be used once, and there is no way to produce the effect of folding wave power. Lin Shen rested for a moment, stood up again, and a shell appeared on his body, and the mysterious hieroglyphs on it began to shine with brilliant light. Lin Shen wants to try it out. With the blessing of the Superbase article, can he truly fulfill his ideas? Lin Shen was astonished as he stepped out, and his fists were also blasted out, step by step, punching one after another. Each punch is like a huge wave striking the shore, and it is like a bolt from the blue. The punches are extremely strong and terrifying. At the same time, it is constantly superimposed on terrifying power. Fist and step are synchronized, and every attack and movement is put in all your strength, and the speed and strength are getting faster and stronger. The consumed basic transform power can allow Lin Shen to push the next blow again under the filling of the world power absorbed by the super basic text. After moving only a few steps, the steps and boxing skills were out of sync. Suddenly, the power was completely chaotic, and the continuous force almost shattered Lin Shen's own shell. It's still a little problem. The combination is not perfect enough. Lin Shen could only continue to modify it again and again until he could perfectly unify the step and boxing techniques. Lin Shen's thinking is now very clear. Each of his attacks is equivalent to the skill of an ordinary basic transformer, and the power of each attack is superimposed. To put it in a simple way, every time he is in normal A is equivalent to the power of others using skills. Lin Shen's biggest limitation now is actually not his body, but the speed at which he can absorb the power of the world through the Prime Minister. The faster the power of the world he draws, the stronger the destructive power he exerts. Unfortunately, in ordinary environments, the Superbase article does not absorb the power of the world quickly enough, which also limits Lin Shen's performance. In this environment, Lin Shen's punch can exert nearly 100 punches. If the environment is more special, the punches will be enhanced. This is still only used in the state of Superbase text. If the superbasement is used to strengthen the power, the force of each punch will reach a very terrifying level. However, if hyperplasmic is used at the same time, the power of the world absorbed by the hyperplasmic article will be even less than available, and there is no way to stay in the hyperplasmic state for the most part. At most there is only one chance to hit. This is a very troublesome problem. Using hypersynthetic requires a lot of consumption. The technique he is practicing now is to exert all the energy at once, so after one blow, the hypersynthetic will inevitably fail. This is almost unsolvable problem. Unless the speed of Superbase text replenishing energy can be so fast that there is no fault in the middle, it will be difficult to continuously use this technique under hypersynthetic conditions. To solve this problem, angel rebirth is indeed an ideal solution. But choosing to rebirth in the angel means giving up the double life foundation. After I ascended, the effect of the Superbase article has room for improvement after many reincarnations. Sooner or later, I can absorb the power of the world infinitely. Now I choose to reborn in the angel, and the effects of the two will overlap in the future. Lin Shen thought about it, but in the long run, he still cannot choose reborn in the angel. Fortunately, his skills created by combining the treading Immortal Court and the 28th Fist are already powerful enough, and even if it is not used, it is already very powerful.
The force of the punches can be superimposed every time, and the effect is very high.
Ordinary assassinators may not be able to withstand his punches.
If it weren't for a top assassinator like Cosimo, Lin Shen's ability would be enough now. Lin Shen continued to improve the new skills, and he gave this skill a name called Talanquin.
A very vulgar and straightforward name. Take one word from the immortal court, Delangjan and Erbaquin.
However, there has never been a vulgar or a very good name. It only depends on what meaning the person who uses it can give it. Even if the people who created the Talung fist now, they probably couldn't tell that this was something they created, and they could only see some similarities from it. The treading fist is a technique that becomes stronger and faster as the battle becomes, but this also means that the consumption is increasing.
Look at how far the limit of the treading wave fist can reach.
Lin Shen drove the super basic text and stepped out in one step, and the fist also rushed towards the practice pillar at the same time. He barely took 4 steps and punched out 4 punches. The power of the world absorbed by Super G1 could no longer keep up with the consumption. As soon as the energy was cut off, Lin Shen's body suddenly slowed down and his fist power could not keep up. The 4-fist stacked storm punched the training pillar, leaving a shallow mark on the training pillar, which could hardly be seen without careful reading. I can only punch 4 times in a row, but I'm still a little weaker.
Lin Shen sighed.
Tianquan slept for a while and woke up to see if the time was almost over, so he came to see if Lin Shen gave up. After arriving at the martial arts training ground, he saw Lin Shen sitting next to the training pillar to rest.
Tianquan thought he had given up.
He walked over and was about to say something, but suddenly he saw the shallow marks on the training pillar. She usually uses the practice pillar herself, and Tianquan knows how many traces there are and what kind of traces there are. The extra traces should have been left by Lin Shen, but Tianquan could not believe that Lin Shen could actually leave traces on them. This is the practice pillar she used to practice. Although the material is not Nirvana material, it is also a top-level ascension material.
With special craftsmanship, ordinary assassinators cannot leave traces on it. Only some top assassinators with strong power can leave traces on it. How could Lin Shen, a basic transformer, leave traces on it?
Did you leave this trace?
Tianquan pointed to the trace and asked Lin Shen.
Sorry, I didn't ruin it for you, right? Lin Shen thought that the traces he left had a bad impact on Tianquan.
Why did you leave traces on it? Let me show it out for me to see. Tianquan was still a little unbelievable. Chapter 279, Doing Alone.
Lin Shen didn't say anything nonsense, stood up and used the power of the base change, and the black crystal shell wrapped around his whole body. The mysterious hieroglyphs shone brightly. Lin Shen stood a little further, then quickly moved towards the training pillar, punching each step, and taking 4 steps, knocking 4 punches, almost in one go. The fist power was stacked and intertwined, forming a tsunami-like fist power, which hit the training pillar heavily. Buzz! The practice pillar made a huge buzzing sound, and a shallow fist mark appeared on it.
Tianquan stared at the fist marks on the practice pillar.
This was not the 28 punch she remembered, but the power of this punch made her feel a little incredible. It seemed that it was not weaker than the 28 punch she imagined, but it was not the same style.
Are you 28 fists? Tianquan looked at Lin Shen, who was sitting on the ground and kicking the atmospheric.
I changed it for a while. Maybe I didn't get the essence of 28 punch, so I didn't dare to use the name of 28 punch.
I gave it a name called Tairang fist. What do you think?
Lin Shen withdrew his base into a carapace and said, gasping.
The treading fist is a bit like that. You used the 28th fist by using the folding force. Although you are not as domineering as the 28th fist, you have more continuous strength. If your body and strength can keep up and you can punch a few more, this boxing technique will be considered amazing. But your treading fist also has a weakness, because your current level is too low, too slow, and fast enough people can interrupt the superposition of your fist strength and the gap between your punches, making it difficult for you to stack it to a sufficient strength. Moreover, the superposition of the fist strength has already determined the direction and landing point from the first punch, and it is easier to avoid it. Tianquan's realm is far beyond Lin Shen, and he can see the advantages and disadvantages of treading fist at a glance.
Even so, Tianquan still looked at Lin Shen with some admiration. Although it is a little different from what she wants, it is also amazing enough. Lin Shen certainly knew the disadvantages that Tianquan said, but there was nothing we could do about it. Everything was because he did not absorb enough energy, which restricted Lin Shen's performance, otherwise the stepwave fist would not stop there.
Will you have a chance to kill Cosimo with such a boxing glove? Lin Shen asked.
If Cosimo stands and lets you shoot 4 consecutive waves, there is a great chance without using the God of Heaven, the God of Glory, and the King's Crown.
Tianquan paused and said, if he used the King's Crown, you still have a little hope.
If he used the God of Heaven, there would be basically no chance. Of course, this is still the case when he stood still and fought with you head-on. In fact, he could not do that. The advantages and disadvantages of your stepping fist are as obvious as those.
Since I have a chance, I want to give it a try.
Lin Shen also thought about it in his mind. With the attribute of the aura of sacrifice, he had a very great chance, and he also had the advantage of ranged attacks.
Don't you really want to ascend? Tianquan did not object as strongly as before this time.
The way Fist of the Waves did make her look at Lin Shen with some admiration.
If you believe me, give me a chance. Lin Shen looked at Tianquan and said, when I fight with Cosimo, can you watch the battle?
If you lose, I will not save you.
Tianquan said directly.
You don't need to save me, you just need to use a Nirvana-level pet gun to shoot a pet capsule. Lin Shen put forward the conditions.
No, I won't provide you with any help.
If you die of this heart, you'd better choose to ascend. With your strolling fist technique, combined with the Angel's Rebirth, plus the flying upgrade attributes and various assistants, you have a great chance of killing Cosimo.
No, I didn't ask you to hit Cosimo. If you see that I'm about to fail, you can hit me with that pet gun.
I don't want to die at Cosimo's hands. This can also dispel the suspicion of the Cosimo and the Maidiki family of the family of doubts about you. Lin Shen's words were beyond Tianquan's expectations.
Are you sure? Tianquan stared at Lin Shen in a daze.
You have spent so much money on me. If you cannot complete the task, at least it will make me die more valuable. Please help me. Lin Shen bowed and said, a soldier was determined to die for his confidant. Okay, if you die, I will take care of your elder sister and will not let anyone hurt her.
Tianquan was slightly moved.
Lin Shen was actually willing to do this, which made her feel a little more favorable to Lin Shen. Tianquan never expected that this behavior that seemed to be considering her was actually Lin Shen's biggest trump card.
Since you have decided, I will accompany you to practice stepwave fist. Tianquan actually came to be Lin Shen's accompanying practice in person. She could see that Lin Shen's first step on the wave fist still had many shortcomings and flaws.
She had to use her own experience and insight to try her best to make up for these shortcomings and flaws for Lin Shen. Lin Shen was not polite, and used the stepwave fist to fight Tianquan. Every blow from Tianquan made him feel a little uncomfortable because every blow from her was aimed at the shortcomings of the treading wave fist. Lin Shen was also constantly making changes in the battle. As he was fighting, Lin Shen suddenly realized that he didn't need to stick to his fists and feet at all. He could use people to enter the situation instead of dividing fists and feet. His momentum is endless, one wave higher than another, and there is no need to use a fist at all.
Fist is just the most direct situation.
The fist can be his fist, any part of his body, or his entire person. The only pity is that Lin Shen only practiced body skills and boxing skills, and could not do it like Wei Wufu, with his whole body full of weapons. However, after understanding this truth, Lin Shen's wave-treading fist suddenly became much calmer, and some of the stiffness that originally arises from the pursuit of perfection became smoother.
Seeing Lin Shen's transformation, Tianquan nodded secretly, this guy's talent is really interesting.
Although it is not peerless, it is also unexpected. It seems that it is not accidental that he can practice 28 punches. Under Tianquan's guidance, although Lin Shen's stepping fist cannot be considered a great success, it can be considered a small success, at least there is no problem in actual combat. Yusun secretly thought in his mind that Lin Shen's treading wave fist and the potions and fists she prepared were really possible if he could use a strange plan and trick Cosimo's gods into coming first.
If the crystal base kills 9 turns and ascends, it will be enough to be written into the history of the universe. Tian Shen actually had some vague expectations in his heart. What if Lin Shen really succeeded? This boxing glove is called a Yi Wanqing. It is an unexpected work by a Nirvana-level weapon master. Although it is not a magic weapon, its strength is comparable to the 10-turn life base. The most amazing thing is that it can enhance the boxing skills. Although your boxing power is not a talented skill, it can also be enhanced by Yi Wanqing. You should do it yourself. Tianquan handed a strange boxing glove to Lin Shen. Chapter 280 Fawn Island. Tianquan drove Lin Shen back to Tianhai Island with a vehicle. Lin Shen wandered around Tianhai Island for a long time, hunting several basic creatures, and then rode the evil dragon to go to Fawn Island not far away. Cosimo has always been paying attention to Lin Shen's actions. After knowing that Lin Shen left Tianhai Island, Cosimo was a little hesitant whether to start now. When he knew that Tianquan went to the giant ring star again and had a meeting with the people from Manenchi families, he could no longer hold back his murderous heart. Tianquan wants to deal with him as soon as possible, and Cosimo has the same problem. After the nirvana of the Maidiki family comes, he will soon leave the giant ring star, and he will have no chance if he doesn't take action. Cosimo no longer hesitated and drove the aircraft toward Lin Shen's place. Lin Shen rode the evil dragon to Fanya Island. The evil dragon flew over Fanya Island without being restricted by the prohibition. Lin Shen had known from Tianquan that the ban on Fanya Island had no limit on physical flights, and it was aimed at those purely capable flights. For example, creatures flying with wings and aircraft are not affected on Fawn Island. However, flying abilities like Ascensioners and Life Foundation are restricted on Fawn Island. Even if Nirvana comes, they cannot fly on Fawn Island unless they are winged races like Tianquan. The evil dragon was flying in the air, and Lin Shen saw many fanged beasts, which were indeed somewhat similar to porcupines. The mouth has fangs and the back is full of thorns, like a hedgehog, and its body is comparable to an elephant. Lin Shen let the evil dragon land on the island and killed several fanged beasts with his right hand. He wore a fist glove with his fingers exposed on his right hand. The black crystal fist glove was very close to Lin Shen's carapace. The fist glove itself was very thin. After being put on, it immediately pressed against the skin, but it did not affect the flexibility of the palm. There is also a special pattern on the black boxing gloves. The pattern is inlaid with white crystals, and it is not obvious what the pattern is. It is very strange anyway, as if it is a symbol, but I don't know what it means. Tianquan said that the name of this boxing glove is Yi Wanqing. I don't know if it is really called this name or is it secretly pointing him out to prevent him from being alone. Lin Shen also asked Tianquan that this boxing glove is a master's work. Others know if he would have any impact on Tianquan when he used this boxing glove to kill Cosimo. However, Tianquan made Lin Shen use it with confidence and boldness, so he didn't have to worry about this problem. Lin Shen is quite confident himself, and he still has advantages. Tianquan provided such information, which is equivalent to playing against the landlord Cosimo, the landlord, with him. With so many preparations, although Lin Shen's card is a little bit bad, it is not without a chance. The only thing that is more depressing is that in the past 2 or 3 days, there have not been many sacrifices added to the aura of sacrifice. So far, the attributes accumulated by the aura of sacrifice are only more than 140, and it has not reached 150 o'clock yet. Lin Shen calculated that this attribute plus his own attributes, plus the blessing of the Tarwal fist, and the chances of practicing boxing gloves and the potions given by Tianquan are still very high. It mainly depends on how to play this card. If you can play well, you can win, but if you can't play well, you will have a high chance of losing. When Lin Shen was killing the Fong beast on Fawn Island, the Breeding Legion was exploring on the Giant God Mountain. The Giant God Mountain is extremely huge. The famous mountains on the human mother planet can only be regarded as small mounds of soil in front of the Giant God Mountain. The shape of this mountain is even more special. The mountain is like a lotus, with peaks one after another, getting higher and higher, but the final main peak is lower than the outer peak. The Land Reclamation Army has been exploring the periphery these days, and its propulsion speed is very slow and has not reached the main peak area yet. Why is this ghost place so strange? The weather is cold and hot sometimes, it's so life that is a waste of time. A basic transformer with a pig's head complained while exploring the way. I heard that there are Nirvana-level creatures in the mountain, so it affects the environment here, said another wolf-faced transformer. Nirvana creature. The pig-headed transformer was shocked. Then aren't we going to die now? You are too arrogant to yourself. Nirvana creatures generally look down on small shrimps like us. As long as they don't hit it and die, Nirvana creatures will not come here specifically to kill us. The wolf-faced transformer whispered, where there are Nirvana creatures, the chance of low-level mutant creatures often appearing. I heard that many people in the other teams have hunted mutant creatures. If we are lucky and kill a few mutant creatures, we will almost get enough points and apply to transfer to the Wilderness Legion. I hope we have that luck. The pig-head-based transformer heard that there would be many mutant creatures, and his eyes suddenly lit up. When Lin Shen was hunting the fanged beast, he found that the sacrifices today increased much faster. In this moment, the aura of sacrifices actually increased by 2 points. Suddenly, an aircraft flew from the sky and flew directly towards Lin Shen and landed near him. Here comes so soon. It seems that Cosimo's heart to kill me is really urgent. Lin Shen thought Cosimo shouldn't be coming so soon. The fact is that Cosimo had arrived just after he arrived at Fawn Island. Lin Shen directly used the base change force, and the carapace wrapped around his whole body. Cosimo is much better than him, so he can't be careless at all. Things that can be prepared must be prepared in advance. The door of the aircraft opened, and the person who came out from it was indeed Cosimo, without any surprises. Lin Shen, we're meeting again. Cosimo smiled slightly, and it looked a little uncomfortable. If possible, I don't really want to see you. Lin Shen sighed. You can't help it. Cosimo said coldly, what have you been looking for in the past 2 or 3 days? Cosimo did not directly kill Lin Shen, just to know what Lin Shen was doing in Tianquan's palace, whether he was kept by Tianquan, and whether he had cuckolded him. In his heart, he had already regarded Tianquan as his person, but in fact, Tianquan never gave him a chance at all. What else can you do? It's just those things. Star-Lord is really entangled. I still have a sore waist and back pain. When Lin Shen spoke, he also hammered his old waist, as if he was a villain, and glanced at Cosimo and said, Cosimo, we are fellow villagers. You respect me in the future. For the sake of the fellow villagers' affection, I can say something good for you in front of the Star-Lord. Lin Shen deliberately angered Cosimo. It would be better to make him lose his mind and use the gods to come directly. Cosimo was indeed angry by Lin Shen, with a cold light flashing in his eyes and a murderous look on his face. Unfortunately, the angry Cosimo did not lose his mind, but his heart to kill Lin Shen became even stronger. My fellow villager? I'll take you back to my hometown now. Cosimo reached out and grabbed it, and countless golden particles spewed out from his hands, condensed into a golden scepter, blooming with golden ripples, which instantly made Lin Shen feel his body sink. Chapter 281 Air War. Lin Shen felt that his body had become much heavier, so he looked down at his watch, and saw his attributes dropping. In addition to the power attribute, there are only 21 points left for the other attributes, and only 39 points left for the power attribute. Your sister, Cosimo's ability to grant the imperial power of God is a bit perverted, and it has been weakened too much. Lin Shen saw that Cosimo was so careful, and he took out his life base and used the imperial power of God as using the imperial power of God. He knew that he must have had a hard battle, and it was unlikely to succeed in a sneak attack. Almost without hesitation, Lin Shen took out a bottle of potion and poured it directly. He suddenly felt a stream of energy filling his whole body, allowing his entire attributes to quickly improve. The potion given by Tianquan is extraordinary. After pouring a bottle of potion, all the attributes have been improved, and there are a few more. The power has exceeded 60, reaching 62 points, and other attributes have also reached 42 or 3 points. It's just a pity that this agent has limited time to strengthen and has side effects. Lin Shen turned around and ran away, summoning the evil dragon at the same time. It's too late to run away now. Cosimo was like a phantom, and was extremely fast. He came to Lin Shen's back in an instant, and his hand heard the scepter hit Lin Shen's head.
Lin Shen had already activated the super basic text and used the body technique of the step wave fist. While his speed soared, he also avoided the staff of Cosimo with a strange pace. But the speed was too different. Lin Shen was unable to truly get rid of Cosimo. Cosimo followed Lin Shen like a ghost, and his scepter was still chasing Lin Shen, and his head was about to be smashed. Lin Shen knew that it was impossible for him to get rid of Cosimo. With the help of the footwork of the stepwave fist, his speed was still a distance of 100, while Cosimo's speed was nearly 150%, which was too big. Lin Shen turned around and punched him directly to Cosimo's scepter. In Cosimo's eyes, Lin Shen's actions are undoubtedly seeking death. A mere transformational person dares to fight him head-on. If it is not seeking death, then what is it? Boom! Lin Shen's punch hit the scepter, and his body was shocked and retreated repeatedly, but Cosimo's scepter was finally blocked by him. Cosimo was obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Shen to be able to block his staff, although he just didn't use the skill attack. But his power was more than 100. Lin Shen, a basic transformer, was weakened by the god's imperial power. How could he catch this attack? Cosimo's eyes couldn't help but look at the boxing gloves on Lin Shen's body. In his opinion, this was undoubtedly the credit of the boxing gloves. No matter how strong a basic changer's skill is, no matter how doubled its attributes are, it is already a top talented skill, and it is impossible to achieve such an effect. If it is not the effect of talented skills, then the only possibility is that boxing glove. The weapon that can make the base changer bear his attack made Cosimo interested, but he was not in a hurry. If he killed Lin Shen, the gloves would be his. Being able to withstand Cosimo's attack is indeed a contribution to his will. Because Cosimo's speed was too fast, Lin Shen only had time to punch, and there was no effect of stacking waves at all. Fortunately, he was determined to be strong in boxing gloves, and he actually withstood Cosimo's attack. However, Cosimo's power was too strong. Even with the blessing of Stepwave Fist and the willingness to act alone, Lin Shen still felt that his fists and arms were about to be shattered. Lin Shen suddenly envied Shimon's swordsman. If he had his ability to remove strength, it would not be so difficult. Fortunately, Lin Shen has the super basic recasting skill, so such injuries cannot do anything to him. He jumped up directly, and Lin Shen knew that he could no longer fight Cosimo head-on, otherwise he would not be able to force Cosimo's god to come, and he would have all his ability to be forced out. Cosimo thought Lin Shen wanted to escape with the help of the evil dragon, so he took out a dagger and threw it out. His target was not Lin Shen, but the evil dragon. If Lin Shen had no flying ability, it was almost impossible for him to escape from Fawn Island. What he didn't expect was that Lin Shen did not let the evil dragon rush over. The evil dragon rushed to the sky directly, which was completely beyond Cosimo's expectations, and also made the dagger he threw fail to hit the vital point of the evil dragon. It just penetrated the side of the evil dragon's body and flew straight to the sky. The evil dragon continued to rush toward the sky. Its recovery ability was extremely strong, and this blow did not hurt its vitals and was not fatal. In the sky, the evil dragon grabbed the dagger. Because the spirit base cannot fly, the dagger is driven by the force thrown out by Cosimo, and after the force is exhausted, there is no way to control it. Cosimo looked at Lin Shen, who jumped into the air and jumped up directly. He jumped faster than Lin Shen and jumped higher. In his opinion, Lin Shen jumped into the air to seek death. He caught up with Lin Shen in an instant, but Cosimo was shocked to find that Lin Shen had used force to move sideways in the air again and jumped to the other side, causing his rush to fall into the air. Now he can't fly, he has no way to chase Lin Shen, and he can't reach it even if he reaches out, so he can only watch Lin Shen far away. Lin Shen immediately turned 3 fists in the air, and the wave fists were intertwined and hit Cosimo in the air. Lin Shen didn't expect that Cosimo would catch up. There was a moment when he wanted to directly activate the halo of sacrifice to the sky and take this opportunity to decide the outcome with one blow. Maybe he could catch Cosimo off guard, maybe he didn't even have the chance to use the God of Heaven and the King's crown. But Lin Shen gave up this idea because he found that the offerings of the halo of sacrifices were increasing wildly. Sacrifice +1. Sacrifice +1. Sacrifice +1. The prompt flashed continuously in his mind, and it had overlapped together. He had no idea how many sacrifices had been added, and the attributes grew wildly.
The opportunity is here.
Lin Shen was ecstatic and gave up his plan to immediately decide his life and death.
He just used the 3 combo to hit Kazimo in the air.
Although Kazimo could not see the power of the fist, he could feel and hear the fluctuations and sounds caused by the power of the fist breaking through the air.
Almost without hesitation, the scepter in Kazimo's hand swept out directly. Boom!
With the strong blessing of the 3 combo strike, Kazimo was shocked and flew backwards, and the scepter almost lost his hand. How could he be such a powerful force as a base changer?
Kazimo was shocked and angry, but unfortunately he was in the air and could not fly, so it was impossible to stabilize his body.
Lin Shen pointed his left foot and his right foot instep, rushed out again in the air, and once again punched the 3 consecutive punches of the waves. With the blessing of Super K, he could only shoot the 4 consecutive punches of the waves at most, but in that case, he would use too much power. Therefore, Lin Shen does not use 4 consecutive punches, but only makes 3 consecutive punches, so that he can continuously make 3 consecutive punches. Kazimo was unable to move in the air, so he could only step on the waves and hit the 3-in-1 combo, but was constantly shaken by Lin Shen's 3-in-1 fist that was cleverly moving in the air, and he had no way to land.
Chapter 282 The God Arrives. Tianquan is secretly watching the battle through the equipment installed on Fawn Island in advance.
She knew that Lin Shen must have special talent skills, otherwise it would be impossible to defeat Kazimo without ascension only by relying on the things she gave. However, watching Lin Shen flicker in the air, as if on the flat ground, it was still a little surprised that Tianquan was unable to land.
What kind of talent skills is he? It's quite interesting.
I didn't expect that the Fawn Island I chose, which is suitable for Lin Shen's talent skills, has really become his home court.
A basic changer will have a flying advantage against the Assassinator.
Who dares to believe this if you say it?
Tianquan now has some understanding of why Lin Shen insists on not ascending, and he does have his own reason. The endurance of the basic transformer is far less than that of the Ascender. Lin Shen should not last long for such a battle. What abilities does he have? It is still unlikely to kill Kazimo by relying on this ability. Tianquan is now very interested in knowing what special abilities Lin Shen has. Tianquan thought Lin Shen could not hold on for long, and Kazimo thought Lin Shen could not hold on for long, so he held back. He had to wait until Lin Shen was exhausted before attacking Lin Shen. With the power of fist from the air, and the ability to superimpose efficiently, and the skills of leveraging force in the air, Kazimo realized that Lin Shen was not an ordinary base changer. No wonder Tianquan looked at him differently. He did have his extraordinary features. Unfortunately, he only practiced evolution, otherwise it would be a big trouble in the future. But he could no longer have a future, and he will die today. Kazimo was not in a hurry. Tianquan went to the giant ring star and should not be able to come back in a short period of time. But things were a little beyond Kazimo's expectations. Lin Shen kept punching 3 consecutive punches in the air, and they all shook Kazimo into the sky, making Kazimo unable to get down. What's strange is that Lin Shen kept hitting such violent fist power, but there was no sign of exhaustion at all, as if it could be endless. Damn, he also has the skill to quickly restore strength. Why is this guy's skill so weird? Kazimo suddenly realized the problem. Tianquan thought earlier that Lin Shen must have the skill to quickly restore his strength, otherwise it would have been impossible to hit 3 consecutive punches in a row. It's really a bit surprising. Tianquan felt more and more that in addition to the average evolutionary skills he practiced, this skill was really weird enough and was completely unusual. The ability to miss the air seems to be of little use after ascending, but Tianquan knows that this ability is actually very useful, and even at the Nirvana level, it will be of great use. There are many places where Nirvana creatures live, and flight prohibitions are prohibited. General flying abilities are easily restrained. Lin Shen's ability to navigate is not very useful in the ascension stage, but will be of great use in the future at Nirvana level. This made Tianquan doubt that Lin Shen had guidance from his masters, otherwise why would he choose this talented skill that was not very strong in the early stage and even useless in the eyes of others? Kazimo was blown out of anger by Lin Shen. The strength of the 3 consecutive fists is enough to kill ordinary ascensioners. Cosimo is also very uncomfortable to hit. Although he can't hurt him, he can shake him back to the ground every time. The key is that he can only be beaten and cannot repay his hand, which is particularly uncomfortable. With a thought, Cosimo took out a pet pistol and fired continuously at Lin Shen, and in a blink of an eye several pets were shot out. Lin Shen was just because of his distance and air escape advantage, but his speed was not very fast. Several flying pets crashed into Lin Shen. Even if he could solve those flying pets, Cosimo could take the opportunity to fall back to the ground so that he would not be beaten so passively. The only thing that made Cosimo depressed was that there were no wings in his pet. He had never thought that a flying ascension pet is still a disadvantage without wings, so he did not specifically get a winged ascension pet. If there is an ascending pet with wings, he can now ride the ascending pet to chase Lin Shen. After Cosimo shot out the ascending pet, he suddenly found that Lin Shen's speed had also increased, faster than the ascending pet's speed, and easily flashed through the ascending pet's impact. He didn't care about the pets and continued to chase Cosimo and burst out 3 consecutive punches. Damn, this guy is so sinister. He actually has acceleration skills hidden. Cosimo was shocked and angry as he watched his ascension pet fall to the ground, not threatening Lin Shen's eye at all. Now he regretted following Lin Shen and jumped into the air. Although Lin Shen failed to really hurt him, it felt too uncomfortable and was really frustrating. How many skills does he have? Tianquan was also surprised. The skills Lin Shen showed already have the ability to miss the air, quickly recover strength, acceleration and injury quickly. Generally speaking, a basic changer should only have 3 talent skills at most, which made Tianquan realize that Lin Shen's talent skills may be problematic. Can some of his skills be that some of them are not talented skills, but acquired skills that are trained like stepping fist? Tianquan thought to himself. Cosimo knew that he could not wait for the moment when Lin Shen's strength was exhausted. The carapace above his head lit up, like a crown, and the light drooped down, making his carapace bathed in the rays of light. When Lin Shen burst out 3 consecutive punches at him again, Cosimo did not use his scepter to smash the punch force, but instead punched the 3 consecutive punch force coming from the diagonally below. 3 consecutive punches were torn apart by Cosimo's punches. The shockwave hit him, but was shaken by the glow of the carapace and could not push his body up any longer. Cosimo's body quickly fell to the ground and was able to land soon. Lin Shen suddenly passed by and appeared below Cosimo, from bottom to top, and burst out 3 consecutive punches again. Looking for death. Cosimo was not surprised and happy. The Emperor's killing fist bombarded downward, directly tearing Lin Shen's 3 consecutive fists apart. The surging shock wave was difficult to push his body up. Lin Shen turned around and walked around Cosimo's back. Another 3-way strike, this time it hit the back of Cosimo's head from diagonally upwards. Cosimo snorted coldly, and another imperial killing punch was blowing with his backhand. The power of the fist tore the strength of the 3 consecutive fists, and the collision produced a terrifying shock wave, which swept Lin Shen's body out. Cosimo suddenly seemed to be bound by something, and at the same time, he felt his neck tightening, as if he was entangled by something, and was hung up and thrown into the sky. After Cosimo was thrown away, he found that Lin Shen had a red crystal rope in his hand. This guy is so weird. Cosimo was shocked and angry. The duration of Wang Jiguan was limited, so he had to fall back to the ground as soon as possible. Lin Shen, I want to kill you. Seeing Lin Shen rushing over again, Cosimo could no longer bear it, and his murderous thoughts about Lin Shen had reached its peak. The next wonder was that the golden light bloomed on Cosimo's body seemed to have an invisible golden spirit, overlapping with his body. Cosimo, who was originally forbidden to fly, flew up and turned into a terrifying golden light, and instantly arrived in front of Lin Shen. It's over, the arrival of the gods actually had the effect of breaking the forbidden. Tianquan's face changed drastically when she saw this scene. She didn't know that the arrival of the gods actually had such a function. Chapter 283 Little Lover. This is no wonder that Tianquan is the only one who practices the divine emperor art even among the heavenly race. Moreover, not all the celestial beings who have practiced the divine emperor's art have the talent skill of the gods coming, and they are also a few of them. She had never fought with the person who had the arrival of the gods, and had only seen other gods use the arrival of the gods,
but there was no restriction such as ban on flying at that time, so she didn't know that the arrival of the gods would have such an effect.
This kind of thing was not mentioned in the information I found.
In the eyes of ordinary people, Cosimo's speed is incredible, but in the eyes of Tianquan, this speed is still very slow, like a snail crawling. If she wanted to take action, she would still have time to rush to Fanya Island, and as Lin Shen said, she would use a pet gun to kill him first. Tianquan did come outside Fong Island, but she did not take out her pet gun. Although Lin Shen had failed to defeat Cosimo, his performance had already touched Tianquan.
Tianquan believes that Lin Shen is more valuable and cannot let him die like this.
Seeing the terrifying power descending from the gods, and punched Cosimo at Lin Shen, Tianquan was about to take action, but suddenly he saw a terrifying aura gushing out of Lin Shen's body, and a blood-colored halo blooming on him.
What's going on with that power? Tianquan was a little stunned and stopped outside Fanya Island and did not rush to the island.
Because she sensed the power fluctuations in Lin Shen's body, she was no weaker than Cosimo who came to the gods. In the short period of the battle just now, I don't know how much the offerings of the sacrifice halo have increased, and the attribute points have increased wildly.
It has been almost 300 points just now.
Originally, Lin Shen wanted to delay for a while, and at this speed, it would take a moment to break through 300 points in minutes. Unfortunately, Cosimo did not give him such a chance.
The god descended and broke the flight restriction.
The golden spirit body on his body gave Cosimo a powerful attribute increase, and all attributes had doubled. His attributes are already close to 15.
After doubling, the attributes soared to nearly 300. Cosimo was determined to win this blow.
The speed and power brought to him by the gods were far from comparable to those of a basic changer. In the face of absolute power and speed, all fancy things are useless. This imperial killing punch was enough to knock Lin Shen into a slag. But when Cosimo rushed to Lin Shen and punched his fist, he couldn't believe that Lin Shen actually flashed across his fist at a speed that was not inferior to him. And while Lin Shen dodged sideways, he also punched him. Cosimo, who had been teased by Lin Shen for so long and had been full of his brains, never expected that Lin Shen could keep up with his speed. His must-kill punch was unreserved, and he just wanted to kill Lin Shen with one punch, leaving no room for anything.
Cosimo couldn't stop rushing forward, and couldn't tell whether it was his face hitting Lin Shen's fist, or Lin Shen's fist hitting his face. The ascending shell of 9 turns was shattered by Lin Shen's fist under the double blessing of King Crown and the arrival of the gods. Cosimon's horrified face under the carapace was revealed.
In his unbelievable eyes, Lin Shen's fist twisted his face into distortion, and half of his face was smashed. Cosimo's body was bombed directly like a cannonball, and instantly flew out of the range of Fong Island, and flew far away in the star ring until he hit a floating circle as big as a football field, smashing the floating circle into a corner, and his whole body fell into the rock, and then he stopped.
How is this possible? Tianquan stared at Cosimo, whose body was embedded in the rock and only half of his head was left. For a moment, he was a little unbelievable. That was the ascension of Cosimo in 9 turns, and with the dual blessing of the arrival of the gods and the crown of the king, he was actually killed by a basic transformer with a punch. How did this be done? Tianquan looked at Lin Shen on Fong Island with a very strange look.
After this punch, Lin Shen did not feel the power in his body being drained. Instead, the offering of the sacrifice of the halo of sacrifice was still increasing rapidly. After a while, he accumulated more than 20 points again, and it was increasing rapidly. Lin Shen saw Tianquan outside Fong Island, rode the evil dragon directly in front of Tianquan, bowed slightly and said, "Lord Star, fortunately I have not been humiliated. You will go back to Tianhai Island immediately and take your elder sister to the heavenly palace where I live. You have never been here today, nor have you seen Cosimo."
Tianquan suddenly said a few words. "Star Lord."
Lin Shen was slightly stunned. Tianquan said this, which meant that she had to take this matter down, which was different from what she had agreed before.
"Do what I said," Tianquan said with a smile.
She had made up her mind that she would protect Lin Shen no matter what, and even if she turned against the beautiful brother Qi family, she would do whatever she could.
Without the Maidiki family, there will be Maidiki.
If the Maidiki family wants to cooperate with her, at most, they are not as strong as the Maidiki family.
But talents like Lin Shen may only meet this one in their lifetime. The base change kills the 9-turn ascension, which is very rare in the history of the universe. Lin Shen is here to settle down. Lin Shen probably understood Tianquan's thoughts, so he didn't say anything else. He rushed back to Tianhai Island, picked up his elder sister, and went to the heavenly hall where Tianquan lived. After Lin Shen left, Tiansun came to Cosimo's corpse like teleportation. With a wave of his hand, Cosimo's corpse immediately turned into ashes and disappeared. Tianquan cleaned up all the equipment on Fawn Island. Except for the image on her own, no one in the world knew about Lin Shen and Cosimo's battle, and the terrifying boxing power from the Kami transformer. When Lin Shen brought his elder sister to the gate of Heavenly Palace, Tianquan, who had already returned, personally welcomed them into his palace. He even kindly held Lin Miao's hand and shouted at his sister, making the eyes of those who saw the scene on Heavenly Island almost fall off. Tianquan personally arranged for Lin Shen and Lin Miao to live in her palace, and then called Lin Shen alone into the dome hall of the palace. Star Lord. Lin Shen wanted to ask what Tianquan planned to deal with next. Tianquan walked to Lin Shen, his slender and tender fingers pressed Lin Shen's lips, and said with a smile, "I said that you can kill Cosimo as a mutant. You will be my little lover in the future. When there are no outsiders, I don't want to hear the word Star Lord again. Then what should I call you?" Lin Shen didn't expect Tianquan to be so direct, but instead felt a little uncomfortable. "You can call it whatever you want." Tiansun smiled and gave Lin Shen a positive look. "Tianquan?" Lin Shen said tentatively. "My little lover, you can be bolder and more intimate." Tianquan gave Lin Shen greater courage. "Tianquan, baby." With Tianquan's encouragement, Lin Shen felt that his courage had expanded. Chapter 284 Tianquan's Decision. After Dick, the Nirvana of the Maidiki family, came to Giant Ring Star, he immediately learned about Cosimo's disappearance from the family members. This gave Dicky a very bad premonition, and he immediately asked to see Tianquan. "Star Lord, why didn't you see Cosimo?" Dicky asked, staring at Tianquan. "Are you questioning me?" Tianquan sat in the main seat and looked at Dick coldly and said, "Star Master, don't get me wrong. I'm just a little worried about Cosimo." Dick said with anger. "You don't have to worry about him anymore. I've beaten him into dust." Tiansun seemed to be talking about an insignificant little thing. "You killed Cosimo." DC's eyes widened, almost unable to believe his ears. "Can't I kill him?" Tiansun looked at Dick coldly and said lightly. "Tianquan, do you know what Cosimo means to our Maidiki family? That is the hope and future of our Maidiki family. Why do you want to kill him? You must give our Maidiki family an explanation." Dicky's anger could no longer be concealed, and she slapped the table and stared at Tianquan tightly. Bang! Tianquan slapped Daiki directly on the face. Daiki didn't even have time to react. Her body staggered and blood flowed out from the corners of her mouth. And Tianquan sat in the main seat, as if he had never moved. Is this explanation enough? If not, let Xiaoke come here in person. I want to see what your Maidiki family wants. Tiansun said lightly. Dixie's face was extremely ugly, and he had already turned into a pig's liver, but he still said toughly, "Our Maidiki family is loyal to you and has been through life and death for you. You only have one word: swords, fire, heaven and earth. No matter how painful the price it costs or how many people die, our Maidiki family has never let you down. Now the hope and future of the Maidiki family have been executed by you personally. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Okay, you want to say it, right? Starting today, the Maidiki family and I have no relationship with Tianquan. You can come to me to avenge Cosimo at any time. You will be satisfied with this explanation." Tianquan said coldly. Just such a simple sentence changed Dixie's face. The Heavenly Man race is a race that pays great attention to bloodline. Without the bloodline of the Heavenly Man race, it is impossible to enter the top level of the Heavenly Man race. The strength of the Maidiki family is difficult to attract the attention of the real senior management of the Tianren tribe, so they chose to support the mixed-race Tianquan.
It's not that they don't want to choose a stronger pure-blood celestial being, but that they don't look down on the Maidiki family at all. If Tianquan breaks up with the Maidiki family, there will probably be no senior management in the Tianran tribe who protects and is very close to each other. Tianquan is the foundation of their foothold in the heavenly man race. If Tianquan completely abandons the Maidiki family, even if the Maidiki family is strong, it will be difficult for them to continue to gain a foothold in the heavenly man race. The Maidiki family has been operating a family business in the Tianran family for 100 years and will soon disappear. It is not so easy to find a new foothold in the universe. Originally, Dixie thought that Tianquan's current situation was not very good. The Maidiki family was one of her most important partners and should not give up the Maidiki family easily. But judging from Tianquan's meaning, it seemed that he really wanted to give up the Maidiki family, and this consequence was something he could not bear.
Mr. Tianquan, you misunderstood. The Maidiki family is absolutely loyal to you, absolutely has no second intentions, and will not betray you.
Dickie quickly stood up to apologize, his attitude no longer as tough as before. Have I been too indulging in your Maidiki family in the past few years, so that you can forget who is the master?
Tianquan looked at Dick coldly and said, "Go back and tell Chowka that I only need loyal soldiers and partners, not dogs who want to climb onto the master's head."
Lord Tianquan. Dixie wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Tianquan, "Get out." Dick did not dare to say anything else, bowed and left the living room, and immediately went to find the family members of the giant ring star, and asked what Cosimo had done recently.
Soon Dick learned about Cosimo's visit to Lin Shen and about Lin Shen's residence in paradise. Dick probably speculated the whole story.
The Maidiki family has always hoped to marry Tianquan so that the Maidiki family can truly integrate into the Tianran tribe, which is why Cosimo, the best young man in the Maidiki family, approaches Tianquan.
But now it seems that Tianquan never thought about marrying the Maidiki family.
In Dixie's view, Lin Shen was just an excuse for Tianquan to warn the Maidiki family.
Tianquan doesn't even look down on Cosimo, so how could he look down on Lin Shen?
Even unexpectedly, Lin Shen, a basic transformer, could kill Cosimo who ascended in 9 turns. Dickie felt cold in his heart and immediately left Zhuangxing and rushed back to the Maidiki family. He had to notify the head of the family Chao Ko as soon as possible. If Tianquan really gave up the Maidiki family because of this matter, the Maidiki family will be in a very difficult situation.
A mixed-race bastard, bullying me too much. After listening to Dick's report, Joko crushed the objects in his hand for many years. Head of the family, are we going to break with Tianquan? Dickie asked worriedly.
Section Chief Chiao sighed, "It's not the time yet. We still need to rely on Tianquan to gain a foothold in the Tianran tribe.
I'm too impatient. I originally thought that Tianquan's current situation is so difficult.
Without our support, she may have difficulty gaining a foothold in the Tianran tribe. I didn't expect that she was so decisive. She would rather give up the seat in the Tianran tribe than give us a chance. It was my fault.
I overestimated Tianquan. After all, women are women. She is too emotional.
I didn't expect she would take this step. It was me who harmed Cosimon's child, which also made Tianquan a rift against our Maidiki family.
The Maidiki family's situation will become very difficult in the future. I'll go find Tianquan to apologize,"
Dickie said, gritting his teeth.
"No, that's not enough.
I'll take a trip myself. Only in this way can we truly eliminate the rift between us and Tianquan,"
Chao Ka said. "How can that be done? You are the head of our Maidiki family.
Anyone can bow their heads, but if you can't, we would rather die in battle than shame you."
Dickie was shocked. "There is nothing wrong.
Be calm for a while, take a step back and the sky is wide open. Dickie, remember that since the moment we stepped out of our mother star, the only goal of our Maidiki family is to point out the boundaries of the sky and become king.
In order to achieve this goal, everything can be sacrificed, including me."
Chao Ka looked up at the starry sky, stretched out his hands as if he wanted to embrace the entire universe. "The Maidiki family is not strong enough now, we still need to endure. I have made a mistake once, and I must never make it again.
The second time. Cosimo is dead, the big Cosimo is still here, and the Maidiki family still has hope. We need to pave the road for our descendants. Even if we use our dignity and flesh to cast the bridge, we will send them up. If this road is not finished, I will have fallen down. My brother, please transform into a bridge to help them reach the peak of the universe. If one generation does not work, 2 generations will have 10 generations, and if 10 generations cannot work, 10 generations will have hundreds of generations. I believe that one day, the name of the Maidiki family will shine on the entire universe. Chapter 285 Dragon of the Sword Alliance. Only people from some big families know about the grudge between Lin Shen and the Wan family. Most people don't know about this. The big event they are most concerned about is Qingjia's challenge to humans. Qingjia has fought so many humans for so long, but he still has not lost all his defeat. Qingjia has gone from waiting in one place to seeking a duel for humans. When the humans in the world of Wangqing saw Qingjia, almost their first reaction was to turn around and run away, which made the people watching the game feel very humiliated. Many people have begun to call on top humans such as Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu to defeat Qingjia. It's a pity that Ouyang Yudu and Bai Xinfei were both confined by their family because of the battle at the Cape Base, and they had no chance to enter the King of Realm again. Wei Wufu's mind was not on the world of Wangqing, he was preparing to go to the giant ring star. There are few people in the Wei family, so when you leave your mother planet and go to such a dangerous place, you naturally cannot let Wei Wufu go there casually. Wei Changqing asked Wei Wufu to ascend before he could leave the human mother planet, so Wei Wufu had no time to care about Qingjia's affairs. Zhuo Qinglong still did not give up on the idea of defeating Qingjia, but after the failure of the last siege, Zhuo Qinglong's reputation suffered a huge blow. Even inside the Sword Alliance, many young people no longer follow Zhuo Qinglong's horse's head, thinking that he is ashamed to the Sword Alliance. The so-called Sword Alliance dragon is just that. Even the senior executives of the Sword Alliance have begun to hesitate whether to list Zhuo Qinglong as the most important training target. When Zhuo Qinglong and Zhuo Qingmeng went to the cafeteria to have dinner together, they just sat down and heard someone next to them deliberately being sarcastic. Our Sword Alliance is really in the limelight now. Who else in the world doesn't know that our Sword Alliance is all thanks to someone? Yes, the Dragon of the Sword Alliance is like a worm. Who else doesn't know about my Dragon of the Sword Alliance? It's so majestic. Ha ha. You. Zhuo Qingmeng was so angry that she was about to slap the table, but Zhuo Qinglong held down his hand. Zhuo Qinglong shook his head slightly and signaled Zhuo Qingmeng not to get angry. The people over there were still talking coldly, and their voices were much higher than normal volume, which was obviously for Zhuo Qinglong to listen to. Zhuo Qinglong was not angry. After packing the food, he took Zhuo Qingmeng to leave the cafeteria. If it were just him, Zhuo Qinglong would not listen or look at them, and would not pay attention to them at all, just eat on his own. But Zhuo Qingmeng was by his side, but he couldn't let Zhuo Qingmeng withstand those rumors, so he packed up and left. Brother, those guys are obviously trying to take the opportunity to destroy your reputation so that the senior executives of our Sword League will give up on you. How can they let them talk nonsense? Zhuo Qingmeng said angrily as she walked. I did fail, this is the fact. Zhuo Qinglong smiled and said, failure is the norm in life, but success is a very low probability. Qingwen, facing your own failure is also a compulsory course in life. Failure is not scary, what is scary is to let failure affect your judgment and destroy your will. Don't be influenced by others, just do your own thing. After comforting Zhuo Qingmeng, Zhuo Qinglong came to the martial arts training ground alone and began to practice swordsmanship. He slashed out one after another, each of which was straight, without the treacherous swordsmanship. His sword skills were pure, free to change, and without losing his courage. Qingjia has talented skills that bless strength and speed, but that is not the key to the problem. His talented skills only increase their strength and speed by about 50%, and I can do it too. However, his skills are repeatedly tempered, and when fighting, there is no unnecessary movement, which reduces the consumption of the battle. In addition, his own endurance is excellent, and if you want to defeat him, you cannot consume more than him. There are also the skills of folding waves, which also need to be solved, and this is not a problem.
The most important thing is that his talented skills in boxing can detonate the energy in the target's body as long as his fist hits the target and make it explode. His talented skills prevent me from contacting his fist. Once I contact, my own power will be detonated and become a weapon to hurt myself. If you want to solve this problem, you can defeat him without touching his fist, or absolutely control the energy in your body, so that his talented skills cannot detonate the energy. While practicing, Zhuo Qinglong was thinking about the method of defeating Qingjia. After these battles, he knew Qingjia more deeply than anyone else. He has practiced his own skills to the point where there is no extra movement, and has already developed a way to break the stacking wave power, but he has no way to break the detonating fist. Both the base-changing shell and the base-changing weapon themselves contain energy. Qingjia's detonation fist can detonate the shell and the base-changing weapon when it hits the shell and the base-changing weapon. This talent is simply the nemesis of the base-changing man. Zhuo Qinglong practiced until now, but he was still unsure of defeating Qingjia without touching him. It is also very difficult to control the energy in the shell and weapon and prevent it from being detonated. It is also very difficult to do without talented skills. Zhuo Qinglong has been thinking about a solution, but he hasn't thought of it yet. He firmly believes that there will be a solution, but he hasn't found it yet. When the World King cultivation device was turned on again, Zhuo Qinglong entered World King Star again. On the one hand, it was to hunt mutant creatures, and on the other hand, it also wanted to find inspiration in the battle. Maybe he could think of a way to crack Qingjia's detonation fist. The scene in front of him changed, and Zhuo Qinglong found that he was teleported to the beach by the sea. This is the place with the most mutated resources, but due to the emergence of Qingjia, the Super Burning Legion occupied most of the beaches, and human-based transformers rarely move nearby. Zhuo Qinglong looked around and did not find the figure of the Super Burning Warrior. He looked at the surrounding environment and found that this was not the beach that often appeared in the sky projection. While looking at it, I suddenly saw a figure coming from a distance. Although it was too far away, it was not very real to see, but the conspicuous red suit and the big Red Bull mount made Zhuo Qinglong instinctively suspect that it was the level of the Legion commander in the Super Burning Legion. But soon Zhuo Qinglong discovered that it was not a Super Burning Warrior, but a human wearing a Super Burning Warsuit and a battle helmet and riding the big Red Bull. Is this the big Red Bull Knight? Zhuo Qinglong immediately thought of someone, but he couldn't determine whether it was him, because there is more than one big Red Bull Knight who has the big Red Bull mount, battle suit and battle helmet. Whether it is the big Red Bull Knight or not, Zhuo Qinglong wants to wait for him to come and say hello. But who knew that the knight hadn't run over yet, stopped at the sea far away and turned to look at the sea. Zhuo Qinglong also looked at the sea and found a large amount of bubbles appearing in the seawater, and a huge shadow was floating on the sea. Neutralized sea snake. After the shadow surfaced, Zhuo Qinglong finally saw clearly what kind of creature it was. The mutated sea snake at the crystal base level has a perverted self-healing ability in the sea and augmentation skills of strength and toughness. It is a very difficult mutant creature to deal with. Even if Zhuo Qinglong wants to kill it, he can only find a way to lead it out of the sea and has no ability to kill it in the sea. Seeing the mutated sea snake swept towards the knight with the waves, Zhuo Qinglong immediately ran over to prepare for support. But because the distance was too far, before he could reach the place, he saw the big Red Bull warrior punching the mutated sea snake from afar. Chapter 286 The Trust Not Betrayed. The knight was still a little far from the mutated sea snake. In Zhuo Qinglong's opinion, the knight's punch was too early. But the next second, Zhuo Qinglong heard a terrifying sonic boom, and then he saw a mutated sea snake that was more than 10 meters away from the knight. It seemed to be pierced by an invisible fist. A big hole appeared in his body, and his huge body was blown up and fell heavily into the sea, shaking a huge wave of more than 10 meters. Then, what kind of boxing technique is that? Zhuo Qinglong stopped and stared at the extremely amazing scene. The powerful power of the great Red Bull Knight is certainly amazing, but the fist power of killing the mutated sea snake from afar is the power that makes him feel truly incredible. Isn't this kind of fist power the nemesis of Qingjia's detonation fist? Zhuo Qinglong suddenly became overjoyed and hurriedly ran towards the big Red Bull Knight. Because Tenchuan asked their siblings not to leave Paradise Island recently, Lin Shen was very bored. One night, I finally couldn't help teleporting to the King of Realms to relax. Because his base change rate has been complete and no longer needs base change liquid, Lin Shen did not intend to hunt base change creatures, but just took a walk around. Who knew that the mutated sea snake was so unhappy that it wanted to rush to the beach to eat him, so it gave it a slashing punch. The mutated sea snake fell into the sea, and the huge fist hole on its body healed quickly. It no longer dared to attack Lin Shen, and turned around and fled back to the depths of the sea.
Lo Qinglong is below, what do you call me? Zhuo Qinglong came to Lin Shen and clasped his fists. Others call me the Big Red Bull Knight. Lin Shen said, deliberately changing his voice. He didn't want others to know that he was an alien star and could enter the King of Realm. It's really you. Zhuo Qinglong was even more happy and said quickly, do you know what Qingjia is challenging humans? If possible, can you ask you to help defeat him?
Of course, but I have other things to do. I can only stay here for 2 hours at most.
Can you find him during this period?
Lin Shen only planned to come here to relax, so he set a total of 4 hours and was going back soon.
2 hours, it's probably too late.
Zhuo Qinglong said with a wry smile. Although I don't know where Qingjia is now, it will take almost 2 hours to get to the plane, so time is definitely not enough.
Why don't you defeat him by yourself?
Lin Shen still has a good impression of Zhuo Qinglong.
This person is a person who does practical things and does not care about personal gains and losses.
I haven't thought of a way to defeat him yet.
Zhuo Qinglong said helplessly. Where is the difficult place? Lin Shen asked again.
Zhuo Qinglong told Lin Shen about his analysis of Qingjia. After listening to it, Lin Shen pondered for a moment and said, you just can't defeat Qingjia because you can't break that kind of detonating fist.
Yes.
Zhuo Qinglong sighed, that kind of fist is too restrained by the basic change.
Let's do this, I'll teach you a move.
If you can practice it, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat Qingjia.
Lin Shen thought for a while and said.
When he was in Shura training camp, Instructor Mu analyzed the situation of Qingjia for them.
It was indeed difficult for the basic transformer to defeat Qingjia.
However, Zhuo Qinglong himself already has the strength to fight Qingjia, and he can also break Qingjia's folding wave power, just breaking the detonating fist, which is a bit simpler. When those watching the game heard Lin Shen's words, they felt that this Red Bull Knight was too arrogant. Just now, because Zhuo Qinglong was too far from Lin Shen, he saw Lin Shen punching the mutated sea snake from the air, but the people watching the game did not see it.
Although Zhuo Qinglong is a loser, most people still agree with his analysis.
It would be fine if the Big Red Bull Knight didn't go by himself, but he actually said that he could let Zhuo Qinglong defeat Qingjia with one move, which felt a bit irritating. Many people think that the Big Red Bull Knight dares not challenge Qingjia, so he fools Zhuo Qinglong.
Really?
Zhuo Qinglong thought Lin Shen could teach him the power of fist from the air, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed.
Of course, Lin Shen didn't want to teach him the treading fist.
He turned over from the back of the Red Bull, took out a notebook and wrote and painted it on it. In a short while, he wrote and drew a lot of things on it. He tore off a few pages of paper and handed it to Zhuo Qinglong. Lin Shen wrote on the Red Bull again and said goodbye to the farewell, you try it.
If you can practice it, it should be useful.
That Big Red Bull Knight is simply a charlatan. He pretends to be a god all day long and doesn't even dare to show his face. I think he is afraid that he can't be embarrassed, so he fools Zhuo Qinglong. Zhuo Qinglong also lost crazy, and he actually believed him. Zhuo Qinglong and so many people have lost so much, and his moves are so powerful that they can defeat Qingjia with just one move.
It's a big fool. Most people think that such a thing is impossible. Only a small number of people think that what if there is a miracle?
When Zhuo Qinglong wanted to say goodbye, Lin Shen was already riding the Red Bull away. He looked down at the things written on the paper. I found that there were texts on it and some stickman with different movements, which seemed to be a body movement. Zhuo Qinglong immediately understood that the Great Red Bull Knight was going to teach him a body method that could avoid Qingjia's fists.
But Zhuo Qinglong was also a little unimaginable. What kind of body movement could he completely avoid Qingjia's fists?
Although I felt it was a bit bizarre, there was a glimmer of hope that Zhuo Qinglong didn't want to give up, and he still wanted to study the body technique left by the Great Red Bull Knight. Lin Shen's body technique was not the stepping on the immortal court, nor the upgraded version of the stepping on the wave fist, but the method used by Red Heart A to break that finger. Lin Shen was very interested in that mysterious finger, so he practiced that fingering method when practicing. However, the method of cracking Red Heart A may not be suitable for Lin Shen. He cannot practice well no matter how hard he practices, and it is incompatible with his strolling body method, so he gave up. Although Lin Shen did not practice the method of cracking into Red Heart A, this method of cracking itself is a very powerful body technique. Only by practicing this body technique can one break the infinite changes of that finger. This is a way to teach people to avoid. Even such mysterious fingering can avoid Qingjia's fist. Of course, it also depends on whether Zhou Qinglong can practice and how far he can practice it. Lin Shen is not stingy with a technique, which may be influenced by Wei Wufu. Of course, it is mainly because Lin Shen likes Zhou Qinglong, so it doesn't matter. Zhou Qinglong studied it for a while, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that this obviously simple body technique seemed to contain infinite changes and mystery. Zhou Qinglong knew that there were many people watching him now. The Red Bull Knight gave him such a mysterious body technique, which was his trust in him. Such an amazing body technique must be the life-saving body technique of the Great Red Bull Knight. He cannot let others see it without the permission of the Great Red Bull Knight. If it were watched by the enemy of the Great Red Bull Knight, wouldn't it hurt him? The Big Red Bull Knight believed in him and gave him his skills, and he could not let down the Big Red Bull Knight's trust. Chapter 287 3 Life Bases. Lin Shen still couldn't sleep after coming out of Wangxing of the realm. The night of the giant ring star was too long. Lin Shen simply teleported again, but this time he went to the planet of Crater. Wei Wufu's original egg has not been sent over, so he cannot ascend, but he can get some ascension resources first. When he arrived at the place he left last time, Lin Shen first went to see the mutated pterosaur egg. The egg is still there, and the mutant pterosaur is not inside the crater. Lin Shen thought for a while and planned to find another opportunity to get the mutated pterosaur egg out when he could leave the heavenly palace. The eldest sister needs to ascend, and pets such as Kivis, Dead Powder, and Frost Swordsman also need to ascend. He needs to find more mutated ascendant eggs. After going down the mountain, Lin Shen went to other craters and saw various dragon creatures, basically all flying upgrades. However, the number of mutated creatures is not too large, and the mutation rate of the star without realm is high. After running around a dozen craters, Lin Shen finally saw another mutant creature. What is this? Lin Shen saw a dragon creature with 6 wings in a huge crater, several times larger than an evil dragon, with 3 dragon heads and a whole body like silver crystal. Lin Shen saw so many dragon creatures in the crater, basically all of which were green, and only that mutant pterosaur was black. This was the first time he saw a dragon creature like this silver crystal. Moreover, this guy is too domineering, and the oppression brought by his huge body is beyond the reaching creatures. Its 3 pairs of dragon wings are also somewhat different from the wings of a wing, and the shape is more like the wings of a butterfly. The 3 faucets look the same, but the colors of the eyes are a little different. The eyes of the faucet in the middle are also like silver crystals, but the eyes of the faucet on the left are like blue crystals, and the eyes of the faucet on the right are like gold. Lin Shen felt that this guy was probably mutated and ascended, but he didn't know how many times he turned ascending creature. Just looking at this domineering look, the number of rotations cannot be low. Unfortunately, no ascension eggs were found in this crater. This creature is more domineering than an evil dragon. Lin Shen really wants to make it a mount, and it will definitely be very cool to ride it out. Who can refuse to ride this thing to pick up the girl? Just as Lin Shen was thinking, he suddenly saw the 3 dragon heads of 3 dragons tilted up at the same time, making a dragon roar that shocked the soul. The next second, Lin Shen saw 3 different life bases flying out of the mouths of the 3 dragon heads. This scared Lin Shen, thinking that the 3-headed dragon discovered him and wanted to attack him. He quickly flew back, but did not see the 3 life bases flying out of the crater, and it should not be an attack on him. I'll go, that guy has 3 life foundations. Lin Shen suddenly realized that the 3-headed dragon actually has 3 life foundations. This is the first time he has seen an ascension creature with 3 life bases. He worked hard to use the original egg to promote fearing and fearing. His basic talent was like a lottery, and at most it would be a double life base in the future. This thing actually has 3 life bases, which is simply outrageous. Lin Shen climbed back to the top of the mountain and looked into the crater. He saw that the 3 dragons of the 3 dragons were playing with the 3 life foundations, and he was having a lot of fun with his life foundation. Its 3 life bases are 3 shields. The blue crystal shield is a round shield, the silver crystal shield is an iron-shaped shield, and the golden crystal shield is a bit like an explosion-proof shield. Among the 3 shields, each has a dragon-shaped light and shadow, which should be the spirit of the life foundation. It's really the 3 fate bases, not one fate base is divided into 3. Lin Shen saw the spirit in the shield, and he was sure that the 3-headed dragon must have mutated. Lin Shen suddenly thought, this guy has 3 life foundations, which is hard to come by. The best among the best. Unfortunately, it did not give birth to ascendant eggs. If he killed it, it would just get 3 life foundations. Compared with its own value, it would be too wasteful. If you use the super soul harvesting skill of the dead pink and combine with the suppression effect of Kiwi's on the dragon system, I wonder if this wild dragon creature can recognize the master. Lin Shen felt that he could give it a try, but he had to first harvest the super soul to increase the shocking power of the dragon creature. It is best to let Dead Fan and Kiwi ascend first, and the effect should be better. Let them ascend. There is currently no suitable ascendant eggs, and Lin Shen himself has not ascended, so they cannot be activated after ascend. Lin Shen could only find a way to get the super soul harvesting skills of the dead fans first. I'm sorry, all the dragon babies, for this 3-headed dragon mount, I can only sacrifice you for a while. Lin Shen took the dead fans to kill those ordinary dragon creatures. The deterrent effect obtained by other creatures in the same system should be equally effective for 3-headed dragons, but the effect may be a little worse. But it doesn't matter. Just kill a few more categories of dragon creatures and add the deterrent power. For example, if you kill 100 winged dragons and kill a winged dragon, you can no longer increase your deterrence, but Lin Shen can continue to kill a triceratops, and 100 winged dragons can also increase your deterrence against dragon creatures. There are so many kinds of dragons on the crater planet, killing several more types, and the shot power will be high when it is superimposed. Lin Shen now has the power attributes provided by the trampling wave fist and the unlimited power contract. Even if he does not use the power of the aura of sacrifice to the sky, killing ordinary ascension creatures is not difficult. What's more, as long as you seduce those dragon creatures, the environment here will have a suppressive effect on them, making it easier to kill them. The halo of sacrifices has now accumulated 138 attributes, which are basically the sacrifices brought to him by that wave of time, and it has not increased much since then. Lin Shen does not count the halo of sacrifice to the sky when fighting now, so as not to calculate it too much and suffer a great loss in the future. If he can kill, he can kill. If he cannot kill, he can improve his own strength first. He cannot always think about relying on the blessing of the halo of sacrifice to the sky. He found a crater where the winged dragons gathered. Lin Shen let a winged dragon out, but he exploded the winged dragon with one punch, and he couldn't wait until the dead fans took action. The infinite power contract has brought his strength to accelerating. Now Lin Shen has 61 power attributes, which is 20 more power than the top crystal base. Moreover, these are basic power points. When using attribute amplification skills, these powers will also be increased. After killing a few pterosaurs, Lin Shen's time was up again and teleported back to his room again. How could you be here? Lin Shen saw that there was actually a light in the room, and suddenly felt something was wrong. When he turned around, he found that Tianquan was wearing white pajamas, lying on his bed, with one hand on his white cheeks, looking at him with a smile. Lin Shen observed 2 days ago that even in the heavenly palace, Tianquan would not leave her room when night fell. She also reminded Lin Shen and Lin Miao not to leave the room when it was dark. Only then did Lin Shen teleport to other planets with confidence, but he didn't expect that Tianquan actually came to his room in dark time. Why can't I be here? Are you not my little lover? Is there anything wrong with me in my little lover's room? Tianquan stretched out a hand, grabbed Lin Shen's hand, and pulled Lin Shen directly into her arms. My little lover, don't you want to do something between lovers? Chapter 288 Gift. Who doesn't like sexy angels?
Unfortunately, Lin Shen saw a mosaic from beginning to end, and he didn't feel the temptation at all.
Tianquan didn't know that he was dressing up carefully and thought he was seductive, but he was indeed very seductive.
Lin Shen couldn't see it at all.
The two of them were lying on the bed, Tianquan hugging Lin Shen from behind, and his wings also wrapped around Lin Shen's body. Although Lin Shen couldn't see Tianquan's appearance, the soft and elastic touch from behind was real, and he would have some heartbeats and thoughts. After the mosaic of concubine by Shen retreated, it looked so beautiful.
Now Tianquan has mosaics on her body. Could it be that the fire seed is just looking for a beautiful woman to possess? I wonder what Tianquan looks like. Who is more beautiful than concubine by Shen? Lin Shen couldn't help but imagine the beauty he had in his ideal. The more he thought about it, the more he felt a little hot. What should lovers do?
Lin Shen felt his throat a little dry, and his voice became a little hoarse.
What do you think are the things that lovers should do?
Tianquan played with Lin Shen's fingers, and the sound of his speech made people feel that his bones were about to be slimmed.
Can't it be that?
Lin Shen licked his lips, feeling it getting drier and drier.
Which? Tianquan was careless and still playing with Lin Shen's fingers. It's the one you think.
Lin Shen still turned his back to Tianquan, not intending to turn it over.
This feeling is pretty good. If you turn around and see a ball of mosaics, you will really lose all your thoughts. You are not a good person, how can you think of such a bad thing?
Tianquan slid his hands on Lin Shen's chest, his fingers pressing against his chest muscles, slowly sliding. Lin Shen closed his eyes, not because he couldn't stand the stimulation, but because he didn't want to see the mosaic touching him.
What is a bad thing?
Lin Shen asked with his eyes closed.
Of course, it's a bad thing. Tianquan put his lips to Lin Shen's ears, and his breath made Lin Shen's heart itchy. How bad is it? That depends on how bad your heart is. Lin Shen felt his ears itchy, and he couldn't help it.
He subconsciously turned around and wanted to look at Tianquan. But when I opened my eyes, I saw a ball of mosaic, which made Lin Shen feel as if he had been poured with a basin of cold water.
Are you planning to keep looking at me like this and not do anything bad? Tianquan said with a blink of an eye.
Lin Shen looked at a ball of mosaics and found it difficult to have any extra thoughts, so he turned around and lay down, and said with his back to Tianquan, if possible, I hope you can hold me like this and sleep with me.
It feels great to be held by someone like this. Do you just want me to hold you like this? Tianquan couldn't help but frown slightly.
She came here not to sleep with Lin Shen, but Lin Shen's proposal was exactly what she wanted.
Okay, then I'll just hold you like this, let's chat. Tianquan paused and continued, what's the name of the skill you used when you killed Cosimo?
Sacrifice to the sky cannot be used normally, and it must be triggered under special circumstances. Lin Shen said half true and half false.
What kind of special situation? Tianquan asked again. It's not convenient to disclose this.
Anyway, it's not possible to use it under normal circumstances, and it may not be able to use it when you fight desperately, which means it's almost the same as nothing. Lin Shen naturally couldn't tell Tianquan that the more people die around him, the stronger his skills will be.
If others know about Lin Shen's situation, who would dare to be his teammates? Then Cosimo is really unlucky.
You have so many restrictions on your skills to sacrifice the sky, it's almost useless, but he just hit me.
Tianquan naturally didn't believe what Lin Shen said. Ahem, he is really unlucky.
Lin Shen wanted to change the subject, but suddenly saw an oil lamp on the table. The reason why there was light in the room was that the oil lamp emitted.
This oil lamp should not be an ordinary oil lamp, right? Why can it illuminate the night? Lin Shen asked. That's not an oil lamp, but a spiritual foundation, the life foundation of the 10-turn ascension creature's lamp holder.
His life foundation can have some impact on this darkness, and I happen to use it as a lamp.
If I didn't have this treasure, it would be inconvenient to go out at night. Tianquan paused and continued, the night of the giant ring star is indeed a bit weird. The inside of the giant ring star is fine.
Tools such as electric lights can still work most of the time, but in the star ring, most of the light sources are useless. Only special light sources like this life and death lamp can illuminate the dark night in the star ring. At night before, I saw a red light bird.
What kind of creature is that? Lin Shen asked again.
I don't know, it only appears occasionally in the dark night of the star ring, and no one has seen it during the day. But some people say that the red light bird is the real owner of the star ring. After Tianxin finished speaking, he took out a box from somewhere and gave it to Lin Shen. I'll give this gift to you.
Open it and see if you like it.
What? Lin Shen held the box, feeling quite heavy.
You can tell if you open it and look. Tianxuan didn't say anything directly and kept it a secret.
Lin Shen had no choice but to sit up, then opened the box, and found that there was a white crystal-like pet egg inside.
This is ascending egg.
Lin Shen looked carefully and easily judged that this was an ascending egg, but he didn't know what level and quality it was.
This is the mutated ascension egg that I said before. It is produced by the mutated revenge angel.
Using it to ascend, there is a high probability that the life base can have the talent of angel rebirth. Tianxin surrounded Lin Shen's waist from behind, leaning his cheek against Lin Shen's face, and said with a smile. This ascending egg is very good, but I have already decided on the ascending egg. Lin Shen thought Tianxuan wanted to persuade him to use this ascending egg again, so he declined again.
This is what I gave to you.
Whether you use it or not, how to use it is all your own business.
If you really can't use it, maybe someone around you can use it? Isn't your elder sister still not ascended? Tianxin said gently.
Lin Shen was so moved that he was about to lose Xiaozhenju. He just became her little lover. Before he could work, he gave such a precious gift. He could still think of his elder sister, such a good lover. Where can I find her?
Angel rebirth is indeed a very powerful life-based ability.
It is also a good choice if the elder sister can use it to ascend. By the way, I'll give you the boxing gloves.
Lin Shen was really embarrassed to find too many things with the sky, and his conscience was uneasy. How can I get the things I gave you back?
They are already yours.
Tianxin said, and actually took out a box from behind and placed it in front of Lin Shen. There is another gift to give to you, open it and take a look. Chapter 289 Angel Revolver Upgrade Edition. You gave me so many gifts, but I don't have any gifts to give them back to you. How can I be so embarrassed?
Lin Shen was not embarrassed to take Tianxuan's things.
What's wrong with me? You are my little lover. It's natural to give gifts to your lover. Let's take a look first. What if you like it? Tianxin said softly against Lin Shen's cheek.
You can't like it, don't, that's not your wish for Tianxuan treasure. Lin Shen refused before opening it, but after opening it, he saw the things inside, but he couldn't say anything to refuse. I saw that there was a snow-white crystal brand inside the box, a square piece, about the same size as a business card, slightly thicker than the business card, and a bust of a person was carved on it.
The bust looked like Lin Shen, which was really vivid, and even Lin Shen himself recognized it. Do you like it? Tianxuan asked gently with Lin Shen from behind. I like it. What else can Lin Shen say? If this is carved by Tianxuan with his own hands, if he says he doesn't like it, wouldn't he become a shameless person? Just like it, come with me. Tianxin said as he suddenly got up and got out of bed, without wearing any shoes.
His naked snow-white jade feet stepped directly on the floor, holding Lin Shen with one hand and holding the life and death lamp in the other, and ran outside the door. Fortunately, Lin Shen had not taken off his shoes yet and was pulled by Tianxuan to the dome hall on the top floor.
Tianxuan held up the light and illuminated the dome hall.
He saw that there was a white aircraft in the dome hall where Tianxuan had only parked. Judging from the shape and style, they are exactly the same as the red aircraft from Tianxuan, but the colors are different. Get closer,
Tianxuan said with a smile.
Lin Shen realized something, and when he walked towards the white aircraft, he couldn't help but look at the jade sign in his hand. The jade plaque actually lit up, and almost at the same time, the white aircraft also lit up. Under the illumination of the life and death lamp, you can see some light on the aircraft, but it is not as bright as usual. Only then did Lin Shen realize that this jade plaque was actually the key to the aircraft.
What are you giving me this? I can't use it normally. Lin Shen said. Sit up and try. Tianchuan just said with a smile. It's still dark now, and I can't drive it out, so why do you try?
Lin Shen said this, but he still opened the door. After all, it is their intention, so it is not easy to pour cold water on them. After opening the car door, Lin Shen saw a complete set of combat uniforms placed on the driver's seat. Judging from the design and workmanship, he knew that it was not an ordinary thing. The clothes you usually wear look good, but they are not very convenient during combat and do not have defensive ability. This is the combat suit I customized on Zen Star. It does not affect the use of base-turn shells, and it also has certain defense. It is difficult for ordinary life-based weapons to destroy them in a short time. However, this thing is just clothes after all, unlike shells that can defend against attacks from various forces, and can only defend against sharp weapons. The protection effect of heavy blows is only average. You won't think it's not good enough, right? You think so thoughtful and so attentive, what else can I dislike? If you want to dislike me, you dislike myself. Lin Shen got into the aircraft, closed the door, and changed the combat suit inside. I have to say that when I put on this combat suit, I felt that my grade was immediately up, and it felt a bit high-tech and civilized, not as simple as the battle suits and helmets of the Super Burning Clan. There is actually a pet gun on the combat suit, which looks very similar to the Angel Revolver in Tianqin. Lin Shen was about to pull it out and try it, but Tianchuan said, "This is a pet gun upgraded by Fei, the name is Angel Revolver upgraded version. It can be filled with 10 pet capsules, and the rate of fire is 88. It is considered the best among the Ascension pet gun. However, you have not ascended yet and cannot be activated for the time being. You can only wait until the Ascension before using it." Tianchuan sent Ascension eggs, aircraft, combat uniforms, pet guns, and all of them were the best. Lin Shen was a little embarrassed. He seemed to have nothing to give to Tianchuan. Fortunately, Lin Shen was thick-skinned enough. Although he was a little embarrassed, he still felt at ease. "Do you like it?" Tian-san asked. "I like it, how do I thank you?" Lin Shen sighed. "In a few days, I may have to go to an adventure on a mountain in the giant ring star. You can go with me." Tianchuan thought for a while and said. When exploring the giant god mountain a few days ago, the three families suffered heavy losses, with most of the 30,000 people dead, and even many ascended people died. However, after paying such a great price, I finally figured out the situation in some areas of Jushen Mountain and found a very magical area. Only the base changer can enter that area, and a special base change plant grows inside. The base changer of the land reclamation group picked the base change fruit there, and after swallowing it, the surrounding attributes actually increased. Although the increase is not much, at most it is only a little more, but generally speaking, the attributes have upper limits. After reaching the upper limit, external forces cannot work. The fruits there are actually able to make the attributes break through the upper limit, which is already very magical. The three families of Tian, Qi, and An have already discussed that some basic changers from each sect went in to pick the fruits, all relying on their respective abilities and cultivation. Whoever picked more would be whoever belonged to them. Those fruits are only useful to those who change their bases, so Tianchuan naturally cannot use them. He took Lin Shen over and planned to let him eat some fruits. With Lin Shen's strength, in a place where there are only basic changers, it can be regarded as a dimensional reduction strike, and there is no risk at all. Lin Shen didn't know what Tianchuan was thinking, and thought that Tianchuan just wanted to find someone to accompany him, so he agreed after thinking about it. He sent Lin Shen back to his room. Lin Shen originally thought Tianchuan would come in and sleep together, but who knew that Tianchuan actually kissed his forehead at the door, then said good night, closed the door and left. "I'll go, what's this? What's the promise to sleep together? What's the promise to do something bad?" Lin Shen felt a little depressed. Although he didn't want to do anything bad, he wanted to sleep with his arms, and the fire was still on Tianchuan. "Forget it, I'm not in a hurry anyway. Judging from Tianchuan's attitude towards me, it should not be difficult to find an opportunity to hold her in sleep." Lin Shen returned to the room and studied it with the Angel of Revenge and the Angel of Revenge. There was no way to see anything special, but the fat boy actually jumped out to eat the Angel's Ascension egg. Lin Shen directly pressed it into the backpack with one hand and buttoned the backpack to prevent it from coming out to eat it secretly.
When it's dawn, go and ask my elder sister if she wants to ascend with this vengeful angel egg.
Lin Shen lay on the bed, thinking about how to repay these favors in the future.
No one will be good to another person for no reason. Tianquan is so kind to him.
He is most likely to be interested in his potential.
This is investing.
Since Lin Shen accepted her benefits, he was mentally prepared to repay her.
This is a matter of principle in life.
Taking advantage of others, Lin Shen himself would like to take advantage of others and would not be able to make a living. He would not be able to take advantage of such a person, and would not be able to stand up immediately.
Chapter 290 Old Acquaintance. Tianquan has been asking about Lin Shen's whereabouts these days, but unfortunately there has been no news.
In order to inquire about Lin Shen's news, the plan to go to see Xiaogu Tianquan's little plan has been postponed for several days.
Old Tai, are you sure Lin Shen has come to the Tianren tribe?
I have checked the several routes from the human mother star to the Tianren tribe, and no trace of Lin Shen was found. Tianquan was also very curious about the monster's half-flesh and blood body and half-steel body.
The monster didn't say what he was called, so Tianquan gave him the nickname of Lao Tai.
It was originally just a joke, but the monster did not object, so he kept calling it that way.
Confirm.
Lao Tai replied seriously. I'll find someone to continue checking, but I have to go to my sister-in-law's place first, so I can't delay it anymore.
Should you go to my sister-in-law with me first, or stay at home and wait for me?
Tianquan felt regretful after saying that, and immediately said, You'd better go to my sister-in-law with me. In just a few days, Lao Tai has caused trouble a lot, leaving him alone at home, and Tianquan is really worried. You go by yourself, I want to find Lin Shen.
Lao Tai got up and left.
I have found so many friends, but I haven't found his whereabouts.
Where can you find them yourself? Tianquan said. I have my own way. Lao Tai had already walked to the door and was about to push the door out. If I find Lin Shen first, how can I notify you? Tianquan asked.
Lao Tai stopped when he heard this, lowered his head and thought for a moment before taking something out of his body and throwing it to Tianquan. Find Lin Shen, break it, and wait for me to find you.
How to break it? Can you break it? Is this thing really effective? Do you want to leave a message number? Tianquan looked at the things in his hand and felt that Lao Tai was just bullshit. Such a porcelain cup is not a signal device, so what if it is broken?
Even if it is a signal, it is not that easy to transmit signals between different planets, unless it is a communicator that comes with the transmission device itself. Tianquan felt that Lao Tai was fooling him with such a broken thing, but Lao Timan had already left and there was nothing he could do. He had thrown the cup away, but after thinking about it, he still put it away.
This old man is really interesting.
I don't know if there is still a chance to see you again this farewell.
Tianquan murmured to himself.
Although Lao Tai has caused trouble many times these days, Tianquan feels that it is rare for people like Lao Tai to act on their own.
It is difficult for people like him to survive in the universe.
Anyone or thing he doesn't like will take action directly, and it is easy to provoke those big guys who can't afford to offend. That's why Tianquan felt that the two of them might not have a chance to meet again, and they didn't know when Lao Tai got into someone he shouldn't have gotten into trouble and died in an unknown place. Tianquan packed up his things and was about to go to Zhuwangsing to find his little girl Tianquan. Although the younger sister-in-law and Tianquan's father were not born by the same mother, Tianquan had a good relationship with this younger sister, and even his angel revolver was given by his younger sister. Thinking of the angel revolver, Tianquan thought of Lin Shen, who made him hate him again. Fortunately, my sister-in-law told him before that after he ascended, she would give him an ascension version of the angel revolver. Anyway, he is almost about to ascend, and he can get the upgraded version of the angel revolver in the future. In fact, if it weren't for finding the treasure chest of the king of the ancient realm, he would have ascended long ago. It is purely because I can't enter the king of realm after ascending, so I stay at the base change level.
Unexpectedly, there were unexpected benefits.
Yesterday he just received a message from his younger sister, asking him to rush to the giant ring star immediately and found a fruit that can increase the attributes of the base change star. Only the base change star can be effective. This was undoubtedly an unexpected surprise for Tianqin, so he was so anxious to go to Zhuangxing that he could only let go of the matter of looking for Lin Shen first. When he went out to the teleportation station, he had to go through several teleportation before he could reach the giant ring star. Moreover, it takes time to teleport to the giant ring star. You must teleport at dawn, otherwise there will be trouble. Tianqin thought about giving Tianxuan a surprise, so he did not notify Tianxuan in advance and teleported to Giant Ring Star alone. It was also the first time that Tianqin came to Zhuangxing. He looked at the surrounding environment and saw that many races came here, and most of them were picked up. No one picked him up, but Tianqin knew that Tianxuan lived in the Heavenly Island in the Star Belt and that he could touch the place alone. Most of these people of all tribes teleported to the giant ring star were recruited by the pioneering legion. When they saw the Tianren tribe's heart, they were more or less afraid, and generally kept their distance. The angel was lazy to talk nonsense to them, and flew directly towards the star belt. He probably knew the direction of Paradise Island, and the direction of his flight should be correct. After arriving at the star belt for most of the day, he took out a map and compared it, and found that this place was not too far from Paradise Island. When Tianqin was about to fly to the direction of Paradise Island, he suddenly saw a human being hunting a basic creature on a floating circle in the lower left. Originally, Tianqin didn't take it seriously, but when he glanced at the corner of his eyes, he suddenly felt familiar when he saw the man's face. He turned his head away, turned back, and took a closer look. I really searched everywhere without any effort. Lin Shen, I didn't expect you to be on the giant ring star. Tian Xin was overjoyed and flew directly to the floating ring island. Lin Shen was hunting the Fang beast on Fang Island, because Tianxuan told him that the Maidiki family should not come to cause trouble for him again, so he allowed him to leave the heavenly palace and come out to hunt the Jibian creatures. Lin Shen was originally not interested in hunting the Fang beast, because he said that there was actually a flying and upgraded mutated Fang beast on the Fang Island, which might be about to lay eggs, so he came over to try his luck. Now many pets on him need to ascend eggs, and what he lacks is the mutated ascend eggs, and he can catch one more. Unfortunately, the mutated Fang beast was not found, and the basic level Fang beast killed several. Just as I was thinking about where to go to find the mutated Fang beast, I suddenly saw a figure flying over from the air. Lin Shen looked up and found that it was a celestial being. After closer inspection, he found that this celestial being was actually an old acquaintance. The universe is so big, it's really fate that I can meet Tianqin outside the world's kingdom star. Lin Shen also felt a little surprised, and he didn't expect to see Tianqin here. Tianqin fell from the sky and landed directly in front of Lin Shen. Before that, he also sent a message to Tianxuan, asking Tianxuan to come here to pick him up, and he wanted Lin Shen to know what despair is. Chapter 291 Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Old friend, I didn't expect we would meet again. Tianqin fell not far from Lin Shen and said with a smile on his face. Tianqin is not in a hurry at all now, and even wants to have a good chat with Lin Shen and recall the good times they spent together in the past. This is the territory of his little sister-in-law Tianxuan. When his sister-in-law comes, Tianqin will let Lin Shen know what the power of a wealthy family is. I really didn't expect it. Lin Shen also laughed. He was not anxious, and his eyes looked at Tianqin. Tianqin saw Lin Shen's gaze and sneered in his heart, "You bastard, you still want to make a decision on me? Today, I will let you spit it out with your principle and interests. Why are you here?" Tianqin smiled brightly, with the tone of an old leader caring for his subordinates. "I can't make it in my hometown anymore, so I have to come out and make a breakthrough." "Why are you here?" Lin Shen also spoke angrily. After all, this is a big financial supporter who has contributed many good things to him. Maybe he has to contribute to him today. If he has no credit, he will work hard and cannot hurt others' hearts. I just said, there is a problem with your style. Don't always cause trouble outside. Sooner or later, you will meet someone you can't afford to offend. Now something is wrong. Tianqin heard that Lin Shen could no longer survive in his hometown, and he was so happy in his heart. Hee, little trash, do you think you can't survive in your hometown, and you can do it when you come out? It's too naive. Today, I will teach you how to be a human being. You are right, I will pay attention in the future.
Lin Shen thought for a while and asked again, why did you come here too? Can't you survive in your hometown? How is that possible?
My character and connections are all over the universe, and I can eat everywhere.
How can I be as miserable as you and can't even survive in my hometown? Xiaolin, I have to talk about you. Be kind, you have to work hard on yourself. Don't always think about stealing other people's things.
Sooner or later, you will suffer a big loss.
Tianxin said with his mouth tilted. So, do you have friends in Giant Huanqing?
Lin Shen and Tianxin said nonsense for so long, just to know if Tianxin has anything to do with the heavenly beings here. If he has nothing to do with Tianxuan, Lin Shen can open a blind box and see what good things Tianxin has sent him.
If Tianxin has anything to do with Tianxuan, or if it is Tianxuan's subordinate, it will be difficult to take action.
After all, he and Tianxuan are now people on the same boat.
You can't grab Tianxuan's subordinates' things.
It doesn't sound nice if it is spread. I really have no friends on this giant ring star.
Tian Xinxin said, I'm telling the truth.
I really have no friends here, I just have a relative sister-in-law.
How can I say I have no friends? I am your old friend.
Lin Shen was very happy when he heard this, and felt that the blind box was about to be opened halfway.
I love to hear you say this. We are indeed old friends. Tianxin was also very happy.
Both of them laughed happily when they looked at each other.
When you meet old friends, what gift do you give me?
After laughing, the two of them looked at each other and said in unison.
Xiao Tianxin, this is your fault. You come to visit Big Brother, of course you brought the gift.
Lin Shen said seriously.
What you said is wrong.
In terms of age, I am the big brother, you are just a little brother. Tianxin said with a lip silence.
If you want to say this, that's fine.
For the sake of your good friend, you can bring something out and I will help you with activities and find you a good job on Paradise Island.
Lin Shen still wanted to know if Tianxin was Tianxuan's subordinate.
After all, Tianxin is a celestial being and has a surname of Tian. Although there are too many celestial beings with Tian, the chances of being related should not be high, but it is better to find out clearly.
You have any connection with Paradise Island? Tian Xin was slightly stunned when he heard it. Yes, it's not small. Lin Shen nodded. Tianxin sneered secretly and thought to himself, how big can you be with your relationship? How big can you be than my sister-in-law? I'll give me this trick. I want to scare me, right?
Seeing that Tianxuan had not arrived yet, Tianxin felt that he should first pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. He asked clearly what Lin Shen had to do on Paradise Island, and turned around and cut off his relationship.
Thinking of this, Tianxin pretended to be surprised and said, you actually have a way out in a place like Paradise Island?
I am troubled by this recently, and I am afraid I will be taken to the Legion of the Land.
I don't know what your relationship is.
Can you bring me into Paradise Island as a soldier or something, as long as you don't go to the Legion of the Land? Just this little thing, there is absolutely no problem. But you also know that it is not that easy to enter Paradise Island.
Lin Shen said with a smile. It's easy to discuss money. I have brought a lot of good things with me.
If I don't have enough, I can find a way to get my family to send it over.
But you have to tell me what the relationship is, right?
Tianxin looked very moved, and her acting skills were really natural. Lin Shen originally wanted to rob Tianxin, but he could let Tianxin take out the things himself, which would save him that effort.
So Lin Shen said, do you know who the Star Master of Giant Ring Star is?
I have never seen such a big man. I only heard that the most powerful person on the giant ring star is a Nirvana-level strongman, whose name seems to be Tianxuan.
Tianxin didn't know what Lin Shen suddenly mentioned the Star Lord. Yes, it's Tianxuan. I have something to do with Tianxuan. Just your affairs are not a matter for me. Lin Shen took the initiative to say Tianxuan's name just to see Tianxin's reaction.
He always felt that Tianxin and Tianxuan both came from the Tian family.
It happened that the same planet came again.
If there was something to do with it, it would be difficult for Tianxuan to explain it to Tianxuan if he turned around and snatched Tianxuan. Unfortunately, Tianxin's acting skills were so explosive. After hearing that Lin Shen and Tianquan had something to do, he looked shocked. Do you actually have something to do with Lord Star-Lord? At this time, Tianxin was already scolding Lin Shen for being shameless in his heart. You bitch, you actually want to pretend to have something to do with my sister-in-law. You have nothing to do with it. Just a little bitch like you, a little girl, isn't even too lazy to look at her, and she doesn't even have the qualifications to see her. Are you still trying to scare me here? However, Tianxin is in a very good mood now. He is already looking forward to it. When Tianquan arrives later, what will this bitch who claims to be related to Tianquan? What kind of expression will be like then? Ha, you never thought that I would be Tianquan's nephew. If you act again, I'll see if you can perform a flower. Tianxin suppressed his inner pleasure and said with a bitter face, brother, then you really have to help me. You must ask Lord Star-Lord to help me. Don't get me to the army to open up the land. Seeing Tianxin's appearance, Lin Shen suddenly felt that this was fine and that the blind box could be opened. The last chapter is a little later, and it is estimated that it will be uploaded around 1 o'clock. Chapter 292 My Uncle. If you are like the Star-Lord, it will definitely cost a lot to ask her to help you. If you have anything on you, I'll take it out and let me show you. Maybe there is something that the Star-Lord can see. Lin Shen said. Lin Shen had no hope of Tianxin being able to hand over the things by obediently, but who knew that Tianxin was surprisingly obedient this time? There are only these things on me. Do you see if they can succeed? Tianxin said, then took off his backpack and took out the things inside one by one. This is the key to the aircraft, but the aircraft is still at home. This is a mutant crystal base egg, which is also a good thing. There is also this, a pet gun, with a rate of fire of 41. Although it is not as high as an angel revolver, it is also the best in the base change level. Tianxin introduced his own things and asked Lin Shen, brother, have you brought your angel revolver? Take it, it's on it, it's really useful. Lin Shen said with a smile. It's fine. Tianxin nodded with a smile, but was secretly ruthless in his heart. I'll grab it back later and use it to kill you. You're just a little bit of stuff? Lin Shen looked at the things that Tianxin took out. These were indeed good things for him in the past, but now, he doesn't really like them much. Alas, life is not easy. It is already very difficult to get so many good things when working alone. Tianxin looked at me with a very unsatisfactory expression. I think you have something good to do, right? Can you not trust me? Lin Shen's eyes rolled on Tianxin and said with a cold face. It's really gone. Tianxin sneered in her heart, this bitch is getting more and more greedy, and these things are still rare. Xiao Tianxin, do you know what kind of person the Star-Lord is? You just want to bribe the Star-Lord with this little thing. Do you think this can work? Lin Shen's tone became more and more unkind. I think it's almost done. Tianxin also sneered. You must be able to take it and let it go. The more you pay, the greater you gain. Don't lose the big picture because of small things. Lin Shen walked towards Tianxin step by step and said earnestly, I think you still can't make up your mind. Who made us old friends? I'm your good brother again, I'll help you. Okay. Tianxin sneered and said, it may be me who helps you. He picked up the pet launcher, and the base-transformed carapace also wrapped around his body. During this period, he has grown a lot and just used Lin Shen to practice his skills. Anyway, my sister-in-law should have arrived immediately, and she is not afraid that Lin Shen will go against the will of heaven. Both of them had no words in a tacit understanding. Lin Shen directly drew out the dead fans and threw them over as a whip. A halo appeared above Tianxin's head, and his whole person suddenly became holy and seemed like a real angel, and then he took something from his waist. After the thing bounced off, it turned into a bow. Tianxin flapped his wings and avoided Lin Shen's whipping. He took the bow and arrow, and shot Lin Shen with an arrow. Ha! Lin Shen was slightly stunned. There was no arrow on Tianxin's body, but after the bow on his hand was pulled open, a light arrow appeared out of thin air and shot it at an extremely fast speed. Lin Shen could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with the bow. It was definitely not an ordinary thing, but a good thing. The bow not only gave Tianqin a long-range shooting ability, but also shot out the speed of the light arrow faster than the upper limit of the crystal base level.
This kid Tianqin can really make something surprising every time.
Lin Shen was overjoyed.
He really fell in love with the bow.
Lin Shen's body movements changed and he avoided the light arrow shot from Tianqin.
Tianxin flew in the air, constantly pulling the bowstrings, shooting arrows madly at Lin Shen, and his mood was quite beautiful.
You're stupid. No matter how hard you can jump, you're not as fast as your brother. I have long-range attack methods, so I'll kill you, a bitch.
Tianqin was secretly happy while shooting arrows.
Lin Shen dodged Tianqin and shot one by one, and was still wondering in his heart, this kid Tianqin has become a bit powerful recently. His flight speed and strength are much stronger than before. He wanted to see what new things there were in Tianqin, so he didn't rush to take action, but just used his body skills to avoid the light arrow shot from Tianqin. Tianqin shot for a while, and his strength was consumed a little severely, and he could not hurt Lin Shen, so he had to stop shooting arrows. Lin Shen, now you knelt down and kowtowed me 3 times, and then send me back what you robbed me.
I will leave you a way out. Tianxin stared at Lin Shen in the air and said.
Thank you, I don't like to walk other people's paths. Lin Shen said lightly.
If you don't leave, don't blame me.
Tianqin pulled the bowstring again, and the halo above his head burst into radiant, like a small sun. A bright light arrow appeared on the bowstring, with a strong light, like a sunbeam. Lin Shen's expression became serious.
Tianqin's arrow was indeed a bit unusual. Buzz. The moment Tianqin let go of the bowstring, the light arrow appeared in front of Lin Shen and headed straight for his heart. So fast.
Lin Shen was slightly surprised. Fortunately, he had predicted it and directly swung his fist.
Boom!
The fist and the light arrow hit, and the light arrow actually pierced into his fist bones.
The powerful force forced Lin Shen's body to retreat, and his legs plowed out 2 deep grooves on the ground. Ha, you know how powerful you are. Tianxin laughed wildly, pulled the bowstring again, and shot a dazzling light arrow at Lin Shen.
Lin Shen's face turned cold and he began to step out of Jiwen. He changed his hand-wearing fists and stepped on the 3 consecutive fists to meet the light arrow shot from Tianqin.
Boom!
This light arrow was actually shattered by Lin Shen.
Impossible, how could your power be so strong? Tianqin was shocked.
Lin Shen had already jumped up in 1 step and rushed towards Tianqin in the air. Tianqin knew that Lin Shen had the means to leverage the power in the air, so he did not dare to be careless and flew back quickly, trying to keep a distance. As long as Lin Shen is not allowed to get close to him, he will be invincible with his long-range bow and arrow.
But Tianqin was wrong, and Lin Shen directly hit Tianqin with a 3-stroke.
The terrifying punch broke through the layers of air, and with a bursting roar, it blasted towards Tianqin. Tianqin was shocked and never expected such a thing to happen. It was too late to hide, so he quickly swung his fist to fight.
Boom!
As soon as Tianqin felt a terrifying force hit him, he directly smashed his fist into his chest. The shell was shattered and his whole body was blown backwards.
He hit the rock wall hard, smashing the rock wall into a big pit, and inlaid his body in. If you talk to you well, you don't listen. You have to let me do it, right?
Lin Shen came to Tianqin like a ghost. Before he could come out of the rock wall, he whipped his face with a whip, and suddenly a crack was pulled out of the shell on his face. Lin Shen whipped one whip after another, and Tianqin screamed in pain.
This is because Lin Shen did not plan to take Tianqin's life and did not have any choice. He just wanted Tianqin to have a better memory and hand over the things obediently next time and don't be so stubborn.
Bastard!
If you have sex, kill me. Otherwise, you will regret it, Tianqin screamed and cursed.
He was extremely angry and secretly swore that when his sister-in-law came, she would make Lin Shen return it thousands and hundreds of times.
Stop!
A familiar voice sounded, and had been beaten into a pig's head. Tianqin, whose eyes were swollen because of the swollen eyelids, finally saw the figure he had never seen.
Little, my sister-in-law, you want to avenge me, you see what he has beaten me, I don't want to live anymore.
After Lin Shen stopped, Tianqing crawled out and stumbled towards Tianxuan, pounced at Tianxuan's feet, hugged Tianxuan's calves and cried in tears.
Ahem.
Be careful, it should be a misunderstanding,
Tianxun said to Tianqing with a strange expression.
What kind of misunderstandings are? He almost beat me to death and stole my things.
Tianqing cried even harder.
He was about to ask his sister-in-law to cut Lin Shen into pieces, but suddenly he heard Tianxun say something and he was stunned.
My sister-in-law, what did you say just now?
I didn't hear it clearly. Tianqing raised her face like a pig's head and looked up at Tianxun stiffly, with a very unnatural expression.
This is your uncle, Tianxun repeated again.
When Tianqing heard the words little uncle and felt as if he was struck by lightning, he was stunned.
Chapter 293. I don't agree with this marriage. Is he the little nephew you mentioned? Lin Shen pointed at Tianqing and looked at Tianxuan with confusion on his face.
Lin Shen always thought that Tianxuan's little nephew should be a child, but he didn't expect that he would be such a big adult.
Yes, this is my little nephew Tianqing. Tianxuan had a headache.
He never thought that the two of them started fighting when they met. My sister-in-law, I don't agree with this marriage,
Tianqing shouted at the top of his throat.
What a joke, his closest sister-in-law, the one who understands him the most in the family, and the one with outstanding talent and the best talent, how could he be with such a bitch?
Be careful, stop making trouble. Your uncle doesn't know you, and he didn't mean it. You should get along well in the future. Tianxuan pulled Tianqing up and said, don't say hello in advance before you come, otherwise there wouldn't be such an accident.
Let's go, I've prepared a gift for you, you will definitely like it.
Regardless of whether Tianxian wants or not, Tianxun pulled Tianxian away and said to Lin Shen, let's go back to have dinner later.
Let's welcome Xiaojing together.
Okay.
Lin Shen agreed with a smile.
Anyway, he didn't suffer any loss, so he naturally wouldn't mind multiple big nephews.
However, in this way, the plan to grab Tianqing's bow could only be stranded.
My sister-in-law, how can you find a human being to be my uncle? Let's take a step back and say that even if you want to find a human being, you can't find a bitch that is so low-level, so bastard.
When he arrived at the Heaven Palace, Tianqing immediately started the mode of persuading the score.
He could not accept Lin Shen as his uncle.
Thinking about how he would call Lin Shen that bastard uncle in the future, Tianqing felt dizzy and nauseous and wanted to vomit.
Did you have any grudges with him before? Tianxun said after taking out the healing potion and handing it to Tianqing.
It has nothing to do with this.
You are a great nirvana. He is just a small human base transformer. How can you deserve you?
Sister, if you want to find it, at least you have to find someone of the same level,
Tianxian said angrily.
Tianxuan saw that Tianqing didn't say anything, and soon Tianqing couldn't hold on and surrendered and said, okay, I admit that I have a little personal grudge with him, but I really didn't agree with this marriage because I had a personal grudge with him. I really think he is not worthy of you, my sister-in-law.
Tell me in detail, how could you make enemies with him? Tianxun seemed to have not heard Tianxian's words and said with a smile. I said to my sister-in-law, are you listening to me? With your conditions and abilities, it's not easy to find a great nirvana person. Why do you want to reduce your identity and find someone like this?
Tianqing saw that Tianxuan stopped talking again, and there was no choice but to tell the whole process of making enemies with Lin Shen. Of course, when Tianqing was talking, he beautified a little bit and uglied Lin Shen a little bit.
So, you have never won after fighting him so many times? Even when his level is not as good as you can only suffer a loss? Tianxuan knew how to listen to the key points. My sister-in-law, I have said just now.
It was because I was injured before. If it weren't for the fact that I had suffered heavy damage and had used up my skills, I would have killed him long ago. He would have been a despicable and shameless cunning bastard.
Tianqing shouted immediately. I understand, your mind is not as good as him. Tianxun suddenly realized. My sister-in-law, have you heard what I'm talking about? When it became so difficult for us to chat? It wasn't like this before. Tianqing felt like she was going crazy. But what you said is what I mean. I can't beat you, and I'm plotting it by him. Isn't this just because I'm not as good as human beings and my brain is not as good as human beings? Tianxin said with a smile.
If I hadn't been injured before I met him, he would have died 800 times long ago.
Tianxin was about to go crazy. Then you were not injured before fighting with him today, right? Tianxin looked at Tianxin and said seriously.
Tianxin stopped talking and muttered for a while. I didn't expect that his fist power could actually hurt people from a distance.
He was a sneak attack.
Be careful, just because I am not a pure-blood celestial being. Although the people in our family don't say it, they never regard me as a family in their hearts. The only ones who truly treat me as a relative are you and my mother, and even my father, your grandfather, look down on me in their bones.
My sister-in-law, you care what they do. We'll be a family.
Tianxin said hurriedly.
My aunt knows that it's not in vain to love you, so now I really need your support. Tianxin said seriously, your aunt said something unreasonable.
Although I am not a pure-blood celestial being, it is still easy to find a pure-blood celestial being of great nirvana to be your uncle.
Yes, my sister-in-law, I just think you should find a better one.
Tianxin took advantage of the situation and immediately said.
Then do you know why I didn't look for such a god, but chose Lin Shen? Tianxin asked back.
It must be that kid who used sweet words to deceive you.
Sister-in-law, don't be fooled by him.
That kid is very sinister.
Tianxin laughed. Do you think your sister-in-law is mentally retarded or a love-minded person? Can a man cheat your sister-in-law in just a few words?
My sister-in-law, of course you are not that kind of person, so why do you choose Lin Shen? Tianxin was extremely puzzled.
Tianxin is very clear that Tianxuan is definitely not a mental retardant, nor is he a love brain.
If Tianxuan was such a person, it would be impossible for him to occupy a seat in the Heavenly Man Academy as a mixed race. You should know that before Tianxuan, no mixed-race celestial beings had ever occupied a seat in the Tianrenyuan.
Just this point shows how powerful Tianxuan is. In addition to Tianxuan, their family has only 3 seats in the Tianrenyuan. That's because I am very optimistic about Lin Shen.
His achievements in the future may not be just great nirvana.
Tianxin said seriously.
It's not just the great nirvana, my sister-in-law, you look down on him too much.
Why should he? Tianxin was surprised.
Being able to achieve the great nirvana body is already a very great achievement even among the heavenly beings. Tianxuan actually felt that Lin Shen's future achievements were not just great nirvana, which surprised Tianxin. He is just a basic changer, and the road ahead is still far. How can you be sure that he will definitely reach that level? Sister, you have to think clearly that there are not geniuses in our celestial race. On the contrary, there are too many geniuses, but many of those geniuses have not even survived the nirvana level.
He is a human basic changer. Tianxin also became serious.
He opposed Tianxuan and Lin Shen, not just because of his personal grudges with Lin Shen. Because he was really clear that the so-called genius was really nothing before he grew up to be a big boss. The big guys are the real big guys. Most of the people who may become big guys in the future are mirages.
Unless it is a man like Dais who is destined to become a strong man, how many Dais can there be in the universe?
Believe in my sister-in-law, his future achievements are absolutely limitless.
Tianxin said with a bright look. Chapter 294 Angel Reincarnation Technique.
Although Tianxin didn't believe that Lin Shen was that powerful, Tianxuan had already said this, so he couldn't say anything else. Not saying anything does not mean that he truly accepts Lin Shen. If he has the chance, he doesn't mind letting Tianxuan see Lin Shen's true face. When we were having dinner together, Tianxin was always cold or hot. Lin Shen was very friendly, calling out to his little nephew, making Tianxin's eyes twitch wildly. If it weren't for Tianxuan being next to him, he would have jumped up on the spot and had another fight with Lin Shen. Be careful, this is a gift for you. After dinner, Tianxuan took out the Archangel sword and gave it to Tianxin. The sword of the Archangel, my sister-in-law, you were so nice to me.
Tianxin took the sword of the Archangel and said ecstatically.
The 10-turn Archangel sword is very rare, and it can even be said to be a good thing that is almost impossible to get. If you want to have the foundation of the Archangel's sword, you must practice the evolutionary art of the angel reincarnation technique of the heavenly man race. The evolutionary art of angel reincarnation technique can only be practiced by the celestial beings of the celestial beings, and they have extremely high requirements for talent. Only a few celestial beings with extraordinary talents can get started with the angel reincarnation technique. Tianqin had practiced angel reincarnation technique at the beginning, but unfortunately his talent was not enough to support him in practicing angel reincarnation technique, so he had to choose another evolutionary technique in the end.
Even Tianqin's talent is as strong as he can't practice angel reincarnation technique.
Of course, the reason why Tianqin failed to practice was mainly because she only has half of the celestial bloodline. The celestial beings who can practice angel reincarnation are generally the key training targets of wealthy families. They are protected by big men and will not let them go to dangerous places, so such people generally will not die so easily. Among such gods, there are at most 1 or 2 out of 10 who can condense the foundation of the sword of the Archangel. It is not easy to spend countless resources to improve the Archangel sword to 10 turns. Because every time the Archangel sword is reincarnated, the resources required are more than 10 times the average life base, and it is difficult for the celestial beings without family support to collect so many resources.
How powerful is the 10-turn Archangel sword?
Anyway, there has been a precedent for the 10-turn Archangel sword to kill Nirvana before.
Now Tianqin has the Archangel sword.
As long as he succeeds in ascending, he will immediately have a 10-turn spiritual foundation, and his combat power will be fully increased. In the process of flying upgrades, he can be considered a top-notch combat power. Of course, the 10-turn Archangel sword is used as a spiritual foundation. Without the cooperation of the angel reincarnation technique, the power will not be that strong. Killing Nirvana is impossible, but it is also the top combat power of phase upgrade. Tianqin stroked the Archangel's sword, and he couldn't let go of his love. This Archangel sword was taken out from Hell Island by your little uncle at the risk of his life.
Tianqin added.
This sentence made Tianqin feel that the Archangel sword in his hand was not that fragrant. He wanted to throw the Archangel sword back handsomely. Tianqin was really reluctant to let it go, and he was very entangled for a moment. It's all my own family, so it's too indifferent to say these words. Lin Shen said at the right time. Anyway, the person who was disgusted was not him.
Tianqin felt even more uncomfortable, as if a fly was stuck in his throat, unable to swallow or vomit. Tianqin was very satisfied with Lin Shen's attitude and continued, "Let's go back to the forbidden area of Jushan Mountain to pick attribute fruits. I am just a nephew, you must help me take good care of him." Tianqin baby, don't worry.
I will take good care of Xiao Tianqin. Lin Shen said with a smile. You'd better take good care of yourself.
Tianqin felt so disgusted that she couldn't eat anymore.
She stood up and said to Tianqin, "My sister-in-law, I'm a little tired, go and rest first. Go and take care of your health. Although there is no thing that can threaten you in the forbidden area of Jushan Mountain, there is indeed something strange on Jushan Mountain. You should be careful and don't be careless." After Tianqin left, Tianqin gave Lin Shen a blank look and said, "Forget it if you deliberately anger him, but when you go to the forbidden area, you have to take care of it no matter what.
I am really just a relative.
Don't worry, actually I really have no malice towards him. If I wanted to kill him in the past, he wouldn't have survived now." Lin Shen smiled and said, "What's more, now I know that he is your relative, and I will try my best to take care of him."
That's good.
Tianqin had heard what Tianqin said, and also understood that Lin Shen had the opportunity to kill Tianqin in the past.
I think it's going to be dark, are we going to rest too?
Lin Shen was having a meal, slow until it was almost dark, and he finished the meal.
It's time to rest. I'm going back to my room to rest.
You should go to bed early.
If nothing unexpected happens, you will go to Jushan Mountain the day after tomorrow. Don't run around these 2 days. Tianqin stood up and prepared to go back to his room.
As soon as I walked up the stairs, I felt Lin Shen follow him.
Tianqin turned around and looked at Lin Shen and asked with a smile, "Where are you going?"
"Let's rest with you," Lin Shen said seriously. He wanted to get the spark as soon as possible to see if it was the rest of the world.
Sleep together, I'm afraid you will get tired the more you rest. Tianxin said with a blink of an eye. You're thinking too much. I really just want to rest together. I promise to just hold you to sleep and do nothing else.
Lin Shen raised his hand and sweared.
He is still very confident in his concentration. He can't stand a ball of mosaics without strong concentration. Do nothing, then what do you sleep with me? Let's go to bed by yourself. Tianxin glared at him, turned around and went upstairs.
Lin Shen was not up for a while, nor was he not up for a while, and he suddenly felt depressed. He really wanted Tianxuan to know that the nickname of the perpetual motion machine, a Tian, was not a false reputation, but facing a ball of mosaics, he was afraid that he would not be able to turn on the machine at all, which would be too embarrassing. Lin Shen had no choice but to turn around and go back to his room. After the night came, he directly activated the teleportation device to go to the crater planet. Lin Shen plans to increase the deterrent power of the dead fans to the super source dragon as soon as possible. It is best to use the dead fans to tame the three-headed dragon as a mount after he ascended. You have to get an ascending egg for the dead fans. What kind of ascending egg does this guy have to use? Lin Shen was a little embarrassed. The ability of the dead fans themselves is to devour and evolve, but Lin Shen doesn't know exactly what this ability belongs to. Moreover, dead powder is a super-based creature. If you use mutant eggs to ascend, it is hard to say whether it will have any impact on it. Lin Shen has never seen something like super-based ascension eggs before, and he knows where to go.
The ascension of Kivis in the future will also be a big problem.
Lin Shen thought to himself. It's fine for other mutant pets, but these two super basic pets must be raised.
The question is where to get the ascension eggs that suit them. Chapter 295, Hard Practice of Body Skills.
After Zhuo Qinglong left Wanxing, he had been studying the body skills given to him by Lin Shen. This is not a complete set of body movements, but more like a body movement designed specifically for a certain attack. Zhuo Qinglong tried it and found that this body technique is not complicated in itself. The reason why it looks so complicated is because the real cleverness of this body technique lies in the game between the psychology. There are only 9 changes in body movements, but this judgment is the most difficult to flexibly use different changes according to different situations, depending on the opponent's psychological reaction and environment. If you want to practice such a body technique, you must go through a lot of practice and practice all 9 body techniques to the level of following your heart, so that you can achieve the highest level of adaptability. Zhuo Qinglong first practiced his body skills to a perfection, and then found Zhuo Qingmeng to be a companion. Originally, Zhuo Qinglong thought that as long as he practiced himself, he could play the role that this bodywork should have. But in actual combat, he realized that he was wrong. Zhuo Qingmeng's combat ability is also good at the crystal base level, but it is still much worse than Xingga.
When facing Zhuo Qingmeng, this body technique cannot work and even becomes a burden.
When Zhuo Qinglong uses this body technique, he often hits the boxing, so it is better not to use this body technique.
Brother, will there be any problem with this body work?
Zhuo Qingmeng said carefully.
Recently, there are more and more rumors in the Sword Alliance.
Most people think that Zhuo Qinglong cannot afford to lose, because after the previous few failures, people have become obsessed with it. Anyone you don't know gives him a body technique, and he treats it as a magic weapon to defeat Xingjia, which is simply foolish. If such a powerful body movement was really good, how could the Red Bull Knight give it to someone he had met for the first time? There was no such person in the world. Many people think that the Red Bull Knights don't dare to fight Xingjia at all, so they found a reason to perfunctory Zhuo Qinglong, but Zhuo Qinglong, the person who is desperate, actually took it seriously. Now, many people in the Sword Alliance think that Zhuo Qinglong people are already crazy and may not be able to take on the heavy responsibilities anymore. Although Zhuo Qingmeng believed that Zhuo Qinglong was not what outsiders said, he could not help but feel a little confused after listening too much. He spent the past 2 days practicing with Zhuo Qinglong. Seeing that Zhuo Qinglong was getting worse and worse, he couldn't help but feel a little suspicious.
Could it be that Zhuo Qinglong is eager for quick success and instant benefits and takes the tricks of the Red Bull Knight seriously?
There is no problem with body skills, but I haven't practiced it yet.
Zhuo Qinglong looked at the time and it was time for morning exercises every Monday.
Every Monday morning in the Sword League, all members practice sword skills in the open-air martial arts field. Over the past few years, Zhuo Qinglong has been the one who was in charge of leading the sword. Although Zhuo Qinglong devoted himself to practicing his body skills, he would not delay other things. Taking Zhuo Qingmeng to the martial arts training ground together, members of the Sword Alliance were rushing over in groups of 3 or 3. Zhuo Qinglong maintained order as usual and made everyone line up. Seeing that everyone was almost there and it was almost time for morning exercise, Zhuo Qingmeng went to the side to get a sword and was about to walk to the stage in front to prepare to get the sword.
Qinglong, come here.
Wen Yuxing, the veteran of the Sword Alliance, called Zhuo Qinglong over.
Elder Wen, morning exercises are about to begin. If you have anything to do after morning exercises, will you talk about it?
Zhuo Qinglong looked at his watch.
There was less than a minute left and the music was about to start. Let Lu Jiying lead the sword today. I have something to say to you.
Wen Yuxing said lightly. Thank the sword is what the leader arranged for me to do. If Elder Wen thinks I am not worthy of taking the sword, please go to the leader and give me an order to remove the qualification to win the sword. After Zhuo Qinglong said that, he ignored Wen Yuxing and turned around and walked towards the stage. Zhuo Qinglong, in this situation, you are no longer suitable to be a sword leader anymore. I have given you mercy and told you privately that if you really want to make trouble with the leader and let the leader remove your sword leader from being qualified to lead the leader, it would not look good. Wen Yuxing said with a sneer. I, Zhuo Qinglong, have always been open-minded and honest in my work.
There is nothing shameful about me. If you have any opinions about me, just follow the procedures.
Zhuo Qinglong said and walked onto the stage. Successfully, Lu Jiying, who had already come on stage to get the sword, saw Zhuo Qinglong actually walking on stage, and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Wen Yuxing below the stage.
Lu Jiying, return to the team.
Zhuo Qinglong stood in the center, and shouted at him without looking at Lu Jiying.
Elder Wen asked me to lead the sword today. Lu Jiying gritted his teeth and said.
He was suppressed by Zhuo Qinglong in the past, but now he finally waited for this opportunity and could not give in any way. If Zhuo Qinglong was drunk today, in full view of everyone, even if he has the chance to go on stage to get the sword, who else can convince him? Zhuo Qinglong, Lu Jiying leads the sword today, you won't come down yet.
Wen Yuxing shouted coldly below. If it is the order of the leader, I should obey it.
If it is not the order of the leader, please do not disturb the morning exercise. Zhuo Qinglong's voice fell, and it happened to be the sound of the morning exercise music.
Preparation.
Zhuo Qinglong shouted loudly, and the basic transformers who were talking below stopped talking, holding the sword as usual and making gestures. The sword rises. The sword in Zhuo Qinglong's hand rose to the rhythm of the music. Lu Jiying also wanted to get the sword, but it was obvious that everyone was following Zhuo Qinglong's rhythm, which made him feel a little out of place.
Wrong, the prelude is clearly over, it hasn't started yet. Lu Jiying shouted to Zhuo Qinglong from the side.
Zhuo Qinglong ignored him and still led the sword on his own. Everyone followed his rhythm, and no one paid attention to Lu Jiying. Lu Jiying's face turned blue and white for a while. Seeing this situation, Wen Yuxing below also became extremely ugly, and turned around and brushed his sleeves away. When he returned to his own yard again, Zhuo Qinglong took out the body technique Lin Shen gave him to study. I have already mastered the body skills, but in actual combat, I have no time to change based on the opponent's reaction. I can't even react when I fight Zhuo Qingmeng, and it's even more impossible to react when I fight Xingjia. Zhuo Qinglong thought secretly, and after a moment, his eyes became burning and light. By reacting, it's impossible to get back and come first, unless my speed and reaction ability are far superior to the opponent, but at the same level, this situation is impossible.
Moreover, if I really have such an overwhelming advantage, I don't have to practice this body skills anymore.
I can win by relying solely on the advantage. So, the focus of this body technique is not how fast the reaction is, but to turn the thinking reaction into the body's instinct. The body must react faster than the mind, and the body will react naturally. Practice, you must practice hard. Zhuo Qinglong took a step again.
Chapter 296 Attribute Fruit.
Tianquan took Lin Shen and Tianxin to Jushan Mountain together.
As a result of the discussion between the three families, each of the three families could only send 2 people into the forbidden area of Jushan Mountain. Tianxin has not given Lin Shen a good face these days. He talks and laughs when talking to Tianxuan. As soon as his face turns to Lin Shen, he immediately becomes expressionless, which is faster than the face change in Sichuan opera. Lin Shen didn't care and still spoke as usual. After following Tianxuan to the temporary station outside the giant god mountain, Lin Shen met in 117 and Qi 118. They are all gods, and Lin Shen can't tell who they are. Just like when aliens look at humans, they think that humans look almost the same. When Lin Shen look at humans, they think that they look almost the same, and there is not much difference. On the contrary, the 2 basic transformers behind in 117 attracted Lin Shen's attention. The 2 basic transformers of an 117, like Tianxuan, are actually a human being and a celestial being. Only the 2 basic transformers chosen by Qi 118 are both celestial beings. What surprised Lin Shen was that the human base change chosen by an 117 was actually the Shiman swordsman who came with him to the giant ring star. The current Shiman swordsman has obviously adapted to the environment here. He looks good and is wearing a new set of armor. Although it is not as good as the set given to Lin Shen by Tianxuan, it is not something that ordinary humans can get. Qi 118 seemed a little surprised, but he didn't expect that among the candidates of Tianxuan and in 117, there was actually a human being. However, he didn't say much. After a few simple conversations, he asked someone to take 6 people to the giant god mountain. This is the first time Lin Shen has seen such a huge mountain. Looking at the giant god mountain from the foot of the mountain, you can only see the outermost peak, and you cannot see its full picture. Even so, it is already shocking enough. The height and span are not comparable to the mountains on the human mother planet. Lin Shen remembers that it seems that the more gravity the planet, the more difficult it is to appear on high mountains. For some reason, the gravity of the giant ring star is much stronger than that of the human parent star, but there are such huge mountains. There are actually many grass plants like jade growing on the mountain, with colorful leaves and clovers, as if they have walked into a jade art museum. Some jade grass plants have leaves that are comparable to giant trees, with giant grasses that are more than 10 meters or even 20 or 30 meters high. Several people followed the passers-by and walked up the mountain. They had an illusion that they had shrunk to the size of an ant and were shuttled through the grass. Tianxin ignored Lin Shen, and Lin Shen was not in the mood to talk to him. His eyes fell on Shiman swordsman, but Shiman swordsman did not look at him at all. Lin Shen touched his nose and was a little puzzled. Why did he get to this point, and there was not even a person to talk? I would have liked that kid Su Tiange here. I used to feel that his mouth was too broken and he was so noisy. Now that this person is not around, it's really a bit too deserted. Lin Shen inexplicably missed Su Tiange. Because it was a safe route that had been explored, they did not encounter any danger along the way. And before they came, they had already memorized some taboos on the mountain. But when I passed by some places, I could still see large blood marks. There was a hillside, and the entire slope was stained with blood. I didn't know how many people died there at that time. Instead of walking on that hillside, they circled the wall on the other side. The path outside the mountain wall can only accommodate 2 feet in parallel, and below is the abyss shrouded in clouds and mist. If you step on the air, the fundamental change will be broken into pieces. Fortunately, several people are fundamentalists, and for them, there is little difference between the peaceful land here. What is that? Tianxin suddenly pointed to the clouds and mist while walking on the mountain path. Everyone couldn't help but stop and look at the place where Tianxin pointed. I saw another mountain on the other side. In the clouds and mist, there seemed to be something flashing and shining light at the top of the mountain. There are too many strange things on the giant god mountain, so it's best not to listen or watch. Safety is the first priority. The lead man said and continued to lead the way in front. Although the few people were a little curious about what was shining on the top of the opposite peak, they also listened to the words of the guide and stopped looking at the shining place. These are all bloody lessons. Most of them have heard of them before they came. When they were exploring the giant god mountain a few days ago, tens of thousands of people died.
Although there were some strange scenes along the way, fortunately, I didn't encounter any danger and several people came to a cave safely. You can get there through this cave. Take care of yourself. Before dark, be sure to return to the base as usual. The lead man pointed to the cave, then turned around and left, as if he didn't want to stay here for a moment. Several people looked at each other, and some people walked into the cave first, while others followed. The cave became bigger and bigger as it went inside, and strange-shaped stalactites were everywhere, and under the light of flashlight, they reflected light. After passing through the cave, the scene in front of them suddenly became clear and they came to a huge valley. The valley is covered with colorful gladiolus that are larger than trees, and the leaves are carved from colorful jade, and the shortest one is more than 10 meters. After arriving here, several people rushed into the grass and explored in different directions. Tianxin didn't care about Lin Shen, and he walked towards the grass alone. Lin Shen followed slowly. He promised Guo Tianxuan to take care of Tianxin and not to let something happen to him here.
What are you doing with me? Go find your attribute fruit yourself. Don't always think about stealing other people's things. Tianxin turned around and glared at him. Don't worry, let's take a walk first.
Lin Shen said with a smile.
Humph, don't think that I will agree with you and my sister-in-law now. That's a dream. I will definitely let my sister kick you. Tianxin said viciously.
Lin Shen didn't want to waste his saliva, but just walked slowly behind. Tianxin had no choice but to speed up and wanted to get rid of Lin Shen. But he is fast enough to be Lin Shen, and he is slow enough to be Lin Shen, and he is slow enough to be able to get rid of it. Tianxin simply stopped caring about him and looked for the fruits of attributes on his own. He didn't believe Lin Shen dared to steal his things. According to information, that kind of attribute fruit grows next to these colorful gladiolus, and is relatively rare in number and is not everywhere, so you can only try your luck. After walking for a while, Tianxin actually saw a small tree with attributed fruits. Yes, the attribute fruit grows on the tree, but this tree is pitifully small and only about 1 foot high. It seems that the opposite is true here. The trees grow very many, but the grass grows so huge. The small tree is snow white all over, like white coral branches, with 3 pigeon-sized fruits growing on it, colorful, like glass beads.
Chapter 297 The Weird Little Tree.
This snow white tree and fruit are very similar to the attribute fruit mentioned in the information. Tianxin was overjoyed and took out a box made of crystal-based material and wanted to pick the fruits on it. Don't worry, I see that this fruit is a little different from the attribute fruit mentioned in the information. Lin Shen suddenly spoke out and stopped Tianxin.
Why didn't I see that there is any difference? Don't make bad ideas. If you want the attribute fruit, you can find it yourself. Tianxin snorted coldly and reached out and picked a fruit.
Although he said that, he had already used the base-transformed carapace and was still very cautious. After picking 1 fruit, Tianxin put it into the box, and then picked the remaining 2 fruits. Soon, the 3 fruits were picked by Tianxin and put them in the box. They covered the lid.
Tianxin looked at Lin Shen and said, "Don't be shocked there. It's nothing wrong, that's right." Thump! As Tianxin spoke, he fell to the ground.
Lin Shen was startled, but the man quickly retreated, away from Tianxin who was trapped on the ground, and looked at him in the distance. After Tianxin picked the fruits, the snow-white tree actually dried up quickly, and dust fell from the branches. After a while, the tree turned into a small pile of white dust. Looking at Tianxin next to him, it seemed that he was not dead. His breathing was even, his chest was undulating and he seemed to be just asleep. Lin Shen secretly felt glad in his heart, but fortunately Tianxin was not dead, otherwise he would not know how to explain to Tianxuan when he went back.
What exactly made Tianxin look like?
Are they those 3 fruits or the little tree itself? Lin Shen was thinking, and suddenly saw that the white ash transformed from the little tree actually started to move.
The forest was hidden behind a huge gladiolus leaf, quietly looking at the white ash.
Soon, I saw a small hole appearing on the ground. A small thing leaned out and quickly crawled out of the hole. Lin Shen looked at the little thing carefully and found that it looked like a cartoon weasel, with big and round eyes, chubby body, and a very big tail. It's just that its body is not made of fur, but a colorful crystal that looks like a colorful crystal craft. It's a crystal-based creature. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. He could still settle the average crystal-based creature. In case of a powerful ascension creature, Lin Shen cannot guarantee that he must have the strength to protect his heart. After the little thing came out, he did not attack Tianxin, who was sleeping beside him. Instead, he ran to the white ash transformed from the small tree, dipped some white ash with his claws, and put them in his mouth and started whisking. After sipping, the little thing's expression suddenly became extremely intoxicated, and she was so happy that she seemed to be drunk and turned around in circles. "I'll go, what is the white ash transformed from the little tree? Why do you look so evil?" When Lin Shen was surprised, several similar crystal-based creatures crawled out of the cave. After they crawled out, they immediately rushed up and licked them with their paws dipped in white dust. After a while, these little things started to turn around and fell all over the floor. The same was true for the little things that crawled out of the hole in the ground, and in the end they all fell asleep on the ground as if they were drunk. Judging from their symptoms, they are very similar to Tianxin's, except that Tianxin fell to the ground and fell asleep without the process of being drunk. It seems that the problem lies with the little tree. Lin Shen can be sure now that the little tree itself has problems, but there is no way to determine whether there is any problem with the fruit. He had reminded Tianxin before that the fruits were somewhat different from the attribute fruits mentioned in the information. The two fruits are indeed very similar, and from the outside, they are almost one fruit. However, Lin Shen found that the colors in the fruit are still somewhat different. Although the fruit is also colorful, its color does not contain black. And the three fruits picked by Tianxin are still black among the colorful ones. For this reason, Lin Shen also specially opened his small notebook and compared it with the information he recorded. The attribute fruit is indeed not as dark as it is. Memory is sometimes not very reliable, so it is more reliable to record it. Seeing that more than a dozen little things were asleep, Lin Shen summoned the Kami-turn carapace and approached Tianxin carefully. He walked very slowly, for fear that he would be hit. I don't know why, maybe it's because the little tree has turned into powder and the powder has been eaten by those crystal-based creatures, so the effect of letting Tianxin fall asleep is gone. Or maybe the fruit is locked into the box and the smell cannot be emitted. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, Lin Shen was not affected and the theory of evolution was not activated. Lin Shen came to Tianxin, pulled Tianxin's legs, and pulled him to another place, away from the crystal-based creatures that were also sleeping. Lin Shen also took back the box containing the fruit, but he did not open it. If he fell asleep, the two of them were sleeping soundly in such a place, they would know if they would be eaten by the genital creature. Lin Shen took out the water and poured it on Tianxin's face. He heard someone in the radio storytelling column, and he woke up like this after being stunned. Unfortunately, this move seemed not very useful. Lin Shen finished watering all the bottle of water, but Tianxin still didn't react at all. "Tianxin, wake up!" Lin Shen had no choice but to suck Tianxin's face. After a few strokes or two, there was no response at all. Lin Shen had to increase his strength again. The slap of his face was still useless. Tianxin slept like a dead pig. Why is Tianxin coming? If Tianxuan is now attacked, wouldn't he be able to take the opportunity to take her fire? Lin Shen was secretly depressed. Seeing that he couldn't wake up Tianxin, Lin Shen wanted to use the mutated black armored centipede to give him a mouthful. The toxins of the mutated black armored centipede can make people feel very painful, and maybe they can wake up in pain. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard something again. Lin Shen hurriedly dragged Tianxin and hid behind the grass leaves. After a while, Lin Shen saw a crystal-based creature that looked like a saber-toothed tiger jumping out of the grass, staring at the sleeping little things on the ground. The saber-toothed tiger obviously didn't know how to write the word polite and then bit a little thing into its mouth and started chewing it. What made Lin Shen feel terrifying was that the saber-toothed tiger bit so much that the sleeping little thing didn't react at all. The saber-toothed tiger is so big that it can eat a small thing? It swallows all the small things one by one, and even has no hair left. After eating them all, the saber-toothed tiger yawned and fell asleep on the ground. Bang! 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 The giant grass in the distance swayed, and another base-transformed creature came over. However, this time, the base-transformed creature was much larger than before,
and the mammoth giant elephant was not as big as it was. Ascending creature. Didn't it mean there were no ascending creatures here?
Lin Shen couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the creature's appearance.
Chapter 298 Luminous Flowers.
The big guy, like a colorful crystal, walked to the sleeping saber-toothed tiger, lowered his head and picked it up.
The saber-toothed tiger sleeps without any reaction. It was thrown into the air by the big guy, and then opens its mouth and swallows it. After a few clicks, the saber-toothed tiger was swallowed by everyone.
Lin Shen originally thought that this ascending creature was so large and had a much higher resistance. After turning his hands a few times, it was not so easy to get it to sleep. After all, such a big saber-toothed tiger will take time to digest it. Who knew that the big guy had just walked a few steps and fell head on to the ground, smashing the jade gladiolus next to him, lying on the ground and not moving, and fell asleep?
Is that thing so powerful?
Lin Shen was surprised. If he had known that the powder of the little tree was so strong that even the ascension creatures had no resistance, he would have made some powder to keep. If you meet an enemy you can't beat, you will find a way to give him some food to make him sleep like a dead pig.
At that time, you just want to kill whatever you want.
Unfortunately, all the powders were licked, and now I have no chance to do them. This guy swallowed the saber-toothed tiger. Maybe its ascension liquid has the effect of a small tree powder. Kill it later and collect its ascension liquid.
How could it have some effect?
Lin Shen waited for a while, but no other creatures appeared. The ascension creature was sleeping like a dead pig, so he quietly came to its side. I pushed it with my hands twice, but there was no reaction at all. It can be seen how powerful the effect of the xiaoshu powder is. After several transformations, it is still so powerful. Lin Shen did not hesitate anymore and ran back to take out the archangel sword that Tianqin was carrying with the sword box.
Xiao Tianqin, I'll borrow it.
Lin Shen took the archangel's sword and came to the ascension creature again. He aimed at the red dots on the ascending creature's head and stabbed it directly with a sword. The archangel's sword seemed to have no weight in his hand, but it was really hard and sharp enough. Cooperating with Lin Shen's strength and speed, he stabbed to the bottom with one sword, and the entire sword body was stabbed in, leaving only the guard and the hilt outside. The sleeping ascension creature did not even react at all, and was stabbed to death by Lin Shen with a sword. Lin Shen took out the prepared water bag, then slowly pulled out the sword, and the colorful ascension liquid flowed out along the sword blade. Lin Shen hurriedly used a water bag to pick it up. Although the ascension creature was so big, there was not much ascension liquid in his body. Lin Shen took 3 full bags, and the 4th bag was not full, and only half of it was gone. Unfortunately, when it was killed, it did not spew out the life base. It is estimated that the life base still exists in the body in the form of particles.
Lin Shen wanted to dig out its life foundation. The life foundation still has spiritual existence after the owner's death.
As long as it is touched, it should automatically condense and form. Lin Shen used his sword to break down the ascending creature's corpse. When he cut it to his spine, he heard a jingle. Then I saw colorful particles flying out of the creature's spine and quickly condensed into a colorful crystal-like flower. However, without dominance, the flower-like life base fell directly to the ground for a moment.
Hey, the life foundation of this ascending creature actually has a flower.
Lin Shen picked up the life foundation of the flower. The flower part of this life-based foundation is about the same size as the deep fist of the forest. It looks a bit like a rose, with fine branches and a few leaves under it, and some small spikes on the branches. The entire life foundation is colorful, with only colorful light flowing inside, and there is no fixed form of spirit. Lin Shen looked down at his watch and saw that there was information on it. Kill the 6 transform mutated ascending creature luminous beast, and discover the 6 transform mutated spiritual-based luminous flower. I'll go, this thing is actually a 6-turn mutation. Why don't I feel that it is so strong? I can only say that the 10-turn archangel sword is too hard and too sharp. Lin Shen was ecstatic. This mutated 6-turn spiritual base luminous flower is like being picked up for free. Lin Shen quickly stuffed the luminous flowers into his backpack, hung all the bags containing ascension liquid on his body, and then returned to the place where Tianqin was and put the clean and spotless archangel sword back into the sword box. It seems that I should find a spiritual base as a weapon in the future. Although I cannot exert the power of the spiritual base, its hardness and sharpness will be of great help to kill ascending creatures. I used to not use a spiritual base as a weapon because it was not strong enough. Now my strength is enough to use ordinary spiritual base as a weapon, or to find a spiritual base as a weapon like the Archangel Sword. Lin Shen was thinking about what kind of spiritual base to use as a weapon in the future. Zhang Guyuan's sword was buried in his hometown. Lin Shen also buried many spiritual foundations on the crater planet, but most of them were 1 or 2 turn goods, and the most were the pterosaur scimitars and triceratops war halberds. Unfortunately, Lin Shen doesn't know how to use a knife, and he is not used to using a trident war halberd. It would be great if you could get a spear or a soft whip. Lin Shen squatted down and pinched Tianxin hard, but he still couldn't wake up this guy. No, I have to get him back. If he dies here, it will be difficult for Tianxin to explain. Lin Shen thought for a while and planned to give it another try. If it doesn't work, he would rather not have the attribute fruit than get Tianxin out first and hand it over to Tianxin. Lin Shen summoned the Black Crystal Stone Man out, and then asked the Black Crystal Stone Man to walk away with the box containing the fruits, and then let it open the box. Lin Shen looked from afar and saw the Black Crystal Stone Man standing there, and for a while, there was no movement and not sleeping like Tianxin. He was immediately delighted. Lin Shen was still not relieved, so he made several pets and went to the fruit, but the result was still the same, and they were not asleep. Sure enough, it was the little tree that made Tianxin fall asleep, and it had nothing to do with the fruit. Lin Shen had another guess in his heart, so he stayed away from Tianxin, and then asked the stone man to walk to Tianxin with the box containing the fruit. When Tianxin picked the fruits before, he didn't fall asleep. Logically speaking, the little tree has such strong ability to urge sleep. When Tianxin picked the first fruit, he had been slowing down for so long and should have fallen asleep. But it was not until he picked all 3 fruits and put them in the box to cover them, and then he fell asleep. Lin Shen was a little doubted whether it was because of the existence of these 3 fruits that Tianxin did not fall asleep directly at the beginning. It was similar to Lin Shen thought. After the 3 fruits approached Tianxin, Tianxin, which had always been like a dead pig, had movement and slowly woke up. Chapter 299 The Function of Fruits. Fuck! After Tianxin woke up, he found a Black Crystal Stone Man standing in front of him. He was shocked and directly punched the Black Crystal Stone Man in the head. Fortunately, Lin Shen reacted in time and asked the Black Crystal Stone Man to retreat and avoid Tianxin's punch, otherwise the Black Crystal Stone Man's head would have been blown up. However, after the Black Crystal Stone Man was far away from Tianxin, Tianxin suddenly became dizzy again, and then fell to the ground with a plop. Ha, it's interesting. These fruits grow on small trees, but they can relieve sleepiness in small trees. However, relying solely on the smell on the fruits, they cannot completely relieve sleepiness. You may have to eat the fruits to completely relieve sleepiness. Lin Shen speculated secretly. He just speculated so, but he didn't dare to do that. If he ate the fruit and did any damage to his body, it would be bad. Without me, you're afraid you'll die here long ago. I'll take a fruit and just say you're thanking me for saving my life. You're welcome. Lin Shen took a fruit and collected it himself and put the remaining 2 back into the box. With this fruit in his body, Lin Shen was not afraid of getting narcolepsy. He took out the ascension liquid of the luminous beast and licked it slightly. Suddenly, my eyelids felt a little heavy, so sleepy that I couldn't open my eyes. The theory of evolution immediately started to work wildly. This thing is so powerful. It is really useful to treat insomnia. It is simply a blessing for those who are insomnia. Lin Shen was both surprised and happy. He has collected so many ascension liquids with sleep effects that can be applied to weapons in the future, just like poisoning them. Think about it, if the opponent is injured, he will fall asleep soon. It's so satisfying. Perhaps because the fruits on his body had an effect, his sleepiness was quickly eliminated a lot, and the theory of evolution did not change much. Lin Shen quickly put the fruit into a sealed bottle, and suddenly felt that the sleepiness was rising again, and the theory of evolution was running wildly again. Lin Shen forced himself to not let himself fall asleep. After a while, he gradually felt no sleepiness, and then he licked some of the ascension liquid of the luminous beast. After repeated several times, Lin Shen was basically immune to narcolepsy, and then he put away the Feishing liquid. Once again, let the stone man put the fruit next to Tianqin, and then took the stone man back. After a while, Tianqin woke up again.
What's going on?
Tianqin woke up and jumped up and looked around vigilantly.
You almost died just now.
Lin Shen revised the matter a little and told Tianqin. He was not as complicated as he said, but only said that after Tianqin picked the fruit, the small tree turned into ashes and fell asleep. Then the luminous beast came out to eat him, and Lin Shen killed the luminous beast and saved Tianqin. Although Tianqin felt that Lin Shen could not save him so kindly and was willing to help, it must be to please Tianquan. But the fact is that Lin Shen saved him. No matter what the reason is, this cannot be changed, which makes Tianqin very depressed. As the reward for saving you, I got a fruit, which can restrain sleep disorders. If you carry it with you, you won't fall asleep. Don't let it be too far away from you, otherwise you will still fall asleep.
Lin Shen said. Humph. Tianqin's little affection for Lin Shen just now disappeared because Lin Shen took away a fruit without authorization.
It's not that Tianqin is reluctant to give a fruit. If Lin Shen waited for him to wake up and asked him to give Lin Shen one, Tianqin would accept it. But taking it away directly like this obviously despised him, Tianqin, which made Tianqin very unhappy. But after all, it saved his life, and Tianqin didn't say anything, but just kept the remaining 2 fruits close to their body. He also thought that eating the fruit could completely relieve sleepiness, but he, like Lin Shen, did not dare to try it easily. Tianqin planned to decide whether to eat the fruit after returning to Tianquan. With this experience, Tianqin dared not be careless anymore. For the sake of my sister-in-law, I allow you to follow me to find the attribute fruits, but we will share the amount of the attribute fruits we found, and I will share the amount with you.
Tianqin stared at Lin Shen and said.
Yes. Lin Shen said with a smile. Anyway, one person can only eat one attribute fruit, and no matter how much you eat, it is useless. Lin Shen only plans to get a few for his elder sister, Lao Wei, and others to keep. As for the second brother and the third brother, they are definitely not fundamentalists, and it is useless to eat it. He didn't know that Wei Wufu was also an ascensioner when he came, and he wanted to leave one for Wei Wufu. After the two reached an agreement, they set out together again to find the fruits of attributes in the grass.
The giant ring star has more than 80 hours of daytime.
They spent some time on the road, and they had been delayed for so long just now, and there were less than 70 hours left. In addition, they had to leave a few hours to go down the mountain, so the time was not very good, so they could only speed up the search for attribute fruits. The two were lucky. After searching for more than an hour, they found a property fruit tree with 2 property fruits hanging on it.
Tianqin didn't dare to go up and pick it this time, but looked at Lin Shen.
He felt that this attribute fruit tree was no different from the one they just discovered. The fruit looked very similar, and it was a little uncertain whether it was an attribute fruit.
This is right, it is an attribute fruit.
Lin Shen took out a small notebook and compared it. All the characteristics can match them.
There is no black in the fruit. It should be an attribute fruit.
Tianqin was bitten by a snake once, and was afraid of the well rope for 10 years, so he did not dare to pick it by himself. He summoned a humanoid pet, which asked the pet to pick the fruits. After the fruits were picked, the snow-white tree immediately withered into ashes and dissipated as soon as the wind blew. I will collect the fruit first, and divide it when I go out.
Tianqin collected the fruit.
Lin Shen didn't care, and let Tianqin collect the fruit.
The two continued to look forward for the attribute fruit. This valley is amazingly large.
The two of them walked around for more than 10 hours, but they didn't meet other base transformers who picked the fruits of attributes. In the past 10 hours, the two of them harvested a total of 5 attribute fruits, and Tianqin gave Lin Shen 2, which was considered a sharing account.
Xiao Tianqin, pay attention to it.
Lin Shen gave Tianqin a thumbs up.
He thought Tianqin would swallow the attribute fruit, but he didn't expect it to be a part. If you call me like this, do you believe it or not, I will kill you now? Tian Xian said angrily.
You don't like this title, then I'm the same as Tianquan Treasure, call you little nephew. Lin Shen said carefully.
You dare. Tianqin felt very tired and gritted his teeth and said, just call my name directly. Okay, then call it Tianqin. Lin Shen nodded. Tianqin still felt something was wrong.
It was obvious that his name was normal before, and there was no problem at all.
Why did he scream out from Lin Shen's mouth? He just felt something was wrong. Chapter 300 Tree in the Water.
The two of them searched for 2 or 3 hours, but they did not find any attribute fruit trees again. When I was depressed, I saw that there were much less colorful gladiolus in front of me, and I could vaguely see the shimmering waves. There is a source of water in front. The two of them looked at each other, walked over carefully, and found a small lake that was not big. What surprised them was that several other basic transformers, including Shaman swordsmen, were actually on the edge of this lake, looking towards the lake, and didn't know what they were looking at. Seeing Tianqin and the others coming, one of them, a Tianren named Qi took the initiative to greet Tianqin. The celestial beings with names in the Qi family are all relatively low-level members. They are not qualified to rank at all, so they can only choose one name themselves. Only those senior officials can have names with numerical rankings. Generally, the names of the gods in the Qi surname are not allowed to appear in their names.
Qi, what's going on here?
Tianqin went over to talk to Qi, and Lin Shen stood beside him.
There is a gladiolus in the middle of the lake. Qi said. Lin Shen and Tian Xian both saw the gladiolus growing in the middle of the lake. The gladiolus was even larger than they had seen before.
It was only 100 meters above the surface of the water. I don't know how long it was underwater. The point of Qi statement was obviously not the gladiolus in the water. The two of them looked carefully for a while and soon found that there was a fruit tree of attributes growing in the middle of the leaves of the gladiolus. The part of the attribute fruit tree exposed to the water is 3 or 4 meters high, and there are at least hundreds of colorful attribute fruits hanging on it. Because in the center of the gladiolus, most of the attribute fruit trees are blocked by the huge leaves of the gladiolus, and they can only be seen in some special positions.
Is that the attribute fruit? Tianqin looked at Lin Shen as he spoke. It must be an attribute fruit. What else can it be except attribute fruit? Qi thought Tianqin was asking him and answered casually.
Lin Shen nodded slightly.
That thing was indeed a property fruit. Why didn't you go and get it? Tianqin asked with some confusion. Although flying is taboo on Giant God Mountain, it is not impossible to fly.
It is just that flying can easily attract creatures from other parts of Giant God Mountain, so when you go up and down the mountain, you generally don't choose to fly. There are no other creatures here, just flying at low altitude to pick those attribute fruits, so there should be no big problem.
You can't fly.
There seems to be a flight prohibition above the lake. If you enter the lake, you will fall into the lake.
Another celestial man Shiba said. Is there something strange in the lake? Tianqin immediately looked at the lake. If it were ordinary lake water, they should have swam over long ago. But Tianqin looked carefully for a while and didn't find anything in the water.
Qi nodded and said, there is a kind of transparent filament-like creature in the water. If you don't look carefully, you can hardly see them. But once you fall into the water, those creatures will get entangled, which is very troublesome. After Qi said this, Tianqin looked carefully in the lake, but still couldn't see the transparent and fine creature they mentioned.
No need to see it.
If we can see it, we would not suffer any loss just now. Qi said the loss when they first came. Fortunately, Qi flew over the lake by himself, and after falling into the water, he was entangled by those transparent filaments and filament-like creatures, so Qi was rescued by the shore and pulled him up. According to these two brothers, those transparent filament creatures should be crystal-based creatures, but after cutting off the thin filament creatures, there is no prompt for killing on the watch.
No wonder you all watched here and didn't get the attribute fruit. Tianqin also felt a little headache when he heard this.
Heaven and man are generally not good at fighting in the water. Although the heavenly heart knows the nature of water, it is also not very good at it. Otherwise, when he was in the world of Wangxing, he would not have made himself so embarrassed. It is impossible to fly over, and there are countless transparent filament creatures in the water, so it is really not easy to pick the fruits. Can't you walk on the water? Can you pass through the water? Lin Shen, who was standing beside him, asked after hearing this. Xixiong and Chiba obviously don't like humans very much, and are not as polite as they are to Tianqin. Xixiong snorted coldly, if you have the ability to step on the water and pick the fruits, just pick them. We won't compete with you. You can step over the water, do you think we will watch here? Shiba also said. Lin Shen was not angry with them. Now his mentality was very tolerant and still said in a nice voice, why can't you step on the water? At your speed, it shouldn't be difficult to walk on the water, right? I didn't say it just now. If there is a problem with this lake, it can't fly over, and it will be even worse if you step on the water. You will be pulled directly into the water by strange forces. If you don't believe it, try it yourself. Xixiong said. Obviously they should have tested it with pets, and it won't work to step over the water. Lin Shen looked at the Shiman swordsman and the Tianrun of the Yin family not far away. They also did not dare to go into the water to pick the fruits because of this problem, so they could only think of solutions on the shore. Shiman swordsman made a long rope from somewhere and tied a crystal-based spear to the tip of the rope. He directly used the spear like a javelin, threw the spear over, trying to get stuck in the middle of the gladiolus leaf, and then rush over from the rope. Unfortunately, the spear didn't rush out much, as if it was sucked by some force and plunged into the lake. A dense stream of transparent filaments immediately appeared in the lake water, like a transparent fishing line for fishing, wrapping around the spear in the air, and pulling the spear that fell into the water deeper, and instantly sank the bottom and disappeared. The rope tied on it also broke from the water contact, and this method still didn't work. For a moment, several people were helpless, and they could only watch them as they looked at so many attribute fruits. Lin Shen saw the operation of Shiman swordsman, but his heart moved. I see those transparent filaments, they don't seem to rush out of the water? Lin Shen said, looking at the water. Those transparent filaments cannot leave the water, but you also see that nothing can pass over the water and will definitely be pulled into the water. Whether they can rush out of the water will be the same. Xixiong said. If this is the case, I can give it a try. Lin Shen said in his heart. He had the ability to use lightness, and although Lin Shen thought that this fire skill was useless at first, he thought about it carefully and found that this skill was still useful. For example, if someone else can't fly over this lake, it will be sucked into the water. Light technique water flooding is like the 7 steps Ganj. It is a regular skill. As long as his speed reaches the standard of light technique water flooding, he can walk on the water surface. No matter how strong his strength is, he cannot pull him down. Chapter 301 Light Skills Floating on the Water. Lin Shen wanted to pick the fruit, but he did not reveal it. Let's first see if other people have the means to pick fruits. If they can't think of a way, it's not too late to pick the fruits after they leave. Lin Shen was watching from the side, and several people tried several more methods, but the result was still unsatisfactory. When anything passes through the water, it will be sucked into the water and pulled down to the bottom of the lake by the thin filament creature. Tianqin even summoned a crystal-based fish, wanting to try to see if it can swim over. As a result, the fish was wrapped in thin silk like a cocoon as soon as it entered the water, and was quickly pulled into the bottom of the lake and disappeared. Shiman swordsman took the lead in leaving the lake and went to other places to continue looking for attribute fruits. No matter how many attribute fruits there are here, it is useless to not get them. Being able to stay is just a waste of time. Tianqin didn't want to continue wasting time, but Lin Shen grabbed him and said, let's think of a way. As long as we can go through it and pick a little, it will be more rewarding than if we find dozens of hours. You said it easy, how can you get over this? You can pick it if you can. Tianqin snorted coldly. Try it again, maybe it can work. Lin Shen took out a pet gun and fired the pet capsule in the direction of the attribute fruit tree. Unfortunately, the crystal-based pet capsule he ejaculated fell into the water as soon as it entered the area on the water surface. The pets were wrapped around transparent filaments and pulled down to the bottom of the lake. What are you doing? Tianqin felt that Lin Shen had a broken mind, and there was no point in doing so. I'm experimenting. Maybe I have the ability of a pet to withstand the suction force in the lake.
Lin Shen explained. After hearing his explanation, Tianxin sneered. Shiba and Xixiong were lazy to watch him make trouble again. After saying goodbye to Tianxin, they went to other places to find the fruits of attributes. The celestial being Inan's family studied it for a while, but couldn't come up with a solution, and finally left unwillingly. Don't waste time anymore. Tianxin didn't want to waste time, so he turned around and was about to leave, ignoring Lin Shen. Don't worry, you're leaving. It's too tiring for me to pick the fruits by myself. I'll have to give it to you after I look back. It's so troublesome. Lin Shen said with a smile. If you have the ability to pick fruits in the past, you will be yours, and I don't want any of them. Tianxin said with a lip. He didn't believe that Lin Shen could go over to pick fruits. There was no way for so many people to do so what good could Lin Shen have? Are you serious? Lin Shen looked at Tianxin with a strange expression and said. Of course it's true. I, Tianxin, always speak with a word, and even 9 cows can't pull back. Tianxin said proudly. Okay, then I'll try it. If you really pick the fruit, don't regret it. Lin Shen said with a smile. Repent? Whoever regrets is the grandson. Tianxin said bluntly. Since that's the case, I'll go. Lin Shen looked around and saw that everyone else had left and disappeared, so he no longer wasted time. When Tianxin saw Lin Shen walking to the lake, he seemed to want to go into the water by himself, and said coldly, If you go into the water by yourself, I will not save you. You don't need to save me. Lin Shen came to the lake, but did not go into the water, but took out the half bag of ascension liquid on his waist. After opening the lid, Lin Shen carefully spread the ascension liquid in the bag into the lake bit by bit. What are you doing? Tianxin frowned secretly, wondering what trick Lin Shen played, why he poured the ascension liquid into the lake. You will know later. Lin Shen said while sprinkling ascension liquid in different places. When the ascension liquid was just sprinkled, the thin creatures in the lake suddenly started to move, but in a short while, when Lin Shen sprinkled the ascension liquid into the lake, there was no movement in the lake. Tianxin, who had originally looked at Lin Shen for trouble, now saw the trick, widened his eyes and said, This is the ascension liquid of the luminous beast. Could it be that its ascension liquid also contains the effect of making people sleepy? It should be. Lin Shen sprinkled half a bag of ascension liquid several times. Seeing that there was no movement in the lake, he got a pet and tried it. The pet fell into the water and swam around in the water, without any filament creatures coming to entangle it. It's done. Lin Shen put away the water bag. You didn't say this earlier. Tianxin said, and even made another pet like a big fish into the water. Then he stood on the back of the big fish and rushed towards the middle of the lake. Tianxin rushed to the middle of the lake and said proudly, I just said that whoever picked the fruit belonged to whom, but I didn't say that I wouldn't pick it myself. Lin Shen smiled and said nothing. After taking back the pet, he jumped onto the lake, and walked along the lake. Tianxin rushed forward without looking at Lin Shen behind. His big fish pet was much faster than Lin Shen stepping on the water, and he was about to rush to the side of the gladiolus in the water. Suddenly, thin threads stretched out from the water, wrapped around the big fish, and directly pulled the big fish and sank it down. Why is sleep syndrome ineffective? Tianxin was shocked. As his feet were about to get water, the thin wires could not wait to get out of the water, trying to wrap around his legs. Tianxin jumped up quickly, but unfortunately he didn't jump too high, so his body was pulled into the lake by suction. The thin filaments that drilled out of the water surface began to melt just after reaching more than 1 foot of the water surface. Obviously, they were unable to survive outside the lake. Tianxin pulled out the archangel's sword and chopped the lake water below, cutting off some thin filament creatures. But there were too many thin filament creatures in the water. After he fell into the water, a large number of thin filament creatures were wrapped up from all directions, making Tianxin unable to defend himself. After a while, he was tied up and could not move the archangel's sword in his hand. It's over. Tianxin suddenly felt his heart chilling, and he regretted that he shouldn't have come down first. He should have let Lin Shen rush forward and he would come down to get the bargain. It's too late to regret now. When Tianxin thought he was going to be finished,
he suddenly felt that the thin filament creatures wrapped around him seemed to have no energy. He quickly struggled to get rid of the shackles of those thin filament creatures. This time he found that it was easy to break free. When his head was exposed to the water, he saw Lin Shen scattering ascension liquid while walking on the water. The reason why the thin filament creatures that were wrapped around him became boring was that the ascension liquid that Lin Shen had sprinkled had worked and they were already asleep. "I'm so anxious that I can't eat hot tofu, you have to take it slowly," Lin Shen said as he walked past Tianxin and rushed into the gladiolus area. How could he walk on the water? Tianxin couldn't help but be stunned. Subconsciously flapped his wings and wanted to fly, at least he had to walk on the water like Lin Shen. But no matter how hard he exerted, once his body broke away from the water, it would be pulled down by a sudden force, and it was impossible to walk on the water. Why can that guy do it? Tian Xin looked complicated, but he did not dare to waste time, and swam to the gladiolus area with both hands and feet. Chapter 302 Picking Fruits. Lin Shen was the first to come to the front of the attribute fruit tree, grabbed the tree body and climbed up, and sat on the branch. This attribute fruit tree is 3 or 4 meters high, which is similar to a normal fruit tree. The attribute fruits it produces are obviously larger than those produced on those small trees, and each attribute fruit is as big as a hawthorn. Lin Shen took out a folded backpack, stepped on the branches and picked the fruits, throwing all the picked fruits into the backpack. When Tianxin swam across the gladiolus area, more than half of the fruits on the tree had already entered Lin Shen's backpack, leaving only those who were from the peripheral skills. Because the distance was relatively far, Lin Shen had not had time to pick them. "Leave a few for me." Tianxin rushed out of the water in a hurry, wanting to pick the fruits. But he had just rushed out of the water and was pulled down by the power in the water, and he could not reach the fruit on the branches at all. Tianxin tried it repeatedly several times, but he could not reach the fruits above. Lin Shen jumped off the tree branch and stepped on the water to pick the fruit. Seeing that the fruits fell into his hands, Tian was anxious to vomit blood. He quickly swam to the trunk of the tree, climbed onto the tree, cut down the branches with the sword of the archangel, and took the branches and the fruits on it, and finally got a few fruits. Unfortunately, he had only made a few fruits, and Lin Shen had already picked all the remaining fruits, and his backpack was so bulging that he could hardly hold it. "Let's go back," Lin Shen said and walked back on the water. Although Tianxin also picked more than a dozen, he was still extremely depressed. If Lin Shen had not gained anything, he would have been far beyond his expectations when he came. But when he thought of Lin Shen picking a full backpack, he felt that these dozens of them were no longer fragrant. Tianxin didn't dare to stay here alone, so he could only jump into the water and swim back with Lin Shen. When I got ashore, I felt even worse when I saw Lin Shen not having any water on him, carrying a bulging backpack, and I looked like a chicken. The fruits picked today are almost enough, and no matter how many you have, you can't use them all. Let's leave some for later generations. Let's go back first, Lin Shen said with a smile. It sounds nice. When you picked the fruit just now, I didn't see you leaving one. You have picked enough, but I haven't picked enough yet, Tianxin said, gritting his teeth. If you are not afraid of being robbed, just stay here and continue looking for the fruit trees. Lin Shen turned around and left after saying that. I have only picked a few of them. Why are they robbing me? If you want to rob, you will be robbing you, Tianxin said angrily. They looked back and saw that the fruits were gone. If they met you again, do you think they would believe you? Lin Shen said without looking back. Tianxin thought about it again and he wouldn't believe it, and he must have thought it was the fruit he picked with Lin Shen. Lin Shen had already run away at that time. He faced 4 people alone, and his fists could not match 4 hands. It would be hard to explain clearly at that time. Tianxin hesitated for a while and could only catch up with Lin Shen and walk out together. I'm really in trouble when I meet you, Tianxin complained as he walked. You have died long ago if you didn't meet me, and you didn't even have the chance to pick these fruits, Lin Shen said lightly. Tianxin was slightly stunned, surprisingly, without refuting. He knew in his heart that Lin Shen was right. If it weren't for Lin Shen, he might have died when he fell asleep. Moreover, without Lin Shen, he could not go into the water and could not pick so many fruits. The two of them walked around silently. It was still early now. After rushing back, it should be still early before dark. As they walked, both of them felt something was wrong. In the surrounding gladiolus, something seemed to be staring at them.
Did you feel something seems to be staring at us? Lin Shen turned around and asked at Tianqin.
Yes, and there are many. Tianqin said, looking around.
If they don't come out, we will continue to walk.
Lin Shen said as he speeded up, continued to rush forward, and rushed to the exit as much as possible. Tianqin had no other choice but to follow Lin Shen. After walking for a while, the two of them suddenly saw a creature in the gladiolus bush ahead, blocking the path they must pass. Then I saw one basic creature after another step out of the gladiolus clusters in all directions and quickly surrounded them. Those base creatures look like chimpanzees. Although they are not tall, they are all black crystal bodies, which are obviously crystal-based creatures.
Roar over and don't bother them.
Lin Shen drew out dead fans and used them directly as a spear.
The chimpanzee that flew over the gladiolus leaves and swept aside. The dead pinks opened and swept a way out. The archangel sword in Tianqin is extremely sharp.
When it is touched by the archangel sword, it either has broken arms or broken legs.
The hard crystal base body looks like tofu.
More and more chimpanzees rushed over, but they could not stop the two of them from moving forward. Lin Shen's dead pink was sometimes hard and sometimes soft, sometimes used as a spear, and sometimes howling like a long whip. The chimpanzees were sobbing that they could sweep down a large number of chimpanzees with just one sweep.
Where did these things come from? When we came before, we didn't even see a single one, but now we can't kill them.
Tianqin couldn't help but curse as he saw the increasing number of chimpanzees in front of him. Tianqin is not afraid of these chimpanzees when fighting alone, but there are more and more chimpanzees. Even if they don't fight back, they line up to let him kill him, and he still has time to exhaust himself. Once he has no strength, he will have to be slaughtered. Lin Shen's carapace, the mysterious hieroglyphs, shining brilliantly, and with the blessing of Superbase articles, such a battle can theoretically continue for him. As long as there are no ascension creatures, these chimpanzees cannot stop us from rushing out. Lin Shen said loudly while opening the road in front. Tianqin saw that Lin Shen, who was rushing forward to open the road, had been maintaining a high-intensity battle, but his strength did not fluctuate at all. It was so stable that he could only grit his teeth and continue to rush forward with Lin Shen. Suddenly, a black lightning flashed through the gladiolus forest. Lin Shen was quick-eyed and his hands were quick, and he dodged the black lightning.
The black lightning almost flew over to the carapace on Lin Shen's neck, and Tianqin behind him did not move so quickly.
Fortunately, he also reacted and the archangel sword in his hand slashed towards the black lightning. With a loud bang, the archangel sword in Tianqin's hand almost escaped, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably, hitting the huge gladiolus leaves behind, breaking several gladiolus leaves.
"I'll go, you crow's mouth, you really say whatever you say."
Tian Xan forced himself to get up with the blood rolling in his chest, staring at the black light hovering in the air, and saw that it was a black hammer-shaped life base. Lin Shen looked directly in front of him, where there was a giant chimpanzee staring at them with bloody red eyes.
Chapter 303 Fighting Again. The giant chimpanzee was more than 10 meters tall and was extremely terrifying.
She stared at Lin Shen and the others with her eyes.
The hammer-shaped life base also bombarded again.
Lin Shen had too much speed difference and had no chance to avoid the bombardment of the sledgehammer. He could only use the 3 consecutive punches to hit the sledgehammer head-on. Seeing this, Tianqin didn't care about so much, so he rushed into the sky with his wings, trying to escape from the air.
The speed and power of the chimpanzees are not something they can compete with.
Even with the 10-turn archangel sword in hand, Tianqin does not think he can defeat the chimpanzees. After all, he has not ascended yet and cannot exert the true power of the archangel sword. Lin Shen fought hard against the chimpanzee's life foundation in Tianqin's opinion. Lin Shen was probably dead.
The chimpanzee is flying and upgraded, and its power is already strong.
In addition, his life base is a giant hammer. The destructive power that this life base can produce is much stronger than that of a sword or other life base. No matter how strong the base changer is, it is difficult to compete with such a life base. He must escape before Lin Shen is killed, otherwise he will be the next one to die. Although flying on the giant god mountain may attract other ascension creatures, Tianqing doesn't care about so many things now, and he saves his life first.
Boom! With the blessing of Yi's own boxing gloves, Lin Shen's 3 consecutive punches hit the sledgehammer and even knocked the sledgehammer backwards. Lin Shen rushed towards the giant chimpanzee quickly. Without using the aura of sacrifice, his power was not enough to destroy the life base. He could only kill the giant chimpanzee's body to truly end the battle. Tianqing, who escaped into the sky, saw Lin Shen actually knocking the foundation of the hammer with one punch, and immediately showed a look of surprise. Judging from the speed and strength of the sledgehammer's life foundation, the giant chimpanzee is definitely not a single turn, but may be an ascension of more than 5 turns. The power and speed of the life base may have exceeded 100, and the destructive power that can explode is extremely strong. Lin Shen was able to attack the bombardment of the sledgehammer head-on and knock the sledgehammer back, which was a bit scary. How could he be such a powerful force as a basic transformer? Tianqing was puzzled. When the giant chimpanzee saw that his sledgehammer's life was shocked, she was furious and hit her chest with both fists, making a roar. The sledgehammer in the air actually glowed red and bombarded Lin Shen again. Lin Shen blasted out 3 consecutive fists of the waves again. The surging fist force collided with the red hammer, and the shockwave generated shattered the nearby gladiolus leaves, and the nearby base-transformed orangutan was also shocked to the ground and rolling around. Lin Shen was also shocked by the terrifying shockwave and took a few steps back. He didn't know what skills the giant orangutan used to greatly increase the power of the sledgehammer. Lin Shen's punch did not take advantage of the price, but was suppressed. As the giant orangutan roared, the sledgehammer smashed down wildly. Lin Shen could only use the wave punch to fight, and fought with the sledgehammer head-on again and again. Fortunately, his fist power was blown out. When he collided with the sledgehammer, the force would not recoil his body. Otherwise, if he had such a heavy blow, his arms would probably be destroyed. Lin Shen could only be glad that the giant chimpanzee had a straight temper and knew that he would knock it down with a hammer. If it were a cunning ascension creature, it would not be like this, but would use its speed to attack Lin Shen. It would be difficult for Lin Shen to block them all, and the situation would be worse than it is now. After all, Lin Shen's speed is much worse than phase upgrade, unlike the power that has a lot of blessing. Tianqing wanted to fly from the air to the exit, but he was about to reach the exit, but suddenly a phantom flashed through the sky. Tianqing was shocked and quickly swung the archangel's sword to slash towards the phantom. With a sound of deception, Tianqing suddenly felt a huge force coming, and he rolled in the air with his people and swords. A halo appeared above Tianqing's head, and a holy light appeared on his body. He forced himself to stabilize his body. His eyes once again saw the phantom hitting in the air, which was a strange life foundation. The life foundation is square like a stone brick, but there are strange runes on it, shining with brilliance. The stone bricks came again, and Tianqing flapped his wings and took advantage of the innate flying advantages of the heavenly race to forcibly avoid the suppression of the stone bricks. It actually attracted another ascending creature. Tian Xin complained secretly. He didn't even know where the ascending creature was, but the person was entangled by stone bricks. Compared to Lin Shen, Tianqing's situation is even worse. His flying skills and speed are indeed stronger than ordinary basic transformers. With the blessing of his skills and the archangel sword in his hand, fighting with a turning ascension creature may not be able to counterattack. But this ascending creature did not show up at all. He didn't even know what the ascending creature looked like. He could only fight against the stone brick life foundation. If this continues, he will only lose but not win. Sooner or later he will be finished. He tried to get out of the battle several times and rushed to the exit of the valley, but unfortunately he was stopped by the stone brick life foundation and did not give him a chance to escape. The showdown between Lin Shen and Sledgehammer continued. Under the bombardment of Sledgehammer, Lin Shen also could not find a chance to rush to the giant chimpanzee to fight in close combat. Do you have to use the halo of sacrifice again? Lin Shen felt a little depressed. Now the halo of sacrifice has only accumulated more than 100 attributes, and the number of them has not increased much recently. If you use it now, I don't know when it will be accumulated again. If you can't use it, Lin Shen still doesn't want to use it. But when the corner of his eye swept across the sky, and seeing that he was also entangled by a life foundation, Lin Shen felt that this time it was really troublesome. Even if he could use the aura of sacrifice to the sky to get rid of this giant gorilla, there were still many ascensions nearby, and it would be not that easy for them to escape. How did they open up the land? Why shouldn't they ascend here? How many ascends have come out?
Lin Shen was helpless. Fortunately, Tianqin can still deal with it for the time being.
Until his physical energy is exhausted, there should be no accident.
What Lin Shen was afraid of was that their fight would attract more ascension creatures.
It seems that we can only fight quickly.
Lin Shen is ready to use the aura of sacrifice to the sky to end the battle. It should be okay to be able to deal with a giant chimpanzee. Two people should deal with an ascending creature. Judging from the power and speed of the stone brick, it should be just an ordinary person who can turn around. It is not as powerful as this giant chimpanzee, otherwise it would not be so vulgar and would not be able to hide it.
It only fights with its life base.
Just when Lin Shen was trying to use the halo of sacrifice, he suddenly saw a commotion coming from the group of chimpanzees surrounding him in the distance. A large number of chimpanzees seemed to have seen something terrible, and rushed to retreat to both sides, and soon gave up a path, and a figure walked over from there.
Another ascend?
Lin Shen saw what it was. His face was a little unfavorable, and he secretly cursed how the intelligence personnel collected the information.
Chapter 304 Humanoid Tank.
The creature came over from the ground. The reason why Lin Shen could see that he was ascending was because the creature looked unusual. This thing is like a mecha warrior, with dark blue crystal armor all over his body, which is 3 or 4 meters high, like a human-shaped heavy armored tank. When Lin Shen saw him just now, he was ready to run away desperately. He estimated that the biggest reason why these ascension creatures came to them was the attribute fruits in his backpack. As long as he throws his backpack out, it is likely that the ascension creatures will be snatched, and he and Tianqin can take the opportunity to escape.
If things are gone, it is better than life is gone.
But when the ascension creature like a human-shaped tank came over, Lin Shen temporarily gave up this idea. Because he saw the human-shaped tank pulling a weapon out from behind, the thing looked like an oversized Gatling machine gun without a fixed frame. Lin Shen was worried that his speed would not be increased. Suddenly, such an ascending creature came. If his weapon could be considered a gun, then Lin Shen really didn't need to be afraid. While Lin Shen was still calculating, the humanoid tank had already picked up his Gatling and fired directly at the sledgehammer's foundation in the sky.
Gatling is emitting blue light.
Lin Shen was stunned.
Gatling's muzzle kept spraying blue light, and blue light soared into the sky, constantly bombarding the foundation of the sledgehammer.
After the sledgehammer's life foundation was hit, frost traces appeared on the hammer's body. As the blue light hit more and more, the frost on the hammer's body also increased.
After a moment, the sledgehammer's life foundation was directly exploded and turned into countless pieces and fell from the sky. The giant chimpanzee was shocked and angry, and its life base was destroyed.
It opened its mouth and spewed out blood. Its momentum suddenly became sluggish and turned around and was about to escape. Unfortunately, before it could escape, Gatling's firepower had already covered it, and he did not give it a chance to escape. In a blink of an eye, the giant chimpanzee's body was bombarded into frozen blocks by the blue light bullet with frozen power. The chimpanzees fled around in horror, and ran away cleanly in a moment.
Lin Shen was stunned. This is too fierce.
Ascension of more than 5 revolutions directly explodes the life base together, and it also has freezing power.
As long as you get shot, you won't even have a chance to run.
The human-shaped tank turned its muzzle and wanted to bombard the stone brick life foundation in the sky. The owner of the stone brick life foundation was very cunning. Before the blue light could blast over, he turned around and flew into the distant gladiolus jungle.
Tianqin also saw the shocking firepower and did not dare to escape.
He also knew that under such firepower, he could not escape. No matter how fast he flew, he was not as fast as the blue light bullets of the human-shaped tank.
Tianqin fell from the air and came to Lin Shen.
The two of them looked at each other and saw the doubts in each other's heart. Logically speaking, the target of the human-shaped tank should be them. After this guy came, he actually killed the giant chimpanzee and drove away another ascending creature. Until now, human-shaped tank-like creatures have not attacked them. I guess he came for the fruits of our attributes. If he wants them, give them to him, Tianqin said to Lin Shen. Lin Shen was also hesitating whether to give him the attribute fruits in his backpack. Theoretically, he is not afraid of this human-shaped tank. No matter how fast his firing speed and strong firepower are, Lin Shen is not afraid, just because he has other means. While thinking about it, the human-shaped tank made a gesture to them. The meaning of the gesture was easy to understand, and it should be the meaning of letting them follow him. The humanoid tank turned around and walked towards the way he came, while reaching out to signal them to follow. What does he mean? Let's follow him? Tian Xin was slightly stunned, and then looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. It seems that's what it means. Lin Shen nodded. Do you want to go? Tianqin frowned. He didn't want to go, but if he didn't go, he couldn't bear the thing fired at them. I'm afraid it won't work if I don't go. Lin Shen's eyes swept into the surrounding gladiolus jungle. Tianqin also subconsciously looked over and could vaguely see some figures hiding in the gladiolus jungle. All of them are flying upgrades? Tianqin's face looked extremely ugly. He knew that the other party deliberately made them discover, and was warning them not to think about escaping. It should be. Lin Shen sighed. Those who do information should be damned. Tianqin cursed in a low voice. Let's go, I can't wait. Lin Shen thought for a while, thinking that it would be better not to turn against him. If the other party has such strength, if he wants to kill them, he should have taken action just now, so there is no need to be such trouble. Instead of taking the risk, it is better to see what the other party wants to do. Tianqin obviously had the same idea, and the two of them followed the human-shaped tank together. The human-shaped tank took two people to shuttle through the gladiolus bushes. After walking for a short while, it arrived in front of a natural cave. The humanoid tank signaled them to follow again in front of the cave, and then walked into the cave. Lin Shen and Tianqin looked at each other and decided to go in and check the situation first. After the two entered the cave, they found that there were many crystal flowers and plants growing on the cave wall. Under the refraction of light, the entire cave was colorful like a dream. The human-shaped tank led the way in front and turned around in the cave. Soon, it came to a huge underground cave. However, there is no stalactite in this underground cave, and there are colorful crystal plants everywhere. The human-shaped tank stopped at one place, turned to face Lin Shen and Tianqin, and stood there motionless. Lin Shen and Tianqin looked around and suddenly found that there was a flesh-and-blood creature next to the human-shaped tank. The creature's body was entangled with colorful crystal vines, which were like an exoskeleton on his body, supporting his body. What makes people feel scared is that some vines' branches actually grew into his flesh and blood. Tiger? Why are you here? Tianqin said, looking at the man's tiger-like head. He was quite shocked, and he didn't expect that the humanoid tank should be a tiger pet. When did such a person come in? Why didn't Tianqin receive any news? Lin Shen was also confused. Although he did not know the people of what race this was, people of no matter what race it was, it seemed that they should not appear here. There are people of multiple races in the Land Reclamation Legion, and it is normal to have someone from the Tiger clan. But this tiger man obviously did not appear here recently, and the vines on him could not grow like that in a day or two. What's even more strange is that the human-shaped tank-like ascension creature was not a real pet, but a wild ascension creature. How could it follow the orders of this tiger? Chapter 305 The Demonic Bone. Boy from the Tianren tribe, don't worry, we have time to have a good chat. The tiger-headed man glanced at Tianqin, turned his eyes to Lin Shen and said, Boy, what race are you? Human race. Lin Shen replied. The tiger-headed man was obviously stunned when he heard the race name in Lin Shen's newspaper, and murmured to himself, the human race is a bit strange. What's strange? Lin Shen couldn't help asking. Of course it's strange. I've seen no less than 100,000 races in this universe, but this is the first time I've seen such a strange race as you, said the tiger-headed man. I don't think I'm anything strange. Lin Shen felt that the tiger-headed man's words were a little puzzled.
The tiger-headed man looked at Lin Shen and said, "Does there be many people in the human race? Do they all look like you? There are also billions, not very small. They are probably similar to mine."
"What's so strange?"
Lin Shen asked again. "Don't you think there is something missing from your human race?" said the tiger-headed man. "What's missing?"
Lin Shen looked down at himself, not feeling that nothing was missing.
"How do you say it?"
The tiger-headed man lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, "Let me say that, this boy from the Heavenly Man has a wing of the Heavenly Man on his back.
Our Taish people have tiger heads.
The various races in the universe have their own characteristics. But judging from your appearance, they have no characteristics at all. All the characteristics on you can be seen in other races, without the unique characteristics of your race." Lin Shen was slightly stunned. He had never thought about this problem, but after recalling it carefully, it seemed like this. Although the cosmic races he knew looked similar to humans, they all had their own unique physical characteristics, and it seems that the human race did not have any unique physical characteristics.
"You came to us to study this?" Tianxin interrupted. Just say it casually."
The tiger-headed man smiled and said, "I have come here to ask you a few questions, and there is another thing I want to ask you."
"What do you call it?"
Tianxin did not ask what it was, but instead asked about the origin of this tiger-headed man.
"I have been here for too long. I haven't used a name for a long time. I can't remember it anymore. Let me think about it."
The tiger-headed man closed his eyes, as if he was trying hard to think about something. Lin Shen and Tianxin looked at each other, and felt even more confused. It has only been more than 10 years since the giant ring star was discovered. He seemed to have been here for a long time since the tone of this tiger-headed man.
"This is a bit strange. I almost forgot, my name is Demon Bone."
The tiger-headed man finally remembered his own name.
Demon Master Demon Bone. Tianxin seemed to be shocked when he heard the name of the tiger-headed man. He looked at the tiger-headed man in disbelief and said, "Are you really a Demon Master Demon Bone? It seems that my Demon Bone's name has not been forgotten by the universe."
The Demon Bone seemed a little proud and continued, "The word Magic Master is a misunderstanding of me by outsiders. I am just an imperial teacher of the Tiger Clan."
"It's really you?"
Tianxin became more and more surprised.
"Is he very famous?" Lin Shen couldn't help asking.
"It's not just famous, the Demon Master Demon Bone, the imperial teacher of the Tiger Clan. The Tiger Clan can rush to the top 10 in the universe rankings, and the Demon Master Demon Bone makes great contributions,"
Tianxin said in contemplation. After hearing this, the Demon Bone laughed. "What is the most important thing?"
"You don't need to beautify the celestial race.
The reason why those alien races gave me the nickname of a magician is that when I was the emperor, I planned to exterminate many cosmic races."
Lin Shen felt cold in his heart.
Genocide was not something that ordinary people could do.
What kind of cruel and ruthless person should be able to make up for it and completely erase a race? He and Tianxin meet such a person, I'm afraid there is nothing good about it.
The Demon Bone seemed to have no intention of explanation and said lightly, "Is the Tianren who controls the giant ring star now? Not bad."
Tianxin could not determine whether this person was a Demon Master's Demon Bone, but he did not dare to offend him. Just relying on the human-shaped tank beside him, it is not something he and Lin Shen can deal with.
The Demon Bone pondered and asked again, "How long has your celestial race controlled the giant ring star?"
"It's about 17 or 18 years.
Tianxin answered truthfully.
"This is not a secret, and there is no need to hide it."
"Is it only 17 or 18 years? Then, who controlled the giant ring star before you?" Yaogu seemed a little surprised and asked again.
"The teleportation device to the giant ring star was discovered by our Tianren 17 or 8 years ago. Before that, no one controlled the giant ring star."
Tianxin replied. 17 or 18 years, no one.
Yaogu seemed very surprised, even a little unacceptable, and muttered to himself with a frown.
"How long have you been here?"
Lin Shen was curious and asked.
I don't have the time recording tool, I can't remember the time.
There should be hundreds of cosmic years.
Yao Gu answered casually.
This answer surprised Lin Shen and Tianqin. If the demon bone had not lied, then hundreds of years ago, the people of the Tiger clan discovered the giant ring star. But why did the Tigers not come to develop the giant ring star for hundreds of years, and it was not until the celestial being discovered that the giant ring star came here to develop it? The demon bone seemed to have figured out something, and did not worry about this question anymore, and continued to ask, which tiger ranks in the universe now? Fourth.
Tianqin replied. The demon bone seemed to be even more confused and asked again, where is the Supreme Clan?
First. Tianqin is now a little convinced that the demon bone has been here for hundreds of years, otherwise how could he not know that the first race in the universe is the Supreme Clan? It took less than 300 years for the Supremes to go from the top 100 in the universe to the top 100 in the universe. This is also a miracle in the universe, but because the number of people in the Supreme Clan is relatively small and does not accept the dependence of foreign races, no one in the Supreme Clan drew a boundary to the sky and became the king of the realm. Because of the existence of the Supreme Clan, no real kingdom has appeared in recent hundreds of years. Some people who claim to be the king of the realm, although their strength and power have always been the best in the universe, but they have never conquered the Supreme Clan, how can they be considered the real king of the realm?
The highest clan is the best? How is this possible? The demon bone couldn't help but widen his eyes as if he had heard the fantasy.
It is indeed the first, not only the first in combat power, but also the degree of evolution is far beyond other races. The Supreme Clan had already born the first innate nirvana more than 20 years ago. The name of Dais is known to everyone in the universe, said the heavenly being.
I was delayed yesterday.
I couldn't get 5 chapters out before 12 o'clock today.
The remaining 2 chapters will be completed until around 2 o'clock. Please wait. Chapter 306 Hidden Attributes. Dios, the Natural Nirvana.
The demon bone's eyes were a little complicated, and it took him a long time to say, I have something I want to ask you, and I won't let you work in vain.
I will help me complete this.
I will give these 10-turn ice armor tirers to you as pets.
Ascending pet with 10 turns. Lin Shen and Tian Xin were both surprised.
They knew that this guy like a human-shaped tank was very strong, but they didn't expect that he was as strong as 10 turns.
Your Excellency has given such a high reward, I wonder what it is that we need help.
Lin Shen didn't believe that there was a free lunch.
This is not difficult.
You just need to bring me a letter to the Supreme Clan to find someone, and then bring his reply back to me.
Yao Gu paused and said, no matter what his reply was, the ice armor tirer is yours.
After saying that, the vines on the demon bone actually started to move, and 2 things rolled out from his body and sent them to Lin Shen and Tian Xin respectively.
This is a deposit for you, Yao Gu said.
Lin Shen looked carefully and saw that the thing that the vine brought to him was a fist-sized ascending egg.
Tianqin also has an ascending egg, and the ascending eggs of the 2 people look a little different.
These 2 are mutated ascension eggs, and you should be able to use them in the future. The demon bone paused and said, the fruits of the 5 elements tree king you pick should be eaten after they ascend. They are more effective than ordinary 5 elements fruits and are equally effective for ascendators. Many ascension creatures in the valley are eyeing the fruits of the 5 elements tree king, but they are not able to pick them. When you go out, I will let the ice armor tirers send you out. Lin Shen was slightly stunned, and then he realized that the ascension creatures who were peeping at them in the dark were not sent by demon bone. The 2 looked at each other and picked up the mutated ascension egg.
Who do you want us to find from the Supreme Clan and what letters do you send? Tianqin asked. Let me think about the person who is called. Well, his name should be Luran. You just need to ask him 1 sentence. Is the agreement with me? Is it still worth it? No matter how he answers, you don't need to say anything more. Just bring his answer back to me, Yao Gu said.
Although it's a bit troublesome to go to the Supreme Clan, I still have some connections in the Supreme Clan, so there should be no problem.
Tianqin said. It's so good. I'll let the ice armor tiermen send you away.
The demon bone was unexpectedly pleased and didn't say anything else, and directly asked the ice armor tierman to send them away. Lin Shen and Tianxin were both a little confused. How could this legendary demon master, Demon Bone, be so easy to talk to? Aren't he afraid that Lin Shen and Tianxin will never return the things they take? Originally, Lin Shen and Tianxin were worried that the demon bones would have some means to wait for them, but the ice armor tear actually sent them to the exit of the valley, and then went back on their own, without any means. The two left the valley and went down from Jushen Mountain on the same road. When they arrived at the base, it was still very early, and Shiman Swordsman and the others had not returned yet. Tianxuan was not convenient for him to ask why they came out so early. After driving the aircraft and taking them out of the station, Tianxuan asked, "Why did you come out so early?" Lin Shen and Tianxin told Tianxuan what happened in the valley. After hearing this, Tianxuan was also a little surprised. Only our Tianren tribe discovered a teleportation device on the giant ring star, but I didn't hear that other tribes have the same teleportation device. But judging from his appearance, it seems that he has been trapped there for a long time. Tianxin said. This matter is indeed a bit strange. He said that the Supreme Clan person you asked you to find is called Luran? Tianxuan said in a deep thought, I have never heard of Luran, a person like Luran. You should not go to the Supreme Clan for the time being. I will ask for it first. Lin Shen had no intention of going to the Supreme Clan, so he didn't care about this matter. Even if he wanted to go, he didn't know how to go to the Supreme Clan, and he had no connections in the Supreme Clan, so he probably wouldn't see anyone after he went there. Although the 10-turn ice armor terror is good, Lin Shen does not have the ability to get it. Tian Xin is still possible, but whether he dares to see the Demon Master's demon bones again is his own problem. The 5 Elements Tree King fruit harvested by Lin Shen was given half to Tianxuan. This was originally an opportunity given by Tianxuan, and it was unreasonable not to give it to her. Besides, Lin Shen also wants the spark on her body, so he has to express it a little. Lin Shen himself had 49 5 Elements Tree King fruits left, and he could not use them all, one was enough. Back at Paradise Island, Lin Shen talked to her elder sister and left her an ordinary 5 Elements fruit and a few 5 Elements Tree King fruits, which can be used in the base change level and the flying upgrade respectively. Lin Shen has few ordinary 5 Elements fruits on his body, but there are many fruits of the 5 Elements Tree King, so he can't give more ordinary 5 Elements fruits. When he returned to his room, Lin Shen ate an ordinary 5 Elements fruit, and the theory of evolution immediately started to run wildly. According to previous information, it will only be effective for everyone to eat the 5 Elements fruit for the first time. The 5 Elements fruit can add any of the 4 attributes, but only one attribute can be added. As for which attribute to add, it seems to be random or there are any rules, but it has not been discovered yet. Lin Shen hopes that the attribute he has added is speed, and he can escape even if he can't beat it. However, only increasing the speed is not a big impact on him, and it can only be said that it is better than nothing. Therefore, it is best to increase the speed, and it is acceptable to add other attributes. After the theory of evolution stopped operating, Lin Shen looked at his attributes and was shocked to find that his attributes had not changed much. It's strange, why didn't there be any changes? Is it because my attributes were originally full? This is not right. Tianxuan once said that the attributes added to these fruits can break through the upper limit of the attribute. Lin Shen felt that this matter should not be that simple. The theory of evolution has already worked, which means that the fruit is definitely valid, but its surrounding attributes have indeed not changed much. What's wrong? Can the randomly increased attributes of the 5 Elements fruit not be strength, speed, hardness and toughness, but hidden attributes like endurance? Lin Shen felt that the 5 Elements fruit must have enhanced some attribute, but that attribute is invisible. Lin Shen didn't care much. Anyway, as long as it had the effect, it would be fine. After ascending, eat another 5 Elements Tree King fruit to see the effect. After resting for a while, after the night came, Lin Shen used his mechanical watch to teleport to the crater planet again, continuing to hunt the Super Source Dragon, and enhancing the soul harvesting skills of the Dead Pink. Chapter 307 The Big Red Bull Night Lottery. The deterrent power of the soul-harvested Supersource Wingsaurus has reached 17,100, the Supersource Triceratops are 15,100, and the Supersource Velociraptors 3-100. Lin Shen once again lured out a Supersource pterosaur. Just as he was about to kill it, the Supersource pterosaur actually spit out the pet key. The soul harvesting effect is good, and this can already make the Supersource winged dragon take the initiative to recognize his master. Lin Shen was delighted. After accepting the pet key of the Supersource pterodes, the Supersource pterodes turned into a pet capsule and fell into Lin Shen's hands. Unfortunately, activate the ascending creature requires the power of flying and upgrading, and Lin Shen cannot activate it yet. Lin Shen continued to search for the Supersource dragon to hunt, and the spiritual foundations he got were buried first on this planet. After ascending, he could use these spiritual foundations to strengthen his life foundation. When Lin Shen was hunting the Supersource dragon, something big happened to the King of Realms. The countdown for the 100 days on all the Realm King towers is lit up, and information appears at the same time. The ranking battle of the Realm King Tower will end in 100 days. The first place in the World King Tower is still the Red Bull Knight, and no one can surpass him at this moment. While people were discussing what the final reward of the King Tower in the world would be, someone discovered that Qingjia appeared again from Zhuo Qinglong's perspective. Ah! Zhuo Qinglong is going to challenge Qingjia again. There were so many people last time, but now he went alone. How could he win? Maybe he really practiced the body skills given to him by the big Red Bull Knight. Dream. People watched Zhuo Qinglong walk towards Qingjia. Qingjia saw Zhuo Qinglong, and directly got off his mount, staring at him and said coldly, "Your courage is admirable, but if you continue to entangle, I can only take your life. I'm here this time. If I can't win, I don't plan to go back alive." Zhuo Qinglong said lightly. "Since you have already realized the enlightenment of death, then come on." Qingjia stopped talking nonsense, rushed towards Zhuo Qinglong like a strong wind, and punched him out at the same time. His fist power is amazing, and the energy he brings is like a rush of overwhelming mountains and seas. Zhuo Qinglong did not retreat but advanced, stepped out in one step, and the knife in his hand also slashed out. Many people thought Zhuo Qinglong would be defeated soon, but Zhuo Qinglong unexpectedly fought with Qingjia, and it was difficult to decide the winner for a while. People found that Zhuo Qinglong's body movements seemed to be different. Qingjia's offensive was like a storm, but he never could touch Zhuo Qinglong's body. Zhuo Qinglong seemed to be strolling in the garden, constantly attacking Qingjia, without any disadvantage, and even had the slightest meaning of gaining the upper hand. "I'll go, the body movement given to him by the big Red Bull Knight is not true, right?" Everyone watching the game was shocked. In the past, Zhuo Qinglong and so many people joined forces, it was difficult to suppress Qingjia. Now, he suppressed Qingjia with just one sword. Everyone thought that it was the great Red Bull Knight who gave him the body movement. In fact, they only wanted to be half right. Although Lin Shen's body technique to Zhuo Qinglong is important, Zhuo Qinglong's own strength is also very important. He himself has the strength to compete with Qingjia, and he used his sword technique to break Qingjia's folding wave power to achieve such an effect. Qingjia felt very uncomfortable. Every blade of Zhuo Qinglong seemed to be slashing at his boxing joints, making it difficult for him to form a stacked wave force. He wanted to kill Zhuo Qinglong with his fist, but he could never touch Zhuo Qinglong's body, and even his knife could not touch him. Zhuo Qinglong seemed to have become his shadow. He went in after he entered Zhuo Qinglong, and when he retreated, Zhuo Qinglong retreated, which made Qingjia feel so uncomfortable that he was almost crazy. Qingjia roared violently, and the horns above his head burst into radiance, and his speed and strength suddenly increased greatly. Almost at the same time, a green dragon pattern appeared on the shell of Zhuo Qinglong. As the dragon pattern emerged, Zhuo Qinglong's power and speed also began to increase. The two of them fought wildly, and their crazy energy stirred up dust. For a moment, sand and stones flew away, as if the sky was dim and the earth was dark. "I can't lose. I can't lose. I want to enter the bloodline order. I can't let my descendants continue to be the bottom and let others trample on." Qingjia's eyes were red, and his boxing skills became more and more violent. Zhuo Qinglong's eyes were cold and he completely let go of thinking with his brain, allowing his body to react naturally. The people watching the game couldn't help but hold their breath, looking at the dust in the sky, waiting for the outcome of this battle. When? After a clear sound, the terrifying energy seemed to stop and the dust in the sky gradually dissipated. Zhuo Qinglong and Xingjia were more than 10 meters apart and stood face to face. The knife Zhuo Qinglong held in his hand was lowered to his side, and a trace of blood was flowing on the blade, dripping on the ground. On Xingjia's left shoulder, which was not wrapped in a carapace, there was a blood mark with deep bone visible. The blood mark not only hurt his shoulders, but also left a wound on his neck, and blood was oozing out.
Next time, I won't lose again.
Xingjia suddenly turned around and ran away.
Xingjia, lost.
Damn, the body movement that the big Red Bull Knight gave Zhuo Qinglong was actually real. I'll just pull it away. Just a body technique, Zhuo Qinglong, who was far inferior to Xingjia, won.
The big Red Bull Knight is a bit strong. Why didn't I meet the big Red Bull Knight?
Zhuo Qinglong succeeded in his battle, and although he was unable to kill Xingjia, he was still famous all over the world. Zhuo Qingmeng jumped up happily and waved her fist hard. Brother, I know you can do it. Zhuo Qinglong himself didn't feel much. He just completed his plan, which was expected.
But after Zhuo Qinglong's actions, many basic changers are now starting to hope to meet the big Red Bull Knight.
The big Red Bull Knight is so powerful that if you give Zhuo Qinglong a body technique, you can make Zhuo Qinglong so strong. If they meet the big Red Bull Knight, they will get some benefits, and they will also soar into the sky.
The big Red Bull Knight has become synonymous with lottery. Who doesn't want to win a lottery?
Unfortunately, Lin Shen did not go to Wangxing at all.
Those who want to meet the great Red Bull Knight can only be disappointed.
Lin Shen constantly hunts various supersource dragons on the crater planet to improve his soul's ability to harvest. The dark night of giant ringsing passed, and Lin Shen came back for breakfast.
Tianquan didn't know what he was going out for and didn't have breakfast together.
Lin Mao returned to her own room after breakfast. She has been preparing for ascension these days.
She has decided to use the angel egg to ascend.
There is a weird guy looking for you. When Lin Shen finished eating and wanted to leave, Tianqin suddenly said this.
Freak?
What weird guy? Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat.
A half-human and half-iron weirdo I met on the Midas Star.
Tianqin said with a smile.
Tell me in detail.
Lin Shen suddenly knew who Tianqin was talking about, but he didn't expect that the weird man actually left the human mother planet to find him.
I've been a little weak recently and have a bad memory. I can't remember it very clearly.
If I eat something like the 5 elements tree king fruit to replenish it, I might be able to remember something.
Tianqin covered his head, looking weak.
Lin Shen was lazy to pay attention to him. So what if the weird guy comes? One day Sun is here, and even if the weird guy comes, he can't do anything to him. Seeing that Lin Shen ignored him, Tianqin ignored him and took out a communicator and projected a small holographic image, watching the recent news of the universe. Lin Shen felt a little novel and looked up and saw that there were all kinds of cosmic news in the holographic image.
However, these news didn't seem to have anything to do with Lin Shen.
After reading it for a while, he felt that it was meaningless. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Cosmic Special News. Before the 2 universes, a human race told him in front of Tianjing Mountain to challenge the Supreme Tribe Dais. A human image was projected in the news, and Lin Shen stared at the image, his mouth wide open.
I'll go, what's the 4th brother doing?
Lin Shen felt that his brain was about to crash. The man who spoke of challenging Dais was clearly his 4th brother Lin Xiangdong.
Chapter 308 Under the Starry Skytop of Heavenly Purity.
4th brother, are you playing such a big game?
Are our family troubles so big?
Lin Shen was a little ill. He had heard people mention Dais before, but at that time he didn't know what kind of person Dais was. Not long ago, he finally knew who Dais was. The highest clan, is the first innate nirvana born to the highest clan, who can defeat 99.99% of human beings at birth.
The 4th brother actually wants to challenge such a person.
Lin Shen feels that in addition to his appearance, the 4th brother may be KO in other aspects. Lin Shen also heard about the 4th brother's record of breaking 5 life bases with 1 against 5 on Jinshui Lake. He is indeed handsome and strong, but compared to Dais, he is not on the same level at all.
Is the 4th brother has been promoted to Nirvana? It's too fast. Lin Shen really hard to believe that the fourth brother can be reborn so quickly. He knows the fourth brother, and he will definitely wait until the 10 turns to go and then nirvana.
Where can I find so many resources and nirvana so quickly?
Did the fourth brother get along with the rich woman? Lin Shen couldn't help but consider various possibilities.
What Lin Shen was most worried about was that the fourth brother went to challenge Dai's.
Does that mean that the troubles of the Lin family came from the Supreme Clan?
If that is true, Lin Shen feels that his efforts are really not enough.
You humans are so funny. You actually challenged Dai's. Are you trying to get a bargain? Tian Xin glanced at Lin Shen with his eyes slanted, and his words seemed to be mocking Lin Shen. What are you going to get?
Lin Shen was a little confused.
Why did the fourth brother challenge the Nirvana-level Dai's become a bargain? This is illogical.
Logically speaking, Tianqin should mock humans for overestimating themselves, but it seems that they are not the same. Tianqin curled his lips and said, no one in the universe doesn't know that Dai's is a natural nirvana, but because he wants to experience the realm below nirvana, he invited the supreme existence of the Supreme Clan to return to zero with the law of defiance of heaven and re-education from the steel level.
He had just ascended not long ago. There is such a thing. How boring is Dai's? Isn't this the prince going to the countryside to experience life?
Lin Shen was speechless. The entire universe was almost envious, and Dai's actually gave up the innate nirvana body and re-educated from the steel level. Lin Shen felt that this person really couldn't eat too much. You human fellow villager, I'm afraid you're crazy about becoming famous, but you actually challenged Dai's at this time.
You're so ignorant. Do we think Dai's is easy to bully just as soon as possible? It's hopeless. Even if Dai's just ascended, it's enough to be invincible at the same level.
Tianqin said sarcastically.
That's not sure. No matter how powerful Dai's is, he will only have 1 or 2 turns just now. If he faces a 10 turns, there is no possibility of defeat.
Although Lin Shen felt that the fourth brother could not be 10 turns, he still hoped that the fourth brother could win.
It's impossible.
Even if Dai's is just a turn, you can only lose if you fight him in 10 turns.
Tianqin sneered, do you know what kind of scene it was when Dai's ascended? I'm afraid you can't even imagine that kind of scene. As soon ascend, what else is there?
Lin Shen became even more puzzled. The primitive race is the primitive race, without any knowledge.
When Dai's ascended, his life base triggered the rainbow light of the universe. Above billions of stars, countless races witnessed his ascension in the sun. That was the first person in ancient times.
When Tianqin said this, he actually showed a little yearning.
What is the cosmic rainbow light?
Lin Shen had never even heard of it.
Do you know how far the distance between galaxies is?
A assassinator may not be able to reach another galaxy in his entire life, and the universe is even more vast and boundless.
Not to mention an assassinator, even a nirvana person can only go to other galaxies through a teleportation device. You may not have an intuitive feeling to say this.
For example, the starlight you see on the giant ring star may have been hundreds, thousands, or even millions of years, or billions of years, before reaching the giant ring star. In other words, the starlight you see is emitted a long time ago, but is only seen by you now.
And that cosmic rainbow light is a special energy fluctuation phenomenon in the universe. It can be regarded as a cosmic energy release phenomenon. The cosmic rainbow light can appear in most areas of the universe in an instant.
So far, no one can understand how the cosmic rainbow light is produced and how it is triggered. In the past, only when you point to the sky and be the king can you trigger the universe's rainbow light. I have never heard of someone ascending to the universe to trigger the universe's rainbow light. Not to mention assault, even when it was nirvana, I have never seen anyone with my own eyes able to trigger the universe's rainbow light. Legendary in the long-standing era, there were invincible nirvana who could ignite the cosmic rainbow light, but that was just a story in legend.
No modern people have seen it with their own eyes.
For nearly 1,000 years, those who have seen the cosmic rainbow light with their own eyes should have watched Dai's ascend to that time. After Tianqin finished explaining, he looked at Lin Shangdong's projection in the news and mocked, so don't have any fantasies.
No one in the same level is Dai's opponent. Don't talk about the same level.
Even if it is Nirvana, it is hard to say whether he can win Dai's.
Maybe the universe rainbow light is just a coincidence?
Such a cosmic phenomenon may just happen to appear when Dai's ascends. Lin Shen was already a little worried about the fourth brother.
If Dai's is really that powerful, wouldn't the fourth brother be in danger? Coincidence? Why did you accidentally show me one?
Tianxin said contemptuously.
Ahem, Tianxin, can you see the image of this human being challenging Dai's?
Lin Shen asked, staring at the communicator in Tianxin's hand.
Not necessarily, it depends on whether there are people from the big clans who broadcast the live videos. That requires special equipment.
Generally, small clans do not have such things. Tianxin thought for a while and said, but there should be someone among those big clans who broadcast live.
I'll look for it.
Tianxin said and changed several channels.
After a while, a live image of Tianjingxian appeared in the projection.
Lin Shen saw it more clearly this time. He saw Lin Xiangdong, who was dressed in white clothes, standing on the top of a mountain that looked like a giant monument.
Behind him was a pole, and there was a big banner hanging on it, which read under the starry sky, the top of the sky. The wish of this life is to fight you.
Tianjing Mountain is actually not a mountain, but something similar to a satellite surrounding the sublime stars, but it is not a spherical shape.
Legend has it that Tianjing Mountain was originally the life foundation of a supreme clan Nirvana.
During the Starry Sky Beast tide, the Nirvana of the supreme clan suppressed the Starry Sky Beast tide with his own strength, and after he killed countless starry sky creatures, he also sat on the spot.
His life foundation was transformed into Tianjing Mountain, and he has always protected the sublime star.
Tianxin snorted coldly, that human was a little scheming, and he actually went to Tianjing Mountain to challenge Dai's.
It is known to everyone.
Even if the Supreme Clan doesn't want to pay attention to him, they can't let him make trouble in Tianjing Mountain. It depends on whether Dai's will come out to deal with him personally. For such a little person who wants to become famous and crazy, I think the Supreme Clan should not let Dai's take action. Anyone who sends Ascension can torture him to death.
Chapter 309 The Invincible King.
It's not just Lin Shen and Tianxin who are paying attention to the matter of Tianjing Mountain, but in fact, this matter has now become a hot topic among all races in the universe. No one thought that human being could win, but they were all very curious whether Dai's would play.
Theoretically, Dai's should not go to fight.
If everyone comes to challenge Dai's and Dai's has to fight, then he will not have to do anything else. I don't know how many people from small races dream of reaching the sky in one step. If this starts, more people will definitely learn this trick in the future. The greatest possibility is that the Supreme Clan will send someone out to deal with the human being with thunder and prevent such things from happening again. Because this has never happened before, all races in the universe are peeking in secret, wanting to know how the Supreme Race should deal with this matter. Just as all races were speculating, a man flew out of the noble star and came towards Tianjing Mountain.
Dai'th actually went. People outside Tianjing Mountain were surprised and happy to see the figure.
Lin Shen also heard the live broadcast call, and knew that the person was Dai's, and he couldn't help but feel even more worried. After carefully looking at Dai's, Lin Shen had to admit that even if he was good-looking, the fourth brother might not be able to win.
Dai's is like the son of God in mythology.
Although he does not have anything like holy light, his unique temperament makes him different from ordinary people. You may not remember his facial features and appearance, but as long as he stands there, you will know that it is him and will never confuse him with anyone else. Peerless and isolated, as if he did not belong to this world. Although Lin Xiangdong is also very handsome, his temperament is indeed much worse than others, and he looks like an ordinary person.
You want to fight with me? Dai's landed on the top of Tianjing Mountain and said to Lin Xiangdong. The wish of this life.
Lin Xiangdong said sarcastically.
Leave your name, Dai said gently. The Invincible King.
Lin Xiangdong's outrageous customs were still unchanged even in front of Dai's.
Arrogant. It's so arrogant. Dai's asked his name. It would be fine if he didn't say the name, but he even got the nickname of the Invincible King. A mere human ascensioner dares to be king, so why can he be invincible?
Not to mention Dai's, many other alien races already have the urge to beat Lin Shen in the past.
Dai's didn't care, and smiled, and nodded, good name. I also think this name is excellent.
Lin Shen seemed to have no idea what modesty was. With a move, a pear blossom petal formed on his fingertips. My life is called Flowers Falling, and it is formed by feeling the fallen flowers in the ancient city. Lin Shen stood with his hands behind his back, and he really had a somewhat hypocritical and literary youth style.
You can really pretend. Tianqin looked at the image and couldn't help but curse. Dai's was slightly stunned, then an interesting look appeared on his face.
He stretched out his hand and something condensed into his fingertips, which turned out to be a speck of dust. My life foundation is called dust, it's just a speck of dust in the universe. A speck of dust can be seen in the vast world. Only such a foundation is worthy of fighting with my flowerfall. Lin Shen flicked his fingers, and the petal on his fingertips floated towards Dai's. My style is called the flower fall of the ancient city, please give me advice. As his voice fell, the petal suddenly turned into a blizzard in the sky.
Countless petals fell between the sky and the earth, actually enveloped the entire Tianjing mountain. Such a huge momentum shocked many aliens who had previously despised Lin Shen.
What makes people feel even more incredible is that the snow-like petals flow across, like a waterfall, and like a torrent, and under the layers of impact, they actually overlap into a magnificent and mysterious ancient city of floating flowers, suppressing Nadius in the ancient city. Lin Shen stared at the ancient city of petals, and couldn't help but remember the scene of visiting the ancient city with his brothers and sisters in his childhood to enjoy the flowers. The ancient city condensed by the petals seems to be very similar to the ancient city in my memory. But the next moment, the ancient city of flower petals suddenly shattered and instantly turned into petals rising all over the sky, just like the petals falling against the sky. Between the broken petal rain of the sky, Dai stood in place without any damage, the dusty life base at his fingertips shone as bright as stars. My move is called Dust Dead, please give me advice. Dai flicked his fingertips, and the dust base, which was as bright as a star, flew eastward through the many petals and towards the forest. The people watching the game widened their eyes, looking forward to the results of Dai's attack.
Bang! The dust fell on Lin Shen's body, instantly shattering his body and turning it into petals splashing in the sky.
Sorry, I suddenly had a stomachache.
Let's fight again another day.
While people were stunned, Lin Shen's figure appeared on the other side, directly turning into a stream of light. Wrapped in the snowstorm-like petals, it fled towards the stars in the distance, and soon turned into a small spot of light in the starry sky.
I'll go. Why is this person so shameless?
What is the invincible king, called a shameless person, right?
As long as I escape quickly, no one can defeat me.
So it's such an invincible king.
All races were in an uproar.
This was not a challenge. It was just to pretend to be a thrust. Dai stared at the direction where Lin Shen disappeared, not seemingly angry, but instead showed a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. The undefeated king is interesting. Lin Shen was also confused. He didn't know what the fourth brother was doing.
He ran away with just one move.
However, he could also see that Dai seemed to easily break the fourth brother's full blow, and he would have to lose in the end if he didn't run.
It's good to run away.
Lin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
You humans are really a top talent. Tianxian glanced at Lin Shen with his eyes, pointed at Sang and scolded, why, are all humans so shameless? At least he has the courage to challenge Dai's, do you dare?
Lin Shen said with a smile.
This is also a challenge? It seems that our heavenly beings and you humans have a different definition of challenges.
Just like our moral standards and definition of challenges are different, our heavenly beings are not that low.
Tianqin teased. Lin Shen didn't care about Tianqin's mockery, wiped the residue from his mouth and stood up and left the restaurant.
He didn't know why the fourth brother wanted to challenge Dai's, but this battle allowed him to see how terrible the real top assassinator was.
Compared with Dai's, the nine-turn Cosimo was just a scumbag.
If I ascend, what will my life foundation be? Lin Shen suddenly became a little worried about his life foundation. Theoretically, the life base is the product of the combination of evolution and ascending eggs, and both will have a key influence on the formation of the life base.
However, Lin Shen's evolutionary technique is a mismatched theory of evolution, and he himself doesn't know what kind of life foundation it can become. The ascension egg used is also the original egg that has no origin.
The life foundation condensed by it is purely the lucky turntable, and whatever you turn is what you turn.
Fortunately, it can condense 2 life foundations. Even if you are lucky, there should be one that suits me,
Lin Shen said in his heart.
Chapter 310 Market.
For a period of time, Lin Shen killed the Super Source Dragon on the crater planet. The Super Source Winged Dragon and Super Source Triceratops killed a lot, and also killed some other types of Super Source Dragons. Lin Shen discovered a rule that Super Source Dragons like Wingras and Triceratops generally have relatively low rotations, most of which are in 1 rotation, and only a very small number of them are in 2 rotations and 3 rotations. Most Super Source Dragons that are very similar to dinosaurs are like this, with 1 turn to more, and very few turn to 2 turns and 3 turns. The less it looks like a dinosaur's Super Source Dragon, the more it turns it will be. If you see too much, it is easy to tell which Super Source Dragons have higher rotation numbers.
Just like the 3-headed dragon, the rotation numbers will definitely not be low.
This also made Lin Shen even more want to get the 3-headed dragon as his mount, but the success rate is not high enough for the time being. He has killed so many Super Source Dragons, and now he wants to tame a Triceratops. It would be great if he can succeed in 1 out of 10 times. If you want to tame the 3-headed dragon, the possibility of success is still pitifully low. Tianxuan seems to be very busy recently and has not come back for many days, which makes Lin Shen, who has been thinking about the fire seed, very depressed. Once when Tianxuan came back, Lin Shen also asked her what she was doing recently. Tianxuan told him that she has been on the other side of Jushan Mountain recently, and new discoveries have been made there, and now all 3 families are working hard to conquer Jushan Mountain.
However, unlike before, this time, low-level creatures cannot enter the area discovered, and only Nirvana level can enter.
Lin Shen suddenly realized that no wonder the offerings have increased so slowly recently, and occasionally there are only a few offerings. Originally, the Legion of the Desert has not made much moves recently.
Tianxuan came back that time and took a little bit of stuff and left.
Since that time, he hasn't been back for several days.
Sometimes Lin Shen couldn't help but think that if he fell in the giant god mountain, wouldn't his fire be hopeless? Tianxin, your sister-in-law hasn't come back yet. Don't you say hello before leaving?
Lin Shen came out early in the morning and saw Tianxin carrying a bunch of things to compete on the aircraft. He thought Tianxin was about to leave Giant Ring Star.
Who is leaving? You can think of it beautifully. I will go to the market below to sell things.
If I don't drive you away, I will not leave,
Tianxin said while pretending. The market below? Is there no market here? What are you doing below?
Lin Shen was a little confused.
What do you know?
Star belts are all high-end goods, nothing is unusual, and no matter how good things are, they cannot be sold at high prices.
There is nothing left in the market below.
Although they are all poor people, they can be sold at the price. After Tianxin finished speaking, he got on the aircraft and left directly. Tianxin's words reminded Lin Shen that he now has several Super Source Dragon pets on him, and he can't use them anyway, so he can exchange them for what he needs. Lin Shen thought for a while and planned to go to the market to take a look. Summoned the evil dragon, Lin Shen headed towards Lao Yu's village, and first asked about the markets nearby. When Lin Shen arrived in the village, basically everyone in the village went out to hunt, and only Lao Yu was packing things.
Master Lin, are you back?
Old Yu's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Shen, and his name was different from before.
Lao Yu, you should call me my name. I can't call you master. Lin Shen said. It's right.
In our human village, you 2 big men, Mr. Lin and Mr. Shiman, we have light on our faces.
Now I go out to trade with those alien races.
Those alien races with nostrils in the past will now give you some good faces.
They deal with much easier than before.
The things I bought are cheaper than before. Some small things are no longer available for high prices. The people in the village are much better outside, and they are all grateful for your goodness.
Lao Yu said with a smile.
Lin Shen also knew that it was indeed not easy for humans to survive in alien stars, and his fame could help others, which was also a good thing.
Lao Yu, has there been a new person teleported over recently? Lin Shen thought about when Wei Wufu could send the original eggs over. He couldn't wait to ascend. Lin Shen estimated that Wei Wufu should not come so soon.
Because Wei Wufu didn't know that he used the base change pool, under normal circumstances, Lin Shen was not as fast as possible to fully complete the base change rate. I haven't received any notification from outside recently, nor have I heard of any human beings coming. Mr. Lin, if you wait for someone, just tell me.
I'll have someone stare at the teleportation area.
If your friend comes, I'll take him back to the village to entertain you.
When you come, I'll take him to the sky. Lao Yu said with tactfulness. Okay, my friend's name is Wei Wufu. He is very tall among humans and has a little stupid mouth. You should be able to recognize him at a glance.
After Lin Shen finished speaking, he took out another thing and handed it to Lao Yu. This is just a hard work. When you receive someone, you will also have a thank you very much.
Master Lin, what are you saying? How can I ask for your things?
Lao Yu looked at the things in Lin Shen's hand, his eyes shining, but he didn't dare to answer.
Just take care of people. Lin Shen stuffed the things into Lao Yu's hands and asked again, is there a larger market nearby? We humans are just a few people. We usually exchange some useful things with each other. If you really want to buy and sell, you have to go to the market run by foreigners.
Lao Yu put away the things and smiled and explained the situation of some nearby markets to Lin Shen clearly. If you want to talk about a lot of things, you have to be the market on the Wasteland Reclamation Legion, which has all kinds of strange things. However, the Wasteland Reclamation Legion generally does not stay in one place for too long, so the market is also mobile. Recently, I heard that it is on the side of Giant God Mountain.
Moreover, the Wasteland Reclamation Legion is full of real outlaws, and it is not very safe there.
Lao Yu added another sentence at the end. Lin Shen thought to himself that the Land Reclamation Army had people of all races, and they went to various places to explore and open up land.
They must have many good things on hand.
Lin Shen and Lao Yu chatted for a few more times and planned to go to the market of the opening legion.
He rode the evil dragon to the direction of Giant God Mountain. He had been here once before.
This time, it was an old horse who knew the way and soon arrived near Giant God Mountain. I just found a foreigner to inquire, and I could easily find out the area where the market is located. It is called a market, but it is actually just a relatively flat place, just finding a place on the ground and setting up a stall. There are all kinds of strange small races in this market, which can be regarded as a way to open Lin Shen's eyes. The things they sell are also a variety of things, and Lin Shen has never heard of them. After asking about some familiar things, it was even more expensive than Lao Yu. Lin Shen thought that Tianxin might have come here to sell things, but he did not see Tianxin's shadow. Instead, he saw Shimun Swordsman setting up a stall in one corner. Lin Shen looked at the things placed on the Shimun Swordsman's stall and couldn't help but be slightly stunned.
There was a base-forming egg with a mosaic. Chapter 311 Firecloud Branch.
Lin Shen didn't expect that in this foreign land, he could even see the base-transformed eggs with fire seeds.
Is this base-turned egg turned by Shimun Swordsman brought it from his mother star, or did he get it from the giant ring star?
If it gets from the giant ring star, does it mean that the alien base-turned egg turned 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 egg.
How did you get last time?
Lin Shen greeted with a smile.
It's okay. Shimun Swordsman replied indifferently. How to sell this?
Lin Shen saw that he had no intention of chatting with him, so he stopped saying anything.
The egg of the alloy creature is a heavenly coin, said Shiman Swordsman.
Lin Shen took out a coin and handed it to Shiman Swordsman, and put the egg into his backpack. Lin Shen originally wanted to leave directly, but after thinking about it, he squatted down again, looked at the swordsman of Shiman and asked, Old Shi, can you teach others how to use your power to relieve your power?
I won't teach you. Shiman Swordsman said coldly. You can exchange.
Lin Shen wants to learn some skills of unloading and leveraging power. He doesn't need to be as proficient as Shiman Swordsman, he just needs to know some more practical skills.
I won't teach you. Shiman Swordsman glared at him. If you don't teach, just teach. What are you anxious about?
Lin Shen said with a smile, where did your alloy egg come from?
Is it the giant ring star product brought by the parent star?
Bringed it from the mother star.
Shiman Swordsman said.
Lin Shen was a little disappointed when he heard this. This base-transformed egg was brought out by the parent star, which means that the fire may not be found on the base-transformed egg of the alien star. The alien race can have fire seeds on the body, why is there no fire seeds on the base of the alien star?
I don't believe it.
Lin Shen decided to take a look more. Maybe there is fire seeds on the base of the alien star, but it may be because he didn't see it. Leaving Shiman Swordsman's stall, Lin Shen continued to stroll in the market. There are quite a lot of people in the market. The Land Reclamation Army has been repairing these days, and the market is quite lively. Lin Shen saw a lot of various base egg transformations, and even saw ascension eggs, but none of them had fire. Lin Shen was a little disappointed. While he was walking around, the fat guy in his backpack came out and landed in front of a stall next to him, staring at something and staring straight at it. Lin Shen hurried over and picked up the fat boy. In such places, meat is rare, and he is afraid that someone will be a fat man. There are no carbon-based creatures on the giant ring star, so it is very difficult to eat meat. The members of the Pioneering Legion basically rely on the base liquid to maintain their lives.
Where have they eaten any meat? Fortunately, no one noticed Fatty.
Lin Shen took a look and saw that the owner of the stall looked a bit scary and had a head similar to a snake or a lizard.
Friend, do you want to buy something? The stall owner spoke very kindly, which didn't match his appearance.
However, when he spoke, his snake-like tongue was still a little scary. Lin Shen glanced over his stall, wanting to know what Fatty was attracted to. The fat boy who was holding in his arms was staring at something on the stall, and Lin Shen easily discovered it. What puzzled Lin Shen was that the thing was not a base-forming egg, nor a base-forming liquid, nor even something to eat, but just a small branch like black charcoal. How could this foodie, Fatty, be interested in this kind of thing? Lin Shen was very confused, squatted down, pointed to the branch and asked the stall owner, what is this? This is a branch called the Fire Cloud Tree, the mother star in my hometown. Although the Fire Cloud Tree is not a base material, it is very flammable.
It is like a match. It can be used as a fire seed.
If you are interested, this section of Fire Cloud Tree will only sell you 1 heavenly coin, said the stall owner.
I think this black one seems to have been burned. Have you used it?
Lin Shen looked at Hua Yinji and said. No, the Fire Cloud branch is originally a black charcoal color. This Fire Cloud branch has never been used. The reason I look at this is because the Fire Cloud Tree was struck by lightning. It is charred outside and there is no problem inside.
If you don't believe it, you can try it.
The stall owner said, reaching out to pick up the Fire Cloud branch and rubbing it with one end on the ground. It was like a match, and the branches drifted across the rocks, bursting out white sparks, and then white flames burned on the branches. The stall owner blew a breath at the flame, and the flame was blown out. The Fire Cloud branch can be used repeatedly. This Fire Cloud branch that has been hit by thunder is more durable. When I left my mother star, I originally brought it out to use it myself, but now I can't use it anymore, so I took it out for some money. The stall owner said.
Okay, I want this Huayun branch. Do you have any Huayun branch? Get some for me.
Lin Shen saw that the fat boy kept staring at Huayun branch, knowing that it must want this thing. Although I don't know what it wants to be a fire cloud branch, it's good to spend a little money to buy it. No more, the fire cloud branches hit by lightning are very resistant to burning and can be used for a long time. I only took this for a while. The stall owner shook his head repeatedly. Lin Shen had no choice but to give up and paid the money to pick up Huiyunzi and leave. Lin Shen put the fat boy back into his backpack and put Huiyunji in. When the fat boy saw Huiyunji, he immediately picked it up with his mouth happily and never let it go. Lin Shen saw that it was holding the fire cloud branch and still moved, so he ignored it and continued to stroll in the market. I pay 10,000, I pay 10,000, I pay 10,000, I pay 10,000. After walking around for a while, Lin Shen saw that there was a very lively stall in front of a stall. Several aliens were fighting there, as if they were competing for something. Lin Shen likes to watch the fun in his body, and he goes over to see what it is, which is worthy of bidding for so many people. More than 10,000 Tian coins are no longer a small amount, and the currency of the celestial race is quite valuable. After finally squeezing in, Lin Shen saw that the things that the people bid for were just a bone. Are these aliens born in the year of the dog? Why buy a bone for such a large price? Lin Shen was puzzled. The bone is obviously not made of basic material, but an ordinary large bone, like a leg bone like a cow or a horse. It is more than 1 foot long, with 2 ends thick and thin in the middle. The thicker ones are big in fists, and the thin ones are only 1 clench. I don't know if the bones have been left for a long time or have been touched too much by people, but they have already been patellared. Lin Shen looked around but couldn't understand what kind of bone this creature was, nor did he understand why these people had to buy this bone at a high price. Chapter 312 The Bone of the Giant God. Those aliens are still bidding, and it has exceeded 20,000. Friend, what is that bone? Why is it so valuable? Lin Shen asked a werewolf next to him who was also watching the fun. The werewolf ignored Lin Shen at all and did not even look back. As a result, Lin Shen patted his shoulder and was furious and turned to stare at Lin Shen. But seeing the 2 heavenly coins in Lin Shen's hand, the werewolf suddenly turned angry and smiled, reached out to take the heavenly coins, and said with a smile, "That bone is an amazing good thing, it is the giant god bone made from the giant god mountain." The bone of the giant god? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Not to mention the cosmic race, even when it was on the human mother planet, not many people believed in any gods or ghosts. When modern people see some magical powers in creatures, they will think that they are higher-level creatures, and there is no concept of gods and ghosts at all. Lin Shen felt that the so-called giant god bone should be the remains left by a race called giant gods. However, I have never heard of the indigenous carbon-based organisms on the giant ring star, all of which are various basic transformation organisms. I tell you, this giant god bone is not an ordinary thing. What is the giant god mountain? Nirvana must walk up the mountain carefully on it, a place where you don't even dare to fly. Speaking of this, the werewolf lowered his voice and continued in a voice that only 2 people could hear. I heard that several giant god bones were dug out in the belly of the main peak of Giant God Mountain. This bone should be part of the skeleton. Logically speaking, the giant god bones should be handed over to the Legion. I don't know what the relationship is with this stall owner, but he actually made a giant god bone for sale. He still bids so blatantly, and may cause any trouble. A foreign race next to him actually heard the werewolf's words and said with a smile, "Do you know who the person behind this stall owner is? That's Lord and 117's brother-in-law. Not to mention getting a giant god bone, even if the entire giant god bone is sold, who can do what he can do?" Only then did Lin Shen realize that the stall owner actually had such a relationship. Others knew more than him, and the werewolf suddenly couldn't bear to worry about his face and curled his lips and said, "You know a lot? Then do you know what the use of the giant god's bone? Why are so many people rushing to buy it at a high price? I really don't know this." The alien shook his head. "I thought you knew much. I knew that there was nothing to show off." The werewolf curled his lips and said proudly, "Remember, I tell you that this giant god bone is of great use on the giant god mountain. As long as you hold a giant god bone, no matter what part of the bone it is, you can be unobstructed on the giant god mountain. As long as it is a creature on the giant god mountain, no one dares to speak to you. This is a life-saving artifact on the giant god mountain.
Who doesn't want to have such a life-saving artifact on the giant god mountain? Puff!
The werewolf said seriously, and Lin Shen believed it, but among the people watching the fun, someone laughed out loud. The werewolf and Lin Shen couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the person who was laughing, and they saw that it turned out to be a girl with rabbit ears.
Little girl from the Moon Rabbit clan, why are you laughing at? What's ridiculous?
The werewolf stared at the Moon Rabbit girl, and the saliva was almost flowing down.
The Moon Rabbit girl covered her mouth and said, "Sorry, I really didn't mean it. I couldn't help but laugh." What are you laughing at? Am I wrong?
The werewolf wanted to show off in front of the Moon Rabbit girl, and when she heard her say this, she suddenly became a little anxious.
You should also hearsay about the function of the giant god's bone, plus some of your own imagination?
The Moon Rabbit girl said with a smile.
I heard from you?
Then tell me, what's the use of this giant god bone? The werewolf said dissatisfied. The Moon Rabbit girl said, the giant god's bone can indeed avoid misfortune, but it is only useful in the giant god's cemetery. The people buried in the giant god cemetery are all ordinary giant gods, and there are usually no good things to bury with.
It is difficult to get any good things when digging graves there.
The senior executives of the Destroyer Legion do not like it at all, otherwise the giant god's bone would not flow out so easily. Besides, the giant god's bones are not as precious as you said. If you dig 1 or 2 graves in the giant god's cemetery, you can always find a few sections that have not completely rotted, but it is rare to see such complete ones. When Lin Shen heard this, he finally figured out what was going on. When he talked to Tianxuan last time, Tianxuan seemed to have mentioned this giant god cemetery, but he was not interested at the time and did not ask questions. Looking back now, the place where Tianxuan and the others went seemed to be not far from the giant god cemetery, which seemed to be called the giant god cemetery. So that's the case. The people buried in the giant god cemetery are all ordinary giant gods. In the giant god cemetery, the people buried in the giant god cemetery are probably not ordinary giant gods. Lin Shen said in his heart. Several bidders have raised the price to 30,000 yuan, which is already an extremely high price for ordinary base changers. Several other aliens who bid for the bid began to hesitate, and it seemed that it was difficult for them to increase the price.
30,000, 2,000.
Lin Shen suddenly spoke up and added a little money. He wanted to go to the giant god cemetery to take a look, maybe he could dig something out.
Tianxuan seemed to have said that someone from the Land Reclamation Legion dug out a mutated spiritual foundation in the giant god cemetery.
Although this is just an isolated case, what if you have good luck? Tianxuan is not at home, so he can't go to Tianxuan to ask for the bones of the giant gods again. And why should he owe favors to others if he can solve the problem with money? Lin Shen's bid, the alien who had just offered 30,000 yuan, suddenly turned his head and glared at him viciously.
Lin Shen just pretended not to see it.
Since it was a bidding, it was naturally the one with the highest price.
What's the use of glaring at you?
In the end, no one offered another offer, and Lin Shen won the giant god's bone for 32,000 yuan. Brother, you have to be careful. The werewolf said in a low voice, patted Lin Shen on the shoulder, and then quickly retreated.
Lin Shen came to the stall owner, took out a bag of fashing liquid and asked, "Can you pay with fashing liquid here?" Base liquid and ascending liquid are both hard currency and can generally be used as currency.
Yes, but you have to check the quality first.
The stall owner smiled.
By trading with fashing liquid, he can charge fashing liquid at a lower price, which can make another profit. Lin Shen's ascension liquid comes from the super source dragon, and there is nothing mixed in, so the quality is naturally excellent. The stall owner said the exchange price, which was a little lower. Lin Shen was lazy to argue with him, so he directly used the fashing liquid to pay for it and exchanged it for the bone of the giant god.
Chapter 313 Moon Rabbit Girl.
Lin Shen, with the giant god's bone, was planning to go to the cemetery of Giant God Mountain.
If he digs a mutant spiritual foundation, he will make a lot of money.
Before he could reach the giant god mountain, Lin Shen stopped, turned around and looked behind and said, "I have been following you for so long, and now there is no one around.
You don't have to hide anymore. Just come out and take whatever you want."
Lin Shen originally thought that the alien race, who was snatched away the giant god's bones, followed him. When he saw a figure walking out of the woods, he found that it was not the alien race he thought, but the girl from the Moon Rabbit clan.
Is it you?
Lin Shen was a little surprised and looked up and down at the Moon Rabbit girl.
Don't get me wrong. I didn't want to steal your stuff. I followed you, but just wanted to discuss something with you.
The girl from the Moon Rabbit clan said as she walked over.
Stand there and don't move, discuss what you want.
Lin Shen stopped the girl of the Moon Rabbit tribe. He would not relax his vigilance just because the other party was a beautiful girl. The girl from the Moon Rabbit clan obediently stopped and said timidly, I want to go to the cemetery with you.
Can you take me with me? No.
Lin Shen refused bluntly.
Don't rush to refuse.
After listening to me, if you still don't want to take me with you, I will leave immediately and never disturb you.
The girl from the Moon Rabbit tribe said anxiously.
Lin Shen looked at her without saying anything, and the girl from the Moon Rabbit tribe continued, My name is Ayun, and she is a mixed race between the Moon Rabbit tribe and the Spirit Treasure tribe. I have the special talent of the Spirit Treasure tribe and have keen sensing abilities for various spiritual foundations, which can help you find the spiritual foundation buried underground in the cemetery.
Why did you tell me this? Lin Shen asked, staring at Ayun.
He had never heard of the Lingbao clan, nor did he know if the Lingbao clan really had this kind of talent. If there were indeed, I wonder how many people were rushing to take her to the giant god cemetery. How could they even come to beg him as a stranger? Apart from you, no one knows that I have the bloodline of the Spirit Treasure clan, and I dare not let anyone know that I have such ability.
Do you understand what I mean? Ayun said. Are you afraid of others? Aren't you afraid of me?
Lin Shen's face darkened. Ayun's logic seemed wrong to him. Lin Shen didn't think he had any special charm, which made Ayun, who was unwilling to believe in anyone, easily believe that he had met for the first time.
I have seen you at the garrison of the Landing Legion. You are the one brought by Lord Tianquan and are not one of the 6 people who went to the restricted area before.
Ayun said in a pleading tone, I have nothing myself.
If you want to go to the giant god cemetery, you can only find someone to cooperate. I think the person who can be trusted by Lord Tianquan should be more reliable than the desperate people in the Landing Legion.
I don't want much, and all the things you find yourself belong to you. If you take away the big head, you can give me as much as you think I am worth.
If you think my efforts are worthless, I can also want nothing. Can you really sense the Spirit Foundation?
Lin Shen looked at Ayun for a long time before speaking. You can sense some, but your sensing ability is not very strong.
You can only try it. If I don't work, you don't have to give me anything.
Just take me down the mountain safely.
Ayun said hurriedly. You are waiting for me here.
Lin Shen asked Ayun to stand in the original state, and he ran into the woods himself, then took out a thalassaur scimitar from his backpack, found a secret place, and inserted it directly into the ground. Because there are grass all around, the pterosaur scimitar inserted into it, and there is no trace at all. This pterosaur scimitar was brought out by Lin Shen from the crater planet, and a 3-turn pterosaur scimitar is relatively rare. Lin Shen did not go out directly, and walked around again, so as not to let Ayun see where he had been through his footsteps.
Ayun, go to the woods to see if there is anything. Lin Shen said to Ayun after he came out. Ayun was not stupid.
He understood Lin Shen's meaning, so he turned around and ran into the woods. Lin Shen followed Ayun behind him, observing her every move. He saw Ayun walking directly to the grass where he inserted into the pterosaur scimitar, then turned to Lin Shen and said, The spiritual foundation you hide is here.
How did you know?
Lin Shen was a little surprised. Actually, from the beginning when I saw you, I could sense the smell of spiritual foundation on you.
Ayun said. There is still a scent of the Lingji? So, did you smell it by your nose?
Lin Shen was a little surprised. How to say it, it shouldn't be said to be a smell, it's a special spiritual wave.
My nose can sense that kind of spiritual wave.
After Ayun explained for a while, Lin Shen did not understand what kind of spiritual waves there were on the spiritual foundation.
Okay, just as you said, I will take you to the giant god cemetery to protect you from safety. If you can really play a role, I will not treat you badly.
Lin Shen said after pondering for a moment.
Thank you.
Ayun was overjoyed, his legs straight, and bowed to Lin Shen in a regular manner. Lin Shen took Ayun to the giant god mountain and followed the route he found out and headed to the giant god cemetery. There was a pass given by Tianquan, and no one in the deforestation army guarding the mountain dared to make things difficult for them. In fact, because the scope of Jushan Mountain is too large, the Land Opening Legion cannot prevent everyone from entering Jushan Mountain. Only some key areas are under stricter guarding, and many lonely base transformers and assassinators in other areas are entering to explore. The Giant God Cemetery is not a key area. It is actually a mass grave, which is the real burial place for the Giant God clan, in the cemetery inside the Giant God Cemetery. However, no one can enter the cemetery except Nirvana, so no one needs to guard it. When the two of them arrived at the Giant God Cemetery, they saw many people with bones hanging on their bodies wandering around the cemetery, and pits were dug out everywhere in the canyon.
Ayun, it depends on you. Lin Shen wanted to give it a try first. Is Ayun really useful?
Ayun nodded, walked forward with a serious expression, and sniffed it on the ground from time to time. This canyon should have been a river channel, with a layer of pebbles on the ground more than 1 meter thick. The places where the giant gods buried their bones are under the pebbles, so it is not that easy to find them. The entrance to the canyon has been dug by many people, and there are pits and piles of pebbles everywhere. Lin Shen originally thought that the possibility of finding the spiritual foundation here was slim, but after walking for a while, Ayun stopped in front of a pit that had been dug more than 2 meters deep. It seems that there is something here.
Ayun jumped into the pit and sniffed it again and again.
After a while, he said to Lin Shen as if he had confirmed something. Lin Shen asked Ayun to stand aside, then released the black crystal stone man and asked it to dig into the pit. I originally thought that the possibility of digging out the spiritual foundations where others had already dug was not high. Who knew that after the black crystal stone man dug down 1 meter in the pit, he heard a ding sound and actually dug something?
Chapter 314, Digging Out the Mutant Spiritual Foundation. It's really something?
Lin Shen was a little surprised, slowing down the black crystal stone man and digging carefully. He squatted by the pit and directed the black crystal stone man, and saw something gradually revealed.
This is the coffin.
Lin Shen saw what was below clearly and was even more surprised. You should know that the Giant God Cemetery is a mass grave. Most of the skeletons buried here are rotten in the mud, and there are no coffins or anything else. I don't know how many years they have been buried here. Most of the bones have already rotted, so there are not many giant god bones dug out. Because the spiritual gene itself is immortal, it has been buried in the mud for so long, and there is generally no problem. There are not many coffins in the Giant God Cemetery, not to mention that this coffin is made of crystal-based materials, with exquisite workmanship and many strange symbols carved on it, which does not look like a big deal.
We are so lucky?
Lin Shen looked around.
There was a foreigner digging only a few 100 meters away.
Most of the others went to the depths of the canyon. There have been too many excavated here, and most people think it is difficult to dig up the skeletons of the giant god here, so most of them dig them further away. Ayun was also quite excited, but she knew that this kind of thing could not be heard, so she closed her mouth and didn't say anything, but just grabbed the hand at the corner of her clothes, trembling with excitement. Lin Shen asked the black crystal stone man to open the coffin lid directly, and a foul stinking suddenly came out.
The coffin was filled with black water. It should have been that when the river flowed here before, water flowed into the coffin. I've all been soaked in this way. I guess the bones are gone. I don't know if there is a spiritual foundation.
Using crystal-based materials to make a coffin may also be crystal-based. Lin Shen ordered the black crystal stone man to reach out into the coffin to fish it. After a while, the black crystal stone man actually caught something and pulled his arms out of the stinky black water in the coffin. Lin Shen glanced at Ayun next to her and saw her covering her mouth with her hands and looking excitedly inside the coffin, without any other thoughts. Then she turned around and looked carefully at the things that the black crystal stone man had caught out.
What is this? Is it an umbrella?
Lin Shen saw the black stone man picking out something like a closed umbrella, all over black, like black jade, and a faint red light. Lin Shen took out the water bag from his backpack and rinsed it with water, and found that it was indeed an umbrella-shaped spiritual foundation. There were blood-red fine lines on the surface of the umbrella like black jade, and the red light was emitted by the blood-colored fine lines. The giant ring star's watch did not respond, but the mechanical watch vibrated. Lin Shen hurriedly went to look at his watch, and there was indeed a prompt message of discovering Lingji on it. It can be seen that the functions of mechanical watches are much stronger than ordinary teleportation watches. Discover the 4 transformed spirit-based embroidery. The mutated spiritual foundation of the 4th turn. Lin Shen was surprised and happy, but unexpectedly he got up and made a big guy. A rare thing like a mutant spiritual foundation is much more valuable than an ordinary spiritual foundation. Unfortunately, Lin Shen is not yet upgraded and cannot activate the spirit base. Otherwise, you can see what attributes this spirit umbrella has and whether it has talent and ability. Ayun, you're doing a pretty job. Do you want a spiritual foundation or something else? Lin Shen asked Ayun while putting the spirit umbrella into his backpack. If possible, can you give me some crystal-based mutant liquid? If it is inconvenient, you can give me some money. Ayun said carefully. No problem, you can take these base liquids first. After you go out, I will give you double the mutant base liquid. Lin Shen took out the remaining bag of mutant liquid and handed it to Ayun. This thing is useless to him now. Ayun only asks for this little thing, which is really nothing to Lin Shen. Thank you. Ayun was surprised. Although she resolutely chose to cooperate with Lin Shen, she looked very firm, but she was also very scared in her heart. She was just because she was desperate and could only find someone to cooperate. Now that Lin Shen has found the Lingji and given her mutant liquid so generously, she has felt much more at ease. How could she know that what she found for Lin Shen was the 4 transformed mutant spiritual foundation, and the value was far from comparable to a few bags of mutant liquid? Lin Shen asked the black crystal stone man to fish in the coffin for a while, but nothing was found again, and the bones had already melted. The black crystal stone man covered the coffin cover again and filled some of the dug-out black mud back until the coffin was no longer visible, so he left and continued to search for the spiritual foundation. With the first success, Lin Shen has become confident in Ayun's ability and his tone has become much gentler. Ayun, why did you come to Zhuangxing alone? Where are your family? Lin Shen asked casually as the two walked forward. There is no one at home. My mother is the Yuetu tribe and my father is the Lingbao tribe. When they went to Yuetu Star to see my grandfather, they encountered the disappearance of Yuetu Star. Now I am the only one left in the family. When talking about the family, Ayun's excitement just now disappeared, but he still smiled and said, "It's good to be alone. Go wherever you want. No one cares or restrains you, and you won't be scolded." Lin Shen then remembered that Hongxinei had sent him a video of the Queen of Moon Rabbit dancing, and once mentioned the mystery of the disappearance of the Moon Rabbit clan. After hearing what Ayun said, Lin Shen realized that it was not only the Moon Rabbit clan that disappeared, but the mother star of the entire Moon Rabbit clan. How did the Moon Rabbit star disappear? Lin Shen did not comfort Ayun. It is not uncommon for species to fade almost every day in the universe. Just like on the home planet of humans, I don't know how many species have become extinct. No matter how much kindness Lin Shen has, it cannot change anything. Unless he can become the star master of a planet and have absolute control over the planet, he can really do something. While searching for Lingji, the two of them talked about the Moon Rabbit clan. Ayun didn't know much about the disappearance of the Yuetu clan. At that time, she stayed on the planet of the Lingbao clan and did not follow her parents to the Yuetu clan, so she escaped. By the way, are your Moon Rabbit clan good at dancing? Lin Shen suddenly asked. Ayun was stunned when she heard this. Dancing? What kind of dance? Any dancing is okay. Don't you usually dance? Lin Shen said casually. Ayun said with a strange expression, I heard from my mother that the Yuetu tribe was colonized by other races for a period of time. That race trained the Yuetu tribe into dancers for fun and gifts, and did not regard the Yuetu people as humans at all. Later, the Yuetu tribe succeeded in independence and was no longer enslaved by people, but the Yuetu people were deeply ashamed of that history. Although it was not explicitly prohibited to dance, on the Yuetu star, no one would teach others to dance, nor would anyone dance. I'm sorry, I don't know the history of the Moonrabbit clan. I didn't mention this matter on purpose. Lin Shen quickly apologized, but he secretly wondered in his heart, the Moonrabbit clan is so reluctant to dance, why does the Moonrabbit queen have a dancing image? Is the Moonrabbit queen in the image? Chapter 315, Follow Me. Ayun was really powerful. After searching for more than 2 hours, she actually found a spiritual foundation that she had turned. After Lin Shen dug out the mace spirit foundation, he really couldn't hold it and could only carry it on his back. There were several aliens who were digging nearby. When they saw the mace on Lin Shen's back, they were all paying attention, including Greed. Lin Shen had no choice. This thing was too big and could not hide it at all. Anyway, people have seen it, so Lin Shen stopped burying the pit. 2 palm-sized bones were dug out from the pit, which should be the remains of the giant gods. Lin Shen directly gave Ayun a piece. The two were about to continue walking inside, but a group of people walked towards the side and blocked their way. Is there anything wrong? Lin Shen glanced at them and said with a cold face. Friends, don't get me wrong. We have no idea about the spiritual foundation you dug up. The lead man with golden hair said lightly, Do you still remember me? I don't remember, who are you? Lin Shen glanced at him and had no impression of him. He was the kind of person who didn't remember people. My friend is so noble that he forgets things. In the market, you bought the bones of the giant gods. I was also one of the competitors at that time. The golden retriever man was not angry and said lightly. Oh, it seems that something is going on. Lin Shen recalled it again, and it seemed that something is going on. However, this golden retriever man was not the one who bid before Lin Shen. He gave up early, so Lin Shen didn't have a deep impression of him. Do you still want the giant god's bone? Lin Shen asked as he looked at him. You bought the things. I don't have that much money, so how can I have the shame to ask for your friends? Golden Retriever shook her head. What do you mean? Lin Shen was a little surprised. She has something to do with me, I have to take her away. The Golden Retriever said, pointing at Ayun. I don't know him. Ayun showed a look of shock, immediately shook his head at Lin Shen, and then hid behind Lin Shen. Did you hear it? Lin Shen said coldly at him. Ayun, stop making trouble. I was bad before, so I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. But no matter what, we are a couple, and you can't say anything well. Why are you looking for an outsider? I really know that I'm wrong, so don't be angry. The Golden Retriever looked affectionate. You're talking nonsense, I don't know you at all. Ayun hurriedly hid behind Lin Shen. Don't believe him, I really don't know him. Friend, I made you laugh. The Golden Retriever man said to Ayun with a cold face, Ayun, don't do this, okay? No matter how wrong I am, you can't find a man to anger me. You can't tell outsiders your bloodline, just tell others casually, do you know how dangerous this is? As he said that, the Golden Retriever man was going to pull Ayun again, but Lin Shen reached out and stopped him directly. You'd better not touch me. Lin Shen looked at the Golden Retriever and said coldly. A cold light flashed in the Golden Retriever's eyes, staring at Lin Shen and said, Are you sure you want to take care of the matter between us husband and wife? When he was speaking, the alien races around him were already blocking all the retreats of Lin Shen and the others in different directions. Are you sure she is your wife? Lin Shen said to him. Ayun was eager to say something, but was stopped by Lin Shen and let her stand behind her. Of course, she is not my wife, is it yours? The Golden Retriever snorted coldly. Okay, then tell me, what is her full name? Lin Shen stared at him and said slowly. The Golden Retriever was slightly stunned. After being stunned, Lin Shen knew that his guess was correct. The Golden Retriever was not Ayun's husband at all. Lin Shen suspected just now that this Golden Retriever might have some kind of listening skills. He overheard the chat content between him and Ayun and knew that Ayun had the blood of the Spirit Treasure Clan and could sense the spiritual foundation, so he became greedy and designed this way, wanting to kidnap Ayun for his use. If you don't leave, do you have to seek death? The Golden Retriever turned his hand and the golden particles condensed into a golden claw blade in his palm.
Ascendant.
Ayun's face changed drastically when he saw the Clawblade spirit.
The power of the Ascendant is far stronger than that of the basic Transformer.
Although Lin Shen is extraordinary, he is only the basic Transformer after all, and he has no chance of winning against the Ascendant. The moment the Golden Retriever showed his spiritual foundation, Ayun felt that his destiny was already destined. Even if Lin Shen does not abandon her, he will be killed by the Golden Retriever Man, and she will eventually fall into the hands of the Golden Retriever Man.
You go.
Ayun looked bitter, she had already accepted her fate.
Bang!
But as soon as Ayun finished speaking, he saw Lin Shen standing in front of her and punched the Golden Retriever.
Ayun's vision was blocked by Lin Shen's figure, and he could not see what was going on. He only heard a loud noise.
When he looked sideways, he saw a big hole in the Golden Retriever's chest, and blood sprayed out from behind, dyeing a large piece of pebbles behind him red. The nearby area suddenly became silent. The Golden Retriever Man seemed to have not realized that he was dead. He was still looking down at the big hole in his chest, his eyes full of disbelief. The other aliens who came with the Golden Retriever were all full of horror.
Ayun stayed there, unable to believe everything his eyes saw. The base changer killed the Ascensioner with one punch. In the eyes of people from small races, this is impossible.
Ayun knew that Lin Shen was chosen to go to the penalty area, and only the basic changer could enter the penalty area, so she was so desperate just now. But the development of things was a result she never expected.
I hate bitches like you. With Lin Shen's voice, the Golden Retriever's body fell down with a bang.
The alien race then reacted, turned around and fled in all directions, and they could kill the Ascensioners with one punch.
They didn't even have the desire to fight. Those alien races were just basic Transformers.
Lin Shen didn't need to take action by himself. He took out the Angel Revolver and fired the Frost Swordsman. These garbage-based Transformers could not even escape when they faced the Frost Swordsman. They were caught up by the Frost Swordsman one by one and were all sent to the west. Lin Shen took back the Frost Swordsman and picked up the Golden Retriever Man's Blade Claw Spirit Base, a junk product that turned around. Flip through the valuable things on them. Keep them for use, and throw them away if they don't have them. Lin Shen saw that the Golden Retriever didn't even have a pet gun, just a garbage assassinator, and he was too lazy to even flip through his body. Ayun came to his senses and looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. As if he had made up some determination, he turned around and ran over to their bodies, turned out all the valuable things, made a large package, and carried them to Lin Shen.
I didn't say it just now.
Keep the things you can use yourself and throw away the useless things. Lin Shen saw that there was really nothing good inside, and he didn't even have a mutant pet egg. This is just a bunch of garbage. If a Golden Retriever can ascend, he will probably have lost everything, so there is nothing good. I'll carry it back for you, and you can sell it when you get to the foot of the mountain. Ayun shook his head stubbornly. Follow me in the future, there is no need to pick up trash. Lin Shen said with a smile. When Ayun heard this, his hand suddenly loosened, his backpack fell to the ground, his eyes looked at Lin Shen with red eyes, and his voice tremblingly asked, Can I?
Of course, as long as you want.
Lin Shen said with a smile.
Chapter 316 Valkyrie's Shelter.
Ayun felt that she would never have such an opportunity for the second time in her life. Being able to follow such a person may be her only chance. It seems that the spiritual foundation's perceptual talent looks very powerful. But except for being useful in places like the giant god's tomb, it is of no use at all. That is, it cannot be used for combat, and there is no spiritual material for her to look for it. After all, places like the giant god's tomb are very rare and too dangerous. If it weren't forcing me, there would be no way, Ayun wouldn't have come to Giant God Star, and it would be even more impossible to come to Giant God Mountain. Ayun, who has no home to go back to, has decided to seize this opportunity firmly. Looking at Ayun who put the thing on the back of the mount, Lin Shen's expression was a little complicated. Although he had already said that just throwing the garbage out, Ayun still insisted on bringing the things with him. Lin Shen had no choice but to let her get a pet that could pull goods from the seized pet gun and put everything on the pet.
Ayun insisted on calling Lin Shen the main home.
Lin Shen felt uncomfortable and asked her to call her Xiaowu brother. In Lin Shen's impression, only the eldest sister is called the master family. In the Lin family, the word master family is exclusive to the eldest sister. The Lin family's parents like children and treat boys and girls equally, so they rank the girls and boys together, so the Lin family has only one elder sister, but no elder brother. Ayun did not call him Master Lin Shen's family anymore, but did not completely obey Lin Shen's meaning to call him Xiaowu brother, but called him Xiaowu master. Lin Shen smiled, not correcting her. He asked about Ayun's situation again. This time, Ayun did not reserve at all and told Lin Shen about her details. Like the celestial race, the moon rabbit tribe is usually born with crystal base. But Ayun was born just steel because she had half of the spiritual treasure clan bloodline. The Lingbao clan is a very small race, and the situation is probably similar to that of humans. It has just entered the cosmic era for hundreds of years and has developed to this day, which is even worse than humans. Originally, the babies born in the Lingbao clan were not even steel level. Ayun was at the steel level when she was born. For the Lingbao clan, it was already considered a talent. However, the Lingbao clan has a special talent, which is that its nose is very special. In fact, the Lingbao clan is not particularly inspiring to perceive smells, and is definitely stronger than humans, but it is still much worse than some races with particularly sensitive smell. Their noses are special because they can smell some breaths that normal creatures cannot. It seems to be born. After being promoted to the steel level, most spiritual treasures can awaken a talent called inspiration in smell, which can allow them to smell the fluctuations of some special items. Ayun is born to be of steel, but her talent is not inspiration in smell, but spiritual consciousness. Her name is different, and the effect is the same as inspiration in smell, but she is more sensitive. Speaking of which, Ayun is also miserable. His parents disappeared with Yuetu Star. The Lingbao clan felt guilty of a large clan because of inspiration, and was almost wiped out by that large clan. It can only be said that humans are lucky. So far, there are only transmission devices transmitted from human mother planets, and no transmission devices directly transmitted to human mother planets are found on other planets. Therefore, only humans who are teleported from the human mother planet can be teleported back, and others cannot go to the human mother planet. If it weren't for this reason, humans might have experienced the same experience as the Spirit Treasure Clan. Ayun is lucky again. Something happened to both the Yuetu clan and the Lingbao clan, but she survived no matter what. Now Ayun is still only in the alloy level. It's not that she doesn't want to go up, but that she needs to use mutant-based liquid to improve the level, so the promotion is slower. She used a mutant alloy egg to promote alloy, and unexpectedly awakened the Valkyrie's protection of the Moon Rabbit clan's talent, and it was also a mutant talent, so she could only use the mutant-based liquid to continue to rise. After hearing the protection of Valkyrie, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He used to only hear Hongxine mention the Moon Rabbit clan, but he didn't know much about the Moon Rabbit clan. After hearing Ayun's words, he realized that there were a very small number of people in the Moon Rabbit clan who were born with this talented skill called the protection of Valkyrie, which is also considered a racial talent. Valkyrie's protection sounds very domineering, but unfortunately this is not a fighting talent, but a talent ability to make wedding dresses for others. The protection of this Valkyrie is not to protect himself, but to allow another person to obtain the aura of protection. With the blessing of the sheltering halo, the sheltering owner of the goddess Wu can easily learn it when teaching martial arts. In other words, this kind of talent can only give benefits to others, but it does not benefit oneself at all. In fact, it is not completely unhealthy. People with the ability to protect Valkyrie are also very rare among the Moon Rabbit clan. Although this ability is of no use to themselves, the Moon Rabbit clan with this talent often has strong learning talent and can never forget everything they see. They are just basic operations, and their understanding is generally very good, and they learn any technique very quickly. After listening to it, Lin Shen secretly felt happy. No wonder Ayun is so miserable. Both skills have no combat ability and no elders to take care of them. It is extremely lucky to be able to survive until now and not die. Lin Shen didn't care whether Ayun had combat ability at all. These two abilities made Lin Shen take it very seriously. Practicing martial arts is a very boring and troublesome thing.
If I want to practice any martial arts techniques in the future, let Ayun practice it first. After she can practice it, she will teach me with a protective aura. This will save me a lot of time and let me learn those techniques that I originally could not learn with my own talent and understanding. Lin Shen thought in his mind, looking for a technique that he could not learn by himself, and let Ayun learn it first. The evolutionary technique Ayun practiced is the Moon God technique of the Moon Rabbit clan, and it is also a very good evolutionary technique, no worse than the secret evolutionary technique of the Heavenly Man clan. He took Ayun to continue looking for Lingji in the canyon, and this time no one dared to disturb them again. The news that a fierce man-transformed man killed the golden retriever with one punch has spread across the giant god cemetery. How could anyone dare to cause trouble for them? Unfortunately, even if no one disturbed them, the result of finding the spiritual foundation was not very good. The people of the giant god clan buried at the giant god cemetery were indeed some insignificant people. They were able to dig up the mutant spiritual foundation, which was a huge lucky winner. The two of them searched for more than 10 hours, but they could not find any other spiritual foundation. Ayun's nose was about to cramp, and she still had no intention of finding Lingji. Her idea is very simple. She must be useful to Lin Shen so that Lin Shen can always protect her and keep her by her side. Chapter 317 Night Crow. Lin Shen asked Ayun to take a break and look for it. Ayun agreed in his mouth, but he still sniffed it everywhere with his nose. Mr. Xiao Wu, I'm not tired. You should rest first, and I'll go there to take a look. Ayun said as he walked to the other side, slowly stepping through every inch of dry river, occasionally squatting down, grab a handful of pebbles, put it in front of his nose and sniff it hard. Lin Shen knew that this was a sign of insecurity. Ayun just wanted to try her best to show her value, so Lin Shen did not stop her. Because Ayun needs to slowly distinguish the breath, Lin Shen simply found a place to sit down and watched her look for the right breath around. Ayun searched for a while and stopped in a place. She walked around the mountain wall for many times, and dug a lot of pebbles nearby to smell it, but she still couldn't determine anything. What's wrong? Lin Shen walked over and asked Ayun. I smelled the breath of a spiritual foundation nearby, but something was wrong. Ayun looked around with a strange expression. What's wrong? Lin Shen asked. The breath seems to be revealed in this area recently, but I carefully identified the pebbles in the nearby area, but I didn't smell that breath on the pebbles. Ayun said. Is it possible that the smell comes from this mountain wall? Lin Shen looked directly at the mountain wall. It is possible, but it cannot be verified that the rocks on Giant God Mountain often have incredible points. They cannot be digging casually, otherwise there may be big trouble. Ayun thought of this just now, and finally smelled the breath of the spiritual foundation again. She didn't want to give up just now, so she searched back and forth, hoping that the spiritual foundation was buried below, not in the mountain wall. Forget it, go to another place to find it. Lin Shen didn't want to take the risk of digging the mountain wall. Ayun was very helpless, but he had to give up. Not long after the two left, one of them ran to the mountain wall where they were looking at. He gritted his teeth, took out a chisel and a sledgehammer, and chiseled hard at the mountain wall. The man was resting nearby just now, and accidentally heard the conversation between Lin Shen and Ayun, and inferred that there was a spiritual foundation in the mountain wall. He also knew that it was not good to dig the mountain wall on the Giant God Mountain, but the temptation of the spiritual foundation was too great, enough to make him take the risk. The sledgehammer kept hitting the chisel, and chiseled stone pieces after stone on the mountain wall. Soon, the sledgehammer hit the chisel and actually smashed the chisel into it. The man was not surprised but happy, knowing that there was a hole inside. Since there is a hole, it means that the woman from the Moon Rabbit tribe is right, and there may really be a spiritual foundation in it. A spiritual foundation is enough for me to be free for many years. The man swung his sledgehammer and kept smashing it down at the mountain wall. After a while, he smashed the mountain wall through a hole that could allow him to climb into. The man took the mobile phone tube and took a photo inside and found a cave inside the mountain wall. A corpse lying on a large rock in the cave, which did not look like the giant gods. Because it was not tall, it was only about 1.6–1.7 meters tall, and the clothes on its body were decayed. The wind blew in through the hole that the man had chiseled.
The clothes were caressed by the wind, and they were rolled up like ashes, and pieces of rotten gray were rolled up. Suddenly, the man's eyes lit up and saw a black stone tablet in the direction above the corpse's head. There was a flow of spiritual light inside the stone tablet, which was clearly a spiritual foundation. Finally found. The man crawled in desperately, ran towards the stone tablet, and rushed directly to the stone tablet, as if he was stroking the girl's white skin, carefully stroking every inch of the stone tablet. I finally found the Lingji. The man was so excited that he almost cried. He took such a great risk to come to Zhuangxing and ran to such a dangerous place as the giant god's grave to dig things. He was fighting for his life. Fortunately, he fought correctly and asked him to find a spiritual foundation. As long as he had no ambitions, the spiritual foundation should be enough for him to eat, drink and have fun for many years. I have to thank those two people just now. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't know that there would be a spiritual foundation here. Ha, those two stupid people. If I knew I had dug up a spiritual foundation here, I would definitely regret it. The man couldn't help laughing. The man let go of the stone tablet, took out a large package, prepared to put the stone tablet into the package, and then transported it back with a pet. But as soon as he turned around, he was so shocked that he almost left his body. The dead body that was lying here just now disappeared. The man quickly looked around, looking left and right, but he could not see any trace of the body, and suddenly felt his hair standing upside down. The man regretted it a little and wanted to give up. While looking around with a flashlight, he stepped back carefully. Nothing was seen, and no trace of the dead body was found. Suddenly, the man's back seemed to hit something, and his whole body suddenly became stiff, and he turned his neck mechanically to look over. The light of the flashlight also shone through at the same time, and the man's eyes suddenly opened and his face was full of horror. Under the light of the flashlight, a pale face without any blood and skinny flesh occupied the entire eye socket, with bloody eyes, not a single white, and the whole eye was covered with bloody pupils. Coupled with his long gray hair on the other end, he looked very scary. The man was too scared, so he threw off the flashlight and turned around and ran away. Unfortunately, he had just turned around and let out a scream, and then the entire cave returned to silence. The guy, who was like a vampire, reached out and grabbed the stone tablet, carried it on his shoulder, and walked towards the hole dug by the man. The entrance of the cave was too small, and the stone tablet could not be out at all. The vampire-like guy directly smashed the stone tablet at the mountain wall. He just smashed it casually and smashed it into a big hole in the mountain wall. He carried the stone tablet and walked out. The light outside shone on the vampire-like person, but it did not cause him any harm. Instead, he seemed to enjoy it. The clothes he was wearing were from the man just now, and they looked a little loose and not fit. My night crow finally came back to life. A vampire-like man closed his eyes and raised his face, as if he was receiving the baptism of light. You, put down that spiritual foundation. A voice suddenly sounded, interrupting the night crow who was enjoying the light. Yiya opened his blood-red eyes and looked in the direction where the sound came. It turned out to be a celestial being. What do you think? Put down the spiritual foundation and you can get out. Tianrun shouted coldly. In Giant Ring Star, the status of the heavenly beings is obviously much higher than that of other races. Even if they are members of the Destiny Legion, the heavenly beings are generally in the leadership class. No one dared to be enemies with the heavens and men on the Giant Ring Star, let alone digging something in the giant god cemetery, like a beggar. Do you want this spiritual foundation? Then report your name and let me see if you have the qualifications. Yiya's voice was sharp and hoarse, which made people wonder why these two completely opposite voice traits actually appeared on the same person. And Zhengguang of the Heavenly Man clan, do you think it's qualified? The Heavenly Man said arrogantly. The celestial race does have the qualifications to be arrogant, not to mention that the land of the giant god star is originally a place under the jurisdiction of Anja. Zheng Guang. Yiya wrote these 3 words on the stone tablet with his fingers. Damn, what are you doing? And Zhengguang was furious. This bastard actually wrote his name on the stone tablet. Only the name of the dead person would be written on the stone tablet. It was really unlucky. And Zhengguang was about to attack, but suddenly saw the name written by Yi Crow on the stone tablet, as if blood was emerging. The blood twisted and wriggled on the name, and more blood condensed on the name, like blood etched out on the stone tablet. Bang! And Zhengguan plunged his head to the ground. His whole body was like a mummy, with no moisture in his body, as if he had been dead for countless years and had been dried up, leaving only a terrified expression on his face. When the wind blew, and Zhengguan's mummy turned into ashes all over the sky. Chapter 318 Destiny Murder. Lin Shen and Ayun continued to search for the spiritual foundation, but unfortunately, the spiritual foundation in the giant god cemetery was so pitiful. Even with Ayun, a treasure hunter, the rewards were really limited. Lin Shen looked at the time and there were only a few hours left before dark. He decided not to move forward and planned to leave the giant god cemetery. They explored about 2/3 of the area in this canyon, and 1/3 remained unexplored. At the end of the canyon is the mausoleum of the giant gods, where only Nirvana can enter, and most people are at risk when they get close to it. Lin Shen naturally didn't want to go to such a dangerous place, so he asked Ayun to walk back together. The two of them walked back not long when they saw a strange person on the opposite side and walked towards them. The man was wearing a loose and not fitting dress, with long hair above his waist tied behind him, his face pale as paper, and a black stone tablet was carried on his shoulders. When Lin Shen looked at him, he was also looking at Lin Shen. The two of them had eyes intersected. Lin Shen found that the man's eyes were all blood-red pupils, and there were no whites at all, which looked a little scary. Have we seen it somewhere? Yiya stopped opposite Lin Shen and asked at Lin Shen. I haven't seen it before. Lin Shen shook his head. Why do I think we know each other? What's your name? Yiya smiled on her face, but she was crying evilly in her heart. Say it, say it, say it, say it, let me write it on the tombstone and bury your life in this world. What's your name? Lin Shen asked directly without saying the name as Yiya wished. Yi Crow. Yi Crow replied. Oh, I don't know each other, goodbye. Lin Shen finished speaking and prepared to bypass the Night Crow and continue walking forward. He didn't want to get too close to Yiya. The stone tablet carried on this man's shoulder was clearly a spiritual foundation, and Lin Shen didn't want to get close to such a dangerous thing. No, I always feel like I've seen you somewhere. You haven't told me what your name is? Yiya didn't plan to give up. He took a fancy to Lin Shen's combat uniform, which was a high-end product given to Lin Shen by Tianquan. Along the way, Yiya has killed many people, only Lin Shen's combat suit can make him look at it slightly. Lin Shen frowned and looked at Yiya, feeling that this person was a little strange. Why did he have to ask his name? And he didn't remember seeing such a person before. Although his memory is average and he doesn't like to remember people's appearance, it will be difficult for anyone to forget someone with such a peculiar appearance in a short time after seeing it. If Lin Shen had seen him, he would have some impression. Lin Shen has no impression of him at all now, which can only mean that he has never seen him. Lin Shen stared at Yiya for a while, and suddenly said with a sudden realization, do you live in the same village as me? Lao Yu's tenant, right? We seem to have met 1 more month ago? Why haven't you seen you recently? It turns out that person is Lao Yu. If you don't say it, I really don't know. I just settled there temporarily and had already left. I didn't expect you to remember me. By the way, what's your name? Yiya was secretly happy when he heard this. My name is Tianqin. I forgot so quickly? Didn't I tell you that day? Lin Shen smiled kindly, but he sneered in his heart, I believe you, a ghost. More than a month ago, your little fifth brother was still casual on his mother star. If you can see me, there is really a ghost. Yiya asked Lin Shen about his name several times, which made Lin Shen feel something was wrong and he casually reported Tian Xian's name. I remember it. It turns out that your name is Tianqin. Look at my memory. It doesn't matter. I will write down your name and I will not forget it in the future. Yiya said, putting down the stone tablet and standing next to it. Then Yiya looked at Lin Shen with his eyes, and drew his fingers on the stone tablet, and soon carved the words dragon and phoenix with flying dragons and phoenixes dancing on the stone tablet. Tianqin, let's give birth to a good baby in the next life.
Yiya stared at Lin Shen and smiled.
To be precise, he should be staring at Lin Shen's combat uniform, and he is ready to take over the combat uniform. Time passed by seconds, and the smile on Yiya's face gradually froze. The guy in front of him had no change in his body. The two words Tianxin carved on the stone tablet did not produce blood, and the marks seemed to heal themselves and gradually disappeared.
You're not called Tianxin? Yiya glared at Lin Shen fiercely.
He had already guessed that he had been fooled by Lin Shen. If the name does not correspond to the person in front of you, the life-based talent of the destiny-killing monument will not play a role. Lin Shen stared at Yiya but ignored him, pulled in behind him and said, "From now on, don't mention my name, don't say your own name, you can retreat aside first." Lin Shen's carapace appeared and quickly wrapped around his body. At the same time, he held the Yin Spirit umbrella that had just been dug out in his hand, intending to use it as a shorter spear. The 4-turning Ling umbrella spirit base is stronger than the dead pink and is more suitable for head-on battles.
You deceived me? Yiya stared at Lin Shen and said gloomily. You are lying to me. Who are you?
Lin Shen also stared at him, his eyes unyielding.
I have told you that my name is Yiya. This is my real name, but you deceived me. You are not Tianxin.
Yiya said, grabbing the stone tablet with one hand, grabbing the extremely heavy stone tablet, then rotated its body and swung the stone tablet directly towards Lin Shen's head. There was a crazy smile on his face, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. As a punishment for lying to you, I will send you to hell. The speed of the stone tablet was too fast, and Lin Shen had no time to dodge, so he could only wave the Yin Spirit umbrella in his hand to block it. As soon as the Yin Spirit umbrella was lifted up, the stone tablet had already been swept down, and Lin Shen and the Yin Spirit umbrella flew out. Lin Shen's body flew out like a cannonball, plowing a deep ditch on the ground, and hitting the stone wall on the side of the canyon heavily, smashing the stone wall into a pit. Lin Shen's body was filled with blood, and the blood was spraying wildly to his mouth, but it was blocked by the shell and swallowed it into his abdomen. The bones were shattered in the arms holding the Yin Spirit umbrella, and they hung beside them like soft twists. The power of the attack was so terrifying that Lin Shen was a little shocked.
Where did this thing come from? Why is it so strong? His random smashing power is stronger than Cosimo, who did not use the gods to come. How could such a strong person come to a place like the giant god cemetery? Could it be for me? Was it sent by my enemies? The Wan family or the Maidiki family? Many thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind. Chapter 319 Demonic Heartfinger. Little Fifth Master. Ayun ran over in panic, trying to pull Lin Shen out of the pit. Don't touch me.
Use the teleportation device to leave Giant Ring Star and wait for me at the teleportation station. Lin Shen stopped Ayun and said in a deep voice, leave immediately. You will only get in the way if you stay here. So your name is Xiao Wu Master.
Ha ha.
Yi Chou smiled and stood the stone tablet in the pebbles, stretched out his fingers again, staring at Lin Shen with his bloody eyes, while writing down the 3 words Xiao Wu Master. After hearing Lin Shen's words, Ayun immediately used the teleportation device to leave, and his figure disappeared. Yiya didn't care about Ayun at all, and still stared at Lin Shen and smiled strangely. But after a moment, his smile became a little stiff again. Lin Shen was not killed by the heavenly destiny-killing monument, but the 3 words Little Fifth Master on the monument have slowly disappeared.
It's useless to call me. I'm going to beat you up and search for your teeth.
Lin Shen walked out of the pit. With the blessing of Super Basic Recast and Super Basic, his injured body was almost recovering. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shen was astonished as a geek, rushed towards the Night Crow, and stabbed out wildly in his hand.
Are all the basic transformers so arrogant nowadays?
They dare to fight with me. Because you are so unself-destructive and very much in my appetite, I will leave you half a body. The 2 mistakes made Jiya's face look a little ugly, and his murderous intent was strong in his eyes. He directly grabbed the destiny-killing monument and smashed it to Lin Shen on the head. He wanted to smash Lin Shen and the Yin Spirit umbrella together, leaving only half of Lin Shen's body. But Lin Shen, who seemed to have tried his best to pierce out the Yin Spirit umbrella, suddenly stopped. The Yin Spirit umbrella in his hand turned back, and a holographic projection lit up on his wrist holding the Yin Spirit umbrella, which was the smiling image of the netherworld yellow spring wolf sent to him by Hong Xina. Lin Shen knew very well that this night crow must be a top assassinator, and it may even be a 10-turn assassinator. His hard power is far inferior to Yi, so from the beginning, Lin Shen did not intend to fight Yi Xia head-on. Yi Crow's eyes suddenly froze when he touched the smiling face of the netherworld yellow spring wolf. Lin Shen was not willing to miss this opportunity. He pulled out a dead pink like a javelin with his backhand and stabbed Yi Xia's eyes. Yi Xia did not use the carapace, and his body was relatively not as strong as that. If the dead powder could stab his eyes, it might hurt him. Lin Shen's superpower, combined with the instantaneous speed of the dead powder and the armor-breaking sprig skill, this shot was as fast as lightning, and with the phantom eye, it was about to stab Yi Xia's left eye. But the next second, Yi Xia's face showed an evil smile. He grabbed the dead pink with one hand and said in a dark voice, "I'm very happy to make you happy, right? The netherworld of the netherworld yellow spring wolf is useless to face me. It's just fun to play with you, right?" Lin Shen also had a smile on his face. He let go of his hand holding the dead pink and clenched his fist and rushed towards the Yi Crow who was close to him. The dead powder held by Yi turned into a body like the soft steel of the world. It rolled up Yi's arm, and at the same time, a strange vertical eye opened above his head, emitting evil bloodlight, shining on Yi's body. Yi felt like she was tied with thousands of silk threads, and her body paused for a moment. However, after this pause, Lin Shen's fist power had already broken out and was about to hit Yi's body. But the next second, Lin Shen's face changed. At such a close distance, it was another unexpected force of breaking the air. Yi was affected by the dead fans, but he actually reacted, and his other hand seemed to bend and grip Lin Shen's fist. The power of the Pilang fist's blowing fist seemed like a real water flow in his palm, and was directly penetrated. Yi's palm firmly grasped Lin Shen's fist. "As a basic changer, you are so strong that I feel a little excited. Being able to kill a genius like you should make me feel a little happy," Yi said, and his fingers were pressing hard to crush Lin Shen's fist. But with this force, he could not even deform Lin Shen's fist. Lin Shen was wearing the boxing gloves that were determined to be alone, and its strength was almost close to Nirvana material. With the strength of Yi Crow's fingers, it was not able to pinch and deform it. Taking advantage of Yi's moment of being slightly stunned, Lin Shen turned the Yin Spirit umbrella in his other hand back and stabbed Yi's eyes again. Yi ignored the dead pink that was entangled in his arm, and the restraint of the prison king's eye, and reached out to grab the Yin Spirit umbrella directly. Lin Shen gave up the Yin Spirit umbrella without hesitation, and his fingers slid out like a spirit snake, bringing out phantoms and pointing to the Yi Crow's body. This fingering method comes from Red Heart A, and is combined with the old way called stimulation method. It is weird and cruel, and it is the most difficult to defend against close-range battles. Yi was too fast, so he let go of the Yin Spirit umbrella, and came first with his palm. Although he could not see through the reality of Lin Shen's finger, he was so fast that he stopped all the phantoms of his fingers. But all the finger phantoms he stopped were actually fake. After the many phantoms were broken, Lin Shen's real fingers quietly pointed at the acupoints in the middle of Yi's chest. The Demon King's demon heart finger. Yi's face turned cold and hatred appeared in her eyes. Without having enough time to stop Lin Shen's finger, she did not retreat. Her 5 fingers directly grabbed Lin Shen's head like an iron hook. The finger strength of a mere fundamental changer cannot do anything to him. Not to mention the fundamental changer, even a top-level assassinator cannot hurt his body. But Lin Shen's finger angered Yi. He no longer had the mood to get entangled with Lin Shen. He wanted to grab Lin Shen's head and directly hit his head. Lin Shen's fingers first stabbed Yi's chest. Yi didn't take this finger seriously at all. His 5 fingers were almost no distance from Lin Shen's scalp, and his fingers had even pressed against Lin Shen's hair, and his hair was broken in an instant. But Yi was shocked to find that his fingers that were almost about to stick to his scalp could not move. Not only his fingers, his entire body seemed to be imprisoned and could not move at all. Strange. The demon heart finger does not have such ability. Could it be that this is not the demon heart finger?
I can't read it wrong. This is clearly the demon Heartfinger of the great demon king. Yiya was a little surprised. Lin Shen ignored what Yiya was thinking at all. He broke free from Yiya's hand with his other hand and directly blasted out the 4 consecutive punches of Yiya's treading waves. The 4 consecutive fists of the treading waves were already the limit of the treading waves that Lin Shen could now shoot. The terrifying fist power was stacked and waved, with a roaring and a cone that broke through the air, hit Yiza's chest heavily. Boom! Yiya's body was blown backwards and hit the stone wall hard, knocking out huge cracks. Chapter 3:317 Fist. But when Lin Shen looked at Yiya's body again, his clothes had long been broken, revealing his pale chest. His skin was paler than the one on his face, completely bloodless, but his muscles were very full, as if full of explosive power. Damn, how could this guy's body be so strong? He didn't use carapaces, nor did he use any skills. The 4-in-1 punches and the 1-in-1 boxing gloves were unable to leave scars on him. Lin Shen's body was empty, and the 4-in-1 punches had exceeded his load, causing him to have a short vacuum period. Fortunately, the 4 consecutive fists of the Palon were hitting the acupoints in Yiya's chest. Lin Shen had tried it before. As long as the power is controlled accurately, the power of the air fist can also affect the acupoints, which is equivalent to being able to click the acupoints in the air. However, if the force of the air fist needs to have an effect on the acupoints, it requires special control of the force, otherwise the impact of the blow will be too large and the effect on the acupoints will be very small. Lin Shen walked towards Yiya while gasping. Yiya smiled crazy on her face, and looked at Lin Shen with 2 bloody eyes, as if she was laughing too. Laughing at your sister. Lin Shen walked to Yiya's near, and the power of the world was almost replenished. Another 3-fold punch hit Yiya's chest acupoint. Bang! The fist hit Yiya's chest, the rocks behind him shattered, and more cracks appeared, but it still seemed that Yiya could not hurt him. Lin Shen fisted wildly, and the wave punches continued to bombard Yiza's acupoints. The body of Yiza's body trembled continuously, and the rocks behind him were split into pieces, and Yiza's body was completely trapped into the mountain wall. What the hell is going on with this guy? The acupoint itself should be his physical weakness. With my fist strength, even if Cosimo does not have a shell or uses skills, he should have been beaten to death long ago. Why does this guy seem to be without any injuries? Is he really just an ascensioner? Or is he already reached the nirvana level? Lin Shen was shocked, but he instantly denied the possibility that the Night Crow was nirvana level. If the Night Crow was really at nirvana level, the speed and power would not be the only one. Lin Shen had already developed a desire to retreat in his heart. He couldn't even beat him to death, and he had no choice but to beat him. Continue, be a little cruel, didn't eat? As weak as a woman. Yiya's eyes were full of madness, and she actually spoke. It seemed as if Lin Shen's crazy bombardment just now not only failed to injure him, but also made him even more excited. Lin Shen was shocked. The acupoints had an effect on Yiza, but it seemed that they did not fully work. In theory, when Yiza had to lose his speaking ability when he was hit on the acupoints like this, he should have lost his speaking ability, but he was still able to speak. The effect of acupointing can't last long, and I'm afraid it's too late to escape. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and punched Yiya's chest again. The continuous bombardment caused the nearby rocks to shatter. Under Lin Shen's crazy blow, Yiya's smile became more and more crazy, as if he was not being beaten, but enjoying a massage. Lin Shen's eyes were cold and his fists were bombarding with all his strength. Breaking the waves, 4 combos. Lin Shen used the ultimate 4-point combo again, but this time the 4-point combo of the 4-point combo was normal for the first 3 punches. Finally, the punch that was stacked to the peak was added with a 167-point attribute aura of sacrifice. The power of this punch should have exceeded 300 attributes when it was superimposed to the peak. Boom! Lin Shen's strongest punch in his peak state hit Yiya's chest, clattering the bones in Yiya's chest, and his chest was obviously sunken. Yi Crow, who had been laughing wildly, had her eyes protruding, her face twisted, and her mouth open and her mouth sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The terrifying punching force completely collapsed the rocks behind Yiza, and Yiza was bombarded into the mountain. Huge mountain cracks broke,
and the collapsed rocks rumbling down, burying the night crows in. After this punch, Lin Shen seemed to have been drained, and his body was so weak that he could not even make up for the power of the world. However, he did not dare to stay at all, so he directly summoned the big Red Bull mount, dragged his extremely weak body, and turned over the big Red Bull's back, allowing the big Red Bull to rush to the exit of the canyon as fast as possible. Lin Shen felt that his peak punch might not be able to kill Yi Crow. Although it's just a feeling, you must not take risks. It's best to be beaten to death. If you don't beat him to death, you should quickly escape from the giant god mountain and return to Paradise Island when he can't move. No matter how powerful the Night Crow is, it is not Nirvana level after all. You can't kill him on Paradise Island, right? But the Red Bull Knight had just run away not long, and there was a rumbling sound, as if there was a huge amount of explosives exploded. Lin Shen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. When he turned around, he saw that the rock wall collapsed, the rocks flew up in pieces, and a black figure walked out of it. The person who walked out could no longer tell that it was Yi Crow, and his body was wrapped in a carapace made of black crystal feathers. On the black crystal feathers that overlapped together, it seemed that blood was oozing out. Looking closely, the blood was not real blood, but a blood-colored pattern. Buzz! Lin Shen's vision seemed to have become blurred suddenly, and he couldn't see clearly when Yi's body became blurred. No, it was not that his vision was blurred, but that Yi was too fast, which made Lin Shen feel that he was blurred. Lin Shen did not hesitate at all and directly activated the mechanical watch, wanting to teleport to the King of Realms first. The reason why I didn't choose to go to Crater Planet is because Crater Planet does not restrict flight upgrades. The King of Realms is restricted from flying and upgrading. Even if the Night Crow touches him before the teleportation is activated, he will not be teleported into the King of Realms together. But the moment Lin Shen was about to press the teleport button, he felt a punch on his face, and his body that flew out sideways seemed to be paralyzed by electric shock, and could not move. During the flight, the evil figure of Yi Crow appeared in front of Lin Shen, with blood lit up on his eyes under his armor. The sharpened hoarse voice said with fanatic emotions, 317 punches, you hit me in total, and a basic changer can actually hurt me. The pleasure you brought me made me very happy. In return, I will also kill you with 317 punches. As he said that, Yi had already punched Lin Shen in the chest. Bang! Lin Shen's body was bombarded again and flew into the air. The power from his chest made him feel huge pain. Still in the sky, Yi Crow's figure appeared in front of him again and punched him again. One punch after another, Lin Shen flew backwards uncontrollably in the air, and the shells on his body kept shattering under the bombardment of his fists. Yi was obviously controlling the force of the fist. He wanted to punch 317. Before the last punch, he would never let Lin Shen die easily. Chapter 321 The Tree of Rest in the Dead. What should I do? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind. After 317 punches, he would undoubtedly die. But he had even used the halo of sacrifice to the sky, and he could not seriously damage the Night Crow. What else could he do to escape under such circumstances? What's more, every punch of Yi was like an electric current, which made him numb, and he couldn't even turn on the transmission device, so he had no chance to resist. You actually have super strong self-healing ability. You are so surprising, it's even more interesting. Yi found that Lin Shen's shell that was cracked and broken by him was actually healing quickly, and his smile became even more wanton. His fist strength was significantly strengthened, and the numbness under the electric shock became even stronger. The evolution theory in Lin Shen's body is running wildly. If time is enough, Lin Shen's body should have the ability to resist paralysis. But it is too late now, and the 317 punches will be completed in a flash. During this period, the theory of evolution has no time to strengthen the ability to mutate and resist paralysis. The supersynthetic was turned on, and the carapace on its body became redder and redder, like a burned iron plate. Under the blow of the Night Crow, the carapace sparks splashed everywhere, as if iron juice was crammed. Suddenly, Lin Shen found that under Night Crow's crazy boxing, Lin Shen's body was about to be beaten to the end of the canyon. Outside the canyon is the mausoleum of the giant gods, which is a place that is difficult to access under Nirvana, and even close to it will be in great danger.
Several thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind. If his body was knocked out of the canyon, although he could not enter the Giant God Cemetery, at the door of the Giant God Cemetery, perhaps the taboo power of the Giant God Cemetery could slow down the Night Crow's attack. As long as he slows down for a little time and allows Lin Shen to get rid of the paralysis, he can press the switch to teleport to the world of Wangxing. It only takes a little time for him to do so. Unfortunately, Yiya's punch was too fast. Before Lin Shen flew out of the valley, he had already punched 316 punches in 317 punches. Thank you for the pleasure you brought me, but it should end here. Yiya learned from Lin Shen and blasted out his last punch with a violent punch. Lin Shen only felt that his whole chest seemed to explode, and his brilliant shell was scattered, and his chest was directly penetrated with a blood hole, and his body flew out of the canyon like a shell. Outside the canyon is the entrance to the Giant God Cemetery. The cemetery has no walls, but rows of dead ancient trees surround the entire cemetery like fences. There is no gate to the dead tree, but there is a place where a few ancient trees are missing, and you can enter the cemetery from there. In fact, this is not the main entrance of the cemetery at all, but is at the back of the cemetery. The lack of dead trees is equivalent to the back wall of the cemetery. You can also enter the cemetery from here, but the gap is not something that ordinary people can rush into. I saw strange gray smoke shrouding in the gap, and a strange blue light flashed inside, as if entering the gates of hell in the underworld. Lin Shen's body crashed into the dead trees in the cemetery. In fact, this was not accidental. The Night Crow was originally going to enter the cemetery, so he beat Lin Shen here instead of bombarding him in other directions. Seeing the carapace on his body broken, the bones on his body were broken, and Lin Shen, whose whole body was a little distorted, was about to hit the dead tree. Suddenly, a white figure emerged from Lin Shen's backpack and stretched out a pair of short and fat wings, like wings growing on a snowball, which was a fat boy. The fat boy flew away, grabbed Lin Shen's backpack strap with his claws, pulled him to change direction, crashed into the gap on the other side, and disappeared into the gray fog. What is that? Yiya was slightly stunned, his eyes full of doubt. As the tree of rest for the dead on the exterior wall of the Giant God Cemetery, it is itself a very terrifying existence. It can absorb the aura of the living and release the mist of rest. Unless it is a dead person, the fog of rest cannot penetrate the fog of rest at all. For ordinary creatures, the fog of rest is more reliable than a copper wall. So Yiya was also a little surprised when she saw the fat boy grabbing Lin Shen and rushing into the fog of rest. She didn't know what kind of creature it was. However, after just a little stunned, Yiya directly reached out and grabbed the destiny-killing monument, sucked it over, carried it on his shoulder and walked towards the gap of the Tree of the Dead's Rest, and soon disappeared into the fog. Lin Shen was lying on the ground, blood constantly oozing out of his mouth. He was injured so much. I don't know how many bones he broke. The bones in his chest were almost broken. The blood in the blood holes as big as a fist did not gush out. It just slowly oozed out. Some bones were inserted into the internal organs, and the internal organs were almost rotten. If it were ordinary people, they would have been dead long ago. The combination of super recast, hyperplasmy and hyperbase text did not make Lin Shen die immediately. The broken carapace gradually climbed onto his body and slowly wrapped his body up again. The blood hole in the chest was also sealed by the viscous blood, and the muscle fibers were squirming harder. The fat boy stood beside him, looking at Lin Shen anxiously, as its wings kept slapping, dispelling the mist that enveloped Lin Shen's body. From time to time, he rubbed Lin Shen's cheek with his little head. Unfortunately, he was just a bird and was powerless to do anything about Lin Shen's current situation. Lin Shen is now in a semi-coma state, and the theory of evolution is running wildly, but the effect of evolution cannot repair Lin Shen's injured body, but is resisting the dead tree of rest to absorb Lin Shen's vitality. Lin Shen now relies entirely on super basic text to absorb the power of the world and help super basic recast Lin Shen's body and carapace. Hyperbasicization has been continuing, but its effect is relatively limited. However, the action of evolution theory is too slow, and Lin Shen's anger is sucked away too fast, and he is seriously injured and it seems that he is almost out of reach. This is not where he, a fundamental changer, should come. Even if the Ascensioner approaches the Tree of Rest of the Dead, he will lose a lot of vitality and may die in serious cases. What's more, Lin Shen directly entered the fog of rest and was not directly sucked to death.
It was the result of the fat boy swelling the fog of rest with all his wings. Seeing Lin Shen's vitality getting weaker and weaker, the 2 pet capsules in his backpack actually started to move by themselves. Soon, 2 pet capsules woven like white gauze rolled out of the backpack and turned into 2 beautiful girls wearing wedding dresses.
Does he look like he's going to die?
Xiaona, the sister holding the porcelain gourd, said, looking at Lin Shen.
It should be. Sister Xiaoye, holding the thin-necked bottle of porcelain, was also looking at Lin Shen. Do you want to save him? Xiaona looked at Xiao Yi and asked. Chapter 322, Tolerance of Humiliation and Stolen Life. This is a difficult choice.
Xiao Yi looked at Lin Shen, who was unconscious on the ground, and thought, if we want to save him, we can only use the treasures in the ancient god bottle or the ancient gourd.
If it is discovered, the consequences will be unimaginable.
But if he dies, we don't know whose hands it will fall into. Sister, I think although he is very low level, he still has some potential.
Maybe he can really help us in the future.
Xiaona said with a look at Lin Shen. Xiao Yi nodded slightly. In theory, a low-level creature like him is already very powerful to have such strength. If he can't meet a talent like God Urshi, he is indeed a good choice, but...
Sister, if you don't have it, he will die. Xiaona obviously tends to save Lin Shen.
He is not dying so soon.
Xiao Yi was very cold.
Looking at Lin Shen in a coma, and the fat boy who was swaying his wings to dispel the mist by Lin Shen, he pondered, this fat boy has a problem. It should be a super-based creature, and the basic change is very thorough.
Sister, isn't this time to discuss this? Should we save him? Xiaona was speechless.
This sister was a little too stable.
Save, there is no other choice for the time being.
Xiao Yi said coldly, but we need to study how to save him.
Isn't it better to give him a Nirvana rebirth agent? Xiaona was a little confused, not knowing what to study.
The Nirvana rebirth agent can indeed help him recover immediately, but something as precious as the Nirvana rebirth agent is a treasure that can make the Nirvana rebirth from the dead.
It is a bit too wasteful to save him. Moreover, the Nirvana rebirth agent is too powerful and he cannot absorb it all. Most of the effects of the medicine will remain in his body. If we meet our enemies, it will be easily seen. Xiao Yi said.
But apart from Nirvana rebirth agent, there is no lower level potion in our ancient god bottle and ancient gourd.
Xiaona said.
So, we need to study how to save him. Xiao Yi looked at Lin Shen and thought.
Is there any other way? Xiaona is obviously a simple-minded person.
Of course there is. Xiao Yi looked at Lin Shen's body and said, his basic transformation talent is indeed good.
He has strong self-healing ability and can absorb external energy to replenish himself.
If he hadn't given him enough time in this fog of rest, he would have been able to recover by himself. It's a pity that there is that guy outside and the teleportation device cannot be activated here, otherwise he will get better by himself as long as he sends him out.
Then what should we do? Xiaona still couldn't understand what she wanted to do.
The tree of rest in the dead will only absorb the vitality of the living. If he is not a living person, but a dead person, the tree of rest in the dead will not absorb his vitality, and he can recover by himself.
Xiao Yi said. How is this possible? He is obviously a living person, how can he recover after he dies?
Xiaona felt that her sister had a brain problem, and why would she save her life if she dies?
If a living person really becomes a dead person, then what else will they save?
Just wait for him to die. Xiao Yi said lightly, have you forgotten? He has practiced the Sutra of Greeting in life and fear of death and agelessness, and he can have the ability to fake death. Then we have to wait until he ascends.
Xiaona said this, her eyes lit up. Sister, are you going to help him ascend? But we don't have low-level things like Feishenmeru. There is no need to ascend.
There is something that allows him to have the ability to fake death in the Sutra of Greeting for life and afraid of death, before ascending. Xiao Yi said as he looked at the ancient gourd in Xiaona's hand and said, look, see if there is a black crystal bottle of potion in your ancient gourd, the name should be called the Endurance and Stolen Life Agent.
Xiaona held the ancient gourd and said softly to the ancient gourd, "Ancient gourd, ancient gourd. Please give me the drug of endurance and stealing." After Xiaona's voice fell, the porcelain gourd in her hand actually started to shake itself, and something was spewed out from the mouth of the gourd in a short while. Xiaona was in a hurry and couldn't catch the thing. Xiaoye, who was beside her, reached out and grabbed the black bottle. The black crystal bottle is only the size of a finger, and it is full of liquid. Xiaoye took out a syringe from somewhere, inserted it into the crystal bottle, and pumped all the liquid inside into the syringe. "Sister, what's the use of this drug for enduring humiliation?" Xiaona asked curiously. "This is the potion developed by a king of realms before the ancient era. The main raw material comes from a nirvana creature called the thief beast. I remember that a concubine of the King of Realms used the forbearance and stole the life stolen from the realms to deceive the King of Realms, and then wandered around the world with her lover. Although she was caught and executed in the end, it can be seen that the potion is still very useful, and even the King of Realms can deceive him." Xiaoyi walked to Lin Shen, squatted down, and inserted the syringe in his hand directly on Lin Shen's relatively intact buttocks, slowly pushed it, and injected the liquid. "This is good, and it can save him, but it is not easy to be discovered." "Sister, you are so smart." Xiaona felt that her sister was so smart. "Of course," Xiaoyi said for grantedly, and pulled out the syringe that had been pushed out of the medicine. After the drug was injected into Lin Shen's body suddenly became abnormal. His breathing and heartbeat stopped completely, and his whole body seemed to have become a dead person, with no sign of living. Originally, Lin Shen's elegance was no longer oozing out, and the fog of rest no longer pestered him. "See, it's not okay, just wait for him to recover by himself." Xiaoyi put away the syringe, with a look of pride on his face. "Sister, you have to be great. I don't even remember that there is such a potion in the ancient gourd," Xiaona said with admiration. "Okay, let's go back quickly, don't be seen by outsiders," Xiaoyi said, turning into a pet capsule and returning to Lin Shen's backpack himself. Xiaona also turned into a pet capsule and rolled into her backpack together. Lin Shen, who was injected with a drug of endurance and stole the lifespan, was indeed like a dead person, and was no longer irritated by the tree of resting the dead. But this potion itself is not as simple as Xiaoye said, and she only has a slight understanding. The drug for endurance and stole life was indeed used by the concubine of the King of Realms as a fake death medicine, but this thing is not used to fake death. Its real effect is to deceive the laws of the universe and help the nirvana person break through the nirvana level, and not be monitored by the laws of the universe. It really has the ability to steal the heavens. Chapter 323 Super Basic Form. After Lin Shen was injected with the drug of endurance and stole the drug, he looked like a dead person. The theory of evolution also stopped operating, so it was naturally impossible for the dead to continue to evolve, but the various talented skills on him did not stop working. Hyperplasmosis, hyperbase text and hyperbase recasting are still working slowly, and the broken carapace and flesh body are also slowly repairing and recasting. The Ageless Sutra replaced the theory of evolution, which put Lin Shen's body into a strange state. It was obvious that there was no vitality, but all kinds of organs died without stiffness, as if time had lost its effect on Lin Shen. The carapace was broken during the hypersynthetic process. The tempering process, which should have been completed quickly, has been in the melting stage, that is, it has not subsided or entered the final cooling stage. Super Ki has been absorbing the power of the world. In the woods of the dead, Super Ki can absorb the power of the world far exceeds usual. Super Recast has been constantly working to repair the deeply injured body and carapace of the recast forest, but the process has also become extremely slow. The drug of endurance and stealing life has allowed Lin Shenzhong to repeat the process of absorption, repair and recasting in this subtle process. Lin Shen's body and carapace have been repeatedly repaired and recasted, and it seems that some strange change has taken place. Originally, after the hyperplasmicization was completed, the recast shell would return to normal, but because the hyperplasmicization had not been completed for a long time, the shell was always in the recast state. The power of the world absorbed by the Superbase text was repeatedly cast into the flesh and blood in shell. As time passed day by day, Lin Shen's flesh and carapace became extremely tough after being repeatedly refined.
Lin Shen, who should have woken up long ago, has been in a coma due to the effect of endurance and stole the drug. The drug for endurance and stolen life is used when nirvana is promoted again. Although it only plays an auxiliary role, its effect is still too domineering for the basic transformer. This state will continue until the effect of the drug is fully released. Fortunately, he was in the woods of the dead, and there was a fog of rest. Unless someone walked to him, he would not be able to find him at all. I don't know how many days passed, but Xiaoye and Xiana finally realized something was wrong. Lin Shen's body has been completely repaired, and the carapace on his body has been repeatedly recast and is brilliant, like a crystal without a trace of impurities. The mysterious hieroglyphs in the carapace are as dazzling as stars. But Lin Shen just couldn't wake up, and there was no trace of life on his body, as if he was a dead person. Sister, why haven't he woke up yet? Is there something wrong? Xiana looked at Xiao Yi, who was testing Lin Shen's body, and asked with some concern. He is in normal health. His body's injuries and carapace have been repaired. He is healthier than before. He has not woken up yet. It is probably because the medicine for enduring humiliation is too effective, and he is too weak. Wait a little longer. Xiao Yi said calmly. She couldn't figure out what happened to Lin Shen, so she could only comfort Xiana in this way. The two of them waited day after day, but Lin Shen never woke up. Fatty has been guarding Lin Shen, and the days have passed day by day. Until one day, Lin Shen's extremely brilliant carapace suddenly cooled down rapidly. The carapace, which was so brilliant that it was difficult to see directly, rose up black mist in an instant, as if it had taken away all the impurities in his body. Karp and Lin Shen's bodies became as crystal clear as flawless crystals. Because they were too pure, they seemed to have a feeling of space being distorted. Even when their eyes were distorted when they penetrated the crystals, they could only see the flashing shape like silver crystals. Call. Lin Shen suddenly let out a long breath, and his body, which was originally lying straight, sat up suddenly and opened his eyes. As Lin Shen woke up and breathed, the old man stopped operating, and the talented skills stopped operating. The surrounding fog of rest covered Lin Shen's body again, but Lin Shen did not feel any discomfort. It seems that Yiya cannot find me. Lin Shen looked around and could only see the fog. What's going on? Lin Shen found that his carapace flashed like silver crystal, and seemed to be in a hypersynthetic state. He wanted to stop hypersynthetic, but found that hypersynthetic was not in an open state. This situation made Lin Shen a little difficult to understand for a while. Once the hypersynthetic stops, his carapace should return to its normal state. However, the current appearance of the carapace is clearly in the state after hypersynthetic, but there are some differences. Lin Shen hurriedly went to look at his watch. After seeing the personal information on the watch, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. User, Superbase crystal-based organisms, evolutionable. Strength, 67, plus 41. Speed, 41, plus 41. Hardness, 41, plus 41. Toughness, 41, plus 41. Basic variability, 100%. Life theory activity limit, 400, plus 400. Basic transformation talent, hyperplasmic, hyperplasmic, hyperplasmic recast, hyperplasmic form. Lin Shen found that he had an additional new base change talent in the Superbase form, and this Superbase form skill was actually in the process of turning on it. Super basic form, all attributes increase the current level upper limit, all base change talents have enhanced effects in super basic form, double the upper limit of life theory activity, and lose the original biological characteristics under super basic form. Except for not knowing what it means to lose the original biological characteristics, Lin Shen felt extremely crazy. This is the arrival of the infinite God. It can be compared with Lao Wei's Phoenix Secret, and it does not need to be restricted like the Phoenix Secret. It is really too powerful. Lin Shen immediately tried it and turned on hypermagnetic, and hypermagnetic recast under the super basic form. The talented skills are more powerful than the original effect, and the most powerful ones are not a little bit stronger. However, the effect of hypermagnetics has become stronger, but the consumption has become even greater. Fortunately, the effect of supermagnetics absorbing the power of the world has become stronger, and it can barely keep up with the consumption, and the duration has not increased. Despite this, Lin Shen almost jumped up with excitement. When using the base transformation talent in the Superbase form, Lin Shen felt that even without the help of the aura of sacrifice, he could suppress Cosimo, who did not use the gods to come. Even if Cosimo uses the god of heaven to come, he is not completely powerless. Of course, it requires the assistance of skills and equipment. After trying it a few more times, Lin Shen roughly understood the general meaning of losing the characteristics of the original organism. In the Superbase form, Lin Shen's flesh and blood body also became a form like a carapace, like a purely basic creature, losing the flesh and blood body that humans should have. This seems to be a good thing for Lin Shen. The shells of ordinary creatures are stronger than flesh and blood. For example, Lao Wei can directly attack the flesh and blood inside through the shell, which is very restraining some advanced humanoid creatures. However, in the super basic form, Lin Shen is consistent inside and outside, and the body transmitting force has no effect on him. Chapter 324 Tianxin's Prize. I wonder if that night crow is blocking me outside. Lin Shen's feeling, he didn't feel unconscious for a long time. He thought that it had only been a few hours, and at most it was only about a day. However, Lin Shen now has a Superbase form. Even if he can't beat Night Crow, it should be not difficult to protect himself or turn on the transmission device. Fatty, it's really thanks to you this time. Lin Shen had an impression and knew that it was Fatty who brought him into the giant god cemetery. However, Lin Shen was almost in a coma later and didn't know what was going on. The fat boy happily rubbed Lin Shen's cheek with his little head, then opened his mouth and clamored at Lin Shen, looking like he was hungry. Lin Shen quickly wanted to feed it with something, but found that there was nothing in the backpack, and there was no ascension liquid on his body. Only a 7-turn luminous night spirit base and pet capsules inside the backpack, and nothing else was left. The Yin spirit umbrella and the wolf mace fell in the battle with Yi Crow. Lin Shen knew this, but why did other things disappear? If the bag containing the ascension liquid fell off when he was unconscious, Lin Shen could understand why there was nothing in his backpack. Fatty, do you know how to go out? Take me out first, and I'll make you delicious food when you go back. Lin Shen had no choice but to draw a big cake for Fatty first. The fat boy flapped his wings happily, landed on the ground, and then led the way in front of him. Lin Shen followed the fat boy through the fog of rest. After a while, he walked out of the dead resting woods. In front of me is the canyon of the giant god cemetery, but Lin Shen did not see the night crow. Did the night crow kill all the people in the giant god cemetery? Why is there no one in the cemetery? Lin Shen walked out of the giant god cemetery and went down the mountain, but he actually didn't see anyone from the Land Reclamation Legion. What's going on? Why are the people from the Legion of the Desolation Legion gone? Lin Shen suddenly realized that the time he was in a coma was probably not as short as he felt. How long have I been in a coma? Lin Shen quickly summoned the evil dragon and rode the evil dragon toward the Paradise Island. After Lin Shen arrived at Paradise Island, the heavenly guards on Paradise Island were obviously stunned when they saw him, and then turned around and ran away as if they had seen a ghost. What's the situation? Even if I've been in a coma for a while, it won't be like this, right? Lin Shen was full of doubt and headed towards the Palace of Heaven. Before he could reach the Heavenly Palace, he saw a heavenly man rushing out of the Heavenly Palace, which was the heart of heaven. You are not dead? Tian Xin looked at Lin Shen, his face full of surprise. Why am I going to die? Lin Shen asked with a smile, where is my treasure hunt? It's such a good person who doesn't live long, and the disaster will last for thousands of years. Tianxin curled his lips and said, you are so lucky. You are missing for more than 100 days. My sister-in-law and I thought you were killed by the night crow. My sister-in-law was sad for a long time. It's really a waste of time. More than 100 days. No wonder there is no one on the Giant God Mountain. After such a long time, it is estimated that Giant God Mountain has been almost explored. The Land Reclamation Army went to other places to clear the land. Lin Shen was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that he had been unconscious for such a long time. I did meet Yiya, but unfortunately he couldn't kill me.
Where is your little sister? Lin Shen said. That's a pity. Even if you meet Yiya, you are not dead. Your life is so tough. Tianqin seemed very depressed. My aunt has gone to explore Yunjing Island. I guess she won't be back in the past few days. Who is Yiya? Where is he now? Lin Shen asked. I don't know who he is. I don't have to report where he goes.
Tianqin paused and said, I heard from my sister-in-law that in the giant god cemetery, night crows suddenly appeared, sneak attacked them and took something from the cemetery and ran away. After hearing what Tianqin said, Lin Shen probably knew what happened later.
After he entered the cemetery, Yi Crow actually entered the cemetery.
While Tianquan and his team were still exploring the core area of the cemetery, they sneaked out, snatched something, and then ran away.
I can actually snatch things from Tianquan and others. Could that Night Crow is the Nirvana? Lin Shen didn't quite believe that Night Crow is the Nirvana.
Although Yi Crow is very strong, it is not as strong as Tianquan. He should not be a Nirvana person.
Tianquan has been Lin Shen's coach. When he occasionally shows his skills, his absolute strength is obviously much stronger than Yiya. But if Night Crow was not Nirvana, how could he enter the giant god cemetery and snatch things from Tianquan and the others?
He is not a Nirvana. My aunt said that that person is very evil, a very strong assassinator, and has some very evil spirit bases on his hands. My aunt said that among the same level, perhaps only dice can win him. He was able to steal things from his sister and the others, mainly because he is very familiar with the giant god cemetery, and he can even use some restrictions and things in the giant god cemetery, and he succeeded with a sneak attack. However, he was hit by my sister and was probably injured. I have not heard of him again recently, and I don't know if he was dead or hiding to recuperate. Tianqin suddenly smiled mysteriously and said to Lin Shen in a tone of a weasel greeting the chickens, "Stop talking about these boring things, I'll show you something good."
What good thing?
Lin Shen felt that Tianqin was a little strange and subconsciously took 2 steps back.
Tianqin has never been very good at him, so why would he show him any good things? What are you afraid of? There is really something good for you to show, come with me.
Tianqin said, taking Lin Shen into the heaven hall, then ran back to his room, took out something, returned to the hall, and placed it in front of Lin Shen with great importance.
Do you know what this is? Tianqin patted the thing and said proudly to Lin Shen. This is it. Lin Shen looked at Tianqin's things and his expression became very strange.
He was so familiar with this thing, it was one of the 3 treasure chests he had seen in front of the statue of King Kong.
Yes, this is one of the 3 treasure chests of the ancient kingdom.
You didn't expect that the last reward of the King of Realms Tower is the 3 treasures chamber.
Those in the top 3 can take away a treasure chest.
Unfortunately, you haven't come back for so long and missed the opportunity to compete for the ranking of the King of Realms Tower. Tianqin said with a chuckle. It can be seen that he is very proud. Lin Shen thought to himself, when you open the treasure chest, I don't know if you can still laugh.
I don't know which treasure chest Tianqin is holding.
If it is the first 2, there is also the comfort prize I left behind.
If it is the last one, I will probably be furious.
That's right, you actually got the top 3.
Who are the top 3? Which one do you rank? Lin Shen asked curiously.
I took action, of course I was ranked first. The 2 stupid guys in the back, one was named Odibio, who should be a member of the Super Rich clan, the other was called Wanchi Mountain, who should be you humans.
Do you know him?
Tianqin was particularly patient today. He said so much to Lin Shen, but he was not impatient at all.
Chapter 325 Desperate Heartless Angel. I don't know. Lin Shen shook his head, knowing what Tianqin is planning.
Tianqin must have thoughts about the other 2 treasure chests, and he couldn't go to the human mother planet, so he wanted to use Lin Shen's power to get the treasure chest of Wanchi Mountain.
Although Lin Shen did not know Wanchi Mountain, he guessed that Wanchi Mountain should be from Wanjia.
Except for the big families like Wanjia, there are not many families that can cultivate the top 3 families on the Realm King Tower on the human mother planet.
It doesn't matter if you don't know each other. Anyway, they are all humans.
If you go back to your mother star, it should not be difficult to find out this person. No one knows that this is the treasure chest of the king of the ancient realm. If you bring the treasure chest back, let's share the treasures in it together. Tianqin and Lin Shen said with their arms around, by the way, the key you borrowed from me before will be returned to me first. Lin Shen knew that Tianqin was unreasonable to be so friendly to him, and it turned out that he was waiting for him here. The person who obtained the top 3 only got the treasure chest, but had no key. It seemed that Tianqin was unable to open the treasure chest and had his ideas on him. When did I borrow your key? Lin Shen asked at Tianqin in surprise. When we first met at Wangxing in the world, we lent it to you with the angel revolver. Have you forgotten? Tianqin had to say patiently, in our relationship, you can return the key to me. After I open the treasure chest, I will give you one, and then we will work together to get back the other 2 treasure chests, so we can make a fortune together. Oh, you said that key, didn't I snatch it back? I didn't borrow it. Lin Shen said suddenly as if he realized it. The smile on Tianqin's face suddenly froze, but immediately smiled naturally and said, what's the matter of robbing or not? They are all brothers and friends. We will work together for a long time together in the future. No, we are not brothers and friends, I am your uncle, you are my eldest nephew. No matter how much you play, no matter how much you make a fuss, you can't mess up your generation. Lin Shen said seriously. The surname of Lin, you are shameless, right? Tianqin changed his face suddenly, slapped the table, pointed at Lin Shen's nose and cursed. Don't want the key? Lin Shen said lightly. Tianqin sneered, I originally wanted to discuss with you as a friend, but my kindness was mistaken for being easy to bully. It seems that I must let you know what your situation is now. What is my situation now? Lin Shen asked to look at Tianqin. Tianqin didn't answer, but just stretched out his hand and countless black particles flew out from his fingertips, and an angel-shaped life base with black wings and black armor condensed in front of Lin Shen. Asked? Lin Shen was a little surprised. If it weren't for the treasure chest of the king of the ancient realm, I would have been able to ascend to the sky long ago. Tianqin said arrogantly, see, this is my life foundation, the desperate and heartless angel has turned 3 times now. It's good to have a background. How long have you been ascending? Your life base has changed 3 times. Lin Shen said a little enviously. Do you know what your situation is now? My brother is already an ascensioner, and he is not of the same level as you. I have a good talk with you because of my sister-in-law's face. What about you? You are shameless and force me to take my things back. Why do you have to do this? Tianqin reached out to Lin Shen and said, my sister-in-law hasn't come back in the past few days. No one can protect you. Give me the key. Don't force me to do it. If I do it, I'm afraid I will be unable to help kill you. Xiao Tianqin, if you speak well and call me respectfully, I will consider giving you the key. If you say that, I will really not give this key today. Lin Shen said lightly. You are looking for death, right? I really think I don't dare to slap you because my sister-in-law pampered you, right? Tian Xian's face darkened and she said coldly, okay, since you are looking for slap yourself, don't blame me. Now let you stand and give it to me if you don't. I will let you lie down and beg me for the key. As he said that, Tianqin's life-based angel slapped Lin Shen like an illusion. The unintentional angel is extremely fast, probably nearly 100, and the distance is so close that Lin Shen seems to be unable to escape. Lin Shen had already expected that Tianqin would take action, and the carapace had been worn on his body and instantly entered a super basic form. Almost at the same time when the unintentional angel took action, he directly knocked out 3 consecutive punches. With the blessing of Yi-Zone boxing gloves, the 3 consecutive punches collided with the palm of the Wuxing angel, and actually knocked the Wuxing angel backwards, hitting the defenseless Tianqin, and hitting the wall one by one. Tianqin was shocked and angry. He never expected that Lin Shen's fist strength was so strong that even his third-turn life base could not match, and he was almost vomited blood by being hit. Before Tianqin could move, Lin Shen had already arrived in front of Tianqin like a phantom, grabbed Tianqin's head and pressed it directly to the ground, allowing his face and the ground to have a loud and intense in-depth exchange.
Believe it or not, I'll blow your head now?
Lin Shen pressed Tianqin's back with his knees, pressed his head with one hand, and clenched his fists with the other, hanging over his head.
If you move, I will try it.
You won't be afraid of my little girl, don't. Tianqin said tough, and then he heard a sound explosion in the back of his head.
He was so scared that he suddenly flew out of the sky and quickly shouted. Now Tianqin's regretful intestines are about to be green.
He just took care of pretending, but he never expected Lin Shen to have such a method. If he had known that Lin Shen had such powerful means, he would not have given Lin Shen a chance. The third-turned unintentional angel had no ability at all, and the 10-turned spiritual-based angel sword on his body was useless.
Fan Tianqin did not stand in front of Lin Shen so arrogantly.
If he was careful, if he used his skills well, he would not be pushed down by Lin Shen in one encounter. Lin Shen just scared him and punched the floor next to his head, smashing a dent on the floor. If you want the key, just serve tea and call me respectfully and respectfully.
I can also consider it. If you disrespect me next time, I will teach you how to be a junior for your sister-in-law.
Lin Shen let go of Tianqin and stood up. Tianqin jumped up, flew away to widen the distance between Lin Shen, and drew out the Archangel sword. His face-changing speed was amazing. He pointed at Lin Shen with the sword and cursed, "You trash, I must kill you today. It's useless if anyone comes, and even if God's Father comes, he can't protect you." As he said that, the Archangel sword in Tianqin's hand burst out with a terrifying holy light, and instantly turned into a stream of light and attacked Lin Shen.
Chapter 326. Come on.
The 10-turn Archangel sword has reached an extremely terrifying level with the blessing of the life-based talent. The reason why the Archangel sword is powerful is because it has the talent of two life-based foundations. One of the talents is called Judgment of the Archangel, which can double its speed and strength and double its destructive power.
Another talent is called Immortal Sword Body.
No matter how many times the Archangel sword is destroyed, it can be reunited as a sword and can hardly be truly destroyed. The super attack power and difficult to destroy characteristics make the Archangel sword one of the strongest attack life bases. If you cooperate with the Assassinator who practices angel reincarnation, the exclusive talent skills of the Archangel sword can burst out with the destructive power that the Archangel sword can produce as the top level in Ascension, and you may even counterattack and kill Nirvana. Unfortunately, the evolutionary technique practiced by Tianqin is not angel reincarnation, and he does not have the ability to bless the exclusive skills of the Archangel sword. But even so, the destructive power of the Archangel sword has exceeded that of Cosimo in the state of the arrival of the gods. Lin Shen had long expected that Tianqin would not give up, so he had already used his talent skills in secret and stood in front of a metal pillar. The Archangel sword was extremely fast, but Lin Shen still realized that Tianqin's sword did not really want to kill him, but stabbed him on the shoulder. The moment the Archangel's sword stabbed over, Lin Shen stepped out like a dream, and avoided the Archangel's sword's attack in a slight manner with a strange misaligned rhythm. There is a problem with the use of high-turning spiritual foundations for low-turning Assassinators, that is, the Assassinator's own vision and reaction cannot keep up with the speed of high-turning spiritual foundations, and there will be some problems with the control. Just like someone who has just learned to drive, even if he gives him a supercar, it will be difficult for him to use complicated operations while driving at high speeds. If it is an ordinary 10-turn spiritual foundation, Tianqin should still be able to control it, but after the speed of the Archangel sword doubled, it was too fast, and Tianqin's eyesight and reaction were indeed a bit unable to keep up. After the Archangel's sword pierced the sky, Tianqin failed to react in time, and the Archangel's sword pierced directly into the metal pillar behind Lin Shen.
It seems you really deserve a beating.
Lin Shen's body was as illusory as his body, and his carapace was brilliant, and he instantly arrived in front of Tianqin.
This is fucking unscientific. Tian Xin was shocked.
Lin Shen's speed was faster than his third-turn ascension. Tianqin's body wrapped in a shell and flew directly. Unfortunately, although the hall of the palace was large enough, it was only a height of more than 10 meters, so he couldn't fly anywhere. Lin Shen was astonished as a geek, and Ling Kong followed Tianqin. Tianqin turned left and right in the air, flew up and down, and then ran the extreme operation, and then was shocked to find that he could not get rid of Lin Shen. Lin Shen actually followed him tightly in the air, grabbed the back of his head with one hand, and pressed it directly from the air. Bang! Tianqin's face had an intimate contact with the floor again, and the carapace on his face was smashed, revealing the extremely twisted face that had become after hitting the floor. It was completely gone without its usual handsomeness and elegance, and its expression management was completely out of control. Impossible, you are a basic changer, how can it be? Tianqin couldn't accept it. In this case, he was actually abused by Lin Shen. Although Lin Shen did take some tricks and design to trap the Archangel Sword first, Tian Xan knew very well that with the speed of the Archangel Sword, it would be difficult for even the Ascensioner to avoid it. Lin Shen was able to avoid the attack of the Archangel Sword, which was already an extremely terrifying thing in itself. Don't accept it? Then come again. Lin Shen let go of Tianqin directly. Tianqin got up from the ground. This time he did not rush to take action, nor did he recall the Archangel Sword, but stared at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. When he first met Lin Shen was nothing. If it weren't for his serious injury and no skills, and Lin Shen had the help of Wei Wufu, he could kill Lin Shen with one hand. So although Tianqin has suffered many losses in Lin Shen, he still looks down on Lin Shen in his heart. However, today's battle has seriously hit Tianqin's self-esteem. He had already ascended to the third turn, but was actually being pushed by Lin Shen twice, which forced him to face up to a problem. Lin Shen is really strong. Maybe his little girl Tianquan has no problem with her vision. Such talents may not be seen in the powerful clan of the universe. Tianquan told Tianqin that Lin Shen killed Cosimo of 9 turns. But in Tianqin's view, humans are all garbage. The 9-turn ascension of humans is also all garbage ascendant. What's the big deal about killing a garbage in 9 turns? But now Tianqin has to admit that Lin Shen is a bit outrageous. If he was still a basic changer now, he would not even have the courage to fight Lin Shen. Lin Shen, although you are very strong, I will beat you and will continue to win in the future. Tian Xian stared at Lin Shen and stretched out his hand. The Wuxin Angel mission base in the air actually scattered into countless black feathers gathered towards Tian Xian. Outside Tianqin's original shell, a layer of black feather armor was covered with, and a pair of black wings were added, turning him from his original 2 wings to 4 wings. Lin Shen felt Tianqin's seriousness and knew that Tianqin was going to play it real. Although there are only 3 turns, the serious Tianqin is not that easy to deal with. Don't you use a sword? Lin Shen said, pointing to the Archangel Sword on the metal pillar. No need. Tianqin said, with 4 wings behind him moving in unison, and a dazzling holy light burst out from the halo above his head. Boom! A terrifying shockwave broke out in the palace. Fortunately, this is Tianquan's residence. This level of power collision is not enough to destroy the palace. The 2 of them fought wildly in the palace. Lin Shen used the wave fist and the demon heart finger to the extreme that he could bear, but he could not gain much advantage. After being combined with the life base, Tianqin's speed reached an extremely terrifying level. All his talented skills seemed to be related to speed, and his body skills were also mainly fast. Lin Shen had no choice but to give up the wave step and fight him with a pure wave step and a demonic heart finger. The stomp step is getting faster and faster, not as much as the stomp punch, and the speed has also increased. I don't know how long it took, the 2 of them gasped on one side of the palace. Such a high-intensity showdown made it difficult for both of them to bear for a long time, and before they could decide the winner, they were already unable to bear it. You can't do it either. You've been panting like that for a while, not lasting at all. Look at me, you're not panting at all. This is a man. Tianqin said with one hand holding the metal pillar and holding it out without breathing. You are not breathing, you are just farting. Lin Shen said. You are just farting. If it weren't for my sister-in-law's face, I would have beaten you to death today. Tianqin said, gritting his teeth. If I hadn't been for the sake of Tianquan's treasure, you would have fallen down long ago. Lin Shen took a deep breath and said. Okay, if you have the ability, come and see who will lie down first. Okay, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Chapter 327 Nothing in the World.
After seeing Lin Miao, Lin Shen left Paradise Island and went directly to Lao Yu's village. He found out from Tianxin that Lao Wei had already arrived at Zhuangxing and had also come to Heavenly Island to find him. Tianxuan heard Lin Shen say that Lao Wei was coming to send ascension eggs to Lin Shen. He originally wanted to keep Lao Wei on Paradise Island, but Lao Wei insisted on returning to Lao Yu's village and not on Paradise Island. Tianxuan also told Lao Wei that Lin Shen might die, but Lao Wei didn't believe it, saying that he would wait for Lin Shen to come back in the village. Lin Shen now wants to see Lao Wei quickly and then go to Midas Star to meet Ayun. Ayun teleported away from Giant Ring Star and could only be on Midas Star. However, Lin Shen was in a coma for more than 100 days, and I wonder if Ayun was waiting for him there. When he came to Lao Yu's village again, when Lao Yu saw Lin Shen, he seemed to have seen a ghost. But Lao Yu is a human spirit after all, and the shock on his face soon turned into a smile. Master Lin, it is said that you died in the cemetery of the giant gods outside. I don't believe it. I have lived for so many years and have seen countless people. If you have great blessings in this face, you are not a short-lived person. This is not what I see. You are back, and you look better than before. Old you, you have insight. Lin Shen responded to a few words and asked Lao Yu, is my friend here? I'm here. When he came, I'd pick him up in person. He lives here with me these days, so I'm trying my best to take care of him. Don't worry, it's very good. I didn't see him coming out today. There should be a room inside. I'll take you there. Lao Yu said hurriedly. Lin Shen came to the stone house where Lao Wei lived, reached out and knocked on the door. The door creaked and opened. The one who opened the door was Wei Wufu, who hadn't seen for a long time. Old Wei. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a little moved when he saw his former friend again. Don't cry, it's nothing. Lao Wei said. I'm crying you. Lin Shen was a little amused. He was just a little moved and had no intention of crying. Lao Wei said this and it made him seem very childish. Things, yours. After sending Lao Yu away, he closed the door of the stone house, and Lao Wei took out a box and handed it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen knew Wei Wufu's temper and didn't say much. He took out a 5 elements fruit and a 5 elements tree king fruit and handed it to him. You can eat this, which can increase your attributes. Fortunately, these fruits were left in his own room in the heavenly palace and were not taken to the giant god's cemetery, otherwise they would not be able to be saved. Wei Wufu didn't say nonsense. After taking the fruit, he just wanted to swallow the 2 fruits together. Don't worry, eat this one now, wait until you ascend to the sky before eating. Lin Shen quickly stopped Wei Wufu. After hearing this, Wei Wufu threw the ordinary 5 elements fruit back to Lin Shen, and then swallowed the 5 elements tree king fruit. You have ascended. Lin Shen was slightly stunned. But he felt relieved in a flash. He was sleeping for more than 100 days, and it was normal for Wei Wufu to ascend. Wei Wufu nodded and summoned his life directly. Wei Wufu's life foundation looks very strange. It turned out to be a white robe, woven like crystal silk, or as seamless as it is. What kind of life foundation is this? What's the use? Lin Shen asked curiously, looking at the soft white robe floating in the air. This is really the first time he has seen this type of life foundation. Name, white robe, life-based talent, white robe added. Wei Wufu directly told Lin Shen about the role of life-based talent. Most people will not easily tell anyone about their talent for life, just because they are afraid of being targeted. Wei Wufu said this frankly, and he was indeed not prepared for Lin Shen. I have only heard of a yellow robe, why did you wear a white robe? Lin Shen laughed. It's very good. Wei Wufu said. Continue. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu and said, wanting to know what Wei Wufu's second life foundation was. It's gone. Wei Wufu shook his head. It's gone? Why is it gone? I mean your second life foundation. Take it out and let me see. Do you still need to keep it secret from me? Lin Shen thought Wei Wufu didn't understand what he meant, so he explained again. No. Wei Wufu shook his head again. No? Lin Shen stared at Wei Wufu in a daze, without saying anything for a while. He had already thought about what was going on. Wei Wufu had no double life foundation, so there was only one possibility. He did not use the original egg to ascend. Why did Wei Wufu not use the original egg to ascend? There is only one possibility, that is, there is no second original egg used to ascend, and only this one is the only one. Therefore, Wei Wufu left this original egg to him, and he did not use the original egg to ascend. Accident. Wei Wufu would not lie at all. When he said these two words, it was completely different from his usual speech rhythm. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu without saying anything, because everything he said seemed to be a bit redundant. Wei Wufu gave up a life base. What is the difference between this ascensioner and giving up a life? One less life base means at least one less life base talent. In the battle between life and death, this gap may be the distance between life and death. If it were Lin Shen, he would definitely not be willing to give the original egg to others, but Wei Wufu did this, and it seemed that he had just done something very ordinary. Even after being discovered, he felt a little embarrassed. Lin Shen couldn't describe his mood at this time, and Wei Wufu refreshed his understanding of the creature human. One is very good, unique, unparalleled in the world. Lin Shen was smiling, but he secretly swears in his heart that he can't repay this favor, and ascension is a foregone conclusion. He does not have the ability to add another life foundation to Wei Wufu. It is this person, he has to keep it. The world is unparalleled. Wei Wufu also smiled. By the way, Lao Wei, you can use this first. I haven't ascended yet, so I can't use it for the time being. Lin Shen threw the mutated 7-turn spiritual foundation luminous flower to Lao Wei, and then said, you can see what its abilities are. After getting familiar with it, we have to go to Midas Star. I want to pick up someone. Okay. Lao Wei took the luminous flower and activate the luminous flower with his own strength. The luminous flowers suddenly burst into 7 colors, looking like the dreamy flowers in the fairy tale kingdom. Lao Wei told Lin Shen that Le Guanghua only has one life-based talent, and its name is Nightlight, and its ability annotation can illuminate the night. This ability made Lin Shen slightly stunned. If he had been to Giant Huanqing, he would have felt that this ability was a bit inexplicable. But after coming to Giant Ring Star, he realized that the night was also quite terrible. The luminous flowers have the ability to illuminate the night, and I don't know if they can illuminate the night of the Giant Ring Star. Chapter 328 Waiting. Midexing Teleportation Station. In the corner of the wall opposite the gate of the teleportation station, Ayun hugged her legs with her arms, curled up with her body, her expression was stunned, her lips were chapped, and her eyes stared at the gate of the teleportation station, fearing that she would miss something. She has been waiting here for more than 100 days. At first, there is still some base liquid on her body that can fill her stomach. Later, after drinking the base liquid, she took out all the things worth a lot of money on her body and ate it. She didn't dare to leave the gate of the portal, afraid that Lin Shen would not be able to find her when he came. She hasn't eaten for more than half a month and hasn't even drunk water. Midexing itself has very scarce water resources, and the water here needs to be paid for. Ayun has no money, so she can't even drink water. Ayun looked at the portal door with his eyes wide open, his expression was already a little dull. He grabbed the giant god bone that Lin Shen gave her in his hand, and muttered something in his mouth, I will come. I will definitely come. Hey, what are you doing here? A man wearing a high-end combat uniform and looking like a raccoon cat walked up to Ayun and looked at her and asked. Ayun did not answer, but moved to the side so that his eyes could see the door. I see you have been here for many days, and you don't eat or drink. Have you encountered any difficulties? Said the man like a cat, smiling. Seeing Ayun ignore him, the man like a cat continued to smile and said, I am Huang Qiu, the director of the Midexing branch of Nightmare Group. If you are interested, you can join our Nightmare Group. Nightmare Group? Ayun was slightly stunned. She has really heard of Nightmare Group. Although Nightmare Group is not a top force in the universe, its main business is to go to some lower race planets, recruit geniuses for training, and then transfer to some forces that need talents. When she was in the Lingbao clan, there were people from the Nightmare Group who went there to recruit a Yun.
However, at that time, she had the Moon Rabbit clan and the Lingbao clan as her support and did not have the idea of joining the Nightmare group. Ayun carefully looked at the alien race in front of him who claimed to be the Yellow Croaker, and gradually recalled something. This Yellow Croaker seemed to be the one who recruited her when she was in the Lingbao clan. However, at that time, Yellow Crocodile was still a Star Scout, and now he is a branch director, and he is also a branch director of a high-level planet branch like Midastar.
I remember you, you have been to the Lingbao clan.
Ayun said, and his eyes saw the door again.
Just remember me. It has always been my regret that I didn't recruit you back then. I didn't expect to meet you here. If you want, I still hope to recruit you into the Nightmare group. I am optimistic about you and will give you the best treatment of trainees. You can rest assured of this.
Huang Yu said. I'm sorry, I don't plan to join the Nightmare group.
Ayun shook her head and said. If he met the Yellow Croaker again before meeting Lin Shen, Ayun would probably agree to his invitation. Although Nightmare Group is a second-hand dealer selling geniuses, at least the people they choose will give resources to cultivate. As long as they have good talent, they can obtain enough good resources, and they will have the opportunity to enter some major forces after ascension. For Ayun, that may not be a chance, not to mention the guarantee of Yellow Croaker. Are you waiting for someone? I have been observing you for a long time. I think the person you are waiting for shouldn't have come.
If he would have come, he should have come long ago. Huang Yu said calmly, I have a very deep impression of you and I am very optimistic about you. Otherwise, I would not have recognized you at a glance after these few years.
Your talent should not be buried.
As long as you are willing, I will give you a top trainee contract and ask a coach suitable for you to train you specifically. I have no right to keep you, but I can guarantee that you will definitely send you to a big family within the 1000 ranked universe. You should consider it carefully, give me a chance, and give yourself a chance. As he said that, the Yellow Croaker put down a bottle, which was filled with base liquid.
You eat something first, and I will come to see you tomorrow. Huang Qi turned around and left after saying that.
The next day, when the Yellow Croaker came again, he saw Ayun sitting leaning against the wall, staring at the gate of the teleportation station with a dull look. In front of Ayun, the bottle base liquid was still intact, the bottle cap had not been opened, and it had not even moved. You have drunk the basic liquid.
It doesn't matter if you don't join the Nightmare group. This is for you by me. Huang Qiu said.
Ayun just shook his head, thank you, I don't need it.
You kid.
Huang Yu shook his head helplessly, picked up the bottle of base liquid, wiped the dust on it, and placed it again in front of Ayun. It's really okay, I just don't want to see the young people I think have fallen to this level. If you continue, you will die.
Thank you, I really don't need it.
Ayun still shook his head stubbornly.
Don't be so stupid.
The Yellow Croaker left with a wry smile. For several days, the Yellow Croaker came to see Ayun every day, but Ayun never moved the base liquid he placed there.
Ayun's condition is already very bad, with severe hunger and lack of water.
It is not a problem for basic creatures, but it is very fatal for carbon-based creatures. Ayun was already skinny and bone-skinned, her face turned pale yellow, and her lips were covered with dry skin, and bloodshot was faintly revealed. When the Yellow Croaker came a few days ago, Ayun said a few words to him. Now that the Yellow Croaker is coming again, Ayun no longer speaks. It's not that she doesn't want to pay attention to the Yellow Croaker, but that she is so hungry that she no longer has the strength to speak.
I will come. I will definitely come.
Ayunran sat there stupidly, occasionally hearing her say a few words in a vague way.
What a fool. Who are you waiting for? Is he worthy of your like this?
Listen to my advice, no one in this world deserves your life to wait. Living is the most important thing. Yellowfish looked at Ayun, who was half dead but still stayed here, and sighed. Ayun didn't say anything, and her eyelids couldn't lift up, but she still forced herself to support herself, looking at the teleportation station gate. Yellowfish wanted to say something, but suddenly saw Ayun's eyes wide open, and the originally unsightly eyes actually had light. Ayun struggled to stand up, but her hands that supported her body softened and she fell to the ground again. She was so weak. Despite this, Ayun struggled to stand up again, his eyes full of light. He stretched out his hand and walked forward staggeringly, as if he had seen the gate of heaven. Suddenly, Ayun's eyes turned black and his body fell forward. When the yellow croaker reached out to help him, a figure took the lead and hugged Ayun, who was about to fall.
Chapter 329 The Beautiful Capital. Yellow Fish frowned and looked at the person who hugged Ayun.
It turned out to be a young human man.
Do you know her?
Huangqiu asked first.
She is waiting for me.
Lin Shen was not hostile to the yellow croaker. It was a normal reaction for the yellow croaker to test him like this.
Do you know what her name is? Huangqi continued. Ayun.
Lin Shen answered the yellow croaker's question, while taking out a small bottle of base liquid, carefully approached Ayun's mouth and poured it into her.
Yellow Fish nodded slightly.
Combined with Ayun's performance just now, he should be the one who Ayun and others are. Yellow Fish looked at Lin Shen, and he was also very curious about what kind of person he was, and it was worth waiting for Ayun.
It seems nothing special, it is just a human man.
On the contrary, the majestic human man standing beside him could see his uniqueness at a glance. His special temperament was something that ordinary people could not disguise. Unfortunately, Yellow Crocodile is not responsible for the business of the human parent star, so he doesn't know much about the human situation. I am Huangqiu, the director of the Midexing branch of Nightmare Group.
If you are interested, you can come to me for a trial.
Huangqiu sent his business card to Lin Shen and Wei Wufu.
Thank you, I will consider it if I have the chance.
Lin Shen took the business card and looked at it, then put it away. When he was on the human mother planet, Lin Shen had already received an invitation from the Nightmare Group. Lin Shen could no longer remember the name of the scout, but he remembered that he was from the Nightmare Group. The yellow croaker looked at Wei Wufu, but he didn't react at all when he saw Wei Wufu, and he felt a little disappointed.
The people he likes are Wei Wufu and Ayun.
As for Lin Shen, in the eyes of Yellow Fish, he is just a pretty little human face. Ayun is waiting so hard, and probably this human novice face should be her lover.
A creature like a woman is not rational at all.
Yellow Croaker was helpless and could only say goodbye and leave. After walking a few steps, the yellow fish suddenly turned around and looked at Wei Wufu and said, "In 2 days, it will be the annual Mido ceremony of Mido Star. Regardless of race, no matter whether it is a basic change, you can attend it.
If you are interested, you can go and have a look. Maybe it is an opportunity."
Okay.
Wei Wufu answered only one word.
Huan Yu didn't know that this was Wei Wufu's speaking style, and he thought he was not interested, so he turned around helplessly and prepared to leave.
What is the Mido festival for?
Lin Shen asked while feeding Ayun a little bit of water. Wei Wufu was already an ascensioner and has no chance to participate. He has not ascended yet and still has a chance, so I want to hear what the beauty ceremony mentioned by Huangqiu is and what the so-called opportunity is.
Huan Yu stopped when she heard this, looked at Wei Wufu and said, Mido Star is one of the main stars of the Tianrun.
Although it is not the mother star of the Tianrun, its status is not below the zenith star of the Tianrun. The reason why Mido Star is called Mido is because there is a beautiful capital castle above Mido Star, which is a relic of an unknown era and is protected by incredible magical power. Even the top powers in the universe cannot forcefully open the gate of the castle. Only on an annual opening day will the gate of the castle be opened. Yellow Crocodile is very detailed. The beautiful capital castle is opened at this time of year, and each time it will only open for 10 days. During these 10 days, the fundamental changers of any race can enter and look for their own opportunities. The so-called opportunity is actually ascending eggs. Many ascension eggs come from the castle. They are opened once a year. I don't know how many years have been opened, but every time people enter the castle, they can still find new ascension eggs. It is actually wrong to say that the ascension egg was found, because the ascension egg was not really found. There are many church-like buildings in the castle. When you enter those churches, you may find ascension eggs in front of the statue of the gods. What's strange is that some people get nothing after entering the church, but some people enter the same church and go in later, but may find ascension eggs. Therefore, those churches are also considered to be the church of God's choice. Only those who are chosen by God can find ascension eggs in the church.
Of course, this is just the foolish idea of ordinary people.
Those who truly understand the beautiful capital know that if you want to obtain an ascension egg in front of God, you need to have three basic elements. First, we must achieve the perfection of the crystal level basic, that is, those with a 100% base variation rate and can ascend at any time.
The second is to be handsome and beautiful. This standard is not easy to define.
Every race has its own definition of the word beauty.
But beauty has its own way of defining it, and it does not necessarily apply to everyone's aesthetics.
Therefore, people who are considered good-looking in this race may not be recognized by the city of beauty, and may return empty-handed. Third, we must have enough power. All fundamental changers can enter the beautiful capital during open days, but if we want to enter the church, we must have enough power to push open the church door with our own hands. Of course, there were people who did not meet these three basic elements to obtain ascension eggs before God, but that was only a very small number. Ascension eggs in front of the gods are rare species that are almost impossible to see in the outside world. The most common ones are unicorns and the best speed ascension pets. Every year, people also obtain mutated ascension pets. Legend has it that someone has obtained mutated pets similar to angels. There are many varieties of ascension eggs in front of God. All pets have one thing in common, that is, they are very beautiful.
There are no ugly pets produced in the City of Beauty. This is quite interesting. Lin Shen felt very interesting after listening to it. He had come anyway, so he just took a look. He just thought it was a great experience. If you can get a mutated ascension egg, it is suitable. You can also give your pet to ascension. Can anyone enter the beautiful capital castle? Lin Shen asked.
In the past, the celestial beings were banned for a period of time, but later it was reopened. Now, as long as you pay 1,000 days of coins, people of any race can enter the beautiful capital. After Huang Yu said that, his eyes fell on Ayun.
After being fed some base liquid by Lin Shen, Ayun finally woke up.
He opened his eyes and found that he was being held by Lin Shen. He quickly struggled to get up.
Don't move, you are too weak.
Lin Shen sighed, I asked you to wait for me here.
If you didn't let you stay, can't you find a way to get some food and drink first?
I'm afraid that you won't see me when you come, so I thought I didn't wait for you.
Ayun said timidly without struggling.
Lin Shen was slightly stunned when he heard this. If he couldn't find a Yun here, he might be like a Yun thought. Thinking of this, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. It's all over.
Now I'm here.
No one can let you suffer such hardships in the future.
Thank you,
Yun was still a little moved before, and he had already started to brew emotions, and his eyes were slightly red. But at the end, he felt something was wrong. After he reacted, his mind was full of questions.
Chapter 330M79. The annual beautiful capital ceremony of Midexing is very lively.
Lin Shen and the other two walked on the streets of Midexing and looked up and saw the aircraft in the air flowing like a stream of people.
Old Wei, Ayun, let's buy an interstellar communicator. On the Mido star, Lin Shen truly felt that he had entered the interstellar civilization, not the human mother planet that was destroyed by civilization.
When Lin Shen saw Tianxin using interstellar communicator before, he was a little itchy. He wanted to make one at that time, but he had no realistic idea and was put into the giant god cemetery. This time, I happened to come to such an advanced planet as Midas star.
I could buy an interstellar communicator to facilitate the news about the universe.
If there are news about several brothers, I could also know it in time, which would make it easier for them to contact each other. Although mechanical watches also have communication functions, the thing itself is damaged and some functions cannot be called. After a little inquiry, I learned about the store selling interstellar communicators. 3 people stood on the city pedestrian tracks, and the orbits automatically ran. They passed through various high-rise buildings and came directly to the high-rise shop they wanted to go to. They didn't need to walk at all.
The only bad thing is that this thing actually costs a fee.
On Mido Star, there is nothing that is not charged. When you enter the store door will automatically open, and a virtual guide will be projected in front of them.
It is a very cute image of a celestial being. Welcome to Maya newsletter, distinguished guests. Xiaoya has been waiting for your call here. You can also choose Xiaoya's type, pure type, lowly type, royal type, elite type, sick type, and various professional clothing options to choose from. The virtual guide's voice is sweet and the image is pure and cute. Is this a communicator or a virtual lover? I wonder if I can make this thing at my own home. Lin Shen already had some special thoughts in his mind. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu have seen this kind of thing for the first time. Ayun has seen some of it before, and it is mainly done by her. There are no real clerks in the store, all of them are in the intelligent virtual guide service, and there are no physical objects in the store. All products can be projected holographically, which looks almost no different from physical objects. Various functions can be tried. Except that it cannot be touched without real objects, it is almost real things. Ayun said that they wanted to buy communicators, and Xiaoya immediately projected the holographic influence of various communicators, from low-end products with more than 10,000 Tian coins to high-end products with tens of millions of communicators. People were dazzled by watching various communicators. Fortunately, just ask a question, Xiaoya will explain the functions of various communicators clearly and can recommend products according to personal needs. Lin Shen roughly learned about the communicator of more than 10,000 Tian coin, and only sends messages. If you want to make a call, you need at least 30,000 to 40,000 products. If you want to have a holographic projection communication, you need more than 100,000 products. If only communication is needed, an ordinary communicator is enough. Ayun whispered beside him. Dear guest, buy the latest Meidu M79 communicator and you can take Xiaoya home. In addition to dragon character design, Meidu M79 also has the latest vibration function developed. Xiaoya said with a blink of an eye. The vibration function is useless. Lin Shen coughed lightly and asked, how much does the Meidu M79 cost? Meidu M79 is currently the new activity price on the market, only 499,999. Well, it's too expensive, no need. Okay, it's not good for the distinguished guest. Xiaoya just wants to give you some comfort and companionship through the vibration function when you are lonely and cold. If you don't need the distinguished guest, Xiaoya will recommend other products that suit you. Well, don't use these fancy functions, it's mainly practical. I bought 3 Meidu M79s. Are there any discounts? When they left the store, the three of them all had the latest Meidu M79 communicator. In order to buy these three communicators, Lin Shen was a big deal. For nothing else, the main reason is that this Meidu M79 holographic projection is real and clear, with good signal, and can watch interstellar news on every planet. On the track to the Meidu festival, Lin Shen opened the communicator in the bracelet and looked at various recent cosmic news. Soon a news attracted his attention. The undefeated king failed to challenge Ling Longsun, and escaped unscrupulously again, and his escape level was renewed. Lin Shen asked Xiaoya to search for information about the invincible heavenly king and found that in the past 3 months he was in a coma. The fourth brother challenged many famous assassinators from all races, and finally escaped safely. I can't say that I've lost all of them, I really haven't won anyway. Because of his challenge to Dais, many people want to deal with him, some people dislike him, and most people want to become famous through this. The people who did not even deal with Dais were dealt with by himself, which was quite attractive to some people. Therefore, most of the experts from all races responded to the challenge Lin Shangdong had. They wanted to keep him, but they failed in the end. In addition to the nickname of the invincible heavenly king he himself took, more people in the universe now call him the escape heavenly king. How can I contact the fourth brother? I can only wait for him to challenge someone next time, and go to the planet he challenged to find him. Lin Shen said in his heart. The three of them came to the beautiful capital ceremony and saw the legendary beautiful capital castle. It is different from what they imagined. The beautiful capital castle is not only not beautiful, but also a bit gloomy and scary. The entire castle looks gloomy and terrifying, with old and mottled walls, covered with black moss, and surrounded by dry and twisted dead trees, just like the place where the witch lives in a fairy tale. There are people everywhere outside the castle, and some people come to attend the ceremony, and more are vendors. Those vendors did not sell snacks and toys,
but waited for the base changers to come out of the castle and purchase the ascension eggs they obtained, and the bidding price was very high.
Can we get a few ascension eggs in, and then pretend that they got it from the City of Beauty and sell it to them?
Lin Shen said to Ayun in a low voice. Lin Shen was very moved by the ascension eggs taken out from the City of Beauty, which was able to sell several times more than the ascension eggs of the same level. After buying those 3 communicators, he was really short of money. But soon Lin Shen knew that this would not work, because someone in the castle obtained the ascension egg, and then he saw a beam of light soaring out of the castle and turning into holographic light and shadow in the sky. A ascending egg appears in the light and shadow, and then the ascending egg quickly evolves into the image of a beautiful female elf, who is also holding a magic wand in his hand. Ah, the Elf of Light, someone has obtained the Elf of Light. Seeing the ascension creature image in the image, the crowd suddenly became excited. The vendors even looked at the gate of the castle and stared at every transformer who came out of the castle.
Chapter 331 Pet Church.
Old Wei, you're waiting for us outside.
Lin Shen was about to take Ayun in with him.
Because Wei Wufu has already upgraded, he cannot enter the beautiful capital and can only wait outside.
I can't do it. It's a waste of money to go in. I'm waiting for you outside. Ayun waved her hands repeatedly.
She had no confidence in herself and felt that she was only alloy grade and would definitely not get the ascension egg when she entered.
It doesn't matter if you can get the ascension egg. You've come here. Go in and see it. Lin Shen ignored Ayun's objection, paid the money and pulled her into it.
Ayun was pulled in helplessly. The two of them entered the castle and found that the inside looked more dilapidated than the outside. There were gloomy and terrifying dilapidated old houses everywhere, and many of them had collapsed. The stone slabs on the streets are also incomplete, with potholes everywhere. Fortunately, there are many people from all ethnic groups here, which diluted some of the gloomy atmosphere.
Lin Shen saw many people queuing in front of a church-style building.
Lin Shen didn't like to wait in line and continued walking inside, wanting to see if there is any place that doesn't need to queue up. After walking in the castle for a long time, I saw many church-style buildings, and many people were waiting in line to enter, which made Lin Shen a little depressed.
There are few people queuing here, let's go and queue up quickly.
After finally seeing only 2 people lined up in front of a church, Lin Shen hurriedly pulled Ayun and lined up. The 2 people in the lineup in front looked back at them, and after seeing their appearance clearly, they seemed a little surprised. The celestial being in the front line just looked at them and turned around and stopped looking at them. The man behind looked at them, then his eyes fell on Lin Shen, and he looked at him for a while.
Friends, do we know each other?
Lin Shen asked, looking at the alien man with bat wings in front of him.
I don't know. The Batman said with a smile, are you a human? Is there any problem?
Lin Shen frowned.
No problem. I had a human friend before and got along very well, so I like humans very much. The Batman smiled and said, do you know why there are so few people queuing here? Why?
Lin Shen is not a fool. Of course, he knows that there are few people queuing here, so there must be some reason. Otherwise, other churches would be overcrowded, so why are there fewer people here? However, Lin Shen didn't care about these things. All the people here came here were basic changers. Where other basic changers could enter, he could naturally enter. Anyway, he went in first. If there was any problem, he could tell Ayun not to go in. The Batman smiled and said, that's because it takes more than 100 strength to push open the door of this church, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to enter the door. It takes such strong strength to push the door open.
No wonder there are so few people queuing here.
Lin Shen said in surprise.
The power of the top basic transformer is about 40. Even if you have the skill of double the strength, you can have about 80.
It takes 100 strength to push the door open. I am afraid that most basic transformers will not be able to push this door open. Hurry up and queue up elsewhere, don't waste time here, said the Batman.
Let's take a look first.
Lin Shen smiled.
The Batman didn't say anything else.
Just then the church door opened and a tiger came out of it. Looking at the dejected appearance of the tiger, you know that he must have not found the ascension egg. In fact, there is no need to look at his appearance. If he finds the ascension egg, there will be a beam of light projecting out on the church, demonstrating the appearance of the ascension egg and what kind of pets will be hatched. While walking in the castle just now, I saw the light beams rushing in the church twice. After the tigers came out, the heavenly beings walked towards the church gate. A halo appeared above his head, and a strange blood-colored pattern appeared on the shell. He pressed his hands against the church gate and slowly pushed the door open little by little. It seems that it really takes 100 strength to push open this door. So, the power of these people is probably not inferior to that of the old guard at the crystal level. Lin Shen was a little surprised. There are 3 rare characters in the human mother planet, and there are actually only 3 characters in the Midu planet. There are really many geniuses in the universe. After thinking about it, Lin Shen felt relieved. In the village, it would be nice to have 1 or 2 beautiful village flowers, but when you go to a metropolis, you will be full of beauties, so the village flowers will not be visible. After watching the heavenly beings enter the church, the door of the church closed again. After a while, the church door opened again, and the heavenly beings walked out dejectedly, and there was no gain. Is there really ascending eggs in this church? Lin Shen was a little doubtful. Is the ascending eggs in this church gone? Lin Shen didn't like the appearance of that tiger man, but the celestial man looked very handsome. He was able to push open this door with enough power, and it must be a top-level crystal base. In Lin Shen's view, the 3 elements mentioned by the yellow crocodile should be in line with the heavenly beings. Even he did not get the ascension egg, so Lin Shen suspected that there was no ascension egg at all. Don't doubt, there must be ascending eggs, but the ascending eggs in this church are more difficult to get. In addition to the 3 elements, whether you can get the ascending eggs from this church depends on luck. The Batman said and walked towards the church gate. A black carapace appeared on his body, wrapping around his body, and a bat-shaped white mark appeared in the middle of his chest. The moment he pressed his hands on the church gate, the bat wings behind him opened, and lightning-like traces of lightning lit up. The door was pushed open little by little, and soon the Batman pushed the door and walked in. Lin Shen and Ayun looked outside for a while, and suddenly saw a beam of light soaring into the sky above the roof of the church, projecting a purple ascension egg image in the sky. As the image evolved, the purple ascension egg finally turned into a dark purple high-tech armor with purple light patterns on it, a high-tech sword under its feet, and a purple light pattern on its body, like an ascension creature flying with a sword. What kind of ascension creature is that? Lin Shen had never seen that kind of creature before, but it felt really cool, full of technology. This beam of light attracted the attention of many people in and outside the castle, but because this ascension pet was the first time, no one knew what kind of pet it was. The beam disappeared and the Batman came out of it. Unlike Lin Shen imagined, the Batman looked a little dejected, as if he was not him when he got the cool pet person. Chapter 5 is later, probably around 1 point, I'm sorry. Chapter 332 Authentic. Lin Shen was puzzled. It was normal for the previous Tianrun and Tiger people to be depressed without getting the ascension egg. This Batman got the ascension egg, and why did he look even more depressed than the 2 people in front of him? Does you want to pretend that you didn't get the ascension egg? Lin Shen felt that no one would be that stupid. People outside can see clearly, how can they pretend to be? Friend, what's going on? Lin Shen's curiosity came up and he asked. The Batman sighed, I got the ascension egg, but it was not what I wanted. The pet that can hatch ascending eggs look amazing, Lin Shen said. It's very good. The mutated Ascension Purple Electric Breaking Sword has 3 mutated talents and dual mutated life-based talents. The Batman actually explained the Ascension egg he obtained in detail. Lin Shen was a little surprised, and he just asked casually, but he didn't expect that this Batman would tell him this stranger such confidential information. The Batman seemed to realize this problem, and couldn't help but stop. He looked at Lin Shen, and after a while, he smiled bitterly, you look so much like my human friend. I accidentally treated you as him. Only then did Lin Shen understand why the Batman told him that he had recognized the wrong person. Lin Shen became even more curious about how much he looked like the Batman's friend, and he could even recognize the wrong person like this. It was probably because of his mood that he was so confused. What's your human friend's name?
Lin Shen asked curiously. His name is Authentic. You humans look similar.
You are very similar to him, but he looks more mature than you and is not as lively as you. But he is also a very good person.
He has given me a lot of help.
For me, he is a good friend who is both a teacher and a friend, said the Batman.
Authentic herbal tea? Who would have given such a name?
Authentic, Zhongzheng. Lin Shen felt that the name sounded a little strange, and suddenly he seemed to realize something, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes.
Fuck, no, isn't the third brother just named Lin Zhongzheng?
Lin Shen quickly grabbed the Batman who was about to leave.
Is there anything wrong?
The Batman turned his head and looked at him in confusion.
Your human friend is Authentic. Does he have a scar in his position? It's not obvious. It usually looks like a frown line, so it seems that he is frowning all day long?
Lin Shen pointed to the position between his eyebrows and asked the Batman.
Hey, is that a scar?
I always thought he had a lot of worries, so I kept frowning.
The Batman was a little surprised. How did you know? Do you know him? Lin Shen thought to himself, it's not just about knowing each other, it should be right.
That Authenticity is probably the third brother Lin Zhongzheng. However, Lin Shen thought so in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. The third brother used the pseudonym Authentic, and he must have his purpose. Lin Shen could not destroy his platform.
If the Authenticity you said is the Authenticity I know, then I really know it. Not only do we know it, we are also relatives from afar.
Lin Shen said while thinking in his heart, it is true that relatives from afar are relatives from afar.
I said, why do you look so similar?
It turns out that you are relatives, that's great. The Batman said that Lin Shen was an authentic distant relative and seemed very happy. Let's have a walk, let's find a place to drink.
Don't worry, wait for me first, I'll go in and take a look.
Lin Shen pointed to the church and said.
Can you push open the church door? The Batman seemed to have a sudden realization after saying that, you are an authentic relative. I think you should be as extraordinary as Authentic.
Of course there is no problem.
Go and try it quickly. If you are lucky, it would be better to get the Ascension Egg.
Lin Shen nodded, came to the church gate, and used hyperplasmatics directly, and slowly pushed the church door open. After entering the church, Lin Shen found that the inside of the church was as dilapidated as outside. Except for a statue of God on the stage, there were chairs missing arms and legs everywhere, and you could see everything at a glance. The chairs and statues were very dilapidated. Lin Shen walked around inside and saw only the modeled murals on the wall. There was no such thing as Ascension eggs.
It seems that I'm not lucky, it's definitely not because I'm not good looking enough.
Lin Shen had to turn around and walk towards the door. Since there is no Ascension egg, it is useless to waste time here.
It's better to go out quickly and ask the Batman about authentic things.
Lin Shen walked to the gate. This time he didn't need to push it, and the gate opened by itself. After he walked out, the Batman comforted him. These churches are very weird, and it is normal that they didn't get the Ascension egg. It doesn't matter if you can get the best, but it doesn't matter if you can't get it. Lin Shen didn't care much, looked at Ayun and said, Ayun, you can try it too.
I can't do it, right?
Ayun was slightly stunned.
I've come here, feel the atmosphere.
Lin Shen said with a smile.
Ayun nodded, because it was only alloy grade and did not meet the 3 elements at all. It was probably impossible to push the door of any church to push.
It was all here, and it was considered to have been here after touching the door. Lin Shen chatted with the Batman and found out that his name was Bart, and their race was called Bart. Unlike other races that entered the interstellar world, the Bart race has not yet entered the interstellar era. Instead, higher races accidentally discovered the Bart race's planet and brought Bart out while sailing interstellar world. Originally, Bart was not called Bart, so he used such a name to commemorate his race.
In the vast universe, only Bart, a batsman, is traveling alone.
Because of authenticity, Lin Shen and Bart had a good chat. Lin Shen was about to go further.
When he was inquiring about authenticity, he suddenly heard a bang.
Both of them were attracted by the sound, and they couldn't help but turn their heads and look over, and they were suddenly a little surprised. The two doors of the church were all opened. Ayun stood in front of the open door with his hands stretched out, as if he was a little at a loss.
Why are you standing there? Why don't you go in quickly?
Lin Shen didn't know how Ayun pushed the door open, but the door was already open, so why are you still not going in? Bart was also a little confused. With his strength, he could barely push open a door, or just push a distance away, just get in.
Why did that moon rabbit woman push open the two doors at once? What kind of power is this? Only Ayun knew that she didn't use any force at all. She just pressed her palm against the door and the door opened by itself. After hearing Lin Shen's words, Ayun hurriedly walked in and the door closed. Lin Shen and Bart were both staring at the church and were in no mood to chat. After a while, a beam of light rose into the sky from the top of the church, and an image of an ascending egg appeared. The ascension egg kept changing, and after a moment, it turned into an image of God. Chapter 333 God's Statue.
Lin Shen and Bart were both shocked when they looked at the statue in the beam of light, because the appearance of the statue was exactly the same as the statue in the church. However, the statues in the church were dilapidated, but the statues in this beam of light were dazzling, and their bodies were filled with holy light.
So this is the true appearance of the statue? When Lin Shen saw the statue just now, because the statue was modeled and the scene in the church was too gloomy, the statue looked a bit gloomy and scary. At this time, the ascending creature like a god didn't feel any gloomy. I'm afraid the goddess in the sky would be like this. The statue was wearing armor, holding an angel-like doll larger than a palm in one hand, and holding a war shield in the other hand, which is hard to guess which one of the angel dolls or shields is her life foundation, or both are her life foundations. Bart, are the statues in the church all this image?
Lin Shen thought of something and turned to look at Bart and asked. No, the statues of gods in every church are different. Bart said with a shook his head. Lin Shen suddenly thought that maybe he was unable to obtain the ascension egg, but just because he simply worshipped the wrong doc.
This one looks like a female god.
He, a big man, will definitely not be recognized when he goes in.
But then he thought, Bart was also a man, so why did he get recognized? Does Bart look like a man, but is actually a woman?
Lin Shen looked at Bart. He would never admit that it was because of his appearance that he failed to get the ascension egg. Shortly after the halo disappeared, Ayun walked out with an ascension egg that was exactly the same as in the beam image.
Ayun came to Lin Shen excitedly and handed the ascending egg to Lin Shen. Lin Shen was slightly stunned. What are you doing for me? You paid the money and you asked me to go.
I just acted according to your orders, and the things are of course yours. Ayun said for granted. What you got is yours. Put it away, don't let outsiders see it. Although Lin Shen was also very curious about this ascension egg, he really couldn't bear to steal Ayun's things. Then you help me keep it first, keep it on me, I'm afraid I'll be snatched away. Ayun directly stuffed the ascension egg to Lin Shen, and Lin Shen refused. Lin Shen thought about it and said that when he went out later, the vendors would definitely be waiting outside to buy this ascension egg. The scene would definitely be very chaotic at that time, so don't let people take advantage of the loophole. Just now, when the beam of light rose, many people were already watching from afar. Ayun couldn't hide the fact that he got this ascending egg. Lin Shen put the ascension egg into his backpack and said to Bart, it may be inconvenient to chat today.
Can you add a communication friend? Bart also knew that he and Ayun were both the focus today, and there would definitely be someone following them. It was inconvenient to go to dinner. He could only add friends and make an appointment next time. Each basic changer can only choose to enter one church. None of the three are qualified anymore.
There is no need to stay anymore and walk directly to the gate of the castle. The three of them had just left the castle gate, and the vendors with eyeliners in the castle immediately surrounded him, hoping to acquire Bart and Ayun's ascension eggs. Some people are tempted by high prices, and some are likely to make a big profit, most of whom want to get a bargain.
Lin Shen didn't care about them at all.
He pulled Ayun and squeezed outside without paying attention to anyone. Some vendors wanted to stop them, but saw an extremely majestic man protecting Lin Shen and Ayun, staring at him coldly, and couldn't help but tremble, subconsciously making way. Under Wei Wufu's escort, Lin Shen and Ayun were able to break out of the siege of the vendors and quickly leave the ceremony of the beautiful capital. Before leaving, Lin Shen looked back and saw Bart disappearing. It seems that Bart also knows that if he gets such a top-notch ascension egg, maybe there are many wealthy families who have the idea of him. Lin Shen didn't dare to stay here, so he took Lao Wei and Ayun directly to the teleportation station and returned to the giant Huanqing first. The journey was surprisingly smooth, but after coming to the teleportation station and buying the teleportation ticket to Zhuangxing, while waiting, Lin Shen felt something was wrong. There were originally a lot of people in the waiting hall where they were, but in this moment, there were only 3 of them left in the hall. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu, and Wei Wufu looked at the entrance of the waiting hall, and saw a middle-aged man dressed in very well-groomed man walking in. In Xian Jifeng, he is the butler of Lord Xingzhu. Lord Xingzhu wants to invite 3 of you to the mansion to visit. The heavenly beings are polite, like a gentleman. We will leave Midexing soon if we have something to do, which may not be convenient. Lin Shen said without being humble or arrogant. It's okay, Lord Star-Lord has ordered the temporary suspension of transportation to the giant ring star's teleportation device. After the 3 of you have been to the Star-Lord's mansion, you will immediately start a teleportation for the 3 of you. And Jifeng still smiled, which seemed very polite, but the strength in his bones could not be hidden. If it came for ascending eggs, I think there would be no need to be so troublesome. We have no intention of selling ascending eggs. Lin Shen said. And Jifeng frowned slightly. This is not a place to speak, so please ask a few of you to go to the Star-Lord's mansion to discuss in detail. Sorry, I think there should be no need for that. No matter what the price, we will not sell it. Lin Shen said. Are you sure you think clearly? The price offered by the Star-Lord will make you excited. Before you come back, the teleportation device will not be activated, and it will not take much time. And Jifeng said both soft and hard. If they don't go, the teleportation device will not be activated and they can't leave at all. No matter how high the price is, we have no right to sell this ascension egg. If Lord Star Master wants to buy it, please contact my master yourself. Lin Shen said, taking out a card to show it to Jifeng. This is the pass given to him by Tianxuan. Unlike ordinary passes, this pass is the most advanced pass in Tianxuan's hands. It represents Tianxuan himself, and there is also the mark left by Tianxuan himself. When Jifeng saw this pass, his face changed slightly. Where did your pass come from? And Jifeng naturally recognized this pass and knew that this pass can generally be held at the Star-Lord level. If the holder is not the Star Master himself, he must be a confidant around the Star Master and comes out to do business on behalf of the Star Master. It seems not wise to be an enemy of the Star Master level strongmen for a flying egg. Do you need my video communication with Lord Tianxuan to let her explain it to you? Lin Shen touched the communicator on his wrist and looked at Jifeng coldly and said. You don't need to alarm Lord Tianxuan, please wait. And Jifeng walked into the staff's lounge, drove everyone out, and then contacted a Tianrun with a communicator. Young master, that ascending egg is a bit troublesome. The person who got the ascending egg is the confidant of the giant ring Xingxiangxin. So what about Tianxuan's people? This is our territory. Kill them and rob the ascension eggs back. How could Tianxuan know? If Tianqin and Lao Tai were here, they could recognize that this Tianrun was the arrogant Tianrun who used an aircraft to block Tianqin's aircraft, but his aircraft was smashed into pieces. This may not work. The other party has a high-level communicator, and the news should have been sent back to Tianxuan. And Jifeng said helplessly. Why can't you do such a small thing? Tianrun said impatiently. Young master, why don't you ask the Star Lord? And Jifeng said respectfully. Why are you so annoying? It's really troublesome. Forget it, let them go, just a flying egg. Tianren said and hung up the communicator. And Jifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to take the blame for this young master. Chapter 334 The Goddess of Maidu ascends to the egg. When Jifeng came back, his expression and tone improved a lot, and he directly turned on the teleportation device to the giant ring star again, watching the 3 of them enter the teleportation device and go to the giant ring star. Lin Shen and the other two returned to Giant Ring Star, and Lin Shen also breathed a sigh of relief. If I were really taken to the Star Lord's mansion, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come out if I didn't hand over the Ascension Egg. Even if you hand it over, it is unknown whether you can come out alive. Fortunately, Tianxuan's name is easy to use, and the three of them finally escaped. It's better to have a backer when you come out. Lin Shen was grateful for Tianxuan's goodness, and thought of the fire seed on her body. If it weren't for the Yi's trouble, he would have got it long ago. Ayun, what is the attribute of this ascending egg? Lin Shen asked Ayun on the way to summon the evil dragon and take Ayun and Lao Wei back to Paradise Island. Just now, Lin Shen didn't ask Ayun's question because of Bart. Bart once said that when you ascend the egg before taking the god, you can see the attributes of the ascendant egg, so Bart knows what attributes his ascendant egg are. Ayun said, this ascending egg is called the goddess of Maidu. The level name is a bit strange. It is called a super-based creature. It has 3 basic transformation talents and 2 life bases. Lin Shen and Lao Wei were both surprised after hearing the detailed attributes Ayun said. Are you sure you have 2 life bases, not 2 life bases, talent? Lin Shen asked. Ayun thought about it and said, I remembered it very carefully at that time. There is nothing wrong with it. It is either the life-based talent or 2 life-based foundations. Each life-based foundation has a life-based talent. Lin Shen became more and more surprised the more he heard it. Ayun was so lucky that he actually got such an ascension egg. Now Lin Shen was wondering if he could use this ascending egg to ascend. Would he have directly possessed a double life foundation? Unfortunately, according to Ayun's description, the 3 basic transformation talents and 2 life-based talents of Goddess Maidu are basically auxiliary skills, not the abilities Lin Shen wants. Your life is really good. Are you planning to hatch her or use it for ascension? Lin Shen asked Ayun. But Ayun said, I just follow your instructions to get things. The things are yours. If you want to reward me, just give me some mutant liquid. Are you really willing to give up on it? Do you know what this thing means? Lin Shen said to Ayun with a strange look. I know this is the best ascension egg among the best, but it does not belong to me, and I don't have the ability to keep her. Only by following you can I go further. The stronger you are, the safer I will be. Ayun said. What a great girl. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. If he could use it, he would not hesitate to use this goddess of beauty ascend. Unfortunately, although the goddess of Maidu is good, she is not the ascension he wants. The eldest sister and the old guard have both ascended, and this ascending egg has no effect on them, so they can only be used as a pet. Now Lin Shen is considering whether to use this ascending egg to allow Kivis or Dead Powder to ascend. But if you think about it carefully, this is all the auxiliary skills of the Maidu goddess, and it seems that it is not very suitable for them. After thinking about it, it seems that the person who is most suitable for the goddess of Maidu is Ayun himself. No wonder she was able to get the ascension egg of the goddess of the Maidu. This was tailor-made for her. Lin Shen decided to return the ascension egg of the Midas to her when Ayun could ascend, so that she could ascend with this ascension egg. It's good to have such an auxiliary talent around you. Lin Shen originally planned to let Ayun be his tutor and help him practice martial arts, which would be considered as the best use of things. When the 3 of them returned to Paradise Island, Lin Shen arranged for Ayun to stay in the guest room. He first made some mutant base fluid for her to maintain her body and improve her level, and then arranged martial arts practice tasks for her in the future. Lin Shen had just lying on the bed and wanted to rest for a while when a message suddenly came. This scared Lin Shen. He thought it was sent by Hong Xinei. After a closer look, it was a communicator he just bought and was ringing. The message was sent by Bart, asking them if they were safe to leave Midexing. Lin Shen chatted with him for a while, then asked some things like how Bart knew authenticity and so on, and indirectly inquire about the news. What surprised Lin Shen was that Bart actually said that Authentic was under the royal family of the Imperial Barbarians, named Sam, and had a high status there and was highly respected by Sam. Bart's news made Lin Shen's idea that he had already confirmed that the authenticity was his third brother Lin Zhongzheng. If Shenzong is really his third brother, why would he work under the Emperor Man royal family? Since he has a good status among the Emperor Barbarians, he should know that the princess of the Emperor Barbarians used the Wanja to kill their siblings. How could he ignore it? If it was really the third brother, he would definitely not sit idly by. Even if he doesn't have the ability to stop the princess, he should do something. Bart was still telling his story with Master. Once he was chased and almost died. Master saved him and also taught him how to practice. Bart said that authenticity is both a teacher and a friend for him. Without authentic guidance, he would not have achieved what he has today. In Bart's mouth, authenticity is simply a perfect person, both with the understanding of friends and the knowledge and demeanor of teachers. Rather than saying that he is Bart's friend, Bart is extremely admired by authenticity. Lin Shen was already a little impatient to listen to him, because in his impression, the third brother was a person who didn't like to meddle in other people's business, and he didn't like to deal with people, and he didn't have much patience to teach people. He would rather go fishing, take photos, and drink tea alone than take time to teach Lin Shen. The more Lin Shen heard it, the more he doubted that this authenticity might not be his third brother, but his appearance was a little similar to some characteristics. Once I heard from Master Zhang that he had an older brother who was killed by a very strong man, but he refused to tell me who that person was, just saying that my ability was too poor and I couldn't help much. You are relatives, do you know who the alien race that killed his brother? Tell me, when I get higher in the future, I will help him kill that person. The news from Bart sent another shocked Lin Shen's heart. Did Zhang Zong say that his dead brother is at home? Lin Shen asked hurriedly. He didn't say it, I don't know either. Do he have many brothers? Bart replied. Well, I don't know which one you are talking about, and I haven't heard of who killed his brother. After all, we are just relatives from afar. We met more when we were young. After he became a parent star, he has no contact in recent years. Lin Shen felt something strange in his heart. If Master Zhen is really the third brother, then the brother he mentioned who was killed by someone would be the second brother, right? Could it be that the second brother is really dead? If this is the case, it will make sense. The third brother changed his name and surname and defected to the Emperor Barbarians, which is likely to avenge his second brother and cannot reveal his identity. If you speculate so, the person who killed the second brother should be within the Emperor Barbarians. According to Bart's statement, the third brother has a very strong position in the Emperor Barbarians, and he still can't avenge his second brother. It can be seen that the person who killed the second brother must be extremely powerful. Unfortunately, Bart does not have an authentic communication friend, so he can only see the authentic one when he goes to the Emperor Barbarians. Everything at present is just Lin Shen's own speculation. Whether the authenticity is the third brother or not has to be seen before he knows, but he doesn't dare to go to the Emperor Barbarians now. Let's just raise the level first. If it's true as I guess, my current strength can't help the third brother at all, and it's useless to find him. Lin Shen decided to use the original egg to ascend immediately and can't waste time. Chapter 335 Ascension Again. Lin Shen found the old guard and, in the dark, took him to the crater planet with him, intending to ascend here. As long as you are not close to the Craft Mountain, this place can be said to be the safest place without any disturbances from outsiders. Lao Wei is already an ascensioner, and his ability to adapt to the environment is much stronger than when Lin Shen came before, and he quickly adapted to the environment here. However, he cannot live in this environment for a long time, otherwise his health will have problems. Lin Shen dug out the spiritual foundations he buried and said to Lao Yu, "You can see if these spiritual foundations can be used. If they can be used, you can use them first. After I ascend, we will go to the crater to kill the super source dragons." Ascend. Wei Wufu nodded. Lin Shen had told him about the crater planet before. After he looked around, he asked Lin Shen to ascend first. Lin Shen took out the original egg given by Wei Wufu, which was an original egg as bright as a star and the size of a pigeon egg. The original egg is generally not big. The nebula flows in this original egg, and the star chains intertwined, like a small universe. Lin Shen was ready, put everything on his body aside, and then swallowed the original egg. As the original egg entered the abdomen, Lin Shen immediately began to operate the theory of evolution. The strange power began to spread inside Lin Shen's body.
A black crystal-like carapace automatically emerged, wrapping Lin Shen's entire body.
The strange power in the body was intertwined with Lin Shen's flesh and carapace, causing the body that had stopped evolving to start evolution again. Lin Shen felt that inside his body, he seemed to be experiencing countless big bangs. Various cells in his body bloomed like fireworks. A large amount of smoke rose from his body, and the original black carapace was also constantly flashing. Wherever the theory of evolution passes, cells constantly explode. After each cell explodes, a smaller cell will form inside, both destruction and rebirth. The new cells seem to be a little different from the original cells, and some elements that were not originally contained seem to be incorporated into them. The source of those elements is Lin Shen's own basic substance and the material combination of the ascending egg.
The entire ascension process is the process of the explosion, reorganization and transformation of Lin Shen's entire body.
Ascension will reshape the entire body, allowing the body of carbon-based creatures to better adapt to the universe and break through the living environment restrictions of the born planet. Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen, whose body was shrouded in white mist. Although he knew that the ascension process did not end so quickly, he did not use those spiritual foundations to improve his life foundation. He observed the surrounding environment more to ensure that Lin Shen would not be disturbed when ascending. Lin Shen is the most vulnerable time now, and his body has almost no defense ability. A steel-based transformer may kill him at this time. The theory of evolution was running over and over again, and the cells in Lin Shen's body burst more and more, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Even the thick fog outside his body could not block his body, which was glowing due to the large explosion of cells. Wei Wufu frowned slightly, and he felt that Lin Shen's transformation seemed to be a little too fast. Although the original egg was used, the transformation speed was faster than the normal ascension egg. Lin Shen's speed was still a bit abnormal. The cells in his body were exploding on a large scale, as if they were ignited with a chain reaction. The human flesh and blood body is too fragile, not as dependent as the body of a basic creature. With such rapid transformation, Wei Wufu was worried that Lin Shen's flesh and blood body would not be able to withstand it. This is true. Lin Shen felt that his flesh and blood body was reorganized because too many cells exploded and reorganized at the same time, and many organs could no longer work properly, which made him feel very difficult. His body was extremely uncomfortable and dizzy, and he could no longer hold on. Lin Shen was shocked, knowing that if he fell into a coma, he would probably find it difficult to wake up again. Lin Shen's brain turned rapidly, gritted his teeth and entered the super basic form, and the flesh and blood of his entire body turned into a basic material. Lin Shen suddenly felt much better. Although the cell transformation became more intense, the impact on him was not as great as before. The explosion of cells became even more intense. What was coming out of Lin Shen's body was no longer smoke, and it directly burned with raging light. Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen in a daze. He had never seen such a situation. The smoke emitted from his body when he ascended was impurities discharged from the cell explosion, reorganization, and transformation, and it was also the remains of dead old cells. This thing can even burn, which is something Wei Wufu has never seen before. Wrapped in the blazing flames, Wei Wufu could not sense what Lin Shen was like now, so he could only wait aside, hoping that Lin Shen could survive this level. As long as you pass this level, there is basically no big risk when you condense your life base. The flames on Lin Shen's body kept burning, lasting for nearly 7 or 8 hours, and finally slowly went out. Wei Wufu saw Lin Shen's body floating in the air, his whole body was like silver crystal, and countless lights were flashing inside. It's done. Wei Wufu breathed a sigh of relief. Now Lin Shen has successfully transformed into an ascension body, and his body has the most basic flying ability. However, ascending to this place was only halfway through, and then we will condense the foundation of life. Wei Wufu was also a little curious about what kind of life foundation Lin Shen would condense. Lin Shen, suspended in the air, was floating out of the entire body with tiny silver crystal particles. The particles gradually condensed together and gradually condensed into a huge silver crystal egg. Because too many silver particles gushed out from Lin Shen's body, the originally crystal-lit carapace gradually returned to its original black crystal color, and Lin Shen's body also returned to its flesh and blood body. Under this state, mist began to seep out of Lin Shen's body again, and the flesh and blood body actually reorganized and transformed again. Wei Wufu was extremely confused. He had already condensed his life foundation. Why did the cells start to explode, transform, and reorganize again? But this time, it was not as intense as before, and Lin Shen's body slowly ascended again. As Wei Wufu knows, even if the original egg ascends to condense the two life bases, it should be connected to condense two life bases, rather than condensed one life base, and the body ascends and transforms again. What's more, the first life base has not yet condensed and formed. It has just entered the original state and is still a distance away from forming. Lin Shen's body was still slowly ascending again, but the giant silver crystal egg over there had been a new change. The shell of the giant egg was turning into ashes, falling like dust. When the dust was in the air, it had completely disappeared without a trace. As the shell disappeared, the space around it became distorted, as if strange energy was resonating with something in the giant egg. Chapter 336 The Universe Rainbow Light. Wei Wufu watched the smoke-like light belt extending out of the twisted space, and his face suddenly showed joy. The universe, rainbow light. Wei Wufu had only heard of the universe rainbow light, but had never seen it. However, the light belt that appeared in the twisted space was very similar to the universe rainbow light he had heard of. If it was really a cosmic rainbow, it means that there might be an existence among humans who could compete with people like Dais, which made Wei Wufu extremely happy. But as soon as the cosmic rainbow light appeared, a mysterious substance suddenly penetrated into the giant silver crystal egg. The substance coated the shell of the giant silver crystal egg with a mirror, reflecting everything around it, making the giant egg look like it has disappeared, and blended with the surrounding environment. The cosmic rainbow light that had just been triggered seemed to pause for a moment, then gradually disappeared, and the distorted space around it slowly returned to normal. Why, like this? Wei Wufu was extremely frustrated. He was about to trigger a rainbow of the universe, so why did he fail again? It's obviously only a little bit short, but only a little bit short. Click. The giant egg like a mirror was shattered in an instant, and a figure appeared in front of Wei Wufu's eyes, making Wei Wufu's eyes wide open, his face full of shock. The figure was a girl wearing silver crystal armor. Although humanoid life base was rare, it was not enough to shock Wei Wufu. What really made Wei Wufu unbelievable was that the girl had silver hair and silver eyes, her skin was white and as white as cream, and her cheeks were faint pink. Under the silver crystal shell, it turned out to be a flesh and blood body. He had never heard of something like life foundation, but there was still flesh and blood. Life should basically be transformed from basic substances, and it should not be carbon-based substances such as flesh and blood. Wei Wufu looked at the silver-haired girl Fenji blankly. After she appeared, the space around her began to twist again, and the cosmic rainbow light extended out from the twisted space. The silver-haired girl's long hair fluttered, instantly turning into countless particles in the air and blended into Lin Shen's body. The cosmic rainbow light like a light belt follows like a shadow, wrapping towards Lin Shen's body like a snake or a dragon, causing the space around Lin Shen's body to begin to twist. On Lin Shen's body, a substance similar to a mirror light appeared, which coated his body with a layer of mirror. The light belt that entangled towards Lin Shen lost its target again, but did not disappear directly like last time. Instead, it surrounded Lin Shen, as if it had sensed something, and it seemed that it could not find what it sensed. After a long time, the light belt gradually receded, and the distorted space gradually became normal. The mirrored material on Lin Shen's body was almost exhausted, turning into liquid and peeling off from the outside of the carapace, rising and being discharged as the white mist rose and discharged. The white mist became thicker and thicker, and the black carapace on Lin Shen's body became deeper and deeper, and the cells that exploded like fireworks inside were still slowly continuing. Wei Wufu's expression was complicated, and he also realized that it was not Lin Shen's failure to trigger the cosmic rainbow light, but something in his body blocking the cosmic rainbow light. Monster. Wei Wufu had never heard of it. There was someone who could prevent the cosmic rainbow light from being triggered. This time the ascension seemed to be extremely slow and lasted for a long time. It only took such a long time for Wei Wufu to ascend as he used his ascension eggs. When the white mist outside Lin Shen dissipated, revealing the deep black armor suspended in the air. Particles floated out from his body again, but this time the particles looked like black crystals, and like small black vortexes. Soon, the black crystal particles condensed a huge black egg again. As the shell of the giant egg began to scatter, the space around it became distorted again, and the strange light belt also extended out of the twisted space again, surrounded by thousands of threads. Because there is no such obstruction of mirror light, the surrounding space is distorting, more and more light bands appear. In the sky, a terrifying belt of light also appeared, like cracks in the sky, and like dragons of light appearing in the starry sky, filling the entire starry sky. The giant ring star was in the dark, but suddenly it was illuminated like daytime. Tianxin, who was sleeping, woke up by the light. She thought it was dawn, so she walked to the window in a daze, saw the bizarre scene outside the window, and suddenly she woke up, her eyes widened to the limit, her face full of incredibleness. The universe rainbow light. Someone has triggered the universe rainbow light again. Tianxian pressed his hands on the glass with excitement, looking at the light belts like lightning cracks in the starry sky, and the entire starry sky was already shining with the light. Not only the giant ring star, but all the planets in the universe have seen the rainbow light that runs through the universe. Who actually triggered the cosmic rainbow light? Among the Supreme Clan, an old man stared at the rainbow light that penetrated the starry sky, his face full of doubt. Among the Emperor barbarians, Catherine also frowned at the shocking rainbow light and murmured to herself, "Who can trigger the rainbow light before the king of the world has not appeared? Could it be that the person like the Emperor has appeared? Or is it that Nirvana has triggered the rainbow light with her body?" On an uninhabited planet, Lin Shen, dressed in white, also looked up at the light belt in the sky. "I don't know which clan has produced such a person. If it is our opponent, it will be a little trouble." Countless people are staring at the wonders of the stars, and countless people are guessing what kind of person they are, which has triggered a wonder that has only appeared once in nearly 1,000 years. The most speculation targets are those terrifying geniuses in major races. However, most people think that it should be a vision caused by Nirvana. It is basically impossible for a second person who can trigger a vision when ascends like dies. While hundreds of millions of races were paying attention to the vision, the rainbow light that ran through the universe had undergone strange changes. The light belt gradually changed in the air, forming one strange symbol after another. The countless alien races who saw this scene were stunned and unbelievable. How could the universe rainbow light still write? Those symbols are clearly ancient hieroglyphs. Although most of them cannot be understood, they can vaguely understand their meaning based on the shape of those words. Under the incredible eyes of hundreds of millions of races, the cosmic rainbow light turned into a hieroglyphic article. But no one can understand what this article means yet. What terrifying strong man is this the cosmic rainbow light triggered by? This is too weird and magical. Is this really a cosmic rainbow light? I have seen the cosmic rainbow light triggered by dyes, which is just the light belt at the beginning. How can this still be derived from the text? Is the person who triggered this cosmic rainbow light stronger than dyes? My God, can there be a peerless strong man who wants to point the sky to demarcate the boundary as king? This is not a reference to the sky to draw boundaries. The cosmic rainbow light that is triggered when demarcating the sky will not turn into words, but will just evolve into the universe. What do those mysterious words mean? Can anyone explain it? The entire universe was like a blowout, shocked by the strange cosmic rainbow light. Chapter 337 to Life Base. The cosmic rainbow light lasted for a long time, and the hieroglyphic chapter that shone through the entire universe was also recorded by many races. When the cosmic rainbow light disappeared, the discussion about the cosmic rainbow light became even more intense. Some species that have been studied have made an astonishing assumption that they believe that the one who triggered the cosmic rainbow light vision was not a practitioner at all, but the result of the evolution of the universe itself. The article transformed by the rainbow light of the universe is a way of energy transformation derived from the universe itself, which is commonly known as evolutionary technology. The idea of the universe's self-generated evolutionary technique has made many alien races crazy, especially those small races that do not have advanced evolutionary techniques. If it is really an evolutionary technique derived from the universe itself, it must be a supreme treasure. If it can be studied and understood, it will inevitably benefit greatly. At this time, Lin Shen was also studying that article, but what he studied was not the words transformed by the rainbow light of the universe, but the words imprinted on his life base. After the second life base is formed, it turns into a folding fan with black crystals as a fan bone. One side of the folding fan is blank, and the other side is imprinted with the article transformed by the rainbow light of the universe. In other words, the cosmic rainbow light only maps the hieroglyphic articles imprinted on the fan. This made Lin Shen feel very troubled. He is not a person who likes to be honest. Now the hieroglyphs on the life base have been mapped out. When others see the words on the life base, they will inevitably have some associations. Wouldn't it be easy to be recognized? Why was the cosmic rainbow light blocked when the first life base was formed, but the second life base was not blocked? Lin Shen was puzzled. How could he know that the reason why the first life foundation was blocked was that the effect of the drug of endurance and humiliation was played? However, the effect of the drug for endurance and stolen medicine has been exhausted the first time, and naturally there was no stopping the drug for the second time. User, Superbase Ascending Creature, Evolutionable. Power, 108, plus 81. Speed, 81, plus 81. Hardness, 81, plus 81. Toughness, 81, plus 81. Basic variability, 1%. Life theory activity limit, 800, plus 800. Basic transformation talent, hyperplasmic, hyperplasmic, hyperplasmic recast, hyperplasmic form. Fate base, a fan of Superbase and Reverse Fate. Superbase and Reverse Fate, one turn to Superbase and Fate. Power, 108, plus 81. Speed, 81, plus 81. Hardness, 81, plus 81. Toughness, 81, plus 81. Talents for the basis of life, those who deviate from fate have the same root. Those who defy fate, those who fight against fate will be fooled by fate. Even though they know this, the fate of the warriors who still declare war on fate will be unpredictable. Abide by the same root, those who despair are born with the same root as their master and possess all the characteristics and skills of their master. The fan of inheritance, one turn to super basic life. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Hardness, 81. Resilience, 81. Talents for life, inheritance, fan dance. Inheritance, the inheritance of civilization will be blessed by the power of inheritance. The more inheritors, the stronger the blessing. Fan dance, the first style of fan dance is open. Lin Shen looked at his two life bases. At first glance, he looked like a super base and destiny person was terrible. He could actually use all his skills and possess all his characteristics, which was equivalent to having the same combat power as Lin Shen's body. But he has not yet understood what the skill of the destiny is useful. The inheritance fan looks much more ordinary, and it seems that there is nothing special about it except the talent of the dual life base. But if you study it carefully, you will find that this thing is an invincible thing in the later stage. Lin Shen has already studied the article on the fan of inheritance, which is indeed an evolutionary technique. From this we can infer that the more people practice this evolutionary technique, the more blessings the inheritance fan will be provided. If all races in the universe practice this evolutionary technique in the future, then this inheritance fan will be truly invincible. However, this thing is a bit too late and has little effect in the early stage. The attributes of the inheritance fan itself are already top-notch, and as long as you don't encounter those perverted assonators, it is enough. Lin Shen told Wei Wufu the attributes of these two life foundations. After hearing this, Wei Wufu nodded and said, "It's very strong." The two of them first picked up all the spiritual foundations on the ground. Lin Shen took two winged dragon scimitars, handed them one to the Superbase and the other to the inheritance fan. But they didn't make any noise at all, which gave Lin Shen a bad premonition. Lin Shen was about to come the luminous flowers in Wei Wufu's hand. This time, both of them were moved and wanted the luminous flowers in Lin Shen's hand. No, these two things need mutant spiritual foundations to grow. Lin Shen felt that he had fallen into the pit. He was able to ascend so quickly because of the mutated resource treasure house of Wangxing. However, there are no ascending mutant resources on the King of Realms. Where can he find so many mutant spiritual foundations for them to grow?
Lin Shen told Wei Wufu the depressed news.
Wei Wufu grabbed a winged dragon scimitar and threw it directly at his white robe. The white robe directly wrapped around the pterosaur scimitar. After a while, the spirit inside the pterosaur scimitar was sucked dry and turned into a pile of residue and fell down.
You are useless.
Wei Wufu asked the white robe to suck the spirits of those spirit bases without hesitation. Unfortunately, the white robe itself is not very large in rotation, so it takes time to absorb and digest these spirits, and no matter how many spiritual foundations there are, it takes time. Lin Shen was depressed. Now he only had the mutated spiritual foundation of luminous flower, but he was reluctant to absorb these 7 turn good things for them now. It seems that I can only find trouble for that mutant pterosaur. Lin Shen planned to kill the mutant pterosaur and get its mutant spiritual foundation. Lin Shen has such strong attributes now, so there should be no problem with killing ordinary mutations. Unfortunately, when I arrived at the crater where the mutant pterosaur was located, I didn't find it. It was the mutant ascension egg that was still there.
Lin Shen had to give up temporarily, and saw that the time was almost over. He waited for the end of the time and teleported back with Wei Wufu.
When the two teleported back, it was not yet dawn. Lin Shen thought about it, took out the luminous flowers, and used his ascension power to activate the luminous flowers.
The colorful halo of the luminous flowers actually illuminates the dark room. This thing can really illuminate the giant ring stars night.
Lin Shen took the luminous flower and sent the old guard back to his own room.
Nothing happened along the way.
With the luminous flowers, you don't have to worry about not being able to come back before the night. Lin Shen returned to his room and lay on the bed for a while. After dawn, Lin Shen asked Lao Wei and Ayun to have breakfast together.
Tianxin glanced at them and said coldly, I really regard this place as my own home, and I will take everyone home. If you have any objections, go and talk to your sister-in-law. Lin Shen said while eating. Tianxin's verbal attacks could not affect his appetite at all. Apart from eating, would you order something else? Have you seen the cosmic rainbow-like vision last night? People can already trigger such an amazing phenomenon. You are still here all day long. Even if you can't attract a strange phenomenon, you will fly first. Tianxin didn't like Lin Shen.
It seems like you were inspiring a strange phenomenon of the universe when you ascend.
Lin Shen couldn't even say anything that blocked Tianxin with just one sentence.
Chapter 338 Specialties. Before he finished his breakfast, Tianxin was so angry that he couldn't eat anything, so he got up and left. Lin Shen didn't care about that much and ate on his own. The food here was really good, at least it was better than he did. Xiao Wu, discuss something with you. I want to do some small business here at Zhuangxing. The eldest sister suddenly spoke.
Okay, sister, what business do you want to do?
Lin Shen knew that sister was a person who couldn't rest, so she couldn't stand it if she had to stay in the heaven hall all day alone. The eldest sister immediately took out a stack of information, opened it and pointed to the dense information written on it and said to Lin Shen, I have done some analysis of giant huanqing in recent times. I think the price of giant huanqing will definitely skyrocket in the future, so I am planning to acquire this kind of specialty now.
What specialty? Lin Shen looked at the information written by his elder sister, with a pattern on it. My eldest sister's painting skills are much better than Lin Shen.
Lin Shen can only draw stickmans, and the eldest sister's paintings are similar to photos. It was a metal material that looked like a potato, and it should be a blocky rhizome of some kind of base plant. This is a steel-based transformation plant on the giant ring star. This basic transformation plant grows in many places on the giant ring star. Because it is a basic transformation plant found on the giant ring star, it has no name yet.
Now people here call it melon eggs.
The melon eggs are blocky rhizomes of melon grass, and the melon eggs contain 30% of the base transformation liquid.
Many pioneers will dig out the melon eggs after discovering the melon grass and drink the base transformation liquid inside to survive. Although the base liquid of melon eggs is only equivalent to the base liquid of steel grade, it is beneficial to use it to satisfy hunger. After drinking it, it can relieve fatigue to a certain extent.
Lin Miao said it very much, but after listening to it for a long time, several people couldn't hear what money they could make by buying and selling this thing. The liquid in the melon egg is only equivalent to the steel-based liquid, and the content is so low. In addition, although melon grass grows in many places on giant ring star, it is very scattered and it is difficult to find large areas of melon grass. In the eyes of several other people, instead of spending time looking for or purchasing melon eggs, it is better to kill a few ascension creatures. The price of the ascension liquid obtained is more than 10,000 times that of melon eggs. Seeing the doubts of several people, Lin Miao smiled and said, "Try to buy melon eggs as much as possible first. It is best to buy the area where the melon eggs are produced. I plan to change its name in the future." Change the name? Lin Shen was a little confused. No matter how much the name changed, it was steel-grade materials, how much money could it be sold? Yes, change the name, I have thought of the name. Melon grass is called kidney treasure grass, and melon eggs are called kidney treasure pill. The elixir of this elixir can replenish the body with shape, replenish qi and blood, adjust yin and yang, and strengthen the body. Lin Miao said it was curious and professional. Does the melon egg have such a strong effect? Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were both a little squinted. Anyway, it has the effect of eliminating fatigue, and other effects are possible, but that doesn't matter. Lin Miao pointed to the melon egg picture she drew and said, "Look carefully, what does this melon egg look like?" Several people looked at the melon egg picture carefully again, and soon Lin Shen realized what this thing looked like, and couldn't help but feel surprised. This thing looks a bit like a kidney. Lao Wei, do you think it looks like? Lao Wei also nodded repeatedly, like. That's all. In the future, our Lin family will rely on this kidney pill to make a fortune. Lin Miao looked at Lin Shen with a smile and said, "I'll give you the startup capital to my sister, and I'll give you half of the shares." "Okay, how much do you want?" Lin Shen agreed with a smile. In his impression, the eldest sister seems to have never lost money in business. On business, of course, the capital is getting better and better, and the more you have, the better. The eldest sister is very confident. "I have some ascension liquid here, which I can give you all. If you need it, I can get it for you in the future." Lin Shen took some ascension liquid from the crater to his elder sister. "It's enough to use so many in the early stage. Your aircraft is not open. Can you lend it to your sister for use?" Lin Miao said again. "Okay, you can take it and drive it, but don't break it. This is given to me by someone else, and it is very memorable." Lin Shen said the key to Lin Miao. "I know, this is given to you by my brother and sister. Don't worry, I just use it to fill the storefront and don't use it to do anything." Lin Miao took the key over. "Do you need help?" Lin Shen asked again. "No, doing business is not about making profits by one person, but about letting many people help me create benefits together. I plan to use Lao Yu and the people in the village." Lin Miao talked about her plan enthusiastically. "Sister, I don't understand these things, you can just decide. I'm only responsible for spending money." Lin Shen was really not interested in these things. He wants to improve his strength more than making money. There is still a fire egg that has not been sleeping, and Tianxuan's fire is waiting for him to get it. The number of reincarnations of the life base also needs to be improved quickly. Although the Fei upgrade is already very strong, if the Lin family's enemies are really the Emperor Barbarians, the Fei upgrade is not enough. Lin Shen planned to take 10 turns of both life foundations and then go to Nirvana. The mutated resources needed were simply astronomical numbers, and he had to find a way quickly. Seeing that Lin Shen was not interested, the eldest sister didn't say anything further. She took the key of the aircraft and the ascension liquid and left. "Old Wei, please help me watch my elder sister first in the past 2 days." Although Lin Shen felt that no one dared to move the elder sister who was driving the aircraft on the giant ring star, he was still a little worried. "Okay." Old Wei stood up and went out to chase his elder sister. "Fifth Master, what can I do?" Lin Shen was about to get up and go back to the room, when Ayun suddenly pulled him and asked. "I have a body technique here, you can study it first." Lin Shen gave him another body technique he gave Zhuo Qinglong. He has been practicing this technique but has not been able to learn the essence of it. The main reason is that this bodywork requires familiarity, and it must be practiced to the extent of the body's natural reaction to be effective. Lin Shen really can't stand that boredom, so he has not made much progress, so he just gave Ayun a try. Ayun understood what Lin Shen wanted, took the paper given by Lin Shen, and said seriously, "Little fifth master, don't worry, I will learn it as soon as possible and will not disappoint you." After Ayun left, Lin Shen was about to leave. He wanted to continue to go to the crater planet to see if he could find the mutated super source dragon. He had to get the mutated spiritual foundation as soon as possible.